live alone. Got the benefit of time to deliver flows. Eating creamy peanut butter, buddy, I lick the bowl. Brings my soul body into the physical. New cards, new deck, new life. King of Cups, he comes up right. Always, all days, all nights. Sing do-wah, do-wah, do-wah. New cards, new deck, new life. King of Cups, he comes up right. Always, all days, all nights. Sing do-wah, do-wah, do-wah.
Struggle, I survived top 5, now I'm going with the win. Ayy, I'm going in. Right here, right now was a whole lot better than the place I've been. Man, I gotta be stronger, wiser, better than I was before. Gotta stay on guard, and I know that's hard, cause I don't know what's in store. Maybe I'll go, where to, don't know. But when I'm back against the wall, I'll be good. Now with my back against the wall, see I never fall. One of the greatest stories that's never ever told. Man, I'm different, I've been gifted, but sometimes I be tripping inside of my mental. It happens in an instant. Man, I'm striving for freedom. I get hate from the hecklers, good thing I don't need them. It's just me and the ones that I came with all of my homies around. I promise that I can't miss. Climbing up high, never look down below. Gotta get the prize, telling the knows. The pain temporary, man, I never been scary. Just a little apprehensive, but I've been fine before. Struggle is part of the process, it's hard to digest, but let me digress. And maybe I'll press on to the next journey. I've been yelling for some help, and I know that they heard it. Rock solid all times, and I'm down 10 toes for the ones that deserve it to earn it. Sunshine through the blinds, and my life feels straight, but I know I'm for sure not perfect. Patience, hustle, got everything off the muscle. Pain, love, those are the things that I juggle. Hey, go win. Through the pain and the struggle, I survived top 5, now I'm going with the win. Hey, I'm going in. Right here, right now was a whole lot better than the place I've been. Man, I gotta be stronger, wiser, better than I was before. Gotta stay on guard, and I know that's hard, cause I don't know what's in store. Maybe I'll go, where to, don't know. But when I'm back against the wall, I'll be good.
Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitted for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same.
Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big right. Cause it can get big right. Cause it can get big right.
Ay, please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to be the submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance ain't coming off track, no. When they ask what's the motive, don't talk, I just show them. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling. They already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand. Ay, we on overtime, you don't need to understand. Ay, you just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play it safe.
Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get dangerous.
Got your money on, coming to kill, but you gotta put down a meal just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts. Who you got your money on? Coming to kill, but you gotta put down a meal just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts. Got your money on, coming to kill, but you gotta put down a meal just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts. Who you got your money on? Coming to kill, but you gotta put down a meal just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts.
It's heavy. Famous love. Yeah, I gotta keep it trendy on my soul. I'm the most selfish person that I know. Here we go, down the rabbit hole. Got a couple carrots around my neck. Self-respect, when you out of line, you put yourself in check. They don't hear me, they don't hear me though. Cycles going round and round and round like a merry-go. Stand for truth, or fall for any old scenario. That's why I keep my circle smaller than a Cheerio. Cause this the company you keep. Stay woke, please don't get caught sleep. End up sowing what you reap. Know your worth, and don't sell cheap. The ghost is inside of me, can't take it out of me. No matter where I've been, it's about where I'm meant to be. I be shining perfect time and check your watch. And I know who I am no longer lost. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong till I got the call, no cell phone. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong till I got the call, no cell phone. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, made in this image, I'm a young man. You talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, made in this image, I'm a young OG boy. Don't need no caption, no, we live in lavish.
Drip, drip, drop, I know you see the fashion. I know you see the fashion.
Bitch, that sauce you never could imagine. Don't need no caption, no, we live in lavish.
Drip, drip, drop, I know you see the fashion. I know you see the fashion.
Bitch, that sauce you never could imagine.
Don't be acting trippy, 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 trippy. You know I run your city, 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 city. Don't make me grab that 50, 50, 50, 50 caliber. Better count your days like calendars.
Just that type of Brita you ain't never seen. Cold, hit my dog, man, me. Pull up with some O's. Better have a bag if you're tryna hit my phone. And if not, you can leave it at the...
I can't keep wasting my time, that's for sure. You like Dollar Tree and I'm more like Five Below. No, I don't want you following me, you know? Like, you know?
Don't need no caption, no, we live in lavish.
Drip, drip, drop, I know you see the fashion. I know you see the fashion.
Bitch, that sauce you never could imagine. Don't need no caption, no, we live in lavish.
Drip, drip, drop, I know you see the fashion. I know you see the fashion.
Bitch, that sauce you never could imagine.
Keep it a G, you know these little stunners ain't messing with me. I'm whipping in cream, cooler than a quick rinse with some Listerine. Petty me, to go and take spots like a petty thief. But a timid man was never in the sections where legends be. So I get the check, multiply, snapping next when I'm pulling by. Now they calling the crib, asking for Jay, and where's his alibi? I ain't got no time to talk right now. But it's funny, cause I seem to be what everybody be talking about. I can't keep wasting my time, that's for sure. You like Dollar Tree and I'm more like Five Below. No, I don't want you following me, you know? Like, you know?
Don't need no caption, no, we live in lavish.
Drip, drip, drop, I know you see the fashion. I know you see the fashion.
Bitch, that sauce you never could imagine. Don't need no caption, no, we live in lavish.
Drip, drip, drop, I know you see the fashion. I know you see the fashion.
Bitch, that sauce you never could imagine.
Give me the money, give me the loot, give me the racks. Give me the hundreds, give me the skrilla, give me the stacks. Give me the bread, give me the cheese, give me the cash. Give me the feta, give me the cheese, give me the bag. Yeah, I want it, give me the bag. Yeah, I need it, give me the bag. I be on it, give me the bag. Yeah, I see it, give me the bag. Ain't no stopping, give me the bag. I'ma make it, give me the bag. If you got it, give me the bag. I'ma take it, give me the bag. Yeah, I want it, give me the bag. Yeah, I need it, give me the bag. I be on it, give me the bag. Yeah, I see it, give me the bag. Ain't no stopping, give me the bag. I'ma make it, give me the bag. If you got it, give me the bag. I'ma take it, give me the bag. Now give me that, come up off that, cause I want that. You can see that, I'ma need that. Show me where the cheese at, where you keep that. I ain't looking for no feedback. Just the G's, man. You should know that I'm a glutton for money, cash. Though if you got it, pass that over to me, cause if I want it fast. I'm slacking them dollars, you know what I'm about. Plus I be popping them collars. We in and we out. I got confessions and obsessions for getting the bag. Here's a lesson, just stay flexible, getting the stash. I want the 10, 20, 50, 100 and more, but you should already know because you said it before. Give me the money, give me the loot, give me the racks. Give me the hundreds, give me the skrilla, give me the stacks. Give me the bread, give me the cheese, give me the cash. Give me the feta, give me the cheese, give me the bag. Yeah, I want it, give me the bag. Yeah, I need it, give me the bag. I be on it, give me the bag. Yeah, I see it, give me the bag. Ain't no stopping, give me the bag. I'ma make it, give me the bag. If you got it, give me the bag. I'ma take it, give me the bag. Yeah, I want it, give me the bag. Yeah, I need it, give me the bag. I be on it, give me the bag. Yeah, I see it, give me the bag. Ain't no stopping, give me the bag. I'ma make it, give me the bag. If you got it, give me the bag. I'ma take it, give me the bag. I be in my dough up, that's like a cold cut. So much I'ma throw up, man, I gotta eat. Here go the proof, new, and not the old bucks. Come, no, it don't slow up. That's what I'ma hold up. All this money going straight to the roof. I just be stacking my money though. More give me more. Yeah, whole lot of rolls around my waist. Skinny but fat, I got tummy roll. The paper we talking, the money flow. My pockets to see where the money go. Whole lot of dough, I'm getting cake. No candle needed, I'm very yo. I'ma get bread, hits and I'm dead. Gotta get it by the loaf. Bitch in my head, my favorite bread. Man, you always got my vote. Gotta get it coast to coast. In the era on the boat. Money, money, I promote. Seriously, it ain't a joke. Give me the money, give me the loot, give me the racks. Give me the hundreds, give me the skrilla, give me the stacks. Give me the bread, give me the cheese, give me the cash. Give me the feta, give me the cheese, give me the bag. Yeah, I want it, give me the bag. Yeah, I need it, give me the bag. I be on it, give me the bag. Yeah, I see it, give me the bag. Ain't no stopping, give me the bag. I'ma make it, give me the bag. If you got it, give me the bag. I'ma take it, give me the bag. Yeah, I want it, give me the bag. Yeah, I need it.
fast life, the fast living. They see the ambition, they know I'm past driven. Look, we are not the same, this is not a game. I've been swerving through the city in and out of lanes. Yeah, cause if I see it, then I want it, then you better know I got it. Ain't no options, I'm about to do the damn thing. I'm an outlaw, you can never catch me. I'm in first place, you can never. These are the moments, only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. You're your own enemy, your own enemy, your own enemy. When I fall, I keep running. Feel the pain, but I love it.
You know I'm built for it, you ain't gotta ask twice.
You ain't by that fast life. 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life. Big dog status with your stats like. You ain't by that fast life. Just know 100 duffels at the bag price. You ain't by that fast life. 6 speed, yeah, I'm smashing on the gas. It's a fast life. It's a fast life. Keeping it moving, don't switch up my code. Life full of circles, we out the A4. It's a fast life.
Look, yeah, I'm about to ride it till the wheels fall off. Yeah, I'm about to run the game, I ain't never dropping off. Let's be talking about a bag, put a duffel on the dash. Yeah, I'm really about to swing. Heavy foot up on the gas with it. Trunk tracks with the cash in it. Passionate, long range when I'm passing it. All drive, I ain't stopping unless I'm crashing it. And even that wouldn't stop me from going after it. These are the moments, only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. You're your own enemy, your own enemy, your own enemy. When I fall, I keep running. Feel the pain, but I love it.
You know I'm built for it, you ain't gotta ask twice.
You ain't by that fast life. 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life. Big dog status with your stats like. You ain't by that fast life. Just know 100 duffels at the bag price. You ain't by that fast life. 6 speed, yeah, I'm smashing on the gas. It's a fast life. It's a fast life. Keeping it moving, don't switch up my code. Life full of circles, we out the A4. It's a fast life.
Here making big deals, doing big things, making big moves, I got big rank. Just know that I'm getting rich. Big dough, big stacks, out here doing big shows, that's a big fact. Making big calls, getting big racks. Just know that I'm getting rich. I was raised to be a rich man, standing on my own, no kickstand. Big man with a big plan. When it come to getting money, you can bet I'm a big fan. It's all about that revenue. For every move you make, I'm 3 steps ahead of you. And I can promise you that you won't find a better dude. So remember 2 words that I said to you. Paint a picture, I make G's. Smile for the bank, now say cheese. You want some money, better say please. And while I'm getting this, I'm getting rich. Big bills, big bank. Out here making big deals, doing big things. Making big moves, I got big rank. Just know that I'm getting rich. Big dough, big stacks. Out here doing big shows, that's a big fact. Making big calls, getting big racks. Just know that I'm getting rich. No doubt I'ma count it up. Ain't no need for rounding up. Climbing like a mountain up. Everything I'm mounting up. Earn 1 to 20, I turn a 20 to 50. Turn a 50 to 100, I turn 100 to plenty. Stack, 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 stack. While you subtract, track. I be getting rich, money making Mitch. Got it counted and recounted so quick I forget. Never do I quit, working every shift. I'm addicted to this money cause I'm getting rich. Big bills, big bank. Out here making big deals, doing big things. Making big moves, I got big rank. Just know that I'm getting rich. Big dough, big stacks. Out here doing big shows, that's a big fact. Making big calls, getting big racks. Just know that I'm getting rich. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. My heart on my sleeve, stress, shield my greed. That's how I get it, success ain't no giving. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. They don't want it when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect, let them watch me. Elevating, got them nauseous. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house and woo. Watch how I get ahead. Watch how I get ahead. Watch how I get ahead. Woo. Watch how I set it up, bet you I shut it down, watch how I get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner, got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare. I'm a line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out.
Get about my way, it's here on lock, it's here on lock. We roll with the winners, and if you a winner, then you with the squad, yeah. We coming to get it, we coming to get it, you ready or not? Let's go. You don't have days like this, nah. You don't have days like this. Only a face like this, yeah. You don't ever play like this. Tell them please, man, hella freeze on the day I miss. My handle game certified, you would never know when the thing might switch. Don't watch the ball, honestly, that's how you fall. What you say, we finna lose? Listen, dude, man, not to y'all. Who tryna brawl? You kinda small. On the court, yo, I'm a dog. Beating y'all by 50 now, it's no problem to pile it on. How can I lose when I be crossing the modern day shoes? When I'm in the lane, yo, me and the pirates the same. Cause you know I'm dropping them jewels. Popping the cruise when I was in school. Probably wasn't a popular dude, but ever since I got the offer to go with my Abba, I'm proud to say I got the juice. Battery charge. Swap so wrapped up. We are not kidding, man. Anybody wanna get it, tell them we next up. Gold medal on lock. Until then, yeah, I'ma settle on top. Still don't believe me? Just turn on your TV and tell them to watch. They pay me cause my game's crazy, but I came ready with the juice. My game too cold, your game too slow. You hype trains thrown on with the dude. New levels, new devils. That means it's time to grind. So what you saying? Hand to the plow. New heights to climb. If this my moment, my time to shine. This little light of mine, I'ma go so hard that I might be blind. We've been working in the off season, getting started when y'all leaving. Yo, this finna be a harsh beating. You in for a long evening. Most of y'all could get caught cheating on the real, still wouldn't call it even. If we seen them in the streets, they don't really want beef like all vegans. Lord Jesus, you don't know what you up against. Bruh, win? Man, this finna be a breeze like a gust of wind. Trash talk, I'm under skin. Pass y'all, then rub it in. Y'all better hurry. This Stephen Curry versus Shep and Birdie and above the rim. Ragdoll, y'all bad dog. Can't help, I let her win. Highlight real be something like you. Gold medal on lock. I'ma settle on top. If they still don't believe me, then turn on your TV and tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Get about my way. It's here on lock. It's here on lock. We roll with the winners, and if you a winner, then you with the squad. Yeah. We coming to get it. We coming to get it. You ready or not? Tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Get about my way. It's here on lock. It's here on lock. We roll with the winners, and if you a winner, then you with the squad. Yeah. We coming to get it. We coming to get it. You ready or not?
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go. Yeah, we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming, I'm a landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like, yeah, you about to see me on demand like, you know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a extreme, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream, and we coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Hey, on the roll, here we go, yeah. At the top of the class on a roll. Hey, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Yeah, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Yeah, on the roll, here we go, here we go. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll. And it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Hey, on the roll, here we go, yeah. At the top of the class on a roll. Hey, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Yeah, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Yeah, on the roll, here we go, here we go. Here we go. On a roll, here we go, here we go.
Been at it already, had my tarot read. Things are looking up for me, that's what my tarot said. Been pumping out pheromones and wearing red. Young Jerry Lawler, a king, but they're not aware of it. $40 to show money, that's what they stole from me. Blow it all bowling, guess I roll funny. Go find me a snow bunny, ask if this cold world's making her nose runny. She melted, I wear a cape that is velvet. Couldn't see it, she felt it. See it all like I'm Elvis, move my hips like I'm Elvis. I don't pitch it, I sell it. Couldn't picture me jealous, turning fans into zealots. Tuning in when I tell it. There were 15 people at the gig, saying, oh my God, what fun this is. Did it all, did it right, did it big. Yeah, buddy, we were loving it. New cards, new deck, new life. King of Cups, he comes up right. Always, all days, all nights. Sing do-wah, do-wah, do-wah. New cards, new deck, new life. King of Cups, he comes up right. Always, all days, all nights. Sing do-wah, do-wah, do-wah. Highly gifted, my jacket's thrifted. Watch me get a pattern shifted, just acting different. Living in my minutes, I'm catalytic. That's why they love to jack the style like it's on a Civic. I will never pull the strings like an oligarch. I do my dance at the club with the lonely hearts. Watching all these little men try and be Bonapartes and make the rest of us deal with their broken parts. Despite evil, I like people. Put your hands in the air if you're bipedal. Yeah, if life is a film, give me 5 sequels. Trying to pull my thread through the plot like a fine needle. All of these lines equal proof that I live alone. Got the benefit of time to deliver flows. Eating creamy peanut butter, buddy, I lick the bowl. Brings my soul body into the physical. New cards, new deck, new life. King of Cups, he comes up right. Always, all days, all nights. Sing do-wah, do-wah, do-wah. New cards, new deck, new life. King of Cups, he comes up right. Always, all days, all nights. Sing do-wah, do-wah, do-wah.
Struggle, I survived top 5, now I'm going with the win. Hey, I'm going in. Right here, right now was a whole lot better than the place. wiser, better than I was before. Gotta stay on guard, and I know that's hard, cause I don't know what's in store. Maybe I'll go where to, don't know. But when I'm back against the wall, I'll be good. Now with my back against the wall, see I never fall. One of the greatest stories that's never ever told. Man, I'm different, I've been gifted, but sometimes I be tripping inside of my mental. It happens in an instant. Man, I'm striving for freedom. I get hate from the hecklers, good thing I don't need them. It's just me and the ones that I came with all of my homies around. I promise that I can't miss. Climbing up high, never look down below. Gotta get the prize, telling the environment knows. The pain temporary, man, I never been scary. Just a little apprehensive, but I've been fine before. Struggle is part of the process, it's hard to digest, but let me digress. And maybe I'll press on to the next journey. I've been yelling for some help, and I know that they heard it. Rock solid all times, and I'm down 10 toes for the ones that deserve it to earn it. Sunshine through the blinds of my life feels straight, but I know I'm for sure not perfect. Patience, hustle, got everything off the muscle. Pain, love, those are the things that I juggle. Hey, go win. Through the pain and the struggle, I survived top 5, now I'm going with the win.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Asus Republic of Gamers, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, Monster Energy, and Gaming Malta.
When they need it most. He can still sing. He can still. Oh no, Mouse, they've done it. Robbed. Absolutely robbed. Bulldog steal.
Well, if you could imagine that, we have arrived for the last day of Group D. Ultimately, Anders playing with his little toys, and
I'm trying to focus. Can you be quiet?
Put the mic up to it. It sounds way cooler. Yes, that is what the hopes and dreams of some of the teams playing today sounds exactly like. Crash, Burn, and Bandicoot.
Good morning.
Hello, everybody.
It's only I've got 10 minutes before I can't. It's no longer the morning, but
good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Twitch chat.
Yeah, and everyone.
And YouTube.
And YouTube chat.
Yes.
And any other streams.
And any other streaming platform you
And
decide.
if you would like to use the hashtag ESL Pro League to activate yourself on the social media platforms of your choosing, we may see what you're saying out there and throwing into the void.
Why are we talking like this?
Why not, Anders?
It's making me really,
it's
really
Sunday
nervous.
morning cartoons, Anders. You know about this. You got kids.
Yeah, sure.
Wake them up.
Yeah, sure, I guess.
I forgot about that, actually.
Whatever.
Chad, have you been combing through the hashtag ESL Pro League on Instagram?
I thought you were going to say my hair. I only just got it back. On Instagram, no.
I wonder if anybody's sending us stuff there.
I've never even thought about it.
I guess
they
you
should
search the hashtag, right?
They should be posting the way they're watching on Instagram with
all right, let's
hashtag
have a
ESL
look.
Pro
But that
League.
would be really cluttering up their feed, and the aesthetic would be all off.
Their aesthetic would be horrible.
Yeah.
But I think it's worth it because we'll actually look at their stuff.
I really enjoyed it yesterday. We had like an agony aunt column on the cast, and dudes were tweeting us in with their variety of different relationship issues.
Oh.
It was actually very
inspired by you, Maui, actually.
It was very insightful.
I'm looking at the recent tab here on the not a lot.
No,
not a lot.
No, okay.
I'm looking at
mainly
the same.
by the correct social media platforms like
It is
HLTV
mostly,
or ESL.
Or Meme CSGO Brazil.
Yeah, that's a fun
Meme CSGO Brazil.
They get involved.
Well, the good news is
I would never
26,000
understand those memes.
Posts.
Yeah, it's a
26,000.
26,000 and a half.
Let's try and make that 27,000 by end of the day, shall we?
At the very minimum.
Come on, everybody.
Literally, you can't
We can
conjure
do it.
up
Let's
that many
do it.
posts within the confines of Instagram. But for us, our post is right here on this sofa. Guys, in the last day of Group D, someone's going out boo-boo facing sad. Maui, is it an A?
NA on top, baby.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
NA on top. They're going to plant their flag right into the remainder of this group, Stunna.
They're going to wish that Spirit don't win, is what they're going to do.
That's kind of true, actually.
That's kind of where my brain went as well. I was like, it depends on who wins this first game.
Yeah.
If Astralis turn it around, I just had a great chat with Glaive. I'm sure we'll hear what he had to say, but it was interesting.
Spoilers.
Yeah, sorry.
God, man.
But yeah, it's interesting either way that I think if Astralis win, that liquid Astralis game very interesting and winnable for Liquid. I think Spirit would cause them a lot more hassle. And you can see the schedule there. Like it's locked in. There is
gauntlet of a day. The coup d'etat. We'll roll it back to
Mm.
some 80s and 90s fighting movies where a coup d'etat was like a fight to the death, which is the case for Astralis, Spirit, and Liquid today. And look, I know we've come a long way, gentlemen. This is the end of week number 4. Right? We've come a long way with the group stages of the Pro League here. We've locked in a lot of teams. We've all had some lovely memories. And right now, we're going to play a No. Imagine,
montage.
Imagine,
yeah. I mean, God, that's just a perplexing situation.
Trace was like, are we? Wait.
Sick. Nonetheless.
Let's finish the World Cup, can we, Trace?
Yeah, let's do that because there are some very blank teams on here. I'm looking at China, Sweden, Denmark, UK. And then everyone else get kind of filled out.
Let me get down there. All right, let's do Sweden. Let's get Forrest some teammates here. Do we have to give him Brolin and Rez here?
Yes, surely.
Yeah, I have to give him Brolin.
Hampus.
Wait, are we not interested in Crims? We're not.
Well, I think we
I think
are.
Crims could be the 5th.
Yeah.
I think it's only proper.
Definitely have to have Crims in
It
there.
feels like it has
no
to be
doubt.
Crims.
Well, this team got filled out real fast.
Yeah, I think Sweden wasn't that hard.
Who's AWPing? Rez? And Forrest?
Draken.
Either Rez or Dude, just
Michaelele.
Rez or
best 5
Michaelele,
players. I think we don't need to think about the
roles.
as much when these are just the 5 best players.
That's a good point, Maui. I agree with that sentiment here. I think Forrest, even though he's only streaming every day, he could still bop with the best.
Can we throw Threat on as a coach, or is that like a thing?
Well, you can have Threat as a coach.
DJL.
We got
I actually like the DJL call.
Yeah, do it.
Because he's actively coaching.
Yeah,
True.
DJL.
I wouldn't mind. I'm just going to put a C here, and that's for coach, and then a D, a J, and an L.
DJL's one of my favorite.
Like he's got like a 3-letter alias, because otherwise
it wouldn't have fit.
Yeah,
So we do have Denmark, and we also have Astralis in the studio right now. So let's start that conversation.
Blame F.
You want blame?
Blame.
It's kind of hard to argue against him if we were staring at the numbers.
But we have to pick. We have to have Stown, right? Like we have to have Stown, and I feel like we have to have Shush.
Why Shush?
Support, just good support anchor. I think he might be the best anchor. Oh, Majestic's a pretty good anchor.
But Magus,
But still,
yeah, Magus is coming. In my mind, that man's still got it.
Yeah, I think it's kind of between the two.
But Shush is like a top 3 at his role in the world.
He is. But you just said we aren't thinking about roles. We just want the best players.
There are no roles here,
5 seconds
Chad.
ago, we were just doing the
Yeah,
best
that's
players.
true. I did just say that, but
What's happened to Blame F in
But
the
Denmark,
meantime,
you
like-
actually have such a
Blame,
wealth of
yeah.
options.
Yeah, Denmark, you really.
The drop off isn't as steep from the Sweden
And plus,
team.
I'd take a Yabby over a Shush.
Oh.
Wow. Wow, wee wow. My wife.
Well,
and that's no disrespect to Shush. Love you, man.
No,
love you. I like the way Yabby does that whole get right spray thing in modern day Counter-Strike.
And so we're putting Hooksy too.
Oh yeah, I forgot we had.
Too many days.
This is actually really hard for Denmark.
I don't want any in-game leaders in this team.
No, I don't think we need
Okay.
Well, some of the old Copenhagen Flames players.
I think we would be doing Blame a disservice if we didn't put him here.
Yeah,
wouldn't we?
Blame has to be
We
here.
have to put
I
him
really
here.
think that.
If we need an AWPer instead, what about
Wait,
Nikolos?
I'm going to open up the old Twitter sphere.
We got
look at
We got
the Twitch
Deve.
chat. Hang on.
You got Deve AWPing?
Yeah, Deve.
Nikolos is pretty sick.
But this, I could make an argument for anybody here. I could make an argument for Yabby, for Tessus. You could bring
say
Magisk into this
Hooksy,
conversation.
Cadian, depending on if you want the IGL role, but I don't think you do.
No, I don't think you do either. I think I
Blame
think
F also could call.
I would like someone who can be aggressive and passive. That's why I think like a Tessus or a Yabby could be nice here.
I think Tessus rounds the lineup out really well.
All right, let's do Tessus. Let's get him in here. Let's. Twitch chat's going to be slightly delayed, I think, Alex.
This is going to be interesting.
It is
Are they
gonna be
saying
delayed.
anything?
We didn't even put Kerrigan, by the way, on this.
Yeah, but we're not
doing IGLs as
in-game
much.
leaderless team.
Yeah, we don't need it as much.
Can we just get rid of Norway? I realize they just don't have enough people.
That's crazy we put them there. I'm going to be honest.
We should pick any other country other than Norway.
Turkey?
Well, we could do that, but it would just be Eternal Fire.
We can't get rid of Norway, can
Of
we?
course we can. Watch me wipe them off the map here, Andy.
Hold on.
Tactical.
Gone.
What country are we putting in their stead?
I don't know. Anything. We'll make a country.
All right, I am now
let's
monitoring
make a
the
country.
chat.
That's
So if
pretty
you
fun.
have,
Making a country. That's worked out really well.
Seems pretty
in
interesting.
recent memory.
what's that little one? The
Is
tiny one.
Spain on there somewhere?
But that would just be the Movistar Riders.
True.
We need. So we also didn't finish the Baltics. We got Rops, Yakinda, Brokey, Bemis. Who we? Reese suggested the producer suggested Esperanto yesterday. But
Oh yeah.
I think there's JL or
oh yeah, is he from Lithuania as well?
I think.
Yeah, I think so.
I think yes.
What about like an idea where there's like the rest of the world and they have like a
No,
crazy
come
flag
on
up there,
now,
and
man.
then anybody who doesn't necessarily like. Okay, for example, Norway had what 3 players we put up there.
What if we just separate the US from Canada.
But then the NA team's going to be mega weak.
Slow down, fella.
It's going to be mega. We're kind of doing them a favor here.
I'm saying.
Let's
do Mexico, put Marky on there.
Let's finish the China team.
Finish China.
I think Mercury has to be in the conversation. He's been looking very sharp. I liked Mosier as well.
Yeah. He's looked really good.
So because they look like fraggers, right?
They're like the new kids on the block.
Yeah, these are the new gen. So Dan King, Mercury, Mosier. Who else are we going to add into this little conversation here? I think Jam Young he didn't show his best this event, I don't think.
Jam Young looked better last year for me.
Can we add West Melon just because his name's West Melon?
West Melon.
I mean, I see a lot of South Africans in the chat.
I'm MVP says plus Croman for. Oh wait, we lost Norway.
No, but Croman hasn't played Counter-Strike in God knows how long. We'd be better off trying to build out UK at this point.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about that. Like, it's either going to be the Into the Breach boys or it's going to be the team with Artist on it. Obviously, we don't know how that's
can put Artist in here. You guys keep mentioning his name.
Yeah.
There's that Starry guy from Linvision that.
Oh yeah, let's add Starry here.
Yeah,
Why not?
yeah.
Why not? We like him. He got an ace once upon a time.
I love when people get aces.
Yeah, that pretty much gets me going.
Helps me remember them.
Let's add Thomas because I don't think Smooya can exist without Thomas. Those two kind of have to be friends.
Coach Henry.
They're what's that guy? The Irish coach guy.
The Irish coach guy.
Neil M loves calling Smooya and Thomas Body and Toddy.
Body and Toddy.
Okay.
Body, yoddy,
it's like
yoddy.
his inside joke he's made a million times to me, so I just had to say it.
Body, yaddy, yaddy, yaddy,
Body
yaddy.
and Toddy.
Wait, do you want to throw a Cypher in there?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's add Cypher as an honorable mention on the list here. Is it like this?
It's it
yep,
is.
that's correct.
Okay. Now, where we've got left here? We've got Poland's all done, Brazil's all done. We still got the Baltics.
One more for Baltics.
Yeah, and we need to finish the Baltics with one player. We need to finish China with one player, and we need to then add a whole new country.
Why don't we just add Finland as a country?
Well, they're
How about
the same
Finland and
problem
Norway as one unit?
I guess we could do Finland.
They're going to be so angry if you
Finland,
do that.
of
But
course.
Yeah. I mean, if you want. If we want to start a war, we can.
Right here. We're starting it right here on the board.
Let's just do Finland here. We'll keep. I don't want to start a war today, Anders.
It's current players in current form, right? We're not like. Because I would have put Ariel in it, but apparently he's lost his motivation and his mojo.
Not his mojo.
I think
he's lost his mojo.
I think that's a pretty recent development, and I would still consider.
I would still add Ariel.
Ariel, Alexi,
X7, Sergey, and Alu.
Otto.
Oh my God.
Otto.
And we'll call him Int. It'll be lit.
Yeah.
Okay, Otto.
Wow, you guys finished that quickly.
We're going to add Otto.
It's a lot more to pick from than Norway.
Alexi B.
Yeah.
Where we wanted Ariel. Ariel does his name weird, right?
A-E. Is it?
Isn't that A-R?
It is something like that.
A-R-I-E-L?
No, it's just A-L. Finish it with A-L.
Ariel. Type in Ariel.
X7.
Under the sea.
Under the sea.
A-E-R-I-A-L.
And we need a fifth.
What doesn't like Sergey have a brother or someone have a Yampy or something? No, is that guy's.
He's playing Valorant now, isn't he?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Oh yeah.
Can't do that.
No, Val. But he was so good.
Who else?
He was good.
What about Dodo?
Dodo was the one that took a step down at Havu. So you could put Banjo in. Banjo was like
he was at Fnatic
Rising
Academy
player,
for a while.
And now he's on Havu, and he's. I think
well,
he's
Crash Bandicoot's brother, right?
Finland, you're only here because we struggled to put a country. Okay, so all we need is one player for the Baltics and one player for China.
Okay.
We happy with this for now? We can revisit?
Yeah, why not?
All right. So. Well, lads, I don't know where he is. I'm not sure if he's too far away. But this next gentleman, this man, this absolute monster of a human being, I would like everybody to put their hands together and hope that he comes on out here and graces us with his presence. It is Alexander Rushley. I don't know if he's going to be coming out. There he is. He's coming out onto the floor. Take a seat. The detective, the Source 2 sleuth, they're calling him. The man with the plan. And the lovely shorts are out again today. Rush, we didn't get him a microphone.
Oh, yeah.
He's doing just fine. Now we can say anything we want about Rush.
We're getting you a microphone, Rush. I completely forgot about this one key element right here. Take that one. Take that one right there.
Test, one.
I think Anders' mic's picking it up, but that's fine.
It's all good.
One.
Rush, welcome.
One.
Thank you for joining us here today.
Yes, no worries.
I have an important question for you, Rush.
Yes?
What do you call a magical dog?
A magical dog? I don't know, like a griffin or something?
Labracadabrador.
Oh,
obviously.
Okay,
or dogwort.
Dogwarts. That sounds like a horrible condition.
That sounds like something that you need to go to the vet
Yeah,
for, and you
straight up.
probably need some antibiotics.
I actually caught that in Canada.
It makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah, I've seen that
So,
before.
Rush, what's good, man? I saw you getting all pretty this morning.
Yeah, I did do, yes. But
Well,
no,
he's here to talk about Source 2 trades.
Yeah,
He's
well,
on the case, mate. He's on the case. He's
I wrote
solving
something
it.
down about this because I'm getting a little fed up, guys. Honestly, Maui, you might have to be my mic man again. Honestly.
Oh, look at this.
I wrote this down last night. I got a little bit annoyed about what we're kind of doing here, so I wanted to write this down just so I can say it just how I wanted to say it yesterday.
Okay,
right?
thanks, Josh.
I just want to say, unless it's actually an update or has very significant info, I don't think we need to spam the broadcast with these update spotted database talking points. Yeah, we know it's coming very soon. Don't think we need a reminder every single time they change a file name in the database. You can share it in the pin thread about Source 2 hype. That's also I'm saying. Thank you, man.
Pin thread.
Like,
now, where can we find that pin thread?
The pin thread, you can find it on Reddit, HLTV, somewhere like that. I don't know.
So now, guys, just so everyone's aware, we're stealing segments from Reddit. I saw that last night.
Classic.
I saw that last night, that thread, and I went, this is the saddest individual in the history of life. Why are you so
It was
down?
annoying. I mean, I get it in a way, though. I mean,
Get excited, man.
It is getting ridiculous. Like new DPRPF, CS, GF1, 2. It's just numbers.
Yeah.
It's
Just
just
a
nonsense.
number
Absolute
swap,
nonsense.
yeah.
They're not just numbers, guys.
When's it coming? That's all I want to know.
You're the detective.
You're supposed to
Yeah,
know.
well, they didn't change it to 4 on the banner and stuff, so I'm getting a little confused now. I don't know if it might be 5 weeks or 5 years.
So we took that photo for you, and now we don't have Source 2.
No, well, I thought maybe, I don't know what's going on.
I'd be
But
so
we do know.
hard-pressed. Like, if I was working at Valve, I would just push updates to that database all the time.
Oh,
Just- I
100%.
couldn't help- I wouldn't
At this
control
point,
myself,
absolutely.
They're ruining people's lives. Though.
Like just adding a new line saying fake 1, fake 2,
Exactly.
3.
They're just creating those hidden posts, and there's just nothing in there. It's
People
just
haven't been
this'll get 'em going.
sleeping, they're not doing their
My sleep
routine.
has been wrecked the last 2 weeks.
Refresh. Yeah.
I did stay up a little later one evening because I was waiting. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
man.
when Anders sent me a text saying the Steam store is down and the eye emoji,
Yeah.
I was like,
That's so classic.
actually, I immediately go and check. It is down. I'm like, okay, well, looks like my evening plans.
I think the
are,
instructions were pretty clear when Chad said stay up until 4:30
Don't
a.m.
sleep. Nobody
You did
sleep.
say
There is an
that, yeah.
update.
Nobody
You did say that.
Somebody
Nobody
lied.
sleep.
Don't know who it was. Might have been Chad. Might have been someone lying to Chad. We don't know. Nonetheless, we all have to hop on the copium. So
The quality of this broadcast has suffered because all of us have collectively lost sleep due
we have
to
a
our
fire
waiting.
guard rotation in which someone is keeping an eye at all times on the status of the update.
Here's the honest truth. We're running out of content ideas, and if they drop the new game, we'll be able to actually bring people some ideas.
Imagine just years worth of content. Oh God!
Can you imagine Nard out here? Imagine if things are
Field
different
day.
and he just has to start again. Like his
that's
entire
great. That's
database
great,
is
though.
like,
No, for him, he would he would blow up.
Yeah.
Everybody be searching all these new nades and everything.
That's true.
For sure.
complaints?
all right.
No complaints.
He's waiting. He's salivating at it.
Rushley, I'm assuming you came up here to tell us that Source 2 is not out, in fact.
Not yet. By the way, I'm hearing like a weird siren noise. What is that?
Oh, this thing.
That's the police.
Is that? Dude,
Do you have a steady hand, Rush?
No.
Come on.
Here,
I'm an observer. You don't need those.
You don't need those?
You want to try? Okay.
Okay. Maui, if you could make sure we hear the sound effect when he messes this up in about 3 seconds. So if you start over here.
There it is.
Yeah.
I don't count.
Well,
Straight off the rip.
And he's off. Okay. Okay. Yes.
That part's easy.
Yeah.
Oh. That's...
That's so
Just
irrationally
pinned it
mad.
back
It's
to where
great.
you want it to be.
I love
The
it.
noise. I love the noise. It takes me back.
The idea
where?
surely is to use like.
I don't know.
Where were you when you heard that noise?
I've heard that noise
Anders,
before.
what are you saying?
I'm saying like you need to be able to twist it.
Yeah.
Like if you do it two-handed, there's no way, right?
I'm used to
Two-handed
two-handed though.
Great
know?
for
Right.
consistency, but
I mean, I'm
the
not
twist
saying I'm
is
some sort
tough.
of expert, but like I'm just saying that like the idea of being able to twist it like this
Yeah, it's half the game.
Whoa.
is like.
Yeah.
It's made it to the top now.
It's got some agility on these.
Whoa.
Oh, Anders.
Look at him go.
Wow.
That's the hard one.
Wow.
The pace on
Anders.
this.
Oh, he's getting
Oh no. Yeah.
No, you didn't hit it. That was the warning
That
noise.
was the you're close.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
there's
a
a
warning
warning
noise.
noise?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a warning noise, and then
Oh.
here I'll demonstrate the difference. Right
Trace.
now. So
Yeah, what's up?
warning.
Can you identify the sounds here?
That's
That's
the
an incoming
losing,
round, in
That's
theory.
the losing noise. But then
Incoming.
like the warning noise is kind of more like
You guys really are running out of content. Jesus.
That one there. Yeah.
I can't do it. I can't do it on
I'll
command.
give
I'm
it
not
one go,
skilled
and then we'll
enough.
go on about our day.
My dexterity is not at the level it needs to be to play this.
Let's give it a whirl.
Oh my gosh, we're really just streaming this game.
This is all it is.
I mean,
now.
why not at this point? Because Source 2's not out.
Should we
so
change our
Rushley-
This is
streaming
Valve's
category?
fault. This is
This is
actually Valve's fault.
Yes.
If we had Source 2, we wouldn't need to be doing this.
Yeah.
This is what we've been relegated to.
Well, we were going to play Uno, but we thought this would be more exciting.
Uno's
Why did we
pretty
think that?
lols, honestly.
Wow, that's a
Nice, Trace.
Nice. I did it.
Incredible. I'm gonna
Okay.
snap it over my
World
knee.
record.
Handled.
Any
Never
percent.
again. Guys, I think we need to go to a break so we can come back and talk about putting the big D in NA. What's that all about?
Look at he does it so well. Everybody? With everyone. Look, again. Again? The fuck? He's so good. It's so good.
Vanquish the negative.
Attention all gamers and esports enthusiasts, are you ready for the ultimate esports experience? Hi, Stunna here for DreamHack Dallas, the event where you can immerse yourself in the world of gaming and esports like never before. Let's dive in. Cannonball! But wait, there's more. This is not just any ordinary gaming convention, this is DreamHack Dallas, the event where you can visit dozens of great gaming booths, watch exciting esports tournaments, enjoy compelling cosplayers, and even play with yourself in the breathtaking BYOC area. And if that's not enough to convince you, any DreamHack Dallas ticket grants you access to IEM Dallas too. Come on in. That's right, Counter-Strike is in our DNA, so we're bringing it to the big D in NA. Ha! Don't believe me, just listen to the players.
I came to Dallas Floppy and I left rock hard. Everything's bigger in Texas, so come on down to the big D. I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Don't miss out on this amazing opportunity to be a part of one of the greatest gaming and esports events in American history. Buy your tickets today. Visit esl.gg/Dallas on your internet computer right now.
What a compelling ad that one is there, and we hope to see all of you in North America very soon. Now, gentlemen, on the couch, I will be needing your help here as we're going to dive into another whiteboard segment. All right, there's a slight excitement there. Now, today, what I've done is, because it's the final day of Group D, the final group, I have put all the teams who have qualified thus far for the playoffs, which will be kicking off on Tuesday. Now, what we're going to have a bit of a conversation about today is some of the biggest misses from the teams who didn't qualify, as well as who we think is going to take the low seed match today. That'll be the team qualifying in the game against Liquid later today, Astralis Spirit, then they'll play Liquid for that spot. And we have FORZE versus ENCE to take either the round of 12 or the quarterfinal seeding position here. Let's just go over this, shall we? So in the quarterfinals, we've got Cloud9, Heroic, and Vitality. Vitality probably the most interesting of that because they had Jax standing in and they toppled FaZe. That was the 14-1 game on Anubis. Yes. That was pretty crazy.
Yeah. Crazy.
We've got Outsiders, Mouse, FaZe here in the round of 12. So just in case people aren't too familiar with how all of this is going to work, right? There will be the round of 16 where you're going to have high seeds against low seeds, and then whoever wins those matches will move on to play against the round of 12 teams. Whoever wins those matches will move on to play the quarterfinal teams. Then we go semifinals, then we go grand final, right? The bracket draw for all of this will be happening live at the end of today's show, so I think that everybody should be hanging around for that.
Nice.
So make sure that you're tuning in. Now, I don't want to speak too far out of school, but this is where I could be wrong, and League Ops could be like, Chad, you're an idiot. But I would assume that teams who were from the round of, who are in the same group together as high and low seeds will not be able to play each other, right? So like G2 and Fnatic shouldn't be able to play each other. That would make sense. If League Ops, if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. I
Let's
didn't ask.
trust League Ops.
It makes the most sense. It makes the most sense.
I believe in League Ops.
Lads, we've had a couple of badges go missing as well. I think OG and Greyhound stole their magnets, maybe for their fridges at home.
Yeah, makes sense.
Maybe they thought we'd forget they were there, Chad.
Well, we kind of did, because they've been eliminated here, gentlemen. So out of all these names, we've got Eternal Fire, EG, MIBR, Rare Atom, Saw, Complexity, Imperial, ATK, NIP, Big, Rooster, IHC, OG, and Greyhound. Who's the biggest miss out of all those teams that we're missing from the playoffs? Anyone want to jump at it?
I would say OG or Big.
Oh, really? I would have said actually NIP or Complexity, but
yeah, Complexity for sure. After
I mean, Complexity based off of what they accomplished recently at Katowice, I thought that was possible for them.
Yeah,
I think they did too. I think they did too. I think they had that really weird couple of games where
they kind of sleepwalked into this tournament. I think that's what we've gathered from the interviews.
NIP, I think, was probably the most disappointing, considering what they could be and what they were.
Considering that group wasn't even that hard.
Yeah,
it's probably one of the weakest. It was the weakest group, Group C.
Let's do this here so we can just simulate how we think this is going to go. FORZE versus ENCE is our second best of 3 of the day. Who do we think is going to be winning that matchup and put in a quarterfinal spot?
That's a tough one.
FORZE look really strong
We
right
haven't
now.
seen enough of new ENCE either.
And
It's really
who
hard
have
call.
ENCE played
Really
so
hard
far?
call.
Exactly. It's been quite an easy run for ENCE. So it's going to be curious to see what type of count. I would have ENCE as the favorite still just because of the pedigree of the players.
Me
Yeah.
So let's go with I
alright.
think FORZE can win, Anders. Don't
Yeah,
get
it's
me
a
wrong.
coin
You
flip,
guys
actually.
are ready to be wrong.
I think it's 55-45 or even like a 50-50. You can
Alright.
make that argument. But we're
52-48.
doing this for the prediction game here. And then out of all the three teams we have left, Astralis, Spirit, and Liquid, who do we think is going to be taking the final
Whoa,
spot
that
here
one's
for
like
BD?
a straight lucky dip. Anyone?
I'd go
It's not fair.
Liquid first, Spirit second, Astralis distant third, actually.
All right, well, let's help North American
Distant.
Counter-Strike
Yeah,
out
big
today.
old gap.
Let's
Yeah.
get excited for it. Let's say Liquid
Yeah.
gets through. So these are some of the potential matches you have, right? G2, I would assume, once again, I could be bang on wrong here, and League Ops can
at you and
I
me.
hit
disagree
me.
with all of this.
But like, I would
alright.
assume G2 can play any of these three teams, right?
Yeah.
Depending on however they're going to randomize it. It's the same. Like, so these are the possible like opening Na'Vi versus one of these names, G2 versus one of these names, right? So Na'Vi won't be able to play Liquid, I assume.
Right.
Again, assuming, making some broad assumptions here. And yeah, then we're going to see how this bracket all kind of plays out. So these are potentially the teams we have for the playoffs. Pretty exciting.
It is.
Lots of good names. Couple of Brazilian representatives. Everything looks good.
Let's go Pain.
Pain Gaming, Furia. Pain definitely got me a little more
0-0.
excited. You know.
I really like Pain, and Zevi just followed me on Twitter. So
Oh, he's in there.
I kind of made it.
Skulls followed me, too.
Congratulations.
You guys are making friends.
Honestly.
Yeah.
He's
Wait.
my BFF now.
Who's the
Yeah.
most represented region here? It has to be Brazil, right? You got Furia, Pain, and 0-0 Nation.
Russia.
Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, that's bang on. We got Cloud9 Outsiders, FORZE is in the mix here, right? So yeah, some players from Na'Vi as well.
Yeah, because of Navi's.
Yeah, quite.
Got a fair few Danish players in there, even if they're on different teams. You know, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
You would notice that.
here. We've got one here. We've got one on G2 as well. So that's also in the mix. Snappy. Yeah. Well, I think in-game leader stock, Anders, you guys have that covered. Like you've got that covered across three of like the better international teams.
Yeah.
G2, FaZe, as well as ENCE.
Taught them everything they know.
Of course.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. No, well, and obviously Heroic right here. But I'm just like looking at this, thinking of all the different configurations and matchups that are possible here, right? The fact that these teams can't play each other in the like this is where I have a couple of qualms, right? This is where I'm hoping it matches up that like maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. All the matches have potential here to be pretty good.
Yeah.
And it's matchups we don't see all the time either.
That's for sure. I mean, I do think that the Riders were going to they getting to the playoffs was seen as an achievement for them.
Sure.
In itself, like they are in a recovery period. But looking at all of the teams they could be playing in that high seed group, like it's going to be tough. Maybe they can surprise Na'Vi.
If they
or
get like a
G2.
Pain or a Furia, like maybe against those styles, I think that they
Precisely.
could have a crack here. But against a G2 or a Na'Vi, probably not. Like the way that I would like this to go would be like a G2 versus one of these two, and a Na'Vi versus the other, and then a Fnatic and a Liquid versus the Brazilians. Just to see how that goes.
That's ideal.
Yeah.
Give me Fnatic Furia. I'd
You
love
draw
to see
lines
that one.
to each, Chad.
Maybe we could rig the bracket
right now. Just rig it live on air.
Get
Let's
the
rig
script
it.
right. I saw Larry David around here. Let's just see if we can get the script right.
His name's Jackson. He's
Boys, we got to wrap this thing up. We got to go to break. We got a match to get into here. But
Yeah.
I want you guys to quickly shout out who's going to win the whole event. Go.
Heroic.
G2.
Cloud9.
I'm on the G2 train.
Quickly, Trace.
Quickly. G2.
All right. Let's go to a break.
Yeah, let's do it.
Bye.
Bye-bye. See you.
How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling okay.
Not thank you?
Not really, no. Kind of shit, but it's alright.
I mean, I'm cool with him role-playing a North American persona, just as long as he doesn't frag like a North American offer.
You should choose me because I'm really beautiful. And I think that's important, being beautiful.
ironie, l'amour est tyrannique. Je suis peut-être né anonyme, mais je mourrai iconique. L'industrie est hypocrite, l'adversaire est pathétique. Purée, je suis trop affamé. Si je me dépasse, c'est que pour la famille. Je suis venu que pour remporter la finale. Et pour m'endormir, je cours jusqu'à l'infini. Ils sont pas prêts, je vais les matrixer. Je défonce tout, pourtant j'ai batterie faible. D'où tu me regardes, moi je suis pas quitté. Pour sympathiser, ça sera pas de sitôt. Je compte les devises, je compte les papiers. Marche tardive dans le quartier. Désolé bébé, je dois partir, je suis focus. J'ai promis de ne plus m'éparpiller. J'oublie tout ça et je m'envole au loin. Si tu me suis, prends-moi par la main. Je te promets des mélodies dans la tête, des délires au coin du feu. Viens, on quitte ce monde de fou. J'oublie tout ça, envole-toi au loin. Je te suis, prends-moi par la main. Je te promets tout, tiendra lourd. Je te connais trop. J'oublie tout ça et je m'envole au loin. Si tu me suis, prends-moi par la main. Je te promets des mélodies dans la tête, des délires au coin du feu. Viens, on quitte ce monde de fou. Oh là là. Tout peut basculer du jour au lendemain. J'y crois pas, oh là là. J'étais pas prête, j'étais trop bien là. Y'a tout à refaire. La vie m'a traumatisé, mais je cours après. Y'a toute la terre qui m'en veut, y'a tout à refaire. Tu me connais, hop, tu te passeras de commentaires. J'ai plus confiance en vos chiffres, je compte plus que sur ma volonté. À un moment faut se lancer, obsédé par mes lacunes, j'en oublie mon potentiel. Je suis pas seul mais solidaire, ils disent que je suis tête en l'air. C'est parce que je vise pas dans le ciel. J'oublie tout ça et je m'envole au loin. Si tu me suis, prends-moi par la main. Je te promets des mélodies dans la tête, des délires au coin du feu. Viens, on quitte ce monde de fou. Oublie tout ça, envole-toi au loin. Je te suis, prends-moi par la main. Je te promets tout, tiendra le coup. Je te connais trop. J'oublie tout ça et je m'envole au loin. Si tu me suis, prends-moi par la main. Je te promets des mélodies dans la tête, des délires au coin du feu. Viens, on quitte ce monde de fou.
Ahead of Spirit versus Astralis, I've managed to grab not only Glaive, but Magix as well, as we get a bit of a head-to-head with them. This is a game for survival, an elimination game. Of course, waiting in the wings are Liquid. But before we find out who plays Liquid, we've got to find out who's going to win this one. We have the Dragon versus the Star. Yeah, I don't know who's stronger. We'll start over this side because, this is a head-to-head that when I was scrolling through, I can see that Astralis yet to take a map in the head-to-head with Spirit. I mean, Antwerp didn't have device. There's a little bit of a caveat there, but earlier on in the tournament, it didn't look like a particularly competitive Astralis. It looks like it's been a long process. You just told me you've been practicing and watching the demos a lot. What makes today different? Can today be different?
I mean, I don't think we have showed our true level yet. That's almost all I can say because we are playing different than we are usually doing in practice and stuff. We're not hitting the same shots. We're not making the same kind of plays. We're not enough focus. Sometimes it feels like, and it's hard for us to realize why it happens. But we are doing everything we can to get better every time we lose. So hopefully this is the day.
Hopefully, yeah. And on the other side of things, I guess, does it fill you with confidence? Is this a matchup that's comfortable for you as a team, considering you made light work of Astralis the first time, or you're not going to be filled just with confidence?
Well, every game is a different game when you're coming into server, and anyone can beat anyone, I believe, if you're playing on the high level of Counter-Strike, and it is just gonna be. It will not be the same game as was 2 days ago or 3 days ago, because like everyone had time to take a look onto what happened there and what was good, what was not good, and make some decisions.
I want to know, Glaive, what is, if you can you explain a little bit about the differences of when you face the same team again in a tournament? How does the dynamic change?
So this time it's a big change, I think, because last time we didn't have much information how Spirit played, didn't have much maps to look at. They changed a lot of stuff for the last game, so we didn't really have a good feeling of how they played. And they had a much better feeling about how we played, because we played a lot of games, right? So I think that was pretty tough for us. So they had I could feel and can see that they had a better preparation than we had, and hopefully today this will be a bit more even.
Talking about preparation, last question, Magix, are you prepared for Astralis?
Yeah, prepared for them. Yeah.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure you're aware of your environment. Not gonna say anything. Not gonna do anything. Don't know. Not yet?
Not yet.
All right, okay. He's got a bit of a history with these stalls, but we'll leave it there. It is going down, Spirit versus Astralis, and we are prepared.
Now, there is certainly an alpha move. That. Just give it. Yeah, there we go. There's certainly an alpha move to be said if he would have just got up and kicked the chair over. But in his humbleness, he didn't do that because they still have a job at hand. It's Spirit taking on Astralis in a best of 3 to stay alive at Pro League and then play again later today versus the Team Liquid. So those are the things that are on the line. And now, quiet for the putt. Oh! Goodness, almost live on air. Could have been great.
Sunk 3 of the, well, two out of 3.
2 out of 3,
yeah.
bad. It's not bad.
It's not bad.
Who's more sunk, Astralis or Spirit?
Anders, looking at you now.
Yeah. That's his name.
That's your name.
Why you got to put me on the spot?
Everyone pointed at
Okay,
Anders.
but when Glaive said we haven't played like we have been in practice.
Yeah.
There's a disconnect
I sure hope
between
not.
the
They're playing
Astralis-
like trash right now. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's unacceptable.
Okay.
And I hate to say it, because the promise right now of Blameth and Device is kind of coming true. It looks pretty sick, but then what is everyone else doing for the most part? Like, it's really...
There's been moments...
It's triggering the unbelief to me.
There's been moments when you watch them play where it feels like there is no communication.
Sure.
Like in terms of not being on the same page, in terms of, when you're watching a team with good comms, it feels like all 5 of them know exactly where they're going to end up and their objectives, and it's a hive mind, whereas you can sometimes very clearly see that it looks like 5 individuals, 5 fingers as opposed to a fist.
Listen, I don't even need them to do that. I just need them to not peek one at a time against the same player on Mirage over and over again and lose a 1 versus 4.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I don't even need
it was
the
a sick
hive mind.
highlight for Cognito.
Yeah, Cognito got a sick highlight.
It was a really good one.
Yeah. No, I think here's the thing, right? And I think we have to start accepting this with certain teams, that when we look at it more as an org as opposed to a Counter-Strike team, right? Because we still have this transition period. Counter-Strike teams used to be a bunch of people who like playing Counter-Strike together, who would play together, and then, well, when some guy was a noob or he tilted too much or spoke shit under his breath or was too busy with his girlfriend, and you got rid of him and you got someone new, right? That's what Counter-Strike teams used to be. And then we've transitioned into this big business where there's contracts and they're multi-year and they're hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now it's to the point where we have to turn and go, well, this is the team Astralis are fielding. Do we think it's going to be a competitive world-beating team? No. Okay, well, what can we get out of this team? Because we can't just sit here every time I talk about Astralis, I'm like, well, they need to make changes. They need to look at what they can do with these pieces to probably get better. Do I think that this version of Astralis will be the best team in the world? No.
But it's either hopes and dreams or it's hopes and memes.
Like,
there is
right
no
now the
in-between
hope
for
is
these
just
guys.
playoffs.
Yeah,
right?
the hope is staying alive.
And that's a step back in the right direction, because Device back on the team, they've got back a bit of what their identity was, because he's the poster boy for Danish Counter-Strike. He's actually probably the poster boy for Counter-Strike, Device, right? And we lost him for years here. So he's kind of what they're banking on to be a gem again, and hope that Blame can deliver in this rifling capacity. Now, the rest of the team, Zip had a decent game on Inferno yesterday, but it was against ATK. So what am I even saying? Like, am I being honest to myself and my Counter-Strike brain if I'm going to sit there and say that's good? Like, it's not.
No, and that's fair enough. And a question that, with this up, I wanted to pose to the smarter people on the couches, which is, they've played in these head-to-head. It's like Ancient, Mirage, Overpass has been the 3 maps we've seen in the recent times between these 2 teams. And now I'm seeing a nuke pick to start from Astralis, followed by Mirage. We get to see that one again.
I think the head-to-head matchup of the maps is bad for Astralis in this head-to-head here, essentially, right? I know that they're getting rid of Anubis, which takes away something that Spirit have liked playing here, but when you match up between Nuke and Overpass, which are places Astralis could go, it's also maps that Spirit either have good win rates on or can beat them on, right?
Yeah.
So you have to they had to take a risk in this map pool here today either way with what they were going to go to. And I think for Astralis, it's great that they're showing good signs on Overpass when they can, right? If they can get Nuke and Inferno back up to snuff, right? Because those are those two maps determine if you're an elite level team or not.
Oh, that's very true at the moment. Like, there is not a single elite level team that doesn't play those.
Yeah, right? So I don't know. Look,
that was cool. They sang right there.
I think that Spirit come into this one as the favorite.
Yeah.
I think they were the favorite last time these two teams matched up. But HLTV's world ranking has them 14th and 15th respectively.
I actually believe in the ESL ranking more for what I perceive in terms of strengths of these teams.
Sure.
Like, I think it's 8th versus 21.
Yeah.
And that's more the difference I feel between these teams than 14, 15.
Sure.
So this is one of the times where I'm going to give a big win to the ESL world ranking.
But you look
guys are doing great over there.
You look at this right now.
Down the lens as well. I just want to say I love the
the invoice is in the mail.
Yeah.
No, but like when we've watched these two teams play, like Astralis almost just lost to ATK, and actually the ESL world ranking had them as 21st and 22nd. So it actually makes sense that they would be right next to each other. Yeah, they should be just barely split between that match.
You don't think this team is going to win?
No, I think we need.
There's some drill
Here's
sergeant
what we
stuff
need.
going on
We
there.
need a guitar riff under him doing that, and we'll make some screamer.
I'll get the double bass pedal.
Guys, I don't know who's casting it, but I'm sure you'll find your way to the computers. Let's go ahead and get this game underway. But first, a break. We come back at Spirit, Astralis, Nuke, Mirage, and Ancient should we need it. BRB, everybody. See you.
I know you see the fashion. This that sauce you never could imagine. Don't need no caption, no, we live in lavish. Drip, drip, drop, I know you see the fashion. I know you see the fashion. This that sauce you never could imagine. I'm a walking lick, having nothing on my wrist. Paparazzi taking pics, something you don't wanna miss. I'm a walking lick, private jet for the trip. Private dance cause the whip, something you don't wanna miss. Diamonds dance like you got served. Think you the one, but you not the first. Crash or raked, we swang and swerve. Her head is straight while I drive in reverse. Yeah, you know what I mean. Shrimp and lobster's what I eat. 3 bands on the feet. Baba should cut me a check, I need me a check, cause they see all the chicken I'm getting. To flicker the wrist when I'm whipping the biscuits, you know it be instantly hitting them. Dip my shot like Pip, turning your miss to a mistress. I'ma be tipping her, stripping, she screaming and kissing. Got her in different positions, she gon' be missing this. I'm a walking lick, having nothing on my wrist. Paparazzi taking pics, something you don't wanna miss. I'm a walking lick, private jet for the trip. Private dance cause the whip, something you don't wanna miss.
Making magic when they need it most.
What's going on, everybody? It is time to get into the first one of our last day of Group D. The playoffs are on the way, on the horizon. But before we get there, we do have a couple more seats at the table. We've already broke it down at the table, with the couch, the casting area.
Yeah. Whatever it is.
Whatever you want to call it. But fortunately, I'm here with Anders B. Loom, the voice of Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and we've got ourselves, I would hope, a competitive Nuke. This is going to be very telling of what Astralis has woken up and gotten out of bed today. Is this going to be an Astralis that can really fight with what seems to be a very informed Spirit? I'm not so sure. The desk has highlighted the world rankings. There is a void, a gaping void between where Astralis are now and where Spirit have gotten to.
Yeah, and I mean, it didn't see, I think Glaive was kind of saying in that interview with you, so like, yeah, you're hoping that today is the day where everything is going to be, all fitting together, and that's a nice hope. But I mean, it will be very cool if we see it. I have a lot of doubts about Astralis right now, but I'm super happy to be wrong. Obviously, that's the best part of it. Yeah. If you show up and you're like, oh, and this really is the play that you want to see, but I'm curious about it as well.
Complexity Blame was an absolute beast on yard lurks.
Yes.
If T-side nuke, we can get Astralis with a little bit of early map control, they can let Blame work. And not on this pistol necessarily. There's a whole lot of fights to be taken. Buzz will keep it level. Wonderful going long range and very clean with his USP as he takes out Device. It's a long range fight from Buzz. That Glock has found 2 already. Now they descend the stairs.
He is sick in the pistol rounds as well. That's something that we've seen in the past. That seems to be kind of his specialty. So happy to get a little bit of a glimpse. Oh, Magic's pocket up behind him. They line up for him, and it's a double headshot. Blamef and Sip out of the round.
How did they not consider it? Maybe didn't hear the glass break. Maybe it was broken early, so Magic can just slip through. They assume it was clear, and Buzz, wait. Not the ace clutch. Not another Buzz pistol. Anders, he's doing it.
He's definitely doing it now. The door open. This is dangerous. Siren is low on health, but almost one more bullet would have done it. He is out of his mind. He's almost defeated Spirit on his own in this pistol.
He's doing it. 15 bullets left. He is considering the round-the-world maneuver, but with the low HP on Siren, he just wants to take it at range. He knows 1 bullet. The pressure is on the defuse. It's a 10-second defuse. Like, Buzz has done the hard work already. If Siren steals this one away, it would be daylight robbery! Oh, that's gonna hurt! He did so much of the heavy lifting, and Siren still yoinks it.
Oh, it's so tricky. There's probably a million different ways you could play that. It's very, very hard. I mean, you could easily say, well, why didn't you wait for the bomb tap? But the thing is, you could also just catch him in the perfect moment when he's just about to tap it. I mean, it's hard to say, but what a shot from Siren. I mean, that's a save. Almost a 1 versus 3, and obviously, as you said, almost an ace clutch there for Buzz.
Like, I don't know, I'm just vicariously feeling the frustrations, especially when you've done all of that. And those double deaths from Magic's, I mean, I was trying to theorycraft where that misinformation came from. It does lead to a quite threatening second round out of Astralis. The slate can be wiped clean here. That's if they can get past Patsy's yard hold. Smokes are good. No gap immediately spotted, but good. Chip damage. Yeah, a couple of them a little bit wounded on the way down the stairs. Now, rotations are necessary. Blame holding for the lobby re-aggress, and it's Magic's again. I don't think they'll be making the same mistake twice.
No, certainly not. This time they're definitely going to be checking, and it might be a kind of a favorable fight. Wait a minute. I thought for a second they were going to try and pop their way up again. It looked like they sort of were putting a lot of people in the vent. I think that'd be very, very dangerous, but maybe not completely out of the question. Chopper holding a Molotov, which could stop Blamef on the other side if he's slowed down even just a little bit here. But yeah, it looks like they want to go for it. This is wild.
Up the vents into the top stack. They're hoping they over-rotate, but Spirit are so ready. This is flawless from Siren. A thorn in their side, but into the top side goes Blame. The Hurt Lurk rewarded. Buzz still has that rifle, and now they've got to work out where they want to go. There's 2 ramp side. Blame's going looking. He's going to catch them. Oh, or maybe not. He might have been audible. They've got a decision to make, and they're taking the wrong one. They're going to go from Plant Heaven side? That would be mad. Device, he's got the bomb. He's trying to get the util out. They're pushing in. Buzz with a good spray. Device connects onto Patsy, and that is enough. Oh. Careful, Blame. Blame has got it sorted. And the Danes erupt with elation. They needed that one.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier the lurking, you said yard, but it doesn't really matter, it's everywhere. Like, he's just such a late round player, Blamef. He's not going to be worried at all about, there being 10 seconds left in the round or anything like that. But yeah, they tried to, you're right, they tried to beat them, and then actually the timing was insane, because I think Device just throwing a smoke up there, you could see it right here. So they almost caught him. That would have been pretty devastating, but yeah, huge conversion coming out from Astralis. 3rd round coming up, and there's going to be no money on the Spirit side. They'll have a little bit to work with, really not that much.
Today, Anders. They want to prove everyone wrong.
Good.
No! What did I say? What did I do? What has happened here? I didn't even get to...
That's on you, Alex.
I'm sorry.
That's on you.
I'm so sorry. I was just riding the high. Buzz looked happy. I was happy to see him happy. And then they just run straight out Squeak. How does this fall apart so quickly? No one looking. Ow.
It's a great round to do some backseat counter-striking, but the truth is, if you're going to be rushing the A-bomb site, it's not a bad idea to do it in a round where you know they're not going to have the Molotovs and the nades to stop you. Obviously, when you run into a stack, it does look a little bit ridiculous, and you're going to feel like, wow, like why? If we just played this slowly, we would have found out. But yeah, you're not going to get many chances on Nuke to try and pull around like that, so I kind of get it.
I do. I understand it. It's just the fact that when we were watching it from Patsy's POV, he had all the time in the world to go for 4 of those just cleaver body shot Deagle. I mean, there was chaos, pandemonium on the top side. They had 2 on that bomb site silo, both taking duels and engagements. Chaos in the communication, but you know, this has been a roller coaster. We've had 3 rounds of play, and it's just up, down, left, right. We do not know the Konami code.
4th round, and in spite of everything, I mean, they're still somehow put an AWP into play on device.
Yeah, go on.
I don't even really know how, given what we've seen here, but they're able to. Oh, and the boost on top, wonderful, gets blown up. He definitely didn't know. You could see he was just looking at the stars out there. He had no idea what was going on.
Yeah, and of course, one of the superstars of Astralis has whipped out the AWAP and brings Wonderful down a peg.
That's not bad at all.
Are we going to keep seeing these forced buy wars here?
Yeah, why not? There's no reason not to. If this kind of game is happening, you might as well just keep it up. Chopper nearly caught with a grenade and hammered it. He does get the Molotov out. And Siren's on the other side. And a little bit of a backstab from Patsy. I don't know why he keeps going. It's a 2-on-2, but now it's a 1 versus 2. He could have played it a little bit cool. And that's, yeah, good situation right now for Astralis. They got a minute left here. Molotov comes out. Magix, he definitely sees that. And it's going to be dropping down. And they surely know.
They should. Device is posted, and yeah, will convert. Okay, forced by wars. Back in business, trading blows constantly. We have yet to see a single consecutive round for either as they wrestle for control of the economy. And you would assume that a Spirit might have to bend the knee and succumb to Astralis, but no. It looks like we are going to be once again returning to a competitive round. This was a nice close from Device. He opened and closed it. Those bookend frags, coaching staff, very happy with that one.
Yeah, you kind of wonder if he would have got the quieter drop down there, but I mean, he was super audible falling down, so that's a little bit of a shame. Out of the guard. No A-rush this time coming out from the Astralis camp.
True. Yeah, and they've already showed presence behind the smokes, right? So that you almost have to respect that or gamble. They have got one person down there. It's Chopper, who's just playing that kind of boomich smoke defense, playing the pixel gap. And Device going looking for any of those yard players that are brave enough to have a looky-loo. Now a second wave of util finds itself towards the yard. Now that can facilitate a wrap. And that can also, yeah, get you through main on the fade.
And I think in part also they're trying to bait out if anyone is going to be out there. It's not uncommon for the CTs to be peeking after you've thrown a Molotov or a flashbang or anything like that. So they really just don't want to walk into the stack. I think that's the game plan for Astralis. Just don't do that again.
This is a very forward position for Blame. You know, typically up against the pistols, it can get overwhelming as they're coming in. Blame, oh, nice snappy headshot, but he did catch a dink, and now he's going to lose his AK. Siren will retrieve it.
He's going to know everyone was there, more or less, or he's going to assume that that was more than just a couple of people that he saw. So at least they'll have the information. But yeah, I do hate it when people play lobby on their own in a round like this. It always feels really sketchy. At least they're going to get the bomb down, and they're going to win the round. So it's not necessarily the end of the world, but I think it is a liability when you do that kind of thing. Blame him for, I mean, he's
brilliant. It's just impossible. When you've got 4.57s and you are on your own, just running at you with the speed and the moving accuracy, you know, you're not going to find that multi-kill, especially against players like Spirit. Typically, players in that lobby position on rounds like that, they'll find themselves just on the T roof looking for the info, especially if no one's immediately vulnerable and punishable. But there we go. The trend has been broken. It only took us 5 rounds, but consecutive rounds for Astralis.
I wonder what Spirit are going to do, though, because they have the UMP, they have the AK, and it's super risky for them to buy more into this round.
That's as a bonus.
That could kind of jeopardize a lot. But on the other hand, if they want to keep the pressure on, I don't know. It's not impossible that they could try and do something like that. Depends.
Buzz starting really strong as well, Anders. Yes. That's a good sign for the Astralis roster.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting. I feel like he, in a way, if you're a young player that's going to be joining a lineup like Astralis, just because of the name itself, all of the pressure is going to be on. I think Buzz has kind of managed to sneak under the radar a little bit because the focus has kind of, I think, been on the older stars underperforming and Device coming back. So I actually think he might get a little bit of a chance. I think that's going to be one of the hardest things if you're a young player coming into such a lineup. But I think, I hope he can get that time where he can just, find his own way.
We've seen examples, in recent history with the Ninjas in Pajamas and bringing in the kind of the ZTRs of the world. We've also seen it with Na'Vi. You bring in a NPL. And these players, it is sink or swim. It is so overwhelming. And that is aggressive. A chance slips by the wayside. Wonderful, lucky to be alive with the scout aggressive yard. Device fires off the shot, and Chopper immediately reacts with a break of the vent, so can have the option for the descent.
And they did buy.
They did.
They said, all right, that's fine. Let's just do it. Now, it's not the end of the world, but any retake right now, especially if you're thinking about a retake down to the B bomb side.
Oh, he didn't clear. Oh, Patsy, a nice hidden angle leads to a first blood.
That's super unfortunate, but getting out of this position, he does have some teammates. They have one more flashbang as well on Siren. I wonder if they're going to get the timing down on it right. Oh, not at all. Glaive just blows him up. But it looked like maybe at least Siren was in a position that he could have thrown. I think he threw a smoke, but I think he could have also flashed Patsy into more of a battle there.
Yeah, I like this from Zip. This is like a one-man mission, but he's managed to get so much control for Astralis. He's forced Magix down the ramp. Wonderful. You can see head on a swivel. He has no information on that potential flank, and he's only working with a scout, so now Spirit go for the retake of information as the bomb is getting picked up, as will the smokes. 30 seconds, something to get a little nervous about now as... Perfect from Zip. Catches Magix on the reaggress.
There's nobody downstairs. This is a huge problem right now for the Spirit camp. I don't know how they're even going to rotate down here. This is, especially because they forced into it, if they don't get a very good opening, saving what they have might just be a better choice.
This is it. This is the duel. Like, if Chopper wins something, somehow gets a way in, they might have a look.
Yeah, he's going to run away. I don't blame him. Oh, but even that's going to be tricky. Blame her for catching them at the end. It's a very nicely constructed round coming up from Astralis. I think leaving Sip in there, deep on the ramp, even with low time, but as soon as they get that kill, they realize there's not going to be anyone downstairs. We're ready to go.
Yeah, really cool. And I love that you could see it from Magic's POV, where he it was too good to be true. It's like, why would he have left ramp? He had it. There he is, hidden in that deep corner.
I still think it might have been Siren that could have flashed, but I think they had two more people outside of Patsy who was down. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Just fall all the way into the river. Instead of maybe Patsy going for the fight, there is another way to play that situation where Patsy actually just makes himself bait, and the other two people that are out there, when Astralis finally decide, okay, we have to swing, we either have to go up on the silo and shoot him from above, or we have to do a wide swing.
Yeah.
You're probably accepting that you might not make it out alive, but your teammates can get some great revenge kills out there. It felt like it was some lack of coordination between Patsy and whoever I think was wonderful was the scout out there. Again, fine weapon to be holding the silo with, so I don't know, a little bit there. But it's Astralis up to 4 rounds.
Yeah, it's a very good start, and it should and could be 5 as well.
Yeah. Well, and then now especially that the choice to buy in that last round is going to be super painful. They've put themselves in a weird position here, Spirit. TLC just something. Couple of pixels moving at the edge.
Well, way too much control, Chopper. He's got Siren behind him, and Blame's going to get a very rude shock if he rounded that corner.
Oh, no.
It's too good to be true, though. They know these must be around here somewhere. They can't find them. Position. Oh, my God. They have to be aware. No, they can't. They're not going to be. They're not going to be.
If someone turns around, it's a nightmare. He's lined it up. It's a good kill, but it's also going to make everyone hyper alert. Everyone's going to realize now, wait a minute, we've lost all control. We have no idea where they are. Blame F, yep, that's exactly why he's looking. There could have been so much more from that play. It's a good shot for Wonderful. He hit the headshot straight onto Sip. But the Molotov will push them back, and it's a 3-on-3, and the bomb, it's on the bomb side. It's about to go down.
Yeah, recovery here. Great shot out of Wonderful, kept it level, but way back in is going to be very difficult. Might just want to maintain that AK surrounded by a full proper buy. Magic's going to have a go with his 5.7. He has not got any armor to be boasting. And there is there's a rifle right there. Good spot from Jay.
And they need it.
Yeah.
They actually do need those rifles on the Spirit side. They haven't really had a real rifle round yet on Nuke, and we're pretty deep into the first half already, so it's a weird position to be in. This round could have played out 10 different ways. There were so many ways in which Spirit outright win it. If they get the kill outside and they find Blamef in Hut, then that's it. And that could have easily happened, but yeah, weird twist of fate there.
Very good start. Very, very promising start for Astralis. Having 5 in the bank already. And up against Spirit, who have been no slouch on Nuke. I like what Chad has been saying as well when you talk about Nuke and how if you do want to be like a real top world contender, you have to have a rigid Nuke just because everyone else, Heroic, Na'Vi, FaZe, G2, have all got very good nukes. You have to be able to fight fire with fire in that respect. Speaking of fire, Siren's found a safe haven upon the Hut in spite of it. And 3 going dry on Yard. That's an assumption that would suggest that they aren't anticipating a wonderful AWP, or they're going main. Patsy holding this angle, wonderful looking away. Oh, Buzz bodyguards, but still the trade there. On the Hut, it's Siren for 2. And now Blame caught as well. Chopper on the exit, and look at this. Spirit, every single fight won.
Yeah, that's huge. That shot for the smoke's important, but credit to Siren as well. It's very hard to fight anyone coming in from main like that when you're on the Hut. It's just not a good fight at all. But he managed to do a fine job, and that's in spite of the early kill going to Astralis. So 1 versus 4 right now for Sip, and probably not much you could really do outside of maybe hoping to get a couple of parting kills here, but that's probably going to be it. He's got 2 overalls. It's been a bit of a quiet start for him. Glaive as well, down to 1. 40 seconds for him to just relax. And they're not doing anything, Spirit. I don't really blame them. Why would you try and go aggressive in a round like this and potentially screw it up?
Yeah, I mean, this Spirit have incredible, just professional restraint. I think that's one way to describe it. They know to hold on to their advantages. I mean, there's nothing worse than feeling an advantage slip away. And that's perfect. Nice angles from Siren. He will find that headshot. And so Spirit, when the guns come out, do convert, and rather convincingly as well. Hope you guys are having a nice weekend.
Have you had a nice weekend, Alex?
It's been chock-a-block full of Counter-Strike, Anders. It doesn't get better.
Yeah. It is a good way to spend some time, isn't it?
Absolutely. In fact, you know what I'm going to do with my day off is probably play Counter-Strike. When you're talking about it all the time, you don't get a chance to really play it. But watching these guys play makes me feel not only inferior, but also desperate to play. A combination of both. As Wonderful is going to be flashed off. There's 2 here, aggressive on the Yard, so we could expect friction early. Patsy's going looking for blood, and yeah, Buzz is the victim.
Good timing on that. And again, usually the problem with that kind of hit is actually escaping from that assassination. You have to also make your way away from the crime scene, but he's going to be able to do it. Good smokes to cover him, and I think 1 flashbang as well out there. So Buzz going to be left unavenged for a minute here. Actually, just to pick that up what you said, I actually think this is an easy mistake to make when you're casting the game and you're watching a lot on a high level, is you just assume that all of the shots that are coming out are super easy, and it's like, yeah, like you find yourself saying, oh, you should have hit that shot, and then when you go and play yourself, you're like, oh dear.
I really do think that playing Counter-Strike makes you a better commentator. Just from 100%. The perspective as well as your perception of what's important, what's not.
Yeah, because you forget how tricky some of this stuff is, and you end up sort of it's very easy to get sort of a little bit blind to some of what's going on.
Yeah, definitely. That's for real. Device watching for the Heaven Cross, and so no need for smokes if you are just having an AWP posted on it. So no one actually aware of this descent. They're certainly going to be cognizant it's possible. Device, oops, well, could go down the vents now. 1 across, and Magix, he's been spotted out left side of ramp. So they have lost control. Chopper dead on the rotation. Nice from Device on that vent descent. Now look at this. 3 ramp side, it's held. You might even consider not giving this a go.
This is a huge mistake for Spirit. It's a 4-on-5 in which they let the T side into the bomb side and put the bomb down. They don't have any smokes or anything either, so any kind of a defuse right now is going to be a straight nightmare, even if they're already here.
Glaive needs help. He's desperate for someone to just step up and catch them as they're falling forward. Device does deliver another onto Patsy. More from Zip as well. Oh, careful. Scout tagged. Still a 2-on-2. This one's heating up. They have kits. This is so forward of Device, and he's missed his chance. Missed his shot. Zip, he's got low HP on the defuse. Bodyguarded by Wonderful. This has to be a perfect shot. Wonderful, the bodyguard. Brilliant close. A Spirit do retake. That was a 4 versus 5, and it went right down to a 2-on-2.
I don't really understand how Spirit are able to retake that.
I'm not sure.
Again, normally you need smokes to block off the control room. You needed to block off decon. You needed to put on just on the bomb itself, right? Like you need a lot of nades usually to try and do this. I don't understand, first of all, how Astralis were allowed to get in that easily to the B bomb side. That's kind of the first part of it. But then secondly, I think they should have been able to hold that after plant. Even if Glaive was in trouble here, which I agree he definitely was and probably did need a little bit of help, but I think Astralis could have played this very, very differently. So, yeah, nicely done, though. The bodyguarding at the end is sick.
Yeah, right. Armchair analyst, I'm sitting there going, like, the Device no-scope attempt, that was the only option he felt he had time for, right? Like, from the sound he had, from what he was working for. But seeing Magic's on that low HP and seeing those 1v1s Wonderful was given, he had to hit that shot, but he nailed it. It's tough. It's tough for Astralis. They're not going to like that one. They're looking for something, a little taste of victory, something a bit fast and poppy, and it's Chopper. Choppy.
One's down the vent, but the bomb has been dropped.
It's not fun for Glaive. Nade spray somehow alive and through, and oh God, Glaive he's lost the bomb. He tried his luck, and now, this round already, it's not fun. This could be Patsy versus Device, a nice clear, a good frag back. A 3 versus 5, though. This is where Spirit rarely let them go. Once they've got a grip on the round.
Yeah. We saw him on Glaive's point of view, right? I don't know if it could be like a 4-3 type thing where he just doesn't. The org in CT spawn's going to be taken down, Device, so this should be an easy cleanup now. Yeah, hilarious round. You lose the bomb like that.
No, but I mean, when I saw Glaive pushing to pick up the bomb, I was like, is he going to... Well, he'd have to leave the smoke to pick up the bomb, and he did, and then just kept running. I don't think Spirit could believe what they were seeing. Just an SMG running all the way back out towards yard.
You ever make it to school and just forget your backpack?
Oh, yeah.
You're like, I feel good.
My hack, Anders, was that for a while I would live next to my primary school, so I'd just actually excuse myself, and I'd say, sorry, I need to use the bathroom, and then I'd sprint home.
Oh.
Grab my backpack or my homework,
nice.
And sprint back. It was just a long toilet trip. Yeah. Out of breath and sweaty as I arrived back.
With your backpack for some reason?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I was in the bathroom, obviously. Obviously.
It's a classic. Well, they did. It's a shame because doing the vent drops is so cool, but you need the bomb with you down there. If they had done it, the upside is they can get such a quick bomb plant that Spirit... I mean, they know what they need to do, but they have to do it very, very fast, right?
One of my favorite Noob T sides I've casted recently was this team that I could wish my memory was better, but they called like the first 6 or 7 rounds. They kept getting away with vent drops, and then by that point you'd conditioned them so much that teams were starting with 2 down lower, which meant they could just exploit the second half of the first half with just top hits, and it was so cool. The same utility. I mean, admittedly, getting away with vent drops against good noob teams is not easy. Seeing the way Spirit react, it's like as soon as they have that note, they just say one word and everyone reacts with these spray nade combos.
Yeah.
Very suffocating for Astralis. Let's see what they go for here. It is just that saved AK-47, so looking to give Spirit a way into a 6th. Magic's happy to stand and bang. You wouldn't be seeing this against the guns, but a good read of Astralis' economy and investments. I say that as Device is just bopped Wonderful from the silo. I mean, he is one to watch, right? Blame and Device, we talked about it. Orp v Deagle, and Device has just laid him to rest.
That's an interesting beginning, but unfortunately they can't obviously pick up the AWP, so they're not going to have that kind of a luxury. A jump past Magic's, he reads it so well. He sees the first player is just looking straight down. He knows there's going to be way more coming, and Patsy's holding hell, so he's not in a lot of trouble right now. Glock at that range, not going to do anything at all.
Patsy's doing everything.
Yeah.
Blame wants to be the closer. Gets his util out, can have his crosshair and his gun on. And a nice... Magic's has fumbled. They can plant. They will.
Had such a long time to get that first one. I feel like that was...
They know
at least the second.
Yeah, definitely. Just I think he got a little bit rumbled there. Now they know there's one decon. They know there's one double doors. A magnificent angle from Chopper puts Zip on notice. And yeah, he will find the info. So they know this is where all 3 are.
Yeah, they do. And they have the smoke as well this time on the bomb, so they can put a lot of pressure on Device, though. With the organ now back to the Deagle. He's taking down Siren. It's all on Chopper. Suddenly the pressure is back on him. 1 versus 2. And how does he even get out here? He's got the kit, sure, but he has to walk into a crossfire. Device setting it up, and he's going to shut it down. Quad kill. That is magnificent.
Oh, a lovely close, but I want to see how it opened as well. Wonderful force to watch that whole round fall through their fingers. And Device with a quad kill as well. We were talking about the individuals having to step up. This is how the round started, and this is how he closed it. That was, I assumed he was scoping the speed by which he found Patsy on that ramp fight, but no. Just lovely Deagle body shots and the Org as well. A multi-kill from Device, and yeah, a sigh of relief from the AWPer. Does it on the lighter by. Let's see, Astralis, they managed to make a 6th. Out of nowhere, Buzz, he's been having nightmares about Patsy in this corner, but they're not expecting Wonderful as well. Oh, Patsy, 2 across the bow, a good spray back, but there's Device down. Wonderful brings the aggression yard, and Spirit immediately resuscitate Hope.
Yeah, this is sick. What a great hold from Spirit outside. And this could put some real pressure on Astralis now. This is really interesting. I wish we had more rounds in the first half because Sip trying to fight his way out. Oh, he's going to get shot in the back. The question, though, is when you know that there are that many people located to the yard outside early, because they've done it a couple of times now, if you really trust it, again, you could be incentivized to try and just hit somewhere else when they're all stacked out there. It's not obviously a surefire thing, but yeah, I wonder if they're going to feel, or they just end up being very slow and they have to use a lot of grenades because you can clear those corners with nades, but man, it's going to be a slower round if you do it.
Yeah, just some really nice aggressive mix-up from Spirit just as Astralis were riding that high of a force by. Flame out the door, aggressive, flashed in. He's going to lose his health to the nades. Well handled already by Spirit. The SMG not finishing its meal, and another meat grinder round as Astralis running out of players. Pace just not the name of their game. It's, I mean, far from it. Every time we've seen Astralis try and turn up the momentum and speed, it falls flat.
But also, if there had been 2 people dedicated to the yard out of the container in a round like this one, then Astralis just absolutely destroy it. So that might have been part of the calculation for them. It's kind of interesting. It feels like they're not necessarily far off of being able to. All they need is to win 1 of those opening kills. Yeah. It sounds ridiculous because now it's a 1 versus 5, so you think, well, that's just a one-sided victory for Spirit. But really, if Blamef comes through the smoke and just gets 1 shot on someone holding mini, it'll be very, very different.
Those are the nades.
Yeah,
so
sick.
Like, this is what I was talking about. You know, I said, like, Spirit say 1 word, and then their top defense kicks into gear.
Yeah.
Those nades completely counter the, I refer to it as the ROPS flash. You can see Device in jail.
Yeah. Why does he look so sad?
Let me out.
He's going to be there for another 35 seconds.
Yeah. Well, that gives us 35 seconds to talk about anything, Anders. If you could talk about anything for 30 seconds, what would it be? I'm ready to Google.
For 35 seconds? Yeah. I mean, something that I've been spending a lot of time looking into is just the slow evolution of the Unreal Engine.
Evolution of Unreal. I've
Unreal
seen
5.
They're using it now in cinema.
Yeah.
For these like dynamic, like they shoot it not on a green screen, but like a projected environment from an Unreal Engine.
I'd recommend people try and download it if they have any interest in anything like that. It's super fun to play around in. Yeah, it's free. And even crazier, they have this team of people that go around the world and they do like what are called mega scans. They scan buildings and rocks and trees and all different objects, and you can use them for free. And it's actually
like texture, real life texture.
Real life texture, and the model, the 3D model itself.
Oh,
it's
wow.
Yeah, it is unreal. So I've been spending some time in that. It's fun.
I saw some tech recently where you can basically 3D scan with your phone now. You just turn the torch on, you move around the object, and then you have the 3D model of whatever you've scanned.
Yeah, the model
that's
itself.
Cool. That's really cool.
The texturing part's going to be super tricky unless you have like insane lighting. I think lighting is always the problem when you try and do the tech. But yeah, it is. I mean, the technology is here, right? It's interesting.
And the game is here right now, right here, 7-6. Astralis probably not going to be too upset with a 6-round haul, considering they lost the pistol. You know, like that's already quite the achievement, finding a 4-round run at the start of this half. And yeah, let's get back into things and see if this half buy from Astralis can have anything of merit to discuss.
They need to find another situation like they did earlier, where they found that free bomb site down below and just it could kind of get the bomb down. That's a winning recipe.
A one tap onto Magix would work. Oh, actually he received one. Just a single bullet. Straight to the dome. Fortunately, he had his helmet on. And who else has got armor? Zip has, so he's going to be equipped now with the AK at full HP. But a nice dink, all the same. Magix repels, sends him back to lobby.
Yeah, round number 14 here. They've got Buzz. At least he's made it past that first corner where he keeps getting caught. So,
but Patsy's really conditioned him now. Like they're just expecting him around every corner.
They're super worried about it. And now Wonderful's going to be slowly walked in. Now, Device did beat him earlier with the Deagle. I think unlikely to happen again. Although the AK started to make its way there. Just a little bit exposed now to find the information. 50 seconds on the clock, and they've only seen one person at ramp. So, Spirit, they're a little bit anxious to find out where actually are they going to be showing up. Looks like it could end up with some sort of a B-split here, going ramp and then outside. But, I mean, it all depends on whether or not they can actually get past. Otherwise, there's no split at all.
Nice distraction. There goes the rifle with some destruction. But, yeah, I liked what Magix did there. Like, he was tracking it. And by the time he jumped off, he actually did the drop-off. Device had heard the drop and was looking at him as Patsy rounded the corner. Those are these little details where you can almost guarantee, like, an unfair fight.
Yeah.
You just make sure you draw their crosshair, you pull their information, or rather their attention elsewhere. And it's something that the best teams in the world are doing, like, you know, almost without thinking. It becomes just a part of their game. Through the repetitions. 8-6, last round of this first half. You can see the maps over in the top right side of your screen. Mirage is where Spirit have chosen to take it, and Ancient should be needed. I will also remind you that in the head-to-head, Astralis yet to post a map up against Spirit in this constellation of players. And Wonderful's going aggressive. See if Buzz is prepared for this kind of action. He's been caught out religiously by Patsy and Wonderful when they try these more aggressive endeavors.
And it's just cool to see Spirit, you know, flex their defense in a lot of different ways, right? They've had the almost 4-man stack at the A-bomb site. They've had these double setups outside. They're trying to stay just as random. It's obviously not random, but from Astralis' point of view,
dynamic.
Yeah, dynamic. Trying to make sure that they can't really guess what's going on. I will say this, I mean, I think 6 rounds on the T side, it means Astralis are going to be competitive no matter what, but Spirit, given how much they lost the economy battle at the beginning, it's kind of cool that they're up to 8 and could be 9. Of Buzz, though, getting some revenge.
Super brave. You know how quick Wonderful can hit those follow-up shots. It's one of his strengths, but yeah, Buzz actually re-peeks into where he got tagged from and will convert on the aggressive AWP. That's scary. Oh, Device spots out another. Aware Patsy's filling the void. Blame responsible for this. Look! And Chopper gives it to him. A 2-man advantage now for Astralis. They are walking wounded, but Zip down on his look. Patsy's so mobile. He's doing everything he can. He's showed his face yard. Now he goes and clears out ramp, but they're not fooled. They will once again return to ramp, and that's the gap. That is the gap. No one is down from Spirit. If they can just walk down that ramp, Device is investigating topside. He's going to die on a corner. Careful. Magix, free frag. And oh, they both go down. Okay, well, they wanted information, Anders, but now they've got a disadvantage in this one. Vents is wide open.
This is super tough. 2 versus 3 now. At least there are not that many nades left on the Spirit players, so there is a chance for Astralis.
No one goes Vents because they just don't know. But 2 ramp. No smoke, no molly.
No smoke, no molly, no nothing. Last grenades have been used by Astralis as well. And Spirit taking their time with this. This is a little bit interesting. Could give a chance now for the remaining Astralis players, instead of fighting, to play for time a little bit more. Oh, wow.
Oh,
Siren! He's been so good in this opening half. I think they should have it.
Oh, man. Man, that is cruel. Astralis, it was right there before them. A very late retake. Spirit, cool, calm, and calculated will be RB.
ain't gotta see the worth. Every situation different. Trust if you feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt. I remember back in apartments, humble beginnings what I start with. I'm still humble if you checking out my car 10. 2% we wasn't dancing like we Carlton. A product of the system living in our margins. Harvest all the planet, seeds I've been demanding. Trees taken for granted, faithless couldn't stand it. Standing on solid rock, now that's a firm foundation. We've been waiting and I'm praying we gon' make it. Face it, this year ain't even go the way we want it. Double jointed, two-faced, but now we on it. Seeing your true colors in this light and it's alarming. But God see the mess and he get clean it up with Charmin. Ooh, the boo-boo, ooh, the view. Watching God's playing like a show from Hulu. Who's who? Gon' see it as soon as the snow moves. We roll through, cause all you're together like pork stew. I can't miss, no Beverly, you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need a roll. P139, that's the word. This provision is precision, you ain't gotta see the worth. Every situation different. Trust if you feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt, see the glory in the hurt. See the glory in the hurt. Okay, by the still water, I'm playing this so sturdy. I don't need magic to know that he worthy. He coming with the beef with the ones who get jerky. And on the shoe, he in the clutch, Jamal Murray. His plan got a plan, you ain't stressing the thing. You need more than Golden State to put some stress on the king. I don't flex, I just take a step and Elohim do the rest. Please don't think it's sweet, he got his sword, it's for your chest. It's for your soul, you worry about the gold, you can only take it home. Where I'm from it's not here, so I leave it all alone. Get the lyrics out the spirit, then I put them in a poem. Talk to God, I'm on the phone. He said I need to trust. He be the anchor when the waves is too much. I gotta thank him cause his way is so tough. But his faith is so amazing, so my praise it go nuts. And my praise it go nuts.
Making magic when they need it most.
And we're back once again. It's Spirit versus Astralis. We are on Nuke, and absolutely everything is on the line. It's been pretty exciting so far. Not quite right down the middle, but enough for this to be competitive. 9 rounds for Spirit, 6 for Astralis, and now Astralis is going to be playing on the CT side, trying to see if they can win the pistol and just roll it on out from there. They're in a good position. I think everyone's kind of playing pretty well. Glaive had a bit of a rough beginning, I think, to this game in general. He's got up to 2 kills at the end of the half. Sip as well, but otherwise, everyone else is kind of showing up.
Yeah, we've had a couple of moments, definitely, of glory for both of the squads. Buzz's pistol, oh, that pistol. He got 4 and still didn't close it.
Yeah.
Let's see if Astralis can split the difference, get the pistol in the second half. The odds quite close. And oops,
no.
Clubbed his flash. That's going to make things easier for FORZE. As he's doing it again with the first. Device's turn. Oh, he's made a meal of that one. Does need to get out of dodge.
Where the bullet's going, Glaive?
Glaive.
They actually lost Device in the corner. Oh, but Blamer comes in to knock them out.
There's a lot of genuine passion coming out of these Astralis boys. I really think they've had a lot of team talks. It can always be very, imagine the human component of knowing what you're capable of and then not being able to show it. I imagine that that's quite difficult for the human mind to accept and to process. And so you can hear there's fire in the bellies of these guys. It's Device. I mean, it's Device that is really trying to keep the momentum on their side. They cannot give this one up, and they really shouldn't, considering we don't see a single penny invested by Spirit here. No bomb plant, very absence of anything.
I was thinking about this on the couch as well, because we were sort of talking a little bit about it, sort of the older guard of Astralis, maybe not quite living up to the hype. And I think it's probably something that's very interesting to dive into in the future. Something like, what does it feel like to be, let's say, like, it's going to be hard to say, but something like on the other side of the peak of your career, and then finding, like, what is the motivation now? If you're Sip and Glaive, like, you've won everything that possibly could be won. So you have to find something else to think about. Whereas if you're a team, if you're G2 right now, you think we need to win a major. Like, that's what we're going for. We're playing so the motivation is super clear. The goal is right there, and you kind of get that for free in when that's not the case. But for some of these players, it's got to be about something else. I mean, I think possibly stealing a little bit from Duncan here, but I think something like playing for Legacy is probably worth it.
It's just intangible, though. Yeah. That's the issue.
It is harder to do, for sure.
Like, playing for, you know, you can say those things, but you need to, you do need to set attainable goals. And I think that's just kind of a very universally good advice. Some people package it differently, and they get treated like gods, but yeah, you know, that's an important one.
True.
Set attainable goals. Oh my god, my king, my king!
Yeah, can I pay $50 for that advice, Alex?
I want to join your club.
Oh man.
Make your bed in the morning. Start with an achievement. Yeah, wow, oh god, I love you so much.
Subscriptions going on. Well, they lose Buzz at the start of the round, but Chopper and Siren have kind of got beat up too, so it wasn't completely for free. A lot of grenades expended really on all sides. Team Spirit have 2 flashbangs left. Hopefully they can actually get them through the ceiling this time.
That certainly would be a component of a successful start. But this is going to be a rather difficult one. I mean, they're going for this bonus, right? By virtue of going for 3 SMGs in the second, it does leave them in this kind of scenario where they hold on to them, and now it's against 5 rifles. Losing Buzz early is going to be a costly discrepancy. Device going looking for info, and with the MP9 as well, so...
Yeah.
This top hit, it's going to be brutal.
Doesn't that make you nervous seeing him out in the yard?
I'm nervous now for Glaive. Just throw it. Throw it. Throw it.
Oh, right there.
They can run it. They could. They don't. Oh, nice.
This is a sick smoke, though. 25 seconds. That's they have to. They have to make a choice.
Blame? Is he there?
He is close enough. But oh, well, he's actually really far back.
Okay. So they're going to consider him. Oh, they're doing the heaven wrap. Blame F in the dream scenario. 1, 2, 2.5. Wonderful's alive, and he is going to plant in time. That's a whole ring around the rosy. Siren's got you rotate, and now his only device.
Nope, that was the grenade on Wonderful. They blew him up. They stopped the bomb plant, Alex. Oh no, we need the replays.
I'm sorry. I actually have like a face like a slapped ass right now. What just happened? I thought they got the bomb down. Where did Zip throw that from?
No
So Blame
way.
does this. Don't forget, Wonderful nearly dies, right? He has to take the safe, no full damage route, and there it is. So Zip, on his ascent up the vent, just before Siren kills him, he just throws it and wins the round with it. That's peculiar. That's unique. That is a fingerprint of Counter-Strike right there.
What a replay.
Nice catch, guys. Very cool. Oh, well, Astralis, maybe the stars have aligned. Maybe there is some witchcraft and wizardry at play. What an aid from Zip.
Has to be. I can't believe it. I also in the back of my mind, I was so sure he was planting for such a long time. I was past that moment. I was like, yeah, the bomb is planted.
Yeah, we cut away. Now we're worried about the retake. Nope.
It's all good.
Nope. God.
That's a curious round in like 10 different ways. Also, how did Blamev know? And then, but also with the rest of the A defense had already fallen back down. It's crazy. That could change this entire map completely. Wonderful, though. Important refrag coming through on a sip.
Chopper wants to test him. He's coming to Device. He's showed the AWP. And Chopper meets the AWP. Device hands it to him, and now that's surely enough to keep him trapped. I say trapped. Siren is there.
You,
Deve.
What's going on? Oh no! Why has he lost his mind? What is he doing? He's picked up.
Over to you, Anders.
I don't want it.
Okay, I'll take it. 3v3.
I need a moment. Well, Blamef might bring it back.
This is cool.
He could rescue this mission.
This is very cool.
I'll say this, though. You see the power of repositioning in the kill against Chopper, because Chopper is mentally not aware at all. And I'm guessing Device is thinking, it worked once, I'm going to keep doing it, and they just will never expect it, which kind of makes sense, but also you just did turn it into a 3-on-3. Blamef, though, shooting Patsy in the back. That's a huge kill for if you have to retake the B-bomb site, which they probably will have to here. You don't want somebody lurking around in lobby. So now they could be focused on this lower part. They don't have to worry about any backstabs going into it.
Okay, smoke on Blame. If they can isolate the 1v3, like the AWP is not going to be able to knock you off the defuse. And so Wonderful Vern Siren there close by, and a good headshot, one trade. That's Buzz! Who else but Buzz? As once again he's there to the rescue. The close with the double.
And that door swinging open gives him, you know, an extra millisecond to just continue that spray. That was super well done. Huge round, very, very important. And obviously, yeah, you see, he's like, oh, wait a minute.
Here you come.
Something is up. That's well done. Yeah, but the two opening kills for Device are kind of that's one of the reasons why Device is a hard player to play against. Because the first one is pretty standard, but the move up again into Chopper, you could see he actually gets killed with a Molotov in hand.
Right.
Because he's expecting to put pressure on Device, which he thinks is really far back. He's like, I'll push it back with the Molotov.
Well, because they just killed the ramp player, and then they were sitting there, and Device has got in the feed. You were expecting that AWP to be go immediately upon finding that frag, backyard, back up the ladder.
Yeah.
Staying hellside. He actually advances into ramp, catches Chopper unawares, and I think at that point, you're right, he got that kind of sense of, well, they're definitely not coming ramp now.
Yep.
I can go grab that Siren, though, with some patience, and it did get rewarded. We're just fixing a little bit of a tech hitch there, making sure Hallie's microphone is working and heard. Spirit coach Hallie. Astralis, though, I mean, off the back of a 9-6 half, we talked about the 6-round haul being something they'd be proud of, considering the absence of a one pistol. They did convert in the second, and that force buy war that put Spirit in a big hole, right? You talked about it. It was a risk-reward,
Yes.
and they reaped the risk. As it was, we had 4 in a row from Astralis, but either way, a good T-half, and now they've built upon it with 4 off the rip in this second half. It's a tech pause. I want to remind you, no players can talk, so just kind of sitting in silence while we account on our referee getting real under the desk. He's getting into the matrix now.
Yeah. Hopefully the
See you later.
Cable management is under control.
He's gone to Narnia. He's just hanging out with Aslan, asking Mr. Tumnus for a microphone change.
This isn't nearly as bad. I used to work in sort of like a semi-IT support kind of job.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, like phones, or were you there in person?
Well, we did a bunch of things, basically. But I was like the guy who just got sent out to different companies that have problems. And one of the worst things is when you have a client that has a problem with like a network printer. Because all printer problems are just a pure nightmare.
I swear that's all voodoo. It's all voodoo.
Drivers, everything. But the worst thing is obviously if you show up in the server room and it's just a mess. Like none of the cables are laid. You have no idea where anything is, and you have to spend like the first hour just even figuring out what's going on.
I had a period. Oh, Zip has got an interesting strategy. He's like, oh crap, some people are watching. I'm a gamer. But what I was going to say was the cable management. I used to I've never been good at it, but I always appreciate it as an art form. I think there were subreddits where it's just like cable management, and it's like server admins flexing their like stacks and how they've done the cables. It can really look beautiful.
It can.
It really can. And I think when I have a proper, a home to call my own, the first thing I'm going to do is do like the geeky cable management. I'm talking holes in walls.
Hire somebody to do it.
There's professionals.
I don't know, but maybe you could.
Yeah.
I feel
actually,
like
I wonder if there is. Professional cable management. Let's have a look.
Is it possible?
Yeah.
But you can buy these really great strips that allows you to like tie all the cables together and everything, and they can easily be undone. Oh, Wonderful's hammering them. All right, he's back. So
there's a lot of people, a lot of companies that are running like, what do you call it? Like they sell hardware to manage your cables. But, look at that stuff, Anders. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Look how pretty. Ooh,
yeah.
Ooh.
That makes you happy, right?
It does. It's all color-coded. Everyone knows where everything goes.
Yeah, this could be like the advice we were talking about earlier, manage your cables at home,
Yeah.
Sign up to my newsletter so I can tell you more about that.
Cables mismanaged? Sign up today and set attainable goals.
I will say this though, I had a stream at home of I wanted my monitors, on my wall, so with no stand underneath.
Yeah.
And then I wanted as many of the cables as I could to kind of disappear behind the monitors.
It's crazy the difference a monitor arm makes.
Yes.
Like, once I did it, I couldn't go back, just because I can have my keyboard straight under it.
It's so nice.
Oh, it's lovely.
It really is. That is the future, guys. Definitely be doing that. Well, we're getting a real technical timeout.
Might be time for me to pull out my fun facts.
You've got fun facts?
Oh, I have too many fun facts. Fun Fact Sunday, we call this one.
That's a good way to spend some time. Who doesn't like a fun fact?
Like, as opposed to like, a boring fact, a sad fact. These are fun facts.
I'm sure if you Google boring facts, I'm sure they actually do exist, so.
Have you heard of trypophobia?
I think it might be wrong. Is it like people who don't like sort of certain sensations of touch?
No, this is the one where it's like the closely packed holes, like lots of holes, like like the poppies, dried poppies and stuff like that.
All right.
Yeah, freaks people out. Did you know that the Spice Girls were originally called Touch? I didn't know.
Nowhere near as cool.
Spice Girls way cooler.
As a personal fan of the Spice Girls, I have got to say that wouldn't have been nearly as fun.
Wow, this is an important one. It's illegal to own just one guinea pig in Switzerland because it's considered
they are social
abuse.
animals. Yeah.
Yes, they
That's
get lonely.
True. Yeah.
Maybe that we should say, I mean, humans are social animals too. Why do we have laws against the guinea pigs, but we don't have, something to remedy the loneliness of the human condition?
Can't own humans either, Alex. That is in fact illegal.
No, I'm aware of that, but I was talking less about ownership, more about maybe we should look after the people that are, alone. I saw an amazing one where the Dutch actually have a whole village that's dedicated to dementia Alzheimer's patients, but it's like a full operational village. All the carers work in the shops, work in the pubs.
Oh, okay.
And essentially, you can live a normal life, you have your own home, etc. But everyone around, all the staff are the NPCs.
The Dutch, you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that idea. That's really cool. Do you know what baby rabbits are called?
No.
Kits.
Kits with a T or a D?
Straight K. Okay. K-I-T-S.
Okay. All right. That's not bad. Well, if we're talking about animal facts, I'm sure I've said this before, but the platypus?
Perry
the platypus?
I'm aware.
They close their eyes when they hunt. They live in Australia. They close their eyes when they hunt, hunt in muddy rivers. They can't see anything.
So how do they see?
Well, so they have their beak is kind of rubbery, and they have receptors on their beaks. Some of them are mechanical, and some of them are electrical, and some of them are both mechanical and electrical.
All on their duck's beak?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then they move their beak in this rhythm like a radar dish, and then they can sense, they hunt for shrimp, they can sense the electrical impulse of the shrimp, and then they calculate the difference between that and the movement of the water, and that's how they do it. And now we're back into it. Enough about the platypus. Oh, Glaive!
It's over. So the platypus, it can sense with its beak.
Yes,
and,
it creates basically same with a bat that just does it with echolocation. It does echolocation, but with mechanical.
With 3 different sensors.
It's super sick. Glaive is doing something that's sick. He's really been on a pause for this game. I'm sure he's been doing a lot of other things in terms of calling and figuring stuff out, but it's got to be feeling good for him personally to just be like, yes, this actually worked.
And I do think it's super worth noting that this is Spirit off a long tech pause, then getting their mics unmuted going. Pop top, they wanted to turn up the momentum and go for something quick. So I mean, they've still got 8Ks into this one, right? They just wanted to go for something to kind of catch Astralis off guard. Didn't work, but it was interesting nonetheless. And now we're back into the nitty gritty. Everyone's got everything.
Astralis with a 2-round lead.
Is no one ramped? Yeah, Zip's very late to it. So the smoke's been up and he's assuming they've respected it. He'll throw out a second. Interesting approach here from Astralis. So as time fades or wanes, that smoke will hold them at bay. Zip got a nade with Siren's name on it. He's safe from it.
Yeah, he's going to be just fine. And there's still plenty of time left here.
So top util, but where do you want to go after this? We're at that minute mark. Feels like a top hit. Glaive unloads his mag, gets nothing. And now they go. Now they go on the reload. Down towards the T-vent and a boost. Oh. Glaive's not going to be ready for this. They know he's close. What a shot onto Buzz. And still no response from Astralis.
Glaive's going to be wondering, where are they? They just boosted. Oh. He's almost got that kill. 40 seconds left, but he is caught mid-reload. Sip is going to get blown up. This is nothing like the defense. If you contrasted what Spirit were doing, Astralis would have never been allowed to stand inside of the smoke and boost like that. They would have got blown up.
Yeah, the double Spirit nade is exactly the rock, paper, scissors that they were missing. They just didn't have it.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoe, apparently.
Shoe, it haunts me.
Like, it keeps you up at night, doesn't it?
Just you think he's spent his whole life getting away with that.
I know.
Saying rock, paper, scissors, shoe. And everyone else was saying shoot, but he didn't quite differentiate, and it took it up until this moment yesterday for Maui Snake to realize that no one's throwing a shoe into the rock, paper, scissors universe.
It's called rock, paper, scissors for a reason.
He's fine.
Yeah. That, in some ways, this is kind of a lazy call for Spirit, but I'm not criticizing them. I'm saying they sort of showed up at ramp and they were like, wow, there's a lot of smokes here.
Yeah.
I guess we'll go back to B. And then somehow that worked. But this is cool though. A very, very cool thing. And it shows you just if you put a little bit too little pressure on that squeak door position, they just give just enough space. Yeah. and they'll use it.
It's something that became very vogue with Furious, Luke. In the absence of taking all that yard pressure, they would find it through these like kind of late, like you saw that was about a minute mark. They re-smoke, they re-flash, and they go. And you can see it from Glaive's POV, like he was just not expecting a whole body through the squeaky door after his initial spray. Device has been dispatched to set up for ramp. It seems that Spirit have intentions towards it.
Yeah, should allow them for a stronger defense elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, Device doesn't need to move his crosshair, but he has gone wide. Oh, lots of action here for Device. He's overwhelmed, needs to get out. Does dink one with a Tech 9, that's nice. Still contributes.
Talk about optimizing a really bad position. You're like, I'm escaping, but before I do, I'm just going to send some bullet this way. blameF against Patsy.
That's quite a nice head-to-head.
Really well. Yeah, it is. They're both going to be really powerful.
Oh, he gets info as well. Patsy calls 2 yard.
Yep. And they know that Device has fallen back down, so that's about 60% of the team are more or less accounted for. So if they were in a position to jump on something, then yeah, now would be the time to do it. Molotov goes up, try and buy a little bit of time. Speaking of which, only 40 seconds for Glaive. This is looking a lot better right now. They're in trouble. All of them very low on health. blameF's going to pick up Siren, and again, Glaive could be... Oh, the communication. He had a teammate covering him, and Glaive this time will be able to defend. Back to the 2-round lead. I thought he was reloading again to die, but I'm sure that his teammate would have called it out, saying, I've got you, just do the reload. I've got this side covered. Wow.
See this one again. This is the dink. I mean, yeah, I think the word choice of optimizing.
Yes.
Exactly what Device was doing there. Very cool. You know, so you see most players that it's panic stations. When you hear like multiple boots, you've missed your AWP shot. It's like that's over.
You're just
for you.
happy to
It's
escape.
over for you. But switching to the Tech 9, using that extra frame, it put a lot of Spirit's plans into disarray with Magic's low. Then we saw the initial chip damage of that spray, the spray from Glaive, and at that point they were just lucky to be alive. It's 10 to 12. Aren't we all lucky to be alive? Huh? You only get one of these. May as well enjoy it.
Yeah.
Unless you believe in reincarnation. You want to be like a squirrel or something?
I mean, I think none of this is real anyway.
None of this is real.
But I'm glad to be here. I think we all chose to be here anyway. So I trust that it all makes sense.
I'll tell you what doesn't make sense to me. Like, I don't think I'm smart enough to understand it when people say it. But people say, like, we're all the universe experiencing itself. And I just go, well, that means nothing to me. I'm trying as hard as I can. I need to do some more psychedelics, maybe.
That's basically what I think is happening. I think I can.
You can?
I think I can explain it easly.
Okay.
It's an easy idea, but it's kind of cool, Makes me happy at any rate to think about.
Yeah, Mr. Universe. All of us.
Round number 23. And Buzz... finding a shot outside. He's got 17 kills. Look at this young kid. I mean, this is really impressive.
It is. And I mean, clearly they saw something in him. Device specifically playing with him and seeing what he had to offer. And he's holding his own. He's at the top of the scoreboard with Blame and Device. He could be that third prong here to take Spirit down. And for the first time for Astralis in this constellation, Magic's to be found. Yeah, has he been heard? Oh, look at this from Buzz. Buzz delivers. And Glaive does not. Nice from Wonderful. Tagged up, though. And Zip, a headed chopper. A pristine headshot puts them into a 2v2. They're on notice now.
I feel like that might have been a mistake for Zip. That's a 2-on-3. No bomb plant. They got about 30 seconds. If you keep pushing, all you're going to be doing is potentially giving them what just happened, a straight headshot, although it looks like blameF is in a perfect position. Oh! Chopper, how did he get the kill? Third one for him in the round. Device jumping down, but he's caught midair, blown up by Wonderful. I need that replay right now.
Chopper and Wonderful, both just looking like sharp shooters in that round. Every advantage in the world for Astralis. And Chopper finding these headies. Bay, let's go.
This is ridiculous too. He actually tried.
Oh, you'd think Device, especially because they were both quite low. That Tech 9, if he got his boots back on the ground, could have been something special.
I think, though, we talked about this on the couch. This is one of those rounds where I think the communication for Astralis in the past, I don't think they would have kept being that aggressive in the 2-on-3. I feel like all of the pressure in terms of time is on Spirit. Easy kill.
That's a nice opener. It's becoming more and more popular, these AWPers. Posting up on that hut angle, this time Wonderful, unprepared. And look at Device, he's staying so mobile, so limber and dynamic. He has been dismounted by the flashbang. He'll fire off the shot. And that will perhaps get Patsy's plans a little slow. Still moving on that smoke wall, this standoff between Patsy and Blame.
Yep. All right, They have not that many more nades to throw outside either on the Spirit side, so they got to be super careful. I think it's one of the grounds somewhere. But if they want to recommit to that wall outside, then that's all the smokes they have pretty much.
Device holding that top site. The loss of Wonderful still reverberating in this round, and they are going to try and test ramp, Zip. I mean, he needs one here, right?
Yeah, this is interesting though. Normally there's a second player here, but they just boosted him and left him alone, and this is very, very awkward.
Oh, that's not fun for Zipex. Advantage squandered. Buzz has rotated through. He's going to be the early warning system, but he's worried about ramp, and rightfully so. No one can stop Siren. And Device not clearing his corners. They both go down, and this one is a round Astralis would like to forget. As it's all gone down. Patsy does meet Blame, but yeah, the damage is done. The round is won.
Yeah, obviously, but the MP9 is not that bad of a weapon. I think you're absolutely right. One kill for Sip there would have changed a lot. Secondarily, I think also the problem was Buzz had no head armor, so the Galil that he gets peeked by just instant taps him, and that does make a little bit of a difference. So unfortunate, but not for Spirit.
So why am I the universe, Anders?
Why are you the universe?
Because we're all particles and we're all constantly just
Well, think of it differently. Think of it, imagine if you could put on a VR headset and experience someone else's life. And let's
right, like Roy in Rick and Morty.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly like that. And also let's pretend that when you're there, you don't even know that's happening, right?
Yeah.
But then why just experience one life? Like, if you have the technology, you might as well experience all the lives all at once. You're getting way more experience.
Everything, everywhere, all at once.
I haven't seen the movie, so I don't know.
No, I was just using the title.
Okay.
But yeah.
Well, that's so. Then, yeah. So if you were the universe, why not just make yourself into many small pieces and have a lot of experiences? Yeah, try all of it. It's a good idea. And you don't even know it, so it feels really real.
I'm with you. And I guess the universe doesn't have to worry about, the people with the bad spawns, like in the same way, like, say, all loving God would.
No, because it's all experiences, yeah.
It's every experience.
Yeah, you got all the bad, all the good, and everything in between. Well,
it's a good round, isn't it?
I obviously can't prove it's true, just in case anyone's wondering.
No, we're not. This isn't about evidence and mass statements of fact. This is much more about just trying to understand what people are saying when they mean, or what people mean when they say that.
Yeah. But this round is done.
Cool.
Yeah. Bombs down. Spirit not really hesitating at all. Also means they're taking the round lead, Alex. They were up to 13.
It seems like both of the teams' rounds that they've been winning have been like very cut and dry.
Yeah.
There hasn't been too many rounds where it's like it's up for debate. It's usually determined by opening kills. And as I say that, I'm actually going to have a look at opening duels. Wow, Device 4-0 in opening duels. So he's bloody hell. That can't be right.
Are we being lied to?
I don't know. Buzz, look, it says he's been taken part in 14 opening duels. And he's lost 11 of them. Excuse me, 15 opening duels, and he's lost 11 of them. That's a large number. I'd say the same. That it seems.
Yeah, but he was entering that on Yard in that first half, so that kind of makes sense.
Kinda. Magic's 4-11 as well.
Yeah.
His counterpart in that respect. We got pace. Okay, charging. Device. What can you do? Attack to Wonderful. Does get away, but ramp is lost. Rotation through. You can see Zipex. He's going to be has to be hesitant about this. They got two holding from the hell.
That's okay though. Losing ramp is not really a big deal. They can definitely make it back from this, although they do need somebody else. Buzz is starting to make his way down to join Device.
He was.
Oh, he was.
Doubt. Oh, Device got so much to do now.
This is really tough. If you get a first kill here, then at least maybe they go for the retake, but Smoke is up and the timing is not with him. He's going to go back and just see more gray screens. All right. Magic's, he's tagged on through, but the bomb is going to be planted. That lineup is not going to be working, so now it's super difficult choice to be made here for Astralis. You could make a real argument that they just save from here on out, because they don't have the money to lose everything, and Spirit are going to get to 15 if they lose all these rifles.
Yeah, Nate's going to be doing very little just to take Glaive down to 30.
I don't like this.
I don't like the retake. It's going to be so hard to get in. Bomb's already half gone. We still have 5 alive for both sides, and as I say that, Astralis do put the pedal to the metal and nothing to report. Everything gone, and that's very, very scary for Danish fans around the world as Astralis swallow their pride, and 14 already down the gullet. This 15th is nearly a certainty with what they've got, and yeah, they are going to call a timeout. They're third just to try and talk this one out, but that came too easy. And you're right, Anders, that conversation, you can understand why Astralis felt compelled to give it a look in, but it's not easy.
Feels really bad to call a save in a 5-on-5, but I think this is a time to do it. And yeah, they're in a lot of trouble right here. Gotta say though, from Spirit's point of view, it really has been a lot of no-nonsense Counter-Strike coming out from them on the T side. They crack the opening on ramp. They don't think, ooh, let's do like a really elaborate thing where we leave someone in ramp and we rotate back to lobby, or we go outside and we do like all this. They're like, all right, we got ramp, we have all the grenades, we're just gonna smoke out the bomb site and plant the bomb, and that's it. It's very straightforward, but it's working very well at the moment. So I like to see it.
Did you know?
Go on.
That nutmeg is a hallucinogen.
I did. Yeah.
That's interesting.
You're not wrong.
Mother Earth. What we got here, Magix? A quick one. And he's straight out. Yeah, oh, Buzz. Another opening death for him as he gets ripped out of the server. This round is as quick as you like already. The round is Spirits.
It's very straightforward, but again, it's a perfect round to call this in. You know they're not going to be any Molotovs down. You know they can't have the grenades to stop you. So the real danger is if there's some crazy, 5-man stack going on, and there wasn't.
I want to know your opinion on this, because I've only seen Spirit doing it, where they regularly boost someone on this box so that they can have the element of surprise on the headshot for your Heaven player.
Yeah, that's sick.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It does seem to be something of a Spirit design, but they're very stubborn about it, and I've yet to see it like pop off. I can imagine a universe where there's like those 2-3-man Heaven retakes, and you just catch them while they're pulling out nades and think they're safe.
I think just an enormous amount of Counter-Strike, especially at a really high level, is about offsetting your opponent's expectations, right? Like it could be timing or it could be position like this. Just everyone on some level has an internal movie playing in their head about what is just about to happen, and if that movie fits with reality, so if you think, okay, I'm going to walk around this corner and I'm going to find 3 people, if that's true, you're going to be in a much better position to fight those 3 people. But if you walk around the corner and it's all 5, or if you walk around a corner and there's nobody there, then it takes like a second for your brain to say, well, hold on, I was sure this
new
was
game plan.
What's going on? So I think in that little space is where there's so much interesting stuff happening.
Well, they need 3 in a row. This is Astralis' pick, trying to whip out the nuke, and their CT side's been rumbled in the last run. 5 in a row from Spirit. It was 12-10.
Yeah, this is a very, very impressive run that they're on at the moment. Astralis now fighting for overtime on nuke, which they could get to. They at least have some rifles in this one, but yeah, Spirit just look rock solid again.
Diagonal wall erected. Zip, he's considering an information push towards the lobby. That's interesting call, and yeah, Magix. Wow, ready for Buzz, but Glaive will trade.
What just happened?
But now the whole squad, surely. Like, as soon as any sound cue is given, that's if a sound cue is given.
Who think Magix to begin with? And was it Buzz? I really need the replay. I'm so confused. How did he reacted so quickly?
He did. Really well played, but yeah, lobby lost. So now Spirit are in the dark. They don't know how much lobby's been taken. They're worried about their flank. There could be someone silo, T-roof. Patsy's the one that's dispatched, though, to go look. And I'm not sold on Device in dark. It's great for the decon fight, but Glaive's there too. Oh, Glaive was there too. Now Device's position could have some legs. Blame's got a nice hidey hole and does catch Chopper. Wonderful's going to be worried about that as well. Okay, Wonderful punishes Blame for the lazy clear.
25 seconds, but they have Molotovs. If he fires the orb, okay, he's going to escape, because that's a really bad corner to be in when they have those nades. 18 seconds, he's got to be careful. He could get shot at the back at any moment when they make their way through the window. Down to 13 seconds, Alex.
Device. This is really chaos. He's going to catch it. Oh! Wonderful was there, but Siren does find him just in the nick of time. He repositioned for the plant. He got time? Yeah, just enough, as that is it. Nuke falls away from Astralis. A high-octane game. Spirit, though, they remain untouchable for Astralis. That was their pick. That was probably the best showing we've seen. You know, if you consider how close some of these games have been. Spirit versus Astralis becoming a bit of a rivalry. Astralis yet to break through. It's the first time we've seen them play Nuke. We do get to see 2 more maps if they can voice the concerns on Mirage, though. As we take a quick break, we'll be back to continue the series in a minute.
Par mes lacunes, j'en oublie mon potentiel. Je suis pas seul mais solidaire. Ils disent que je suis tête en l'air. C'est parce que je vise pas dans le ciel. J'oublie tout ça et je m'envole au loin. Si tu me suis, prends-moi par la main. Je te promets des mélodies dans la tête, des délires au coin du feu. Viens, on quitte ce monde de fou. Oublie tout ça, envole-toi au loin. Je te suis, prends-moi par la main. Je te promets tout, tiendra le coup. Je te connais trop. J'oublie tout ça et je m'envole au loin. Si tu me suis, prends-moi par la main. Je te promets des mélodies dans la tête, des délires au coin du feu. Viens, on quitte ce monde de fou.
Trying to live it, part of me is tired of living. I'm just saying how I feel. Y'all be out front feelings. Big money, little money, whatever make your day sunny. I'ma get it how I want it. Turning 50s into hundreds, turning hundreds into G's into M's. Who are you? Where my friends? I ain't asking new ones. If valet parked, it is the blue one. Trying to make moves and we could do some. Expand this life and feel a newness. See, this world is all the future. Stay up on the block, they probably shoot you. Either from the cops or someone just as ruthless. From the top down, can I live? Just wanna ride in the sun with a top down, seat back, one arm on the wheel, like knowledge and pack, no worries at all. Last night had it all, today we gon' ball. Sorta like, say it how you feeling right now, say it how you say it. Show me how I look in your heart. Better look amazing, better look amazing, better look amazing right now. Say it how you feeling right now.
Making magic when they need it most.
Well, as the story would be told, it is Team Spirit over the top of Astralis in our opening map, Nuke.
Yeah.
It did deliver a little bit. You know, it did have some high
It had some fun moments.
It was cut and dry, don't you think? I mean, like, definitely every time the round went Astralis' way, it was very clear it was going Astralis' way. Up for debate more often than not.
More often than not.
More often than not. There was one round, and we're going to highlight it here. I want to give production a heads up right here, right now. I'm not going to move over to the station just yet.
Okay.
But at some point throughout the segment, we will be moving over. I want to say we, I mean me, to show everybody something at home.
Okay.
Now, when I do move over there, I want production to have worked out a really hype. No, like, what do you think, Trace?
Like a frag movie
I'm feeling
type
like
thing?
an Eolithic.
Yeah. So turn Prodigy on and just run the thing. You know
what I'm talking about? With the back of warehouse, and they get in front of him and spam him down, and then the grenade comes into ramp room. Whoosh. We're going to need that. I'm going to need some epic music soon. But I think Astralis, the Force Fight was early, right? Device had some good moments in those early stages. Buzz again on that pistol, bro.
I know, mate, actually robbed. But not even actually.
He gushed him.
Yeah, but it was long range as well. Like the fact that Siren, I know, now in hindsight, being 2020, I can sit there and go, just play for the sound, you know, like especially with the damage inflicted. But I also I can understand why he wanted to get a little bit of an idea of where Siren's coming from. You know, you can't fault it.
What do you two make of them getting quite loud, right? Astralis, we've all seen Glaive getting fired up and everything, right? But what I was so it was coming from Buzz and Device a lot. It seemed like that. It feels like they've come into today knowing, hey, we need to lift these energy levels, and that seems to be one way they're doing it.
I think one testament there is if your Device, you're not only loud outside of the server, but in the server he was also doing the same thing.
Yeah,
right?
but it's just a curious thing to see Device being the one as component of that. Right? But then if I look at the other members, Blame's not going to be like that. Zip's not. Well, Blame will be if he does something crazy, right? But otherwise, in terms of for the team overall, I feel that it's not going to come from Zip, and Glaive needs to focus on leading. And the two of them had a rough bloody match as it was. So it's just a curious one here, because this was Astralis' pick. We got Mirage up next. I think with the kill disparity here, this is where impact of frags does say a lot. But yeah.
And you do like to, we were looking at the numbers, right? The disparity in say, frags in this department and with these players versus, say, your Device, even a Buzz, who I think
hold
was in there.
Hold up. Screw all this. I heard you. We got 4 minutes.
Yeah, get over there.
Let me do this clip. I hope this music is ready. I hope this music is ready and ready to go over here.
Super hype, right?
This is the most hype round in that whole map that's just gone on just there, guys. So I need you guys. Now, what we've done here is I've got Anders here. I don't know if he knows what he's here for. He's not really here for anything. Let's jump into this clip right here. Let's show everybody at home right now. We're going to be playing this one initially at 1/4 speed, and then we'll be slowing it down to 6%. So if we could, I want to start playing. I want to start playing, but I have to wait.
Touchdown.
I need to wait. I need him to put it on the screen. And there it is. Here we go. So this is a 1/4 speed here.
Look at the time on the bomb.
Yeah.
5.
I want the music ASAP. I want the music right now. I need the music. Here we go. Oh, it's a bit more up-tempo than I thought, but that's all right. Here it is, sailing through the sky, on its way. 3, 2, 1. Wonderful, goes down. But wait, there's more. 6%. We're doing it again. We're doing it on extra slow-mo. Check this out. Watch the pin from the nade.
Yeah.
It's in air. You'll see it. It'll be in the air for a period of time. Zip up the ladder. 4 seconds. The bomb's getting planted. The comms are there. The pin. You're about to see it come flying off of the nade here. It's going to come flying off. There it is. Look at it. Look at it fly. And here's the nade. Sailing. This is actually Zipper's crosshair because I have him on Steam, friends.
Just as he releases it.
Look at it. Look at it oscillating. Just spinning.
Now, can you pause it right here, Chad?
I can pause it.
All right. So obviously in this moment, there's no way that the planner has any idea, right?
No idea. We have it from the planner's POV.
Heat-seeking missile right
Check
here.
this out. We got it from the planner's POV after this one here. Look at it. Look at this bad boy. He's never been on more of an honest mission, this HE. This is what his life has completely revolved around here. Bang! Wait. Try it again.
Wait.
Bang! And finally, wonderful. This is from his perspective. 10 seconds. He's up the ladder. Blame's taken 2. Patsy and Magic's are down. The trade is there. The headshot comes
4
in.
HP.
8 seconds. He needs to stick the landing on the drop. Otherwise, the crater will come on.
And Blame
through.
F is saying, he stinked.
And he's dropping. He's landed. He's punching in the digits, boys. Don't you worry about that. 5. If the clock's about to tick down to 4. The plant's coming in here. That's a 7. That's a 3. That's a 5. That's a 5. The digits, the 6. A 0, an 8, the 10. You think the bomb's down. You think it's down. And that was it. That was the most exciting round in the whole map.
And it was a very confusing moment for us all when we were like, I think Blame's not done enough. Actually, he did exactly enough.
He did exactly enough.
Yeah, just the right amount of damage.
Exactly.
And well played to Zip. I mean, that's the play of a veteran right there.
You playing 52-car pickup?
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
I think it's Cowboys and Germans is the game. But yeah,
okay.
Same thing, really.
But I don't know that one.
No,
but
I'll teach you about it another time.
Pickup.
Yeah, so do you think there's something to pick up here for Mirage?
No, I think it's going to stay an untarnished record for Spirit against Astralis here. I think they're going to 2-0 this now that we move on to Mirage here. I think that where they're able to get through with look, it wasn't a comfy game. They had to work for it. There were moments, some good impact from Chopper. I think it'll be a close match again, if I'm going to be honest. I think it'll be another 16-10, 16-12.
Okay. So just about on the fringe, but not really at the same time?
I think this is Spirit series today, and then they play Liquid again later today, which should be a bit of a banger of a matchup.
And still, someone has to walk out of here sad, because it is the last day of Group D, which ultimately means we need to go to a break to get our next matchup started. My name's Trace, and we're definitely far from the space.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Okay, body still water, I'm playing this so sturdy. I don't need magic to know the keyword. He coming with the beef for the ones who get jerky. And on the shoe, he in the clutch, Jamal Murray. His plan got a plan, you ain't stressing the thing. You need more than Golden State to put some stress on the king. I don't flex, I just take a step and Elohim do the rest. Please don't think it's sweet, he got his soul, it's for your chest. It's for your soul, you worry about the goal, you can only take it home. Where I'm from, it's not here, so I leave it all alone. Get the lyrics out the spirit, then I put them in a poem. Talk to God, I'm on the phone. He said I need to trust. He be the anchor when the waves is too much. I gotta thank him cause his way is so tough, but his faith is so amazing, so my praise it go nuts, and my praise it go nuts. Can't miss, no Beverly, you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need a roll. P139, that's the word. This provision is precision, you ain't gotta see the worth. Every situation different. Trust if you're feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt, see the glory in the hurt.
Give me the money, give me the loot, give me the racks. Give me the hundreds, give me the skrilla, give me the stacks. Give me the bread, give me the cheese, give me the cash. Give me the feta, give me the cheese, give me the bag. Yeah, I want it, give me the bag. Yeah, I need it, give me the bag. I be on it, give me the bag. Yeah, I see it, give me the bag. Ain't no stopping, give me the bag. I'ma make it, give me the bag. If you got it, give me the bag. I'ma take it, give me the bag. Yeah, I want it, give me the bag. Yeah, I need it, give me the bag. I be on it, give me the bag. Yeah, I see it, give me the bag. Ain't no stopping, give me the bag. I'ma make it, give me the bag. If you got it, give me the bag. I'ma take it, give me the bag. Now give me that, come up off that, cause I want that. You can see that, I'ma need that. Show me where the cheese at, where you keep that. I ain't looking for no feedback. Just the G's, man. You should know that I'm a glutton for money, cash. Though if you got it, pass that over to me, cause if I want it fast. I'm slacking them dollars. You know what I'm about, plus I be popping them collars. We in and we out. I got confessions and obsessions for getting the bag. Here's a lesson, just stay flexible when getting the stag. I want the 10s, 20s, 50s, 100 and more. But you should already know, because you said it before. Give me the money, give me the loot, give me the racks. Give me the hundreds, give me the skrilla, give me the stacks.
Making magic when they need it most.
And we're back again. It is the second map here. We've got Astralis and Spirit, and now I've got Maui and I've got Swisher with me. It's great. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, thank you. Swisher and I were teammates, actually. We were playing for Peaker's Advantage. We had Davey on the roster. I think we had Cutler.
Yep.
Who was our fifth?
Ultra.
Ultra, the GOAT.
Yep.
Why do you have Davey on? That seems like a mistake.
Yeah, no, he was for brand value, name value.
Love Davey.
A lot of lulz. No, Davey's great. But yeah, Swisher, you played Astralis on this map, Mirage, and you took him down. Let us know what went into that. What was the prep like?
Our T prep was mainly just stopping their mid control.
Okay.
We basically, from the demos we watched, we could see that they really can't handle mid aggression very well.
Okay.
So we were kind of heavy fighting them mid a lot, and honestly finding Blame a lot in con and taking him out, and that was kind of threw up their entire CT side.
I remember you particularly were killing him above smokes multiple times.
Yep.
You were responsible for some of that mid control. Do you think Spirit have it in them to take down Astralis in 2 maps, besting them here on Mirage?
I definitely think it's a high probability.
Okay.
I think they beat them on Mirage in their last series.
Yeah.
So I think honestly there's a very good chance that that'll come through today as well.
Bad news for the Danish fans potentially. I mean, that honestly, I think Astralis probably played Nuke better than I was expecting. I actually think it was like a much closer game. I was kind of expecting Spirit to maybe blow them up even more, but yeah, didn't turn out that way. I thought maybe Astralis could have won that first map, but we'll see if Mirage is going to be different. It seems like we are heading into it now.
This is going to be interesting. I think that for all intents and purposes, I would favor Spirit in this, but we saw a little bit of that Astralis willpower, some of that veteran savvy come out that made the previous map a little bit closer than many would have expected. But pistol round here, we've got just the singular smoke and flash from Chopper. Swisher, if you say right now, where's this going?
Top con, for sure.
Easy.
It's kind of a new lineup.
Cool. Okay. Well, Device is going to get us started. He's kind of uninterrupted by the smoke at the moment. I'm guessing Spirit would have wanted to use that smoke for something, but they got blown up before they even got there.
Yeah, it was a pretty heavy A lean.
Probably would have been a resmoke for Top Con to try to take jungle control.
Okay.
And play that post plant from jungle and connector. But Astralis had the perfect setup. Flash for the underbalk guy to peek Tetris.
I feel like it's such a shame with a round like this, because I'm always so curious about what would Spirit have done if they could have had, you know, a little bit more control. Some of these rounds get to look, I feel like, super one-sided. Like, it looks like, oh, that's it. Like, there was a bad strategy, it got blown up, but it's like, if anything goes a bit different, it could have been a little bit more interesting, I'm sure. Oh. They're still low on health and in a 2-on-4. They should definitely be losing this round, Spirit.
Yeah, after that one, it's pretty impossible to imagine a world where Wonderful is able to accomplish anything here. But yeah, I think Swisher already nailed it. The fact that the Astralis setup designed to counter any such A play and did so to great effect. Yeah, Wonderful. I mean, some damage would be nice. Put an extra $300 in his pocket, but not even going to happen. Blame F to finish things off.
It's exactly what they needed, though. Astralis is pick up this first pistol and hopefully get a few rounds going. Get some economy.
Yeah, I mean, I think with this team, it's kind of weird that you would say that, even because you look at the names on paper and you would think, they don't need to win a pistol. They don't need to win even the first gun round. They'll always be able to bring it back, but that's just not the state that Astralis is in at present.
Yeah. It feels like, honestly, when we played them, that they don't have a lot of confidence.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. I mean, like, 3 of these guys have won 4 majors, and these, like, they should be full confident at all times, but for whatever reason, they just seem a little lackluster in their confidence.
Anything you would attribute that to?
Probably just the kind of lackluster results recently. Honestly, probably just that. That they don't have, like, I mean, going 0-2 is kind of a confidence buster right there. And then almost losing to us, right, as, like, they were the heavy favorite, I would say.
It's such a fickle thing, it feels like, with the confidence in general in a game like Counter-Strike. You see it so much where someone could be on top of the world and then, you know, a little bit of confidence goes away and they just look like a completely different player. And obviously, if it's a whole team, it's even worse. Good cleanup in this round, but yeah, I feel like we've seen that a lot, like, throughout the years. One of the most, I think, crazy examples, probably someone like JW back in the day. See, like, obviously his style requires confidence, and when it's not there, nothing's working anymore.
For sure. You could see the confidence come back when they were coming back against us on Inferno. Like, it was night and day. As soon as overtime hit, they were a completely different team.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, that's when I sort of pegged them for the victory.
Yep.
If they, I mean, you guys had that one situation. I don't know if I want to give you all these war story flashbacks right now, but yeah, the 15-14 5v3 post plant. I mean, when that happened, what are you saying to afterwards in the post map or the post match?
I mean, we're just talking about, like, we just need to talk about post plants more.
Okay.
There was just, like, some miscommunication. Like, realistically, like, we did a fast car control into, like, a beat pop. So we should have known that they had more utility on their CTs, on their A players. So obviously they're going to molly triple and probably dark. So we need to be playing either like a coffin and first or second setup, or pool and crossfires and stuff like that, which failed on both.
How do you guys feel about Astralis playing this far back with 3 SMGs? Like, there's no attempt to like double push, you know, A ramp or like it feels like they're just going to be waiting, and a lot of AKs are going to be coming at them at a very favorable fight for the AKs, I'm assuming. Oh, well, not for Device, but in general.
Honestly, very scary. If they hit this, if Spirit hits this B split right now, this round's, I'd say, just about over. Picking up Blame there is a scary situation as well. Oh yeah, this is scary.
But they're doing pretty well, better than I was expecting. He obviously wanted the AK there, and Magix is still going to be taking down Sip, but yeah, you're not wrong. If they hit the B split, it is looking pretty good. Device is showing up, maybe just a... Oh, if he had that, that might have been the round. Now he's going to go for it, and he does get the tag on Magix, but it's not enough. Still Buzz in a 1 versus 2.
5 HP combined.
All right, well, Buzz smokes the molly, pushes on through. And like Swisher said, there is low HP for those remaining players. And Magix, this is a cheeky one. Yeah, it's a great angle. Gives him an opportunity to watch Cat pretty safely. But Buzz backing on up. That's going to be Spirit putting a round on the board there. If that were the old A1S, that's 2 kills.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, that's the difference that nerf made. What's your opinion, A1S or A4 right now? I feel like you've been buying the A4 on every map.
Before even the buff of the A1, I was a big A4 user. I even stuck to the A4 during the A1 buff for like the first month or so.
Oh, stubborn.
And I was on Orglis at the time with Daps, and he was calling me a dummy every single day. He's like, "You're dumb. You're dumb. Switch. Switch. I swear, switch.
Nice.
You will be insane."
Well played, Daps.
And then eventually I did, and then I think my CT stats were like a 1.4 in 3 months or something. Absolutely disgusting.
I mean, I think that in itself says why you didn't switch to Valorant, because you're just very stubborn in your ways, as most Counter-Strike players are.
That's the kind of coaching I like to hear. You're dumb.
How was it playing with Daps, actually?
Honestly, that roster had its term. Like, we had its trouble.
Let's go over for the viewers that aren't as aware. It was Orglis with you, Daps. Wasn't Kusta on the lineup?
Not at first. It was Infinite, Minus,
yeah,
and Rush.
Oh, right. And then, yeah, you were sticking with Rush for a while, but then he got snagged for that EG project, and then
say, where is Rush right now?
He's on EG Black. Yeah.
We scrimmed with Rush one day. Our first day of practice went fantastic, and then he joined EG the next day.
Yeah, exactly.
And we were like, oh,
Rush
crap.
is sick. I want him back.
I think he's doing all right for that team.
All right. Hopefully. Okay, a bit of an opening here. A little bit of an exchange. We're down about 50 seconds. Buzz, dangerous position. He's going to stick it. He probably could have had that kill, to be honest. Wonderful is alone. 1 versus 3, and he gets blown up by Blamef, so good job.
Very good hold there. Picking up that following gun round after their bonus round.
Yeah, that puts Spirit in a pretty precarious position. Money not looking too sharp for them right now. And so they're going to be calling their first timeout. And yeah, there's a lot to deliberate over in terms of the money here and what should be invested.
Likely a save.
So I think, Swisher, a lot of people sort of understand Daps in some way, but he's one of the most humble guys in this space. Like, he'll never really say what he's contributing to a team. So in your mind, when he was your in-game leader, what was he doing so well that made him so valuable?
Apart from calling you dumb, obviously.
Yeah.
He honestly was giving, teaching me at least, the insight of being a tier 1 player, and like what you need to do in that aspect of preparation and leading basically in the game as an individual. And it was something that I never even heard from anybody else before, and kind of put a lot of pressure on me, honestly.
Not even me or Davey said that to you.
No, it put a lot of pressure.
Just kidding. Yeah.
It put a lot of pressure on me, and I honestly didn't play very well on that roster. Even he said that he was trying to to make me the next Ethan from the energy roster, and that's involving kind of if he's calling a site hit, I could be exact. That's more so on the B work to be calling how that exec should be run, because they're the one with that information.
Okay.
They should be the one microing kind of, okay, they're playing like this, we need to hit it like this. Instead of the IGL.
It kind of
that makes total sense.
It makes sense as well in terms of you could watch a lot of these guys play and get a feel for what the mechanical side is like, and obviously you can practice yourself and optimize the mechanics as much as you can, but yeah, you won't know the communication side at all just from watching it. So it makes sense that kind of knowledge is hidden in some sense.
Yeah, big time. That was probably one of the biggest things that I've taken honestly from that team, was just the small things like that.
Probably generally also hard to discuss with a lot of coaches or high-level players, because their way of thinking could easily also be the key for if you play them, right? So they might not just share that willingly, generally speaking, right? You might not be able to talk to Sonic and say, hey, can we just talk about how you approach these situations or what you want to do? Probably not going to be too liberal with sharing that kind of stuff. Just some notes here for Astralis. I mean, this is pretty low-level stuff, but I mean, I'm glad to see them not lose their minds in some of these rounds and just, run around looking for kills and doing any of this a, 1 versus 3 or a 2 and 3 or something like that. But they really made those mistakes earlier in the tournament. So I'm kind of it's obviously kind of low-level praise, I guess, to be given them. But I at least want to see Astralis not fall victim to losing to, a couple of deagles here or there or something like that.
It's incredibly fair to have that criticism, because even though in the moment it was amazing, the Coconito 1v4 was something that you just generally speaking wouldn't see Astralis lose like that. The last two was a very fair 1v2. He just owned them, but the first couple were pretty uncharacteristic for the usual just suffocating team play that Astralis is known for and built their legacy on.
The first kill on that 1v2 was disgusting.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, well, looks like we've got a pretty quick B play from Magic's coming out, and peeking right on top of the van is Zipnix, but neither player is able to find each other just yet. A lot of bullets being exchanged, and Device here for the help. Swinging from Catwalk, able to take down a couple players, and now Patsy might have to be the contingency plan in this one for Spirit.
How do you even fight your way out of this? I mean, Pat, you're right. He would probably get almost a free kill on Buzz. I'm assuming it's going to be hard to check when you come back for this position, even if he did get a kill earlier in Connector, but yeah. Oh, wow. Nicely done. That's pretty cool.
It's like a round-winning kill right there.
Yeah, it just shuts him out.
Not much he could do here, obviously, with about 30 seconds. Probably saving the AWP seems like a better choice. I feel like something that's a little bit interesting. Oh, he's still moving forward. Okay. Just trying to optimize the round, I guess. It looks like it's kind of hard for Spirit to find a lot of opening fights. Astralis are still just really far back on the map. They're not getting a lot of straight-up aim battles happening really anywhere. So, I mean, is there a way Spirit can abuse that, or is there a way they can kind of force Astralis into fighting anywhere?
At least this round, it looked like they were just trying to abuse Zipnix at B. What I saw in our prep as well from the last time these two teams played each other was they kind of focused on that same game plan of B splits, B hits, B splits, B hits, kind of trying to abuse Glaive and Zipnix towards B. And it looks like Astralis' their adaptation there is putting Device on Cat to help lock down that the mid swings as well as the B contacts and B pops.
That makes sense as well. I mean, Glaive and Sip kind of have been the weaker players, I feel like, for a bit now on Astralis. So yeah, if you can keep punching at them, why not? Oh.
Nice shot.
Yeah, that's maybe why the aggression could be dangerous sometimes.
That was risky.
Oh, the equalizer's there for BlameF. Glaive still trying to hold this line, close ramp, and he's potentially going to be Swarm. Magic's may have missed the timing there, but BlameF. Oh no, gotta finish that kill. Okay, things are getting really interesting now for Spirit. 4 versus 2 all of a sudden, and this is a situation that Xyp9x has to desperately recover. He's able to find one on the chopper already, but he's just trying to hold on to this toll booth position, and no way. Wonderful tagging device, but also not finishing the kill. There's been so much damage inflicted in this round, and now Spirit, they have a great idea where the remaining Astralis players are.
I'd love a replay, but with BlameF's camera in the corner when he's... Because obviously that is 100% a kill. He just, you know, he let go of the mouse a little bit too soon. He's just assumed, all right, that's it. Look at Astralis, though. What a read. They're in the right positions. Theoretically, Sip with that HE. Siren kind of low enough that it could actually make a difference. And there's no armor either on Magic, so... Oh, hold on. Siren just one deagle. That's from the earlier kill. Or the earlier tag. A little bit dangerous! And Sip's going to be able to find it now. Siren's up there. Can he do it again? All right, Sip, you know where he is. Deep breath. He started to make his way out. Did he think? I think he thought maybe he's gone to the other side. Again, that nade could be pretty dangerous to Siren here, but Sip's also under a lot of pressure. He does have the kit on him, so he's got a little bit of extra time, but now creeping around the corner. He's going to be so scared that he walks in to the Deagle, but Siren's just up there waiting, and Sip, he's to look everywhere, and he just can't find him. He's so confused right here. Taps it once, but he's almost out of time now. Oh, this is getting so risky, and Siren, he's played it to perfection. Sip knows he is done.
That was a messy round.
There were so many duels in this round where it felt like the other person should have won. That's just Counter-Strike for you, though. Crazy stuff, and for Spirit to pick up their second like that, I think Astralis going to be a little bit frustrated, especially given the fact that their money is in tatters now. Xyp9x the only person with any bank accumulated, and wonderful right there. Oh yeah, that's what we wanted to see. That's the money shot.
Yeah. Super frustrating. You've actually let Spirit back into the game, especially like you said, Maui, about the economy side of things. That's kind of heartbreaking.
What would Spray XD say, Swisher, after a round like that?
We're not ATK without losing one eco round. That's just how it is.
Okay, that's pretty funny. That's a great way to be a coach, actually. Just keep the mood high.
I think every single series we lost 2, I think. And they were like a big round, or game-changing rounds. I think it was 13-5 or 13-6 versus... 13-6 versus...
Astralis?
Astralis on Inferno.
Yeah. And then you guys lost to...
11-9 versus ENCE.
Oh man, you remember the score lines of all these...
Heartbreak.
They are etched into your memory. Keep seared in.
Lying awake at night, replaying the big rounds. Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? 5-2. And a clean bomb plant. They had the AWPM device, but it is way out of position. There's not really any point in putting it at risk. So yeah, it's going to be a third round for Spirit, no doubt.
You liked one of your executes you had on the A site there, Swisher. Chad actually did a whole capture of it. I'm sure it's going to be in the next Nard Out Here video. You guys smoked back triple bench. You smoked deep jungle. And then you guys had a cat smoke. And you did like this pathing where you moved from Tetris to swing on the con players with a flash there. Is that something... Where'd you guys get that strat?
I think Bowden Master might have brought it from Fnatic a long time ago.
From Fnatic?
Forever ago.
Like actual proper Fnatic?
Probably.
Use that. Okay.
When I joined and like they went over the strat with me, I changed it. The original triple smoke was supposed to just be back triple. I changed it onto the bench.
Yeah.
So at least we could see feet if there was somebody there, so that guy couldn't hide in it.
Okay, yeah, you're a feet guy.
Oh,
yep.
That's sick. That's a good idea.
And honestly, like, it worked perfectly.
Yeah, no, it was great. It was a joy to watch.
Device got flashed off spawn, instantly went to go peek left side triple, smoked off, went back right, Bowden's posted spawn.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah, it worked exactly as it was supposed to. And it feels like it's so hard to catch experienced players nowadays off with just a call out of spawn. Like, usually people are so well drilled with refrag and everything like that.
Also, it was, I think it was Device playing that triple box, right? So, if anyone, those are the feet you want to see. You know.
So is this just a personal preference, Anders? You're letting
I think I'm speaking on behalf of everyone. I'm just saying. Like,
that's true. I think if you look at all 10 people in this server, I'd probably have to agree with you on that.
Probably sell for a lot of money on the internet.
Someone out there
is waiting for it. Yeah. They're waiting for that drop.
Okay. Mid control, though, taken by Spirit. They look to be setting up for an A split as Magix is waiting in the ramp. Siren is in Palace. And there's already some pressure on Buzz. He's revealing his position with that counter utility. And this is where Spirit find their time to strike.
Actually, if they push Magix right now, it could be a little bit weird because they're going to get completely sandwiched and killed here. But he has the bomb, so if they push down the A ramp, it could get really, really funky. I don't know if they will. 30 seconds here. Device is going to no-scope him. That's the bomb down. Is he going to get wrapped on? There is a chance, Device. They're all showing up. He gets that kill as well, taking down Chopper, and now they're getting shot in the back. 20 seconds, and still a 2-on-2 in Device. He's got the bomb back. They don't know. Oh, Blameth with a couple of sick headshots. Spirit had that. They had that round almost completely wrapped up. You could see it was so close, but that one point of weakness was the solo bomb on the ramp.
Yeah, I mean, Magix there probably just needed to do everything in his power to stay alive, it feels like. Like, let the whole other play activate a little bit more. Doesn't expect to be an op to just have posted up there because he was around that ramp earlier in the round, so probably as soon as he gave up that sight line, then that's when Device made his push. So this is, yeah, that was good individual play from Astralis there. Also, the Device just stayed alive for so long.
Oh, smoke is up, but they're going to come right through it. Buzz on the other side. That's a very good defense. Instead of reloading, drops the M4 to pick up the AK. And it makes it a 3 versus 5. And whatever Spirit had planned, it's been cancelled. They've been sent back. Swisher, can I sell you on the idea of a run-boosted Zeus?
Yeah.
You run booster Zeus on the CT side, like say like Inferno middle, instead of like trying to hide in boiler room or anything, like we're hoping that someone, like you just send someone flying and they're just around the corner.
I think Bowden would love to do that.
Nice. But it instantly become my favorite player if someone does that. I've been trying for years to convince somebody.
Have you ever seen anybody do that, Swisher?
No.
That's why it's going to work.
Probably once, as a joke.
And imagine how devastating it would be on the other side if you're the person that got killed by a flying maniac with a Zeus.
Fighting Bowden.
Flying Bowden.
What does his name mean? What does Bowden Master mean?
I have no idea.
Apparently his last name, someone was saying on Twitter.
Yeah.
Is Bodenholm or something like that.
Bodenbaum.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, well then that's pretty straightforward.
I don't know where he got the master, though.
Oh, well.
Master of the game.
Yeah. Yeah. It can just be a word. Okay, Zipnix, though, with an aggressive push here, able to take down Magix, and he's just choking Spirit out. They had no chance in this round. They were already planning to save, and with 10 seconds left, it would be nice if Zipnix and Astralis took these players down after time, but Wonderful will exercise some self-preservation. 2 seconds, 1 second, and that's going to be it, unless Device hits some shot that no human should.
It's good to note here that Astralis is not giving up any kills in mid. They're playing extremely passive, like we said earlier. Spirit keeps taking mid control, and they just get nothing. Absolutely nothing. Realistically, I feel like their best bet would be honestly trying to find just where Device is, and then just go into the other side.
That's actually such a legitimate strat right now. I mean, Device is 12-3. Everywhere he goes, he seems like he's making the right play.
Look at this, guys. They're not going to be slowing this one down. Trying to get out. Oh, wonderful. That is a really cool shot to open everything up with Buzz, though. Pretty well played. Hard to get a double kill from that position, so at least it's a 3-on-3, but Chopper's on the other side.
Ooh, I love to go back B here.
Yep, he's opening things up. Device making his presence known, running, Chopper has an opportunity to take down Device. Okay, Device is not going to expect this. There's no way. Yeah, this is so easy for Chopper. Wait, what? Okay, Device could have seen him, but he didn't react to it. That is not something that he expected at all. And so Chopper keeps himself alive, picks up that AWP, and Blamef had a chance perhaps from underpass, but decides against it.
Could still go for
Oh,
yep.
This is where you get lured into it, isn't it? Because they've already made the call to play for the up. They're gonna give it up again. I actually kind of respect this.
Yeah, I like that too. So easy in those situations just to get the one, and you think, wait a second, numbers game says we could go for this, but yeah, they're so out of position.
That knowing that op is posted on either cat or probably market is just nothing to really get him off that angle.
Right.
Yeah, well played. Chopper just from position alone. The fact that he crouched under, you could see it, you know, and Device, you know, making all the noise in the world, running back like that. Definitely a huge advantage. So, this is a bit interesting, right? Because Spirit were allowed back in the game by that one weird round that we were talking about, and already 4-7. I mean, it's looking pretty respectable. You know, get 1 or 2 more rounds here in the first half, and Spirit are probably going to be fine.
Swisher, how would you rate Spirit? Like, what feels like their win conditions to you? Does it feel more like individuals, calls from Chopper? What's your take on what makes this team good? I'm sure a mix of both, but if you
a little bit of both. Patsy mechanically, very mechanically skilled player. If he's kind of entering and performing very well, then it's a very scary team. Same with Wonderful with his opping.
Do you think maybe too much of that hinges on Patsy then, and his day-to-day performance?
I wouldn't say too much, but I think we saw that from the major run, that how he was playing out of his mind, and they went deep. And they've been kind of a little lackluster recently.
Feels like Spirit's the kind of team that's in some ways almost reading like the old flip side, where they just keep up these major runs. And okay, well, I'll slow that thought down as Blamef gets mollied here. Mid control being taken once again, and yeah, Swisher, you're talking about how Astralis is so good at not dying in middle, and once again that's the case. But they make a play towards ramp, and Wonderful is lying in wait.
Hard way to go for Buzz. He's been a little bit more active over on that A ramp. Chopper is hearing them running back, so he's going to be well aware what's coming, but still, oh my God, what a cleanup. So it could have been awkward if he's not quick with it, but he certainly is. Round done. I don't think there's much Device and Sip could do. They should probably be lucky if they can get out with the AKs here.
Chopper's just almost single-handedly won 2 rounds in a row, but wait a second, they're actually still going out A.
This is weird.
This actually gives Zip an opportunity to win this round. It would have to be a magnificent multi-frag, and there's so much pressure on him. Surely Spirit would be trading this one out, but if there were ever a time for Zipnix to come alive and to light some fire underneath Astralis, now is it, but it's not going to happen. Quickly snuffed out.
Yeah, I think that's one of those confidence things again we were talking about earlier, because I think in the past, I don't know if Sip feels it, but my confidence in Sip winning a fight like that right now is super low compared to what it would have been. Like I'm not seeing the quick step out to, you know, take a couple of headshots and then falling back and playing it. Like, it just doesn't feel like that's really happening so much anymore. And I don't know if he feels it, but I think you even saw it earlier when he was flanking over towards T-spawn. He got 1 kill, and then he kind of like, I'm not going to get another, I'm falling back, and then he got trapped, and it all feels very strange.
Yeah. Feels like he's in a position where he just doesn't want to make mistakes. That's never really how a player should be taking some initiative from time to time when they think that they're advantaged. And I almost feel like Zip plays like he's always disadvantaged.
You know, something that I noticed when we had Twists on here last week, and you know, people were saying like, oh, he seems like very arrogant or something like that. You know, people were saying, because he's saying like, well, I wouldn't make that mistake or whatever it was. And I thought, yeah, but I think almost as a player at that level, you kind of need to be.
Yeah.
Like, you actually probably do need to think, I could beat anybody. Like, anyone on the server with me, like, not a problem, right? And it looks like some of these Astralis players are suffering a little bit from not having that feeling.
Swisher, I want you to point out the next big mistake you see a player make in this game.
For sure.
Yeah.
I think it's important, kind of piggybacking off of your comment, it's important to almost think every server you go into that you are the best player in the server. and that you can take control of that game and you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, because what's going to motivate you to peek a corner if you think the guy on the other side is probably going to win?
Exactly.
It's like, why would you do it then? You've talked yourself out of it already. You're like, oh, well, to hell with it.
Exactly. It's like if Nico's on the other side, it's like, oh my god, I can't peek that. It's Nico. Yeah. It's like, no, you have to believe that you're the best player on that server and you're just going to peek and kill him.
Yeah.
And you probably will if you believe that.
It's going to make it a lot easier for sure. I mean, I guess that's also where the decay of confidence within a game can happen, because obviously if you big yourself up like that and you do it like 3 or 4 times, but every time you just get blown up, it's like the 5th time you get that same peak is going to be much harder than like, I'm the best player in this. So that's how it happens, right? Like
after a while, it becomes a little delusional, and maybe you should just temper your own expectations.
He's having some trouble in window there.
Oh, this is all they have, right? Oh, it would have been sick if he could have got that second kill. Maybe they could even get some rifles behind it. Oh, hold the phone. This is just a USP. It's supposed to do nothing at all in this round, but he's got some great dinks off. They're getting more sip with a headshot on Chopper. It's falling apart. Why, Spirit? This should have been an easy round, and instead it's death by 1,000 cuts as the USPs defeat Spirit.
I mean, that round, big mistake. Realistically, they had the 2 lurks in the middle there, Spirit. They should have been looking to see if that was an A stack. I think that was kind of the goal, to probe out A to see if that was an A stack, and then just go back B or split B off of that control. But Patsy was having trouble getting into the window there. Their mid players there kind of failed, I guess, on that aspect. And then I think the ramp players both died, and that just threw the round into complete chaos.
Buzz has not been having a good time at that ramp.
No. It seems like on pistols, Buzz is a monster. On gun rounds, I'm kind of iffy on him right now. I think he's... I mean, it's a testament to his skill that he can always deliver on pistol rounds.
Yeah.
He seems like a serious pistol specialist now, but you'd like to see more consistency gun round to gun round. But, I mean, he's being thrown into the just deep end really quickly with this lineup.
We saw... Ooh, that's dangerous. Sort of nuke a little bit out in the yard when he was trying to sort of like go out aggressive, and he kind of ran into a couple of players out there. And then now again at this A ramp, it's kind of tough dying that early on in the round with no real info to even give away. It's like there was someone at the ramp, but that was 30 seconds ago, you know?
Leaving device here is a good call. Because they'll probably go to the other bomb site. Or they kill him.
Yeah, they all showed up.
Kind of put himself in a bad position, though.
Yeah, I wonder... he was looking behind him. Did he think that they had already got through connector? It looked like
he was scared
paranoid.
of that lurk up con.
Yeah, tough when you lose the map control and you don't... Because obviously otherwise maybe he could have been just trained on that corner and he wouldn't have to move out so far. So it's a quick save. 6 rounds for Spirit. Surely that's at least good enough to be competitive, right?
That is good enough. Something that at least to note as well is that them giving up mid control, they're trying to take that ramp control in return, Astralis.
Yeah.
And that's something that we saw as well with either Buzz or Device pushing for that ramp control, and Spirit's not letting that happen, and they're getting that pick multiple times over and over again. And that's kind of just freeing up that control.
Yeah.
So it probably honestly would be a good take for Astralis to go back and fight mid probably this next round. Change of phase, because I don't think they fought mid once this entire half.
No, they've been pretty easy to give it up on that. Just want to remark, that little 1v1 Patsy just had with Zipnix where he went behind his smoke and kind of played around it. I feel like that's just such new school versus old school CSGO players.
Yeah.
Like, the new school recognize those little micro gaps you can just peek around one and find an advantage, and Zipnix is probably thinking, hey, I'm holding the smoke, I'm favored in this fight. So, yeah, it's been tough, but for Zipnix to find anything to go his way. But
looks like they might fight mid here.
Yeah, this could be the change.
Nope.
They pump faked really hard on us there.
They did.
Oh. That's kind of a little bit scary, but all right. It's all good once again. They are kind of now grouping towards middle, so they could still do it just a little bit later.
They are. They're doing a mid pop to clear it out.
No one's there, unfortunately, so...
Perfect.
Yeah, this is really cool. Glaive and Sip caught in a very awkward position. One good kill, flashes keep coming in, and Sip has to back on out. 4 versus 4, he can't really stay fighting in that position, although Device...
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's just run all the way in here. They don't know about it. Oh, this is sick. Siren, I don't think he realizes yet, and could he get some backup here? Magix tries to go for the bomb plant now. Device is going to be sneaking in. That's a heart attack moment. He had no idea. Wonderful. It's a good return kill. And another smoke. Oh my god. That one is just pure guesswork. And now it's a 2-1-3. So for all the Device work, it might still not be enough here. Buzz sneaking in. Blameth on the other side. Siren just coming out swinging. A good triple for him and an 8-7 finish at the end of the half. Spirit doing great work here on the T side. That's impressive. And we'll be back with the second half soon.
We are back on map number 2, Mirage. This is Spirit's pick, but Astralis were able to win the half, 8-7. We're here with Swisher and Anders. And Swisher, I know when Astralis took you down, you wanted to play some other teams in this tournament. Which of those teams were they?
Good old Heroic. Their Danish team.
So you wanted more Danish blood?
Yes.
You wanted to just take down all the Danes one by one.
I think Heroic are feel like almost the mirror opposite of what Astralis is right now in terms of the confidence, and we talked about old school versus new school. Heroic is all new school at the moment.
They've got a lot going on.
They play very individual.
Well, speaking of individuals, Siren's going to be put to the test. Wow, that was pretty quick. They're escaping out the window faster than he can actually shoot them. But he can't get one. Patsy got one before he got blown up. It's Buzz. It's your favorite talking point, Maui. With the pistols.
Just every time. Multi-frags on pistol rounds. We'll see if he's able to continue it here. Great re-smoke towards that door. This is going to make things really awkward on the retake for Spirit, and Buzz can just play right around it. He might even get cheeky with it. And Spirit, all of their forces joining hands at the window. This is, again, so hard to get out. And it looks like they actually just want to wait this smoke out. There won't be much time after it fades, and Buzz is holding the line. But immediately deleted by Magix. Glaive swings in for a trade, and it's Glaive and Zipnix just honing on in. A Chopper, 1 versus 2, but the time is already gone. This is a round 1 for Astralis, and that re-smoke towards door was paramount. That took so much time away from the oncoming CTs.
Did they fake the run back towards the window? Because they all three, once the smoke went up, all three of them really loudly ran back towards window, and then they kind of walked back again.
It could have been a fake, or it could have been, honestly, like someone called save maybe, and someone else called no, let's go for it.
It looked a little bit confusing, but yeah. Either way, good round for Astralis. They needed that.
They did. Astralis ran the same pistol against us yesterday.
But Buzz's pistol stats are quite strong. He's not actually at the top of Pro League, but after that round, I think he's going to be in the top 15 if you just look at pistol rating or even KD potentially. Number 1, I don't know if this is a surprise to many people, Zywoo.
Yeah, sure, why not? Oh, hold on. Scout kill. Tag through. Good nade. Bomb is planted, so it should be a fairly safe round here in spite of everything. Spirit also thinking about the fact that they do have armor and pistols, so giving away too much to try and retake this might also just be a mistake. Again, the clocks are going to be running down so quickly, and that might have been what they just realized. They're like, all right, cool. I don't mind. Oh. Close.
No cigar.
Not happening this time. Oh, yeah, that was... They outlined his head.
Ooh. Some decent damage from Spirit. At least they're keeping the numbers a little thinner for Astralis. But if they're able to recover that, okay, that's actually quite nice. Because now they have basically a second force bite. But with Siren dying to the bomb, that is a little bit awkward, but it's not the end of the world.
Here's something else to convince you of, Swisher. You know, you can wall bang through this box. Like Tetris box, you can shoot through like right at the edge and actually shoot people that are standing here.
I did.
In Sandwich with an AW.
I found it out maybe from a Reddit post or something.
Nice.
A couple weeks ago.
I'm excited. I'm glad people are waking up to that. I want to see that used. Yeah, right there.
I'm a big fan of the cat spamming underpass through the door spot.
Cat spamming.
That was really popular in like 2016. I remember.
Oh yeah,
a lot of NA streamers were doing that in FPL, but or Rank S actually at the time. But yeah, I feel like it's got such a limited use case now.
It does. I do it every once in a while for fun.
Yeah.
You can spam that underpass with the kit from the kitchen as well.
Yeah, yeah. I like the lineups from B apps to kill diffusers. Also, that's just the most annoying thing I've ever seen.
Like shoot people from here.
Yeah.
Can?
Yeah.
I did not know that one.
The way Anders just laughs in self-satisfaction. I know a wallbang the pros don't.
It's because you have to think I spend like 50 hours running around and it's just for my own amusement. So, you know.
Yeah, the SV show penetration and everything. All right. Yeah. We'll see if Chopper's able to do anything here. No, not the case. So that should be Spirit iced out of this round, and it should be an 11th on the board for Astralis. Although, Patsy, yeah, he's flirting with the idea, but not for very long. Just shot a quick DM over and then recognized that his chances were up.
Yeah. Sometimes it's better to quit early, you know? Don't linger. You give it a shot. It doesn't work out.
Yeah, just cut the cord.
Saving 3 armors is good here.
Exactly. Yeah, it actually is consequential what Spirit are moving forward with.
Yeah, I have another really obscure idea. if you shoot the pot that's here on the stove and kitchen or in the hallways, you can make it, because everything rolls just like the grenades roll on their own. Oh, hold on, hold the phone.
This
Wonderful,
really good damage.
Yeah, he's doing remarkable work. All right. Oh yeah, you can roll the pot out into the B lane, and if someone's holding it on the other side, they're holding it scoped up, they're gonna see that pot rolling out, and even if they're fighting it, like all the attention's gonna be drawn. It's like what? I guarantee, like that's all they're gonna be able to think about.
Is the pot client-sided or server-sided?
I think it's client-sided, but I think if they're close enough, it could still be showing the same thing.
Source 2 needs to make it server-sided.
Yeah, that's true.
They need to do that. That actually is a big question. Like, never mind the pot. That's obviously just ridiculous. But the ragdolls need to be server-sided. I feel like that actually could be a real issue. Like, there could be some games. There probably have been games that we just don't know.
Yeah, the visibility in apartments, for example, can get a little weird. But Siren on the B defense, okay, he's being challenged by Astralis right now. But Patsy falls so quickly that it's all up to Siren. But a triple kill for Siren. What a masterful defense being put up by the anchor of Team Spirit. Blame F falls down, wanting to find this player. So crafty is Siren, and he's just playing right behind that smoke. If he gets a 4th kill, I'm going to lose my mind, Anders. And there it is. What a defense by this guy. Spirit, so many individual talents, and it just leaves Glaive now, and he is able to find Siren, finally taking him down. But this is such a tall order. Bomb on the floor, and for Glaive to pull off the 1v3, I think Spirit would be kicking themselves for days if they lost this.
And they're doing everything right. They're not trying to go super aggressive. They know he has to get down to the low ground here to even pick up the bomb. So why give him the opportunity? Not really worth it. Maybe a slight chance there. Chopper, though, going to be falling even further back, and I really appreciate it. There's the final kill. Wonderful to take him down. But yeah, Siren, if he doesn't do that, then at least probably Astralis will get the bomb plant. Oh, Dupree.
Oh, wow.
Look at this.
Yeah, that was a beautiful hold. Couldn't ask for more.
We've got him back.
It's such precision, too. I mean, sometimes, like, what the easy thing with being an anchor in some of these is just, it actually can be staying alive, but the fact he's just killing them. He's just taking the fights, and he's just winning them. Yeah, that's just top-tier performance. Okay, Device just kind of looking at the bomb. He's just inspecting a lot of stuff right now. Probably ruminating
a moment
over life. Swisher, when you look at the NA landscape right now and the teams that are going to be, let's just look even a little bit forward at the America's RMR. Who do you say is like a dark horse? Who's a team that people maybe should be looking out for? I'll bring it up in just a second here.
This defense is going fine.
Honestly, Fluxo have been playing very well.
Okay. Yes, I'm on the Fluxo train too.
I like Fluxo as well.
Who's that new player? Why am I forgetting that they picked up? They bought him out from another team. No.
Lukowski? Lukowski, yeah. Lukowski's disgusting.
Looking really sick.
That as well as MIBR with Insaney. That guy is insane. He actually is insane.
Yeah, he took everybody's breath away at Kato. Okay, this round's actually getting a little more interesting than we first expected. Bombs planted. They were able to fight their way through Patsy and Siren.
It's Buzz with a pistol again.
Oh, God. Hold on to your pants, Spirit.
They should be able to retake this, surely. Yeah, good job. Magix will clean it out. But yeah, that got way more expensive and also some more money for Astralis.
How about some of the teams that came through the North American qualifier? Like, should people be thinking about Ure or Nouns or even Detonate?
Depending on the actual like first and second round matchups, potentially. But I honestly think it's going to be kind of cookie cutter.
Okay.
I mean, with NA losing a spot, this RMR, I think only 5.
Yes, right. It is only 5 teams that are going to make it through. And I feel like Nouns has been doing really well, though. Could you give us any info about them?
Honestly, we haven't been here
for
the last 3 weeks.
That's fair.
But they have been playing really well since they picked up Marky. So that's great for them.
Yeah. Okay. What are we making of this strategy, Swish?
Looks like they're kind of doing... A-Smoke's going to probably try to set up their works for mid and under. exactly what happened.
Oh, and finding that kill is going to help them out a lot. I was going to say, if they lose BlameF up there, could make the rest of the strategy a little bit questionable.
Probably just going to, yeah, they're going to fake that they're probably going to go back B here and late hit A. They walk out A. And that's exactly what Spirit thinks, that they're going to go back B.
Yep. In spite of the fact that Siren is, I mean, if you really wanted to risk it, I guess he could go a little bit more aggressive, but he's really sure that they're going to be showing up in that position. And Buzz is already slowly getting the walk out. A little bit of curiosity from Chopper will get him blown up, and I'm sure Spirit are probably thinking, yeah, unless they go wild with it here, just save and keep fighting. They don't have that much money in the bank, so they probably need to do that. Wow, this is very clean. 12-9 going to be the scoreline.
We have a little running joke on our team that any team that beats us, we just give them a lot of confidence for no reason, and then they just go on to play insane. It happened with MIBR when they were kind of down in the dumps for a bit. They beat us in first round playoffs in ECL, and then they went on to not drop a single map, and then went out. Happened before we played FORZE the other day. They beat us, and then they will go sicko mode in this.
Ask for like a cut of the prize money, like 5%. Like we're
now if Astralis win this series here,
we're here to big you guys up. You know, like give you. That's funny. I like that. I think I've never figured out like a good way to say this, but there are some teams that seem to be really lacking, you know, that comedy guy that can like make things, even if you're down, like it's really bad, you got like, you know, a 6-0 start, and it's just, you know, it's important, I feel like, to have someone who can do that. It always feels like you're kind of making it sound like that player is like, oh, they can't do anything else, but at least they're bringing like a good mood. But that's not really what I mean. It's just, if you don't have that player at all, some teams could just crumble completely.
Yeah. Honestly, the environment is massive in every team aspect and every team environment. If you, like, obviously you're there to work, but then outside of the server, they're your friends. They should be your friends. They should be your best buddies. They should be your, like, you do almost everything with them. Just about, because you like to be around them. And if it's like that, then you're gonna almost have like a different bond in the server.
We had like I mean, this is a real long time ago, but I got my team like in 1.6. Oh, wonderful. All right. Are they going to keep going? Well, every time we had like a terrible half when it was like a 12-3 kind of half, like he'd always just say like, he had a way of delivering this line, but he just said like, we got him right where we want him. And it just always made people like, it just always made people laugh. Because the problem is, otherwise you do go into the second half and it's just quiet. Like everyone's just quiet and sad about the fact that you're like, oh, we're going to lose, you know? And then it's like just some line to just pick everyone up and be right. Yeah, all right. Let's do it. It's funny.
Good old 11-4 Onyx Law.
That really has become an incredible
meme.
Felt
that yesterday.
Oh, yeah. That's true, actually.
Oh, he could be dead. He might be dead. He's definitely dead. Glaive hunts him down, but there's still 3 people on the bomb. How could there be 4 people at this bomb site? The bomb's on the other side, so if Astralis knew what we know, it would be a little bit different. They line up, and that could have easily been a double as well for Patsy. Buzz has picked up the bomb, but Chopper is now on a run through CT's bomb. What is happening in this round? Buzz might just be dead. If Chopper goes on the pass, he's almost hunted him down. They're still so sure they want to attack. Oh, wait.
Oh, they're going back to A.
This is so weird.
They realize now. Wonderful and Siren. They're going to go back. Chopper went all the way, and he's really checked. So they definitely know. Hard round now, I think, for Astralis to win.
Oh, so much damage, but no kill. All 3 remaining players from Astralis under 50 HP.
Chopper is back in T-spawn. I thought he was going to go underpass at a minimum. This is weird.
He got his steps in on this round.
Yeah.
I don't even think he's not going to be ready for him, though, Buzz.
Yeah, it should be a freebie. This should open things up. This is the first domino to fall, and that's going to kick off the retake for Spirit. Smoke already on the plant. Wonderful takes down Glaive and BlameF 1 versus 3. You already know what he's going to do. He's out of there. Round on the board for Spirit, and in terms of macro play and positioning, Spirit were so far ahead in this round for such a long duration, and for Chopper to run through T-spawn not once, but twice, really shows how much control they had.
Is his monitor tilted?
Yes. Yep. He's been doing that a lot.
The weirdest thing.
How does that make any sense?
I don't get it either with Patsy. the tilt. But yeah, it almost felt like Astralis just kind of carved out all of this space towards mid and then just kind of ended up being their grave, really.
Yeah, they were trying to pressure B there early, and Wonderful just kind of shut down that plan.
It's a super chaotic round, but yeah, brings Spirit a step closer. 12-10. Sip did take a little peek, just a little look into the bomb site, didn't really find anyone, and they're going to try and get a little bit of mid-control. Patsy expecting for somebody to jump onto the bench, I'm assuming. So he's in position for it. Glaive is right there on the other side. There's the jump, and he was waiting all day for that one.
Great opening pick for Spirit there. Takes away that mid presence from Astralis, and you see that's just forcing Astralis to make their way through B apartments. They're throwing a window smoke and top con smoke, which does maybe cause a little bit of confusion for Spirit, although Spirit have done a good job centering their defense on this B site. We've got Siren and we have Patsy.
And again, Chopper is out looking. As soon as their smokes go down, they flash A ramp, they send Chopper to go look, and he's not going to see anyone, so they might know. Oh, headshot. The spray continues. Patsy looking for a third on the defense. It's not going to be him. It'll be Megisk instead, but still not bad. A Blamef to go down last, and the gap is closing, and 12-11. This is looking a little bit tough now for Astralis.
It seems like he slightly adjusts it almost every round, his monitor, Patsy.
It's like a nervous tick.
Every round he just has to
change it a little bit. It's like changing res, but instead changing the degree angle your monitor is at.
Has anyone ever tried to play like a full-on A4 page, like where you just turn the whole thing?
Oh, God.
How much do you angle your keyboard, Swisher? Are you a 90-degree guy?
No. I'm like
just a little bit
maybe like
off.
a 15.
Yeah, 15 degrees. Okay.
Yeah.
That seems normal human behavior.
Give my wrist a little bit of room there on the desk.
I almost just feel it's not even ergonomic when they have the keyboard just straight. I know Spinks does that, and I think Tarek did it before too.
We could do like
Bit, I think, is now as well.
Bit's doing it. Oh,
we could do like a graph where like the x-axis is like, you know, the degrees, how much it's angled, and the y-axis is like how much you're tryharding.
Yeah.
Like, there's just a straight correlation between those two, I'm pretty sure.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I also like when people put their keyboard behind their monitor. Like I've seen that where they like really, because they're leaning so far into the monitor that they want to be able to press on forward.
Whatever it takes, right? Whatever it takes to try and win. They've got one AK in this round. They're all on the site. There's 3 people defending on the other side. That's a stun. Buzz! Oh, dear. He's back with the pistols again. That second headshot is insane. Taken down Wonderful, and now it's a 3 versus 5. Bomb is planted, and Spirit, this could be pretty devastating. This might be the kind of thing that pushes them onto a third map instead of closing this out in a 2-0 fashion, and everything is on the line here. I can't believe it. Now the double backpedal. Sip and Blamef are going back and waiting to see if they can stop anyone from defusing late in the round. There's still a 3-on-4. Glaive kind of spotting it out. They got to be careful about the instant smoke and the defuse. If they go right on it, that's maybe the only way I think Spirit win this round is just commit to that defuse. There's the smoke. I don't think they could now. They find the bomb, but it's still there. No one's stopping it. Blamef is too far away, and it's still Spirit to pick it up.
That is ridiculous. Felt like Astralis were advantaged for so long in that one, but just a couple of kills go the way of Spirit. They're able to thin those numbers out, drop that smoke on the bomb, and they're able to come out with the defuse. I want to see these openers from Buzz, though. How is he so... What the second shot there? Unreal. Oh, but it's still not enough for Astralis.
Is that overthinking? What's happening like in that 3-on-5?
A little bit of overthinking. They probably didn't expect them to go for it. And like, I mean, Device missed a kill and spawn that he needs 100% of the time.
That felt like the first big just whiff.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you can't be too sad if you're Astralis because you're not expecting to win that round.
That's true.
But they should have.
That thought lingers in the back of your mind. Even though you know logically from the get-go that was not a round for you and that you did way more than you were supposed to, it's still one of those ones that felt like it slipped away right through your fingers.
Oh, we're all tied up now. They've got mid control. They maybe need to get rid of Patsy, who's kind of going to be covering the connector. Glaive has managed to walk in there. I think Patsy knows.
Yeah, but this is spun Device around. Molly at his feet. It's taking some damage, but Buzz able to find a kill. I think that's floorboards, actually. And Chopper right behind Triple. He's under a lot of pressure right now. It doesn't look like there's even too much help, although Wonderful's trying to hold one line, but Chopper fights his way out. Taking down Zipnix as well, and now Buzz, who's able to open things up, has to connect with Blame F to try to win this 2 versus 2.
30 seconds. They can run B, but man, they need to move.
He's going.
Buzz is selling it. Now he just has to stay alive. Just do whatever you can. Oh! He runs out. He's absolutely cracked right now. A headshot, triple kill for Buzz. And Wonderful, he can't find the shot on him. I can't believe he's still fighting.
Just live.
Yeah, live. Wait. Oh, wait. Wonderful's read it. He can win the round by killing Blame If right now. There's no way Buzz could ever get here, and he knows it as well. What a read from Wonderful. I don't know how he knew, but he did. And now it's just a matter of time. Buzz is walking up behind him. There's Wonderful. But Buzz, he could still run there. He needs to go right away. Knife out. And actually, he comes off the defuse. Turns it around. Buzz, this is your time. He might be low on health, but this could turn the whole map around. And he can't find him. Wonderful. It's so close. Buzz, he gets it. What an unbelievable round.
This kid, I see what Device saw in him now. I'm starting to see it all come together for him. The aim is there, the cautious approach to jump through the window, then start walking, taking his time in that 1 versus 1. He knew the sound cue that he baited right there. What a heroic performance from Buzz. And this is the opener too. Just reading Magic's position right through the floor and then just deleting every single other player that he sees. That shot onto Patsy, just insane.
He stepped up big right when they needed him.
I mean, credit to Wonderful for reading that was a B plant. That's actually sick.
Yeah, it was so well played by Wonderful. Just barely one-upped by Buzz, though. Wow.
He just converted a bunch of people to Buzz believers. That's got to be true, right? There's been a lot of questions about it, but this is so sick. 13-12. And the money for Spirit looking tough at the moment.
I'd say that's the first time I've seen Buzz with a truly just cerebral play on top of the aim, too.
Yeah.
Like, really, really making a name for himself there. I mean, some of the pieces are falling into place for this Astralis. They took a while to get going, but it's better now than never. Device and Blame F, they've been constantly holding up their end of the bargain. Just needed that third head to pop up, and Glaive gets the calls down. If Zipnix starts feeling himself in the late rounds again, this is a team that everybody's going to have to worry about, especially given the experience in big games.
Almost a 4-man stack here. Patsy's in the window. They've got the triangular setup, but it's cracked open by Sip. It's a good headshot to bring down Siren. A little bit of a return, though, from Chopper. Lands a grenade right on top of him. Buzz starting to make his way out. Mekisk is in a very questionable position. Yeah, hard to fight your way out, but it doesn't matter when Chopper is stepping it up, and I'm surprised that MP9 gets some play in the round. Device gets that one, and he knows exactly where Magix is on the other side.
Oh yeah, and Magix can change his position up. He's got an AK now, and he's playing behind default. He actually just jiggles on out, presenting himself to Device. Device with the 1 versus 2. Huge round for him as well. Astralis, they've got to be feeling untouchable at this point. Anything can go wrong, but they're still going to find a way to correct it.
I'm not quite sure why he was giving up that kill there. That seemed very unnecessary to peek.
With Magix, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you a little bit, but sometimes it just feels like they'll have a feeling that they can catch that player off guard if they're approaching. But yeah, with the bomb down where it was, it feels like there's a lot of different ways you could have played that. And Magix, hand in his palms.
They reforced knowing that they could break their economy if they win this round.
Oh, hold the phone. Double push out. That's the bomb drop. They should be able to spin it around here, but that's pretty scary. 2 kills. Well worth it for Spirit. And this is what you want to see Astralis with the routine and sort of like the deep breath, right? 3-on-3, you've plenty of time. Don't run into anything crazy. I don't know if Sip saw that, but I think we're sure Chopper did. Yeah, it looks like he did as well. You have so much time, just don't do anything silly.
I don't know if he did. I feel like somebody would have came back because he's 1 HP.
It's a missed opportunity perhaps right there, but pretty hard to justify the approach if you're Zipnix with your health and having the bomb in tow. Now, BlameF is carving out some excellent space for his team, but wonderful. He's here to hold the line. This is a huge fight, and it'll go the way of Astralis. Now, Chopper. Excellent 1D, but he's on this site by his lonesome. 2 players approach him. This would be an incredible hold if he's able to pull it off. Another headshot onto Zipnix. 1 more player remains in BlameF. He's shaking right now, and Chopper just jiggling around triple, looking for it, and there it is. What a shot.
Oh, man. Sick round coming out from Chopper. And I think even the relocation from CT spawn back behind the triple, I don't think they even knew. You could tell that they were kind of looking towards CT spawn side still. So just the aim is super crazy, but obviously just the positional play inside of that little defense was really, really cool. 14-13.
That was a big reset economy round.
Yeah. What do you think is going on right now in the Astralis camp, Swish?
Frustration, probably. Probably for that under push. They should have cleared that at least early. I don't know if they did. The call wasn't bad to still do a B pop, but it just seemed unnecessary, knowing that their buy was so bad.
This is not the first time in this series that Glaive on these kind of anti-force buys, just kind of bad buys in general, just called for a pretty quick play. Do you think that's? I mean, what do you think of that? I mean, on Nuke he also called for a couple rushes into A against just 5-7s from Spirit, and it really went the other way for him.
Sometimes it can work out as like just pure like set pieces rushes or something like that. But I'm more so of a fan of like trying to probe for that information and trying to see where a stack is. But those can also be scary if people hit shots.
Yeah, the risk, I guess, in those moments is you walk into like a couple of deagle body shots, or there's a scout in play somewhere or something stupid, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, I think they also could just go back into the crap, we're not playing very well right now. Let's just group all 5 together and hit a site.
Well, it's not all 5, but it is all 4 of them. Going to be just a pure waterfall coming out. Chopper with the UMP. I mean, now would be the time to hit it. Not that Astralis could necessarily know it. Sips running up the underpass, and they're gonna pull the trigger on it right here. At least a bomb pass should be coming through. So yeah, they're gonna get the money bonus, and they get the kill on Chopper, and that's about it. Fair play.
I think you're pretty happy about this for Astralis. They didn't even invest more than maybe 1 P250, and to find a bomb plant, yeah, that's not too bad, all things considered. 14-14, so it'll take all 30 to separate these 2 teams, though, if not overtime.
Is there a spot on the map right now, Swisher, that you've seen in the defense of Spirit where you're like, that's the weak point? Right there, like, there it is.
Honestly, probably not. They've been kind of hitting their spots really well. They've been finding a lot of, Astralis has been finding a lot of good openings towards A.
Yeah. There's been a lot of, is it Siren or Patchy? I can't remember, playing Catwalk at the moment.
Yep.
But he's been playing solo there for a while. Is that something they could try and like just punch a hole through that?
If they hit that B split timing and try to probe him, he probably would honestly just burn his util and fall back.
Right.
It's kind of a hard spot to kill.
First time Chopper's been pushing, he's been pushing a lot on the A ramp, but now it's in the Palace instead.
There.
Deep breath. Yeah, trying to communicate it to him telepathically. We've all been there when we're casting the games. Don't do it. And he won't.
Okay. Clean opener then for Astralis in a pivotal round. One that could be map and series defining. Wonderful. Just tucks back into CT, and it looks like Astralis, they're just setting up for an A attack. Nice opener, though, for Wonderful. Evens things out, but Buzz continues. The second kill for him in the round, and this will allow Astralis passage onto the bomb site.
He's done everything. He's at 25 right now, so absolutely rocking this map. Siren and Patsy are left, and they're getting hunted down. Buzz, he's up for blood, and that's a 3rd kill of the round for him. Patsy's now on his own, just making a run for it. Astralis to get to 15 before Spirit do. And now it's all about Spirit trying to get into overtime. And they'll have a very questionable economy. They have 3 players that have some cash, but Siren and Chopper are kind of low. That's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, this is not looking too promising for Spirit moving into round number 30, especially with Patsy being taken out by BlameF. That is insult to injury. Single player from Spirit with 5K or more. And so a couple of these players are going to be just working with scraps into round number 30. Astralis giving us a real strong case to move to a third map.
Yeah, they are. We've seen them lose some silly rounds overall, so they should have at least an advantage going into the round. Wow, that's a smooth jump out for Magix.
Looks like just a delayed mid default.
Right, run boost out. Pretty safe map control thus far.
Yeah, they got Buzz waiting on the extremity once again. So they could try and set something up there.
Looks like they're going to go into the A split again. Where they had success with before. Big kill.
That's the opening. It's Patsy as well, which is interesting.
No, that's the cap player.
Yeah. And they still check for it. Device not going to get caught off guard at all by that. What more do you need? 3 versus 5. Chopper and Wonderful, the only 2 people right now that get this to overtime. And Chopper tries to peek into it, but Buzz is very patient here on the other side, and he's going to take him down. Wonderful with the AWP in a 1 versus 4. Siren is just real far away at the moment. And even though he gets that shot out, Buzz doesn't even peek it. He's like, no, I've got time. That's got to be important, right?
The side's clear, Siren's B anchor. This should be it.
Don't know if there's anything they could do. Oh, this is surely death. Blamef holding it. Astralis 1 kill away from bringing us to a third map. But more than that, Buzz has been the one leading the charge. He's up to 27 kills so far. Could get one more here. Siren, there's no way through. He already knows it. Tries to get a little bit of a flash, but there's too much on the other side. Astralis, they had to battle hard to win this map, but they finally do, and that's impressive. They've had a hard time against Spirit in the last couple of matchups, but they'll at least get a crack at it on the third map, which is great news for them. Siren never even getting close to do anything here. 16-14 as the Danes survive Mirage and bring us a third map.
And Astralis breaks Spirit's streak. It was 5 maps straight between these 2 orgs in the favor of Spirit, but finally Astralis showing a little bit of life, drawing blood from their opponents.
Not at all bad. We will get to see a third one. It's good news. And we're going to throw it on over to the desk, I believe, or whatever of the madness is happening over there.
Hi, Sanders.
Now give me that, come up off that, cause I want that. You can see that, I'ma need that. Show me where the cheese at, where you keep that. I ain't looking for no feedback. Just the G's, man. You should know that I'm a glutton for money, cash. Though if you got it, pass that over to me, cause if I want it fast. I'm clocking them dollars, you know what I'm about. Plus I be popping them collars. We in and we out. I got confessions and obsessions for getting the bag. Here's a lesson, just stay flexible when getting the stash. I want the 10s, 20s, 50s, 100 and more. But you should already know, because you said it before.
Give me slow up, that's what I'm a hold up. All this money going straight to the roof. I just be stacking my money though. More give me more. Yeah. Whole lot of rolls around my waist. Skinny but fat, I got tummy roll. The paper we talking, the money flow. My pockets are sick where the money go. Whole lot of dough, I'm getting cake. No candle needed, I'm very yo. I'ma get bread, hits and I'm dead. Gotta get it by the loaf. Bitch in my head, my favorite bread. Man, you always got my boat. Gotta get it coast to coast. In the era on the boat. Money, money, I promote. Seriously, it ain't a joke. Give me the money, give me the loot, give me the racks. Give me the hunts, give me the skrilla, give me the stacks. Give me the bread, give me the cheese, give me the cash. Give me the fat, give me the cheese, give me the bag. Yeah, I want it, give me the bag. Yeah, I need it, give me the bag. I be on it, give me the bag. Yeah, I see it, give me the bag. Ain't no stopping, give me the bag. I'ma make it, give me the bag. If you got it, give me the bag. I'ma take it, give me the bag. Yeah, I want it, give me the bag. Yeah, I need it, give me the bag. I be on it, give me the bag. Yeah, I see it, give me the bag. Ain't no stopping, give me the bag. I'ma make it, give me the bag. If you got it, give me the bag. I'ma take it, give me the bag.
Making magic when they need it most.
Well, if you can tell, these two folks right here want to find their way for more life here at ESL Pro League. That's why I've
I wanna be
situated
closer to
myself
you.
right in between them. And of course, as it turns out, I can stand up now, thank goodness. As
That's
it turns
called a
out, we do
wall
go to a
sit.
third map, and it is Astralis that pushes there. All that's great. It's all hunky-dory. The team that wins today in this matchup will have to play again ultimately, but not before we settle on Ancient. Anyway, now that that's done with.
Let's go, Buzz.
Yeah.
Let's go, Buzz.
Speaking of
Fingers
Buzz,
on.
I've got your buzzers ready. Let's go ahead and test them right now. Chad, test your buzzer. And wait. Now. Nice. The way this is going to work is pretty simple. It's pretty clear cut. It's a little bit of trivia, all based around ESL Pro League Season 17. Now,
I want to let the record state I haven't done any homework for this trivia.
Don't worry, I did it all for us. So
There's a lot of words on that piece of paper.
I hope when you did it
Oh,
for the
boy.
match, when we did the trivia for the match, you were very kind. Have you been as kind?
I've got some hints in here. We'll put it that way.
Okay, we can take hints. Okay.
I like a hint.
Okay, so it's easy, guys. I'm going to read a question out. You guys, once I'm done with the question, in its entirety, just
But I might buzz before he's done.
you can try.
Oh, that's
But
allowed, is it?
I don't think it should be allowed, but you know. Like,
I guess if you do, then it would become a steal. I get double points.
All right.
If you prematurely buzz.
Okay.
Also, off comms right now is Anders. He is sitting over there. He's going to be keeping numbers and things that
He's not keeping anything.
He's not doing
Yeah.
anything.
He's keeping Swisher company right now.
Yeah.
That's what
Are we
he's
ready
keeping.
for this?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Not really.
This weapon is the third highest fully automatic rifle of ESL Pro League Season 17, also highly contested in the current meta and regarded as trash.
As Galil?
No. FAMAS.
Guys, no. The M4A1.
You said it was
It's
trash. No,
trash.
you
I said
misread
regarded
HLTV. No,
No,
because
no.
on their website, M4A1 is actually the M4A4. The most used will be the AK, then the silenced M4, then
Yeah.
the A4. But it's
That's the
listed,
third, though, isn't it?
It's listed as A1, and you said A1, Trace.
Well, it looks like no one's getting a point
No
today.
points. Nil point.
Works out. Anders, don't write anything down.
Okay.
In Group D, this team was embarrassed in their opening match by Rare Atom.
Fudge.
Liquid.
Almost a red card, but yes, it is Liquid. One on the tally. Thank you,
Just in
Anders.
my bibbly.
Thank
okay.
you.
Good job.
This organization is one of the only to have competed in every season of ESL Pro League since Season 1, hint, North America.
You already bust.
Oh, the North American hint there. Well, it would have to be Cloud9.
No.
No? Okay.
You want to give it a shot? It's that look
But
on
it's
your
not.
face.
Liquid.
It is Team Liquid.
Every season.
Every season.
Respect.
Yeah. This organization, oh wait, already did that one. In Group C, this team lost every series and thus were eliminated at the hands of 0-0 Nation.
Rooster.
That's a point for Chad. You keeping up over there, Andy?
A little bit. Oh, I like Andy. We call him Andy.
This member of talent is a harsh food critic, but also opinionated on water birth.
Maui.
Maui Snake is the correct answer. That is correct. The upper bracket final of Group D features two teams. What are their names?
ENCE and FORZE, or FORZE.
Yeah.
Never know with that one. I never know.
Can't-
Some
can't
people
argue
Forza, Forza.
That's another point, Andy.
Okay, so it's like 4-4, I think, if you were keeping track. But 4-4. Yeah.
This member of talent spent the majority of ESL Pro League Season 17 locked away in the room or something.
Jackie.
Yes, there is. Machines on the board. Tally it up.
Yeah, so that's 5 for Alex. Yeah.
What 2 Brazilian teams were eliminated and are not going to the playoffs?
Imperial and MIBR.
Bingo.
You're doing well.
He's doing really well here. This NA base team won 4 maps total, but lost out in the last chance stage and were eliminated by Big.
Complexity.
There's another one for Chad.
Fudge.
Okay, I got this one's for you, Alex.
Yeah.
Well, not really, but it's
I won't buzz.
Nice.
Perfect. In the group of stand-ins, this team powered through their matches and didn't drop a map, thus qualifying for the playoffs.
What was the group of stand-ins?
Group C.
Yeah.
NIP was in the group.
Yeah, and they surprised.
There's the French players, a player, it's like Jackie, but instead of a Y, it's a Z.
Yeah, okay, so Vitality. But he's answered. He should get the point there.
Well, you pressed the button, so what's your answer?
Vitality.
What was the player?
I don't know what the question was.
Yeah, I guess that's right. Yeah. Write it down. Write it down. Yeah.
That was the answer.
It was.
This team was the team that qualified from the Group E last chance.
Oh. This one is a little bit harder here.
I don't even know who was in Group
The last chance. Movistar Riders.
Yep, that is correct. Nice.
Nice.
Chad really kind of tearing up the competition here.
Yep. It's almost like I look at the bracket when I'm talking about it.
Here's the bracket. And yeah. Okay, so there's only one team within striking distance of the Intel Grand Slam. Who is it?
FaZe Clan.
That was it.
That was mine.
That was the one for the taking.
I could have done that one.
This team dropped only 1 map in their qualifying run for the playoffs. Hint, Group B.
Group B, Chad.
Do you want to do this one?
It's that group. I don't know what it is.
Group B is actually a hard one here.
They dropped 1 map.
They dropped 1 map, Group B.
So that was the Movi group.
Group A was Cloud9 Outsiders, was the upper bracket final. The Movi group.
Final answer, please.
Yeah, who am I forgetting? This is the bit, Heroic.
There it is. You almost said it, too. As of this moment, the highest rated player of ESL Pro League Season 17 is who?
Zywoo, followed by Shiro.
Followed by?
Oh,
bonus point.
Is it Axar and then Hobbits in the top 5?
No, that'll be 3 points for Machine Andy. Thank you. And
what did he do?
Whatever.
Well,
you didn't get the third player, so it's.
You only asked the first.
Yeah, you're right. But you gave the second one, and now you don't know the third.
Who was the third? Who was the third?
Nerds.
Oh, it's not finished yet. He could still. Yeah, all right, whatever.
Could still go.
Fair enough.
That does conclude the questions that I have. But I
got any more?
I have some factoids here.
All right.
Map distribution through the last day of regular season. What was the most played map up to this point?
Nuke.
Okay.
Inferno was second.
And the first place of ESL Pro League wins how much money?
The first place.
Wait.
Well, let him go.
Let's do some maths.
Yeah.
It's 250,000.
I think it's just 200.
It is just 200. Yeah. Okay.
Got
So
any
we'll
more?
come back. No, actually, I do, but I don't. But I'm also told we're going to a break, which does mean we're going to a break. We do come back. We do get to settle the scores. I guess.
His buzz is broken.
I guess Sponge work or
Referee!
won. So let's go to that break. We'll be right back.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
wins. Yeah, ain't no L's, I gotta get it, no call it quits. Yeah, gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets. Yeah, better move out the way cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. My heart on my sleeve, stress, shit on my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no giving. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. Down, wonder when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect. Let them watch me elevating. Got them noxious. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house. And woo. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Woo. Watch out, set it up. Bet you I shut it down. Watch out, get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner. Got a finger run up in a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare. I'm a line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins. Yeah, ain't no L's. I gotta get it, no call it quits. Yeah, gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets. Yeah, better move out the way cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out.
We are back for map number 3. That's what it takes to separate Astralis and Spirit. Loser goes home. Winner, a chance to qualify for the playoffs still, as Liquid is waiting in the depths of this lower bracket, waiting for the winner. That'll be played later today, but as for now, on the cast, I'm Maui Snake, joined by Anders and still Swisher from ATK. And Swisher, first thing I want to put your direction is the ninth round was won by Astralis. They picked CT side. Is this common meta now to pick CT, or are we seeing that T side get a little bit more love?
I think for teams that are a little bit stronger on this map, they like to go on that T side first just to be able to set that pace and kind of take a little bit more gambly plays towards middle and fast plays towards B and such. I'd say it's a solid 50-50 kind of for teams to decide whether or not they want T or CT.
Do you think there's any indication in the team's comfort or their preparation to pick one side or another, or is it just kind of random?
I think it's definitely probably comfort.
Okay.
All right. You guys were talking about a little bit during the break here, but I mean, this could be a sign of worry for Spirit, couldn't it? And look at it another way, could be a sign, I think, of maybe relief for Liquid. I imagine Liquid would rather play Astralis than they would Spirit. Just a personal feeling.
I can agree with that, but Swisher, if Astralis win this, I feel like you are starting to like how Astralis has been powering up. so it's pretty difficult to read what's going on here, right? These three teams all feel like they have a real chance to make it to playoffs. If I have to pick someone right now, I still would give Liquid the edge over either of these two rosters in front of us right now. But yeah, I mean, only time will tell if Liquid's able to keep it up. They had a really slow start to this group, losing in disappointing fashion to Rare Atom. And with what we've seen from all three lineups, I just say that they all seem like they're not at 100% at present.
I'd agree with that.
Well, here we go. Spirit T side, Astralis CT side. Early double man setup at the A-bomb side. I feel like that A-bomb side get a little bit less love at the start of some of these rounds. It ends up sometimes being the case that you're just either nobody there or just a one person sort of hanging out. But feels like Astralis have the right read. They got the boost up. Buzz is taking the attention. Blameth with the dualies on top. And I think already Spirit must feel like, all right, they knew. We're being countered. We're leaving.
Really quick adjustment there. As soon as they recognize that, they flood out into middle, and Chopper will be there to contest Zipnix, who's holding onto the donut. Nice shot from Zipnix. Good headshot from him, and then Siren there for the trade. Blameth swung out a bit wide, and he was punished for such.
They actually had the Molotov. Yeah, sick stuff. And now it's kind of right back on open again. 3 versus 3. Device, though, is going to be walking in behind them. So with a little bit of timing going his way, or just a really strong aim, it's wonderful to get blown up.
This is now pretty tough for Spirit to suss out. Doesn't feel like there's any great avenue. They know that there was at least one player in A. That Device was holding onto that ledge position. And so they decide they go with the known quantity and are making their way to A.
Yeah, Magic's and Siren right there. Gotta be careful, though. That first opening is everything. 25 seconds. They challenge Buzz, and Glaive is there to help out, so that's great news. Siren, he eats that grenade and almost dies to it. He's down to 21 health, and Device is right behind him. So I feel like this round is on the timer, and I don't think there's anything Siren can do here. If they fight him, sure. But otherwise, if he has to try and plant the bomb, he's just going to run out of time. This is really well played by Astralis. Device will pick it up, and a bit of a scream coming up from the Astralis camp as they win the pistol round. And even without Buzz getting all the kills. It's a whole new look.
I feel like it's been so long since I've seen Buzz miss out on a pistol round.
I feel like Blamef's setup right there is the most ergonomically defensible. Like, he's not tilting his neck down. He's like got his monitor so high up that he's kind of like looking almost straight ahead. That's got to be the way to go.
In terms of consistency and sustainability for posture.
Yeah, without destroying your neck for no reason.
Swisher, what would your opinions be on posture? Are you a face and monitor type of guy?
Not totally close. Something that Daps always said was, if you're having a bad game, just lean a little closer.
I kind of agree with that. Honestly, I feel that a lot.
Can we get a book published on like Daps sayings, like small little things?
I feel like Daps is so hesitant to tell us his little secrets like that. Like I feel like he just wants to keep those things under wraps. That every time you say that, I'm pretty sure he's wincing a little bit. He's like, no, my secrets.
Don't give him away.
Leading forward was the key. That's what I was going to tell Breeze next.
Oh, man. Well, it's a 2-0 lead. Rifles have been picked up on the Spirit side, though.
Yeah. Let's see if Spirit go for one of those early round gambles, but it is a bit more of a tempered approach. But the flashes are coming out late here. Patsy swinging out from the elbow. Right there is Buzz on the other side, and the smoke actually separates both of these players. Neither one catching the other. And now Patsy, he's slotted himself into top mid. He's trying to find some pressure in the red room, and Buzz right there on the other side, and it looks like Astralis want to collapse on this position. This is so tough for Patsy to fight his way out of, and it's not going to happen. But Chopper, reining in from jump up, is now able to take out a couple players, so 3v3 situation, not all bad for Spirit.
Saw 2 in middle, so they're going to speed up B here.
Yeah, smoke, though, will maybe slow them down. They definitely wanted it. They already put out the smoke on the T side, but now ramp has been smoked off. It's a cool way for Astralis in the round to activate those MP9s to actually do something instead of just holding far back. So that's really nice to see. But they've rotated all the way to the B bomb site. So I don't even know what you do here. They don't have a kit. They might just... I mean, maybe they can show up and try and do something. Maybe hope for an early kill. But if they don't get run really, really quickly, might be hard to retake this bomb site.
Do have a smoke for bomb, which is important.
What would you give the chances of Astralis in this one, Swisher? Percentage?
Probably like a 70.
You think 70% Astralis win this?
This smoke is big.
Okay, we'll see if it happens, but that's a great counter flash to prevent the oncoming players, but it's only good for one as Chopper takes down Glaive. Now Blamef slowly making his approach through Temple, and Magic's not presenting the opportunity. They were so close, just almost seeing each other on the side of that smoke, but it looks like that flash play was good enough to ward off the oncoming CTs, and that kill from Wonderful is going to inflict some serious damage because Astralis now don't have as much to work with into the next round.
You could feel the percentage dropping as soon as they flash that corner.
Spirit played that extremely well. As soon as they heard that smoke coming through and they saw that smoke coming through for Donut, they instantly reacted and pushed right through it, both players. They were not going to sit behind that and kind of let it become a spam battle.
If I asked you that question maybe 5 seconds later, I think your answer would be completely different.
Completely different.
That's how Counter-Strike is, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's why it's so interesting.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good start. Spirit pretty quickly back into it. Both teams using most of their money to buy into this round. But there is an AWP on Device. He's been so much fun to watch up on the return here. So, yeah, I mean, strong AWP CT side in Ancient could definitely make the difference.
Another slightly slower approach from Spirit here. Not finding any map control just yet, but looks like they'll be fighting for that Jaguar space as they pressure the bottom of mid. So a couple things happening at the same time on the map, but it's a pretty safe approach from Magix, all things considered. Not the best smoke. Weird gap.
Okay, looks like they want to go pretty quickly. Could be a little bit of a squeeze towards the A-bomb side. The Astralis are actually really well positioned to try and deal with this at the moment. Again, I feel like it's a bit rare. I feel like mostly people tend to overpopulate the B-bomb side on this map, on the CT side, but Astralis, they seem to be well aware of what's happening at the moment.
I'd say B is a lot easier to retake.
Well, maybe that's why they're leaning this way. Device, got to be a little bit careful. Chopper is in the middle listening, and he must have heard those steps coming through. 35 seconds, no bomb plant just yet, and that's Device hitting the shot on Wonderful. Chopper finally walking up from behind. He probably would have wanted to wait until after the bomb was planted, but he needed to help his teammates out. Now Siren is on his own, 1 versus 2, and that's a good pick off, 20 seconds. Device is already out, and Siren, he might just not know. He's got the right feel for it, but still not quite committed to it, and Device just repositioning into that one. A triple for him, and a 3rd round for Astralis.
So many important fights being won by Device in that sequence there.
Yeah.
One towards CT, that last one obviously to close things out on top of that. Device 6-0 to kick things off. Without him, this would be pretty dire for Astralis. But the 3-1 start, and even with a buy that was definitely lacking in a little bit of utility, they're still able to fend off Spirit. And that forces Spirit onto a few Galils, a couple Tech 9s, and it looks like we're in for a faster B play.
Yeah, they want to go for it at the very least. Given the weaponry, it kind of makes sense, but Astralis are set up for it. Looks like they want to go a bit aggressive here. See if Device, he only has a smoke, so he's going to be flashing anyone in. They just walk straight into it, but the SMG will pick up a little something, and one hell of a
Zip
flick
dropped his
coming out.
gun. Zip dropped his gun. He has a USP right now. Excuse me?
It's
okay.
all good.
He got it. He got it. He got the A1S. Okay.
Part of the blueprint.
Yeah. Okay. Kind of a cheap shot right there, Anders.
Oh, no. Yeah, well, apart from the shenanigans over at the ramp, this should be a fairly clean round. Astralis, just a good call out of spawn, having 3 people there, even if it got a little bit dicey.
Swisher, what do you think now of Ancient and the fast B play? Like, what's the kind of meta or theory behind just doing a B rush? We didn't really get one in this round, but out of spawn, B hit.
It's scary. Well, it's very good for Ts. It's very scary for CTs because they could just be in your face so fast.
Mm-hmm.
You should probably, honestly, they'll probably do it once or twice this game because you kind of just need to throw it in there every once in a while.
It feels like it's kind of taken the place of like an A hit fast on nuke. Like if you're just not throwing all the necessary counter utility and you're not in good crossfire positions, it's just gonna win.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you think about how the B-bomb side works on Inferno, if you're on the CT side, like sometimes you can, even if they're rushing you down, you get a kill, you can limit the angle, you can fall back, get another fight, maybe even do that a 3rd time if things are going really well. It feels like on this map, there's something about, even if you get the opening kill on the T's rushing the ramp, it's still like the 2nd and 3rd player will be so far onto you that you just still get run down. So even if you get the opening fight, it still feels like, yeah, but you might still just lose the bomb site completely.
Yeah, it relies heavily, well, if you're B-rushing or getting B-rushed on, it relies very heavy on like the anchored multi-frag. Very heavy.
Good read.
Yeah, good hold from Astralis there. Spirit just desperately looking for an in on this round, and that's not going to be it.
This aggression that Astralis is doing is very good, though. It's exactly what they need, that confidence that I was speaking about earlier. They look very confident right now.
Yeah, I know they're just ready to take these duels, and Blamef, I think he's become a little bit notorious for his enthusiasm on anti-ecos, but I mean, you can't really blame the guy when he's been so effective, although a couple casualties on the CT side.
I'm in the same boat, man. Someone's got to get him.
Yeah. If you can get him cleanly, I think Semphis had a line like this years ago, maybe 5 or so years ago, that even though, yeah, someone is going to pick up some stats that otherwise should maybe go to somebody else, it's like, if they can do it consistently, cleanly, you have to win anti-ecos. Like, how bad is it to lose that round if you're Astralis? So, yeah, if BlameF wants to farm a little bit and make sure the round doesn't get too messy, and the cost is that he maybe does a little stat padding, I think Astralis are okay with that.
It's kind of interesting how there seems to be some sort of like relationship between playing forward like this and having confidence. But it obviously doesn't necessarily have to be so. Like, you could play a confident but reserved game. It just seems to be much harder in some way. Like, I think that's one of the things that I would find really tricky about if I was on the Outsiders team, is that it would be hard to play with confidence and then that much restraint. It feels like, you know, because it feels like you're playing scared when you're playing that far back. Obviously, they're not. Like, it's totally part of the plan, right? Yeah. But this kind of chest-out kind of Counter-Strike that Astralis are bringing in the middle of some of these rounds, like, you can feel the confidence when you see it.
It's just all about knowing the right time. Guessing, basically, the right time of when to be aggressive and when to not be.
Buzz not wanting to challenge that. Bombs dropped quite far back. And gonna get a little bit of mid-control here. And Astralis not really in a position to retake this necessarily either.
Should be a mid-house flash here.
It's 1 second late.
Yeah. Just not perfect timing. And Buzz, okay, I'm surprised he didn't take damage earlier from the Molotov. He's forced forward. I think a teammate was there to flash to try to set him up, but Chopper still able to pick up the kill and the equalizer in this round. Spirit, they're centering their defense, or their attack that is, towards the B side of the map where Glaive and Device wait.
Yeah, curious.
He got timing.
If they throw the smokes early, right, then they're going to block off the AWP, but also Astralis will know. Flash around the corner, down to 29 seconds. Sip started to join. Blame is still holding over at Donut. He's smoked out for the minute, but no smoke on Device position. So that's unfortunate. They're going to lose another player now. They throw it, but it might be a little bit late here. 17 seconds on the clock. Oh,
well, that's big.
Yeah, that makes the difference. And now they're getting all the kills. Siren there as well. Magic's able to pick up one more, and BlameF, he just never really got activated. It looked like a really, really great defense right up until that bullet landed through the smoke.
Yeah, I think the short players kind of just rushed it a little too fast there. Like, you have Blame on the flank. Device's death towards long was kind of unlucky. If you just take your time there in that situation and just let you guys all work together, let that team work together, and that, I think they probably would have been able to retake that.
Why would Astralis feel forced here? Why do you think they even press forward the way they did? Wait, why did he...
Did he disconnect and...
No,
I think they don't even need to do that.
What was that about? That's weird.
Probably just accidentally shot him.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, it's going to be something... Oh, he just flick shot. It's not Siren, it's the Magic's right there. I think he just shot because...
Did he shoot?
Was he going to die anyways? I think he was maybe going to die to the bomb anyways and just said, I'll make it funny. Just for comic relief.
I'm so confused.
I am too. It looked like he shot.
Yeah, but what would force Astralis to feel pressured that they had to retake that early when BlameF was so clearly on the flank there?
Honestly, I'm not sure. The only thing that for sure I could say is that short smoke was fading pretty quick after that bomb plant. So maybe they thought they could find a kind of a gap or a timing in that sense that they could catch them before they could get in their post-plant positions.
Okay. Yeah, I buy that. Trying to catch them before they are really set up. Yep. Things might get a little bit more difficult.
Kind of a familiar play coming out here again for Spirit. Looking to maybe crunch middle. But this time a little bit different for Astralis though. They tried that sort of ramp push earlier. Now instead, far forward in the Jaguar cave. Sip in the corner, Glaive on the other side. And Molotov's going to be eliminating Glaive from the fight for a second. And he's got a great read for it. Well done.
Did he jump spot him earlier?
I don't believe he did.
I don't think he saw him. Yeah, just really ready for that fight, though. Magic's, he's got to be ready for a second one. Glaive's in an off angle, but Magic's, he's on a heater in this round. 2 kills already, and this should make things pretty obvious for Chopper in where he wants the mid round. Smokes are already deployed, should be a free plant, and you got to imagine that Astralis are calling for the save.
Yeah, instantly. No point in doing anything else. Might as well just try and go for it. But, yeah, all 5 alive. Spirit, just all they needed. Magic's able to pick it up. And, yeah, a couple of opening kills, all they really needed. They're going to be able to save the AWP and a couple of M4s, and they're out of money. This is kind of a tough position to be in.
Yeah, for sure. There's actually a spam that I do towards B where you're able to clear that left side cubby without even clearing it. You could spam through the wood.
Ooh.
I don't think I've ever seen, honestly, anybody else do it.
I'm curious about this. I love a good wall bang.
Not that cubby, the left cubby in cave where Zipnix was killed at.
Ah, all right. So like this side?
Yes.
That actually makes sense. Yeah. People underestimate how much you can shoot through the wood. Damage fall off pretty minimal. Source engine does recognize different materials when you're making the maps.
Confused by this still. We're looking back at the team.
Oh, like that.
He just shoots. He literally just shoots. Magix just turns and shoots wonderful. Okay, whatever. For
the lulz?
Yeah, that's just a lulz XD moment.
Which material has the least damage fall off?
What? What do you mean?
In source engine. It's glass.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I feel like you just wanted to say that.
Glass, wood, it's obviously crowbarring it straight in there. I don't know why anyone would care about it, but
yeah.
I'm just saying, I think glass, wood, metal, concrete, like the engine does recognize different materials in that sense.
These are all materials I love to work with in Terraria.
Exactly. Well, Spirit are they're kind of getting their claws back into this first half. It was looking super convincing for Astralis, but maybe not so much anymore.
Yeah, I think something that they're probably going to either need to do here on the Astralis side is either contest their mid control a little bit more or deny their cave control. Either by resmoking that second, the cheat area, slow down the default in that sense for next gun round.
So when you were anti-stratting to prepare for a potential matchup against Astralis on Ancient, what are some of the key flaws in the Astralis game plan you noted?
Their retakes towards mid were kind of not too good. And kind of honestly the same gap that Spirit here is taking is their kind of cave. The cave wasn't too good in their B hits. Their B didn't look too strong.
Is that because Zipnix is playing cave?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Well, they're going to be able to save a couple of rifles here, but that's about it. Ooh, wait a minute. Sip trying to get away with one more. Okay. Sneaking it in.
Siren's so dead.
Yeah. Gotta be trying to make ways out. They're not even going to happen. All right.
Magix is,
Magix is dead too. Wow.
And Glaive.
It is a nuke on this map now.
Yeah. Yeah, attack nuke.
I still don't like the Inferno change.
With the bomb radius?
Yeah, I don't like the bomb radius change.
I think we've liked it. It's more fun at the end of rounds. As a spectator, I thoroughly enjoy a huge bomb radii.
I could see that, but as a player, it's just like,
yeah,
you have to run so far.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't want to be playing with that bomb radius. Like, it feels kind of needless how far you have to go away from it. But early ramp contest coming out from Wonderful. See if he can find any sort of opening pick here. And yeah, once again, it looks like it's going to be Chopper this time, actually, that takes over that Jaguar space. And there's a lot of pressure in terms of utility on these Astralis players who are actually set up in a really heavy A lean. This is probably the wrong read for this round.
Yeah, no mid control at all either for Astralis right now. They don't have any information. Smoke now just fading a donut, so Device can at least take a look in there, but it feels like Sip and Glaive, when they've been in these positions before back here, they don't get to do nearly as much as you'd want. They don't have like a good way. Even just trying to make it a 4-on-5 for the afterplan or something like that would be super helpful, but it feels like that's not what's been happening here.
Spirit is basically saying, it's been working, why change?
Yeah. I can't see a way that Astralis find a great way back in this round. It's going to be a 5-on-5 retake, it looks like, unless there's some casualty.
It might not be a retake at all.
No.
The way that this is being set up.
there's still so much utility for Spirit to slow him down. Actually, they just burned all of it. So just 3 flashes.
3 mollies, 3 smokes.
Yeah, on the Astralis side, they have a lot to work with, but it could still just all come down to that first kill. Flash comes out, anyone going to peep behind it. Chopper kind of running for it. Could we have one more flash? Siren does have one, but Chopper is just kind of on his own. That's a bit of a shame. And now at least an opening. Here comes the counter utility coming up from Astralis. They try and burn out the bomb. Deep nade, another one landing on Patsy. He gets blown up, but Siren's got such a clear view. He comes in and gets shot right in the face. They're trying to stop that defuse, and they will. Headshot coming on through. They get all the kills and still lose the round. And the bomb will consume 3 of them. That is a rough way to go.
The bomb getting 3 of them on top of not finding the defuse there. Magic's the hero of the round, spraying through the smoke. There was so many reasons that Astralis could have said, no, we don't need to go for this, but they just pressed on forward despite the lack of time there. A huge gamble that they just took, and it's going to cost them so dearly. They've lost so many players. They lost so much money. And now Spirit have to be feeling really good about this one. Yeah, you can see the smile on Patsy's face. Knows how much that means.
Wow. That's pretty devastating.
Swisher, would your team have gone for that, or what do you think?
Definitely.
Yeah, 5-on-5. I mean, you had a lot of nades. You would have had a lot of nades.
A lot of nades.
Yeah.
I think the cave smoke missed slightly. That kind of made it a little sketchy for that retake situation. He landed like outside the cave instead of inside.
It kind of almost gave him a pocket.
Yeah. To work around. I don't think it got him a kill, but it made it kind of scary. And that kind of made it so they had to entry up long instead of coming up short.
Yeah. Probably added a little bit of precious time.
A-Rush.
But yeah, A-Rush device gets one already, but look at how fast they call it off. As soon as they know that it's device there with the off, feels like that's the one guy in the server you cannot test right now. 11-1. And on top of that, a lot of the members from Astralis just don't have the best in terms of weaponry and utility. Glaive himself just sitting on an MP9, and everybody else with just not too much in terms of defensive nades left.
But I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense for Spirit, right? They've been so successful at B, probably hoping that Astralis are overstacked on that side.
Yeah, that would be, it's a decent call to go for that A-Rush. I think they're probably just like, oh, they probably didn't even think he had it off this round.
But at least, he did see 3 people there, so a little bit of information, but now they're also in a 5-on-3, so they might not be able to react to the information even if they have it.
I think it's also a good note to have is that the only kind of success, at least the Astralis has been having, is towards regressing that B ramp area and finding kills towards that. So either them playing passive is basically not the key towards B, unless they're in like a heavy man advantage situation.
All right. Oh my God, what is going on?
Wow.
That is a shot and a half. Chopper does get, unfortunately, shot at the back, and a flashbang is just way too powerful. That was a good setup. Sip on the assist on that one. Really well timed. But yeah, that shot from Wonderful that stole all of the spotlight.
Yeah, but just too many casualties taken in the early round there for Spirit, losing that frag towards A, and then the re-aggress that Swisher outlined at that B ramp.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like playing aggressive outside of B, the team that I always think about is probably FaZe with Rain and Kerrigan doing that stuff. But I mean, is there a team right now that is actually good at playing passive B? Can it even be done?
It's hard. It's very hard to play passive B because of all the spams that you kind of have, and T's at least usually take that long control as well if they kind of are given the space. And if they kind of have that control, it is extremely hard to retake.
What's a team that you've watched on Ancient where you learned more than you thought, or who's doing the most?
We watched a couple 9 demos.
9?
And got some mid-aggression from them. 1 win as well.
Okay. And you think that the Tier 2 teams are putting forward more fresh ideas than the Tier 1?
I'd say so.
Yeah. I feel like that's kind of been the case for a while now, because what you lack in experience and firepower, you got to make up for somewhere. And so theory crafting is a great way to get a leg up.
That, and I'd say they also have a lot more matches where they can test things.
Okay.
Because, like, I feel like the Tier 1 teams don't necessarily have a lot of time to test.
Yeah, that's been a complaint for a bit. Here we go, back to the B-bomb site because it has been working. A little bit of a different feel this time, a little bit more delayed. Trying to get in there, and oh, that's a nice spin around Blamef. I thought he was dead for sure. He was sandwiched in. Chopper's on the other side, and he will execute him. 3 versus 3, and a similar retake coming in, similar kind of odds here. There is a smoke.
Ooh. For Spirit. Okay, no, he switches it out. Okay.
This is kind of risky. Molotov, it's on the other side. They're already through. That's not really going to impact the round. They do need to go for that defuse pretty soon because they don't have a kit currently picked up either. And they're getting shut down. Siren, a good couple of kills, and Chopper to even it out. So Spirit, wow. Yeah, they're making themselves a great comeback here on the first half.
I feel like I'm watching a rerun here. Every time it just seems like Spirit are getting on this B bomb side. Astralis just throwing themselves at that problem on the retake, and it's just not been effective for them. This is weirdly probably a pretty simple game from Chopper's perspective, but I think there also needs to be, it needs to be said just that if you just keep calling this, it's going to lose some efficacy as the game progresses. Usually that's the case.
Astralis is not really making any adaptations towards it, though.
That's true. That's pretty surprising, actually. Like, if they went B right now, they'd also probably just win. I mean, obviously we know a lot more than them because of the X-ray and everything, but you think Astralis would just lean heavy B side at some point, but Buzz, as the smoke's fading, is able to take down a single kill. Need a couple cheeky ones like that, and there's another. Device continues to thin the numbers with that frag on a Siren.
Device rotating B here is very big if he gets this timing.
Glaive in the corner. I wonder if Device could... Oh!
There you go.
I was going to say just distract. I would have just said distract from Glaive hiding in that little cubby, but, you know, why not? Magix and Chopper now, 2 versus 4. What a round this way. I think Astralis need to win a round like this, or this first half is going to be way too impressive. Glaive comes running out. He's going to get the shot. And now it's a 1 versus 3. 45 seconds. And this again where you want to see some of the experience on the Astralis side. There should never be a case here where Magix could be allowed to just fight them one at a time. There has to be some potential for the refrag here. Still, the bomb is not down. They know where he is, and they're slowly but surely circling him in. Nice find on that one, but he walks right back into Blamef, and that is huge for Astralis.
Device being so mobile. Those 2 kills that he found, holding the line in the late round. I mean, it feels like we're just seeing why he is so feared as an opper, so frequently emulated and imitated, but never replicated.
Definitely not easy to do. Many have tried.
Who are you looking at, Swisher, when you're trying to just watch demos to improve your own game? Who's your go-to guy? Let's see what that guy's up to.
My go-to guy. A lot of the time, Bit. At least on my CT sides and such.
Okay, why is that?
He kind of, I like the duels he takes, honestly.
Okay.
He believes in himself a lot of the time, and you could see that by the way he takes his duels and what duels he's taking. As well as, what else do I watch a lot? I watch Elige sometimes as well. Some Liquid demos as well for my CT sides.
I feel like Bit would have been one of those guys that a lot of people just think, I can't watch his demo, he just headshots everybody, but something to learn everywhere. Okay, just pistols for the side of Spirit, no utility even to work with. It's Magix and Wonderful that are wielding those deagles. But this should be an 8th for Astralis. Don't really see any way they screw this up.
This setup is weird for me. They've run it twice now on anti-ecos with Device opping Pillar off of start, which just seems scary for a B-rush.
We could get overrun rather easily, yeah?
Yeah. It's the second time they've run this against ecos.
Alright, he's giving them at least a fight here. Not too worried about the deagle on the other side. I guess he had no reason to. Shutting it down. 3 for him. Finally, there is a bit of a reply, but obviously it's a little bit too late. So, 8 for Astralis going into round number 15, the last of the half. And Spirit, they could put together not the most impressive buy, but at least it's something.
Yeah, Chopper on the UNP. You never really like to see that for round number 15. But this is where Chopper is able to also call, given all the information that Astralis has presented him thus far in the half, make the ultimate read to try to close this with 7 rounds.
All right, look at this. A little bit of a different look. Double push into the A hallways. And this could definitely work out. Siren's on the other side, but it's just a question of timing, surely.
Seems like it's pretty standard for the starting for Spirit. They've been doing this late mid-take, and Magix, he's been finding space, but this time he's greeted by Device. It's been a Rifler most of the time contesting him there, and so this puts the number advantage in favor of Astralis, and this push from A is so big. They have a great opportunity here to flank all of these Ts at middle. That's going to be 1 for Glaive, taking down Wonderful. 5 versus 3 now, and Buzz, he's up next, but he's able to come up with just the 1. This gives a little bit of a path for Spirit, but there's so many bodies from Astralis in so many places that clearing them out, it's going to be too tall of a task. Now, Chopper, 1 versus 4. First man he has to pass is Blame F, and he won't even pass that test. 9-6 at the half for Astralis. They're looking pretty good here, and we're going to see if they're able to close it all out after a break.
Be a long way from my tank low, cause my Tesla charge for them bank rolls, and I'm grinding, money on my mind, and I'm headed to the top. I won't stop until I find it. Write my name in diamonds, but all these lights are blinding. I wonder, is it worth it? Feel like I'm losing my mind, yeah, remind me.
Don't be afraid of the dark, be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy, cause you rise to the madness. In the morning it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark, be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you.
Since I blew up, everybody telling me that I'm the man. Same people gave me the finger, they reaching out for me to give a hand. In a different city and my pills came, cause this tour don't happen, I feel pain. And the girl with me say she down for life, but she don't even know what's my real name. Just try to get what she came for, and ain't nothing I got safe though. Cause when the money go wild, everybody get a piece, but it's looking like I ain't on the payroll. Got a big house made out of Play-Doh, and a plastic crown for my halo. But still a long way from my tank low, cause my Tesla charge for them bank rolls, and I'm grinding, money on my mind, and I'm headed to the top. I won't stop until I find it. Write my name in diamonds, but all these lights are blinding. I wonder, is it worth it? Feel like I'm losing my mind, yeah, remind me.
Don't be afraid of the dark, be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy, cause you rise to the madness. In the morning it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark, be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you.
The last time these two teams faced off on Ancient, it was Spirit that got the better of Astralis, 16-4. But today, it's a different day, and Astralis are putting up a much different fight. 9-6 at the half, and the Danes lead. I am joined by Anders and Swisher as we close out this series and find out which team is destined to face Liquid for a spot in the ESL Pro League Season 17 playoffs.
Oh, God.
That was intense, that rush scare.
It's very intense. He's stolen all the permanent markers, and he's also a guarded observing, so, you know, we've got it all going on. Got a little bit of everything in one character.
Renaissance man.
Yeah. Here we go. Pistols towards the middle. Smoke is up. Always a chance there's going to be a bullet at head height flying through when you put that smoke up there, but so far so good. And they're going to be running straight at Chopper. Oh, they flashed their way through. He is in trouble. Good on him to just keep on running. Otherwise, he was definitely going to get completely mauled in that position. He's back, trying to get another shot at it here. Device. Oh, I don't think he even knew. That was pure collateral. Magic's going down on the other side, and next up, it was wonderful to hit the ground. Siren on his own in a 1 versus 5, but man, that worked way better than I think even Astralis could have imagined.
What do you think about the smoke push, Swisher?
The mid-house one?
Yeah.
Or
the one that led to the Device double kill there?
Not needed, because you have 3 towards A. You just wait that smoke out, because like there's even a chance in that case if they get 1 or 2 kills on that defense towards A that they cancel and come towards you at B. And them dying there is you basically lost the round at that sense.
It's completely round losing. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
But it looked cool from Device point of view.
That's true. We would have never had that highlight. So
thanks.
Thank you, Spirit.
Your misfortune is our fortune.
What happens, like, so I mean, obviously Spirit probably know that too. Like, if they were here and were asking them, they would have said the same thing, right? So what happens in the round when, is it just that you're feeling like it's A right now, like we need to, like it's already happening, like we need to go, like what's the communication like? Because Chopper he sent out a bullet and fell back around the corner, so he's not like about to die or anything.
It's probably just like, they probably just thought they had a gap. They heard I think 3 cross. So they're like, oh, maybe they're holding from spawn, not from in-house.
Fair.
And 3 is kind of a number where you think maybe one guy's going to late lurk donut, one guy is going to late lurk A main. Yeah.
Exactly.
And so that's probably the most. But 4, you know, that number game just slightly off, and that's what led them to have that belief.
This is scary.
Siren, just the 1 though, but there's a smoke, and so it's going to be Patsy that can play right behind that. And that's actually going to dissuade Astralis from pressing on forward. A little bit of a jump spot game being played by Magix. Spots 1 out. But this round, it just feels like Astralis have to get past a couple landmines, and the first looks like it'll be Chopper in that cave.
I don't know, the 5-7 is super insane. This particular position, I mean, yeah, you could make it work. He's got the right idea. There's one, comes swinging in, it's a double. Chopper absolutely wrecking the round here for Astralis. Oh. That's a good shot, but not bad. 2 on 3. But the bomb is lost at the moment.
It's a big mistake from Glaive there, not clearing that left.
Oh, this is now so awkward. Buzz, I mean, he looked incredible on Mirage, really made a name for himself there. And he's going to have to pull off some heroics. 35 seconds remain. Astralis, they know exactly where that bomb is, but they don't know what lies in wait behind that smoke. And Buzz, he's just spinning around like a top to find that kill onto Chopper. But look at how Spirit react. Magix, he's pressing on forward from that long side. There's a chance, there's a window of opportunity here. He might find it. There it is. Takes down, but no, he actually doesn't finish the kill. So Patsy chimes in from cave, and that's going to do it. Spirit steal 1 off the back of a double kill from their in-game leader.
That is a huge round for them. Again, we saw Astralis kind of running like a set piece out of spawn for their anti-eco, which can go horribly wrong. They used a lot of their nades towards A. They 2 smokes, flashes, and then just kind of instantly canceled that after the trade off of Blame's death. And that collapsed towards Cave, or Cheetah there.
Oh, that's actually rough. 10-7 the scoreline, and it's a B rush coming up. Magix is super ready for it though. And Wonderful there to help out, so they're going to be fine in this round. Bomb is lost, and Device and Blameff are left.
I'm going to throw out a little reminder for some of the fans out there, and this you might want to close your ears if you are an Astralis fan right now. But the last time these two teams faced off against each other, on the CT side, or at least, yeah, when Spirit was on the defense, Astralis won the pistol. They won the second round, and then Spirit won 13 straight. It was impenetrable in terms of the sight holds for Spirit, and this is now a very worrying sign to give up the second after winning the pistol. You're giving a team momentum and headway in a half that you are probably already behind on.
Yeah, letting them back in the game early like that. I mean, it's about to be 10-8, and the money is going to be pretty good. You could see they've stolen 2 AKs on that side. Yeah, this is all pretty good stuff. Blameff doing whatever he can to try and optimize the end of that round, even if he couldn't win it. But he can't get the kills either. So 10-8, and Astralis will have to wait out this round. They don't have any money either. Man.
How do you feel on rounds like this, Swisher? 5 Glocks. What's going on?
I'm a big fan of just waiting till 20 seconds and doing something.
Yeah, you kind of make the CTs
out.
Burn some utility, and even though it's slight, the little bit of economic chip damage there is something that should be noted.
Something I'm usually not a fan of either, as well, is saving on pistol rounds as a CT.
Oh, you mean, yeah, okay, so first round, just,
well, yeah, like
even if it's armor
round.
or a kit or something.
Unless, like, you have a lot of money saved up, like one person has, like, kit, smoke, and armor or something.
Yeah.
That's a different story, but if it's, like, one person just saving armor, you're giving the other team an extra $1,200 for a bomb exploding.
Yeah, what's the reward bonus? Isn't it 3,250 versus 3,500 or?
Yeah, so it's 250 each, so extra
1,250.
1,250.
1,250 extra that put in their pockets. Well, I guess the exchange is that instead you're maybe giving up one more kill, so 300. So like 950 still.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I feel that.
Wow. Ooh. Quick quad. Couldn't quite get the ace, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that's a clean one for Magix. I'm sure he feels pretty good about that. He's now sitting atop the scoreboard with 16 kills for his team. But we've been waiting for some of the other players, the usual suspects, to show up. Patsy and Wonderful, usually we're screaming their names, and this time around, only 4 kills for Patsy, 6 for Wonderful. I'm sure that's going to change for both of them in this half, though.
Yeah, I was just looking at that too, wondering where they were. But yeah, it could just be second half. It's going to be where they make their redemption. Patsy's pushed into middle, but he's actually going to get overrun. Good setup. Hard for him to turn around for the flashbangs and also get his aim back in time. Glaive's going to beat him with the punch, and they're all over the place. Pushed up double in middle, but Bomb is on Device, leaning towards the B side.
Okay, Siren next up. He spots one, and actually Astralis, they don't seem to favor their chances in that engagement, so they back on up, but it's right into Wonderful's scope. But oh no! That's an opportunity that you don't want to see him miss. And Astralis, they have figured out a lot in the last 20 seconds. They know the positions of now 3 CTs, and this could give Glaive the perfect mid-round.
All 4?
Yeah, another, actually.
This is crazy. It feels like for a long time Astralis have been in positions to kind of like almost attack anywhere on the map. But now they actually need to do something. 40 seconds, and look at the read from Spirit. They are actually starting to lean 3 people towards this A side. If they win this fight against Glaive in the middle, there is a chance for a defense. There's Wonderful picking up Buzz to start with, and they're going to call it back. Oh, wow. Astralis instant pushing that button.
There it is. Yeah, this should be a free sight for them. Glaive's still trying to put some pressure on top mid right now, but his teammates are finding some way into this B site. Chopper, last line of defense here, and Glaive actually taking down Magix. He's able to cut off rotations on top of his position, although Chopper will be able to deal with him. And Zipnix wants to keep pressing on forward. He spots Chopper on that corner, but unable to find the kill yet.
3-on-3. Oh, when they walk into the shot again, he's so quick with the flick device. He also gets run over. Chopper's back with it, a double for him, and now Blamef. The bomb. It's kind of planted for the wall bang, but it might be very tricky to try and win the round like that. You can see he's trying to do it early, and there's no shot. He's going to make a run for it here. So, good retake coming in, and they're going to tie the scoreline 10-10. That felt like that should have been a very hard round for Spirit to win.
Yeah, they took, Astralis just took way too much time on that mid round there. They seemed like they really didn't know what they wanted to do, yet they had all the information they needed and all the map control. They had full mid-house. They didn't know they had Donut at the time. That Wonderful gave it up, but he did. Interesting. He should have won that round.
Once Glaive gets the kill on Magix basically in CT spawn, I feel like he could have, if he just doesn't die, it just stays alive there forever. It's going to make any rotation so hard. Like, he's so low on health.
Yeah, it felt like he kind of kept on, he kept that forward position. If he actually just backed up, I mean, it would have been so strong from him. I guess he doesn't know necessarily if there's going to be a quick donut push that could catch him from behind also. So maybe felt like he was trapped in that moment. And but that actually was a huge thorn in the side of Spirit, and Chopper able to pull it out in a very key moment. And so that, once again, just pushes Spirit forward, 10-10 now. Astralis do invest into this round. It's a half buy at that, and it seems like they're setting up for a B lean, but nothing too quick yet.
Yeah, they don't have the nades to double pump anything. I mean, once they throw these smokes, that's it for Astralis, right? They have to go. And the time is now. Sip in charge of throwing some flashes from way behind, but none of them really doing anything to Magix at the moment. He's going to get one of them. It's really awkward, but finally, they take him down. Blamef for the double patsy out in the open, a position that he can't escape from, but they don't want to swing him. Maybe they could have, but a bomb plant right now, even looking potentially tough. It's back there somewhere, but they can't pick it up again. Device goes down, and now Blamef in a 1 versus 3. He needs the headshots. He needs more of them. And if anyone could, it probably would be Blamef. He still doesn't have the bomb, which makes this very awkward. Now, obviously, these are the kind of rounds that Blamef is such a crazy player at.
It'd have to be the ace clutch. He's already got 3.
Wonderful's expecting it now.
Yeah, he sees it coming. Walking right into the shot, but he still hits it. Oh my god, he's back for more. Blamef, there it is. The ace clutch left to 1 point of health. And that is Astralis a step closer here to sending Spirit home.
That is exactly what Astralis needed. A shot in the arm from the strongman Dane. Blamef getting it done, taking his time with it. So much criticism for this man, and yet he still shows that he can have impact in the late round there. You see how that fires up everybody on the team. And Spirit, that they have now felt the star power from Astralis.
That is super crazy. And I mean, even crazier, because like you said, Swisher, they did actually see it coming. They had the right idea.
He did. Just great shots there from Blame. Took his time with everything.
Siren. Look at this. They've actually walked past him. Buzz is going to check, though. What an important turnaround for Buzz. Wonderful repositioning, realizing they're going to be coming out on the other side. Now grenades are everywhere, and he has to run for it. Chopper is in the middle, but Sip is already covering Donut. If they try to go for this retake, 4-on-4, and they lose it, then Astralis is so close to winning the map.
They're actually being flanked. Chopper coming in from T-spawn, and they're on for this retake. They really want to see if they can make this happen. Pressure's there. Chopper to take down Device. Now Buzz behind that big box is wallbanged by Wonderful. Blamef, he's just stuck on the site right now. He's going to have another magical performance to get him and his team out of this one, but Wonderful is there for the shot. Now Zipnix might be his turn to find a clutch. He's got to find that kill through the smoke. It's a desperate spray attempt. So close, but not enough. It will be Chopper that finds the defuse.
11-11 scoreline.
That was a massive flank there.
Yeah.
Round-winning flank. It was actually very good from Spirit there that they put that pressure towards site, the retake, towards site first to activate Chopper.
It's kind of sick, right? Because obviously he gets the kill, but I think that flank invalidated two of the positions that Astralis had. Once they were on the bomb side, you could see obviously Blamef, but I think there was another guy behind, like all the way at the back of the side, and both the Buzz or something, they're just all, they've nowhere to stand. They're like, oh, we're just completely exposed.
Exactly.
Pivotal round. Money not great for either team.
Yeah.
Oh no, Chopper wants to press on forward. He is lucky to be alive right now. Damage inflicted, and you can see that Astralis, they want to keep the pressure on from that position, but it'll be Device towards middle that finds the first frag of the round onto Patsy. This gives them a real chance to make something happen towards A, and Chopper recognizes that losing condition, and so takes matters into his own hands. Finds the kill onto Zipnix, the equalizer is there, and Siren, yeah, he doesn't really have a great opportunity to fight back in this round, but at least he can try to maintain this space towards Temple.
Yeah, the bomb is still really far away, so even if they've kind of lost the bomb site here, Spirit, they have plenty of time to set up. Oh, he's thinking about it. There was a tick at the end, but there it comes out. You can see Blamef was not expecting it. He must have assumed that if anyone was there, they would have been burned back. And that's not the case. So the bomb is going to be planted, but an even better shot at retaking it this time for Spirit, even if they don't have the smoke at least to work with. Device. He's doing all the work right now. Opens the round, takes down Wonderful. This is suddenly very tough, and what a flick! Blows up Chopper in CT spawn. And Magix, what do you want to do now? You just have to try and save the rifle. This is all you're going to have in the next round. Wow. Astralis now up to 12 on the back of Device getting that triple.
Oh, we'll see if Magix is even able to stay alive. All right, there's the kill onto Buzz, and he's able to at least save the op for Wonderful into the upcoming round. But yeah, great job from Device there, playing around that big box, just holding that line towards CT, able to find a couple of kills. And once again, the lead is taken by Astralis. This game is really back and forth, and we were already prefacing it. The money was not looking good for either team. Winner was going to walk away with a big victory, and so this round is on the shoulders of what Wonderful is able to accomplish. Astralis, I've been really liking just the map control they've been finding so early on, and I think that's a bit of a team knife onto Magix early on. That's not going to help things.
Got to keep the focus right here. Oh! Walk into it. The 5-7s are back to haunt Astralis. At least it wasn't a double this time.
These rounds are just so questionable from Astralis over and over again.
Yeah, it feels almost miraculous. They have the lead at this point. And they might have found the one clean entry into the site. But Wonderful holding the line. He's got to come up big for his team. But now that they know where he is, they are just going to back on up. Patsy, you got to be ready for this. There are so many Ts here able to find the one kill. That might just be enough. 4 versus 3 advantage still held by Spirit. And Astralis, they're trying to even press on forward.
They're going to be walking right in the Wonderful area. That's an important smoke. Trying to limit his effectiveness in this position. They still got to get rid of Magix. He's over on the other side, and even if he got knifed early on, he's still at 70 health with an M4 on the other side, and Chopper is way back there. So actually, even if they get Magix right now, you could make a mistake and just forget about Chopper, even if he's normally playing on this side. Down to under 40 seconds. All right. Quite far back, Spirit here.
Astralis have to hit their timing. Next 5 seconds-ish.
Yeah, they're kind of getting there. Magix, a bit out in the open. Got to be careful about that gun barrel. They might just see it. They nearly line up for the double, but Device again doing a lot of work. The bomb is going to be planted. By the way, Magix also was the one that had the kit, so it's back there somewhere. They can pick it up.
Yeah, this is really hard for Spirit at this point. Advanced positionings from Astralis. Wonderful. Trying to see if he's gifted anything. Glaive is still playing fairly close, though, and I think he recognizes that he might be giving up the chase a little bit early if he presses on forward, but he still just holds on to his position. And yeah, that actually is a great entry from Siren. Device has to stand tall, and he does. Quickly taking Siren out of the picture, and that's going to be it. A double op save from Spirit might be the saving grace here. But that is 13 on the board for Astralis. They are getting so close to closing this series out. And Swisher, if Astralis move forward, how do you favor their chances versus Liquid?
They should not beat Liquid. Liquid should be the favorites. They are the favorites. They should win, but like I said earlier, that every team that beats us somehow gets powered up for no reason at all. So 2-0 Astralis.
Nice. I like it. I like it. It's just counter logic completely. Not CLG though.
No. No gaming.
No.
13-11. Man, I feel like you see Patsy, or was it Siren at the end? Siren peeking Glaive, and how it looks like Glaive actually doesn't even get a chance to respond, and then you see almost a mirror position with Device then beating Siren. Like the difference between how Device and Blameth are playing in some of those micro interactions, it really looks like they're just on a different level from the rest of Astralis.
Yeah.
I mean, Glaive's positioning on that post plant was very odd. I don't know why he was couldn't make up his mind on what angle to hold, and that was terrifying.
Yeah, when you already are second guessing the spot you're in, you're just almost surely going to lose. You have to believe that your spot makes sense. Like even when Rops is in a weird spot, he still seems to have full confidence that he's going to win the next duel that he's in. But this is a very interesting path to split this A bomb site. Xyp9x holds the smoke, Chopper right behind it. If he catches him as the smoke fades, that could be an in for Spirit, but this is a lot of pressure on Siren now. P250 in the back sight, finds the dink, but not the kill, and that might be enough. It's going to be hard to get back in this one as Chopper presses on forward, but he's quickly traded out. 3 versus 2, and does seem like Astralis have a great grasp on this round, and that is now a stranglehold as Xyp9x tightens the grip.
Super important. He's trying to deny that double AWP save once again, and he'll deny the last AWP as well. Quad kill for Sip. Some of them are just against pistols, but we'll take it anyway. 14-11. They are 2 rounds away now from facing off against Liquid.
That was a much better anti-eco there. They took that full mid control to that split there a lot better. They didn't. They gave themselves a lot more passenger or ways out, basically, if they were to have their back against the wall in a certain situation.
Yeah, a lot of contingency plans, a lot of just backup options if even the first point of attack didn't find that success. It's a more well-rounded approach that you would expect from a team like Astralis, but we have seen some slip-ups thus far in this series, so it's not been easy breezy for him. Another timeout being taken here from Astralis, and this might be the last goodbye Spirit find in this game. Full investment from them of 3 M4s, 2 FAMASs. It's tough, but they gotta make it work.
If they lose this round, they're gonna go into the 27th round with a miserable amount of money. Don't have the AWP on Wonderful. We still haven't really seen Patsy getting activated on this map at all.
Oh, that's huge. Blameth, just so cheeky, just pushing around that. Oh, it looks like Astralis have already made up their mind.
Yeah.
This is a perfect call.
And this is going to be such a hard hold, a monumental task for Magix here. Buzz not there for the clear, though, so that's 1 in the favor of Magix. A second. This is with the FAMAS, and he's able to already pick up 2. Buys just enough time for Chopper to get involved, and Blameth has made his presence known on the other side of the map. Glaive is here by himself, and the bomb is down. Team Spirit, they're already rotating on in, and Glaive, he's just trying to stay alive, but he's going to do a little bit better than that. Headshot onto Chopper, looking for another. There it is. Kill onto Siren as well. The storied in-game leader doing damage on the bomb site, but not able to pick up the last. It'll come down to Blameth.
And he's very low on health as well. Wonderful, kind of looking at the wrong direction. There is a chance, but now he knows. And that's going to give him an edge. Wonderful will take him down. Good clutch for him in a 1 versus 2. And Spirit gets to live a little while longer, but man, that was scary. Shame they didn't have a Molotov for Magic's position, because the call, like you said, Swisher, was obviously super well timed.
They just didn't really full clear it. I think that was the biggest problem. And the trade, honestly, just didn't come through, unfortunately. Magic's played that as best as he could have in the situation he was in.
The buy is still not great for either team, actually. Huge round in terms of the economic implications. And Astralis already have such great map control. They have a player top mid, one at the mouth of Donut. They have so many options for themselves now.
That's pretty good. Chopper getting shut down a little bit. Has to respect that. Wonderful, trying to buy some time. Oh, very scary if they try to come through. Flash around the corner. It's an AK waiting on the other side, but he can't see a thing. And Sip at the meanwhile also picking up a kill on Siren. Patsy's back here, and it's the time for him to come alive. He's got the double splash, and he's out of bullets! He would have definitely had that one. And now Blamef and Sip are left. The bomb is lost to them, but there's a minute on the clock here. And Blamef's going to be wheeled into position. Patsy almost making up for everything else. If he gets that triple, they definitely win the round.
And both teams just calling for the hold state, waiting for a mistake from their opponents. It doesn't look like anything's going to be presented, and so that puts the onus on Astralis. They have to find that bomb. They have to get that C4 punched in.
Yeah, on Blamef. That could get real interesting. Forcing them out. Timing is not quite there, but at least they get the bomb. And they're set up for it. 2 AKs on the other side. Strong headshot for Blamef. It's a start. And now they can put some real pressure on Magix here. He's so scared that they're going to be peeking on the other side. And now he's low on health as well. This is not a great position to go for a smoke defuse either, because there's such a limited space, and Blamef has managed to lurk his way around. A triple for him, a double for Sip, and Astralis at 15.
Astralis are doing so much in terms of early map control. The fact that they have so many options so quickly, it feels like they're able to just run circles around Spirit now constantly. And if they're not actually finding the victory, it feels like they're putting together a lot of the pieces to construct at least a good round. I mean, it seems like it's been some heroics on the Spirit side, some multi-frags here and there to try to bail them out of bad situations, but now Astralis just a single round away from having a chance to take a battle against Liquid, and that's already the first domino to fall.
Yeah, this is rough. Patsy's going to get overrun on top of everything else, and Blamef is holding the middle. He's already heard Magix on the other side, so he knows, and he's pushed through the smoke even just to be absolutely sure. He's holding the rest of the Spirit players here. Oh, they've had such a hard time playing against Spirit. Grenadis, and he's almost stepped on top of it. But Astralis, they managed to crack the code. They realized how they need to play against them, and this will be it. 16-12 as Astralis prevail, and will face Liquid later today to decide their tournament fates.
And that means Spirit is eliminated here from ESL Pro League Season 17. Despite taking down Astralis earlier on in this group stage, it wasn't going to happen a second time. Astralis look like they're powering up. Swisher, any thoughts about this form of Astralis that we're getting right now?
If they keep this confidence up and Device and Blame obviously will most likely keep their form. Buzz played pretty darn good today.
Yeah.
If he continues playing well as well, I think, honestly, the game could go either way, Liquid versus Astralis.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting. That's obviously a little bit later in the day. I think it's ENCE and FORZE happening first, but yeah, what a way to pull through if you're on the Astralis side, because I think everyone more or less had Spirit as favorites going into this.
Yep.
It looked like they were in a strong position, so yeah, nice way to come alive.
I love that we're getting the star power that we expected, though, from Astralis. Device, 27 kills here on map number 3. Blamef with some incredible moments of his own. Can't forget his ace, and I think that we've got Trace, Stunna Saranthes ready for this.
Yeah, thank you very much, Maui. I don't think, well, maybe perhaps. Nonetheless, for Astralis, there's no debate, there's no in between. You guys come here, you beat Spirit today. How does it feel to beat Spirit?
It feels really great, especially since we lost like really big against them last time. Just shows that we could improve, and we had a pretty slow start. So hopefully this is a good momentum to win the last match.
But for you, you had a great time from the looks of it, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I played a pretty good match on Mirage, and yeah, I don't know. I felt good today. It was nice to play.
Yeah, and so what you have to look forward to now is a Team Liquid. What do your teammates say about playing Team Liquid?
To be honest, we didn't think too much. We didn't want to think too much about the next match yet. We wanted to win this one first. But of course, we're just gonna go in with the right mental and do everything we can to win.
And just reset and come back stronger. That's exactly what we're looking for. Anything you want to say before we head on to our next bit?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for watching. It was a pleasure to play.
Yeah.
See you.
It was. Thank you very much, Buzz. Hey, everybody, pay attention. If you don't have our tab open right now, now's the time to open it. Watch this.
Making magic when they need it most.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com. Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitted for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same.
Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big rough. Cause it can get big rough. Cause it can get big rough.
Ay, please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat a submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance, they coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk, I just show them. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling, they already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same.
Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big rough. Cause it can get big rough. Cause it can get big rough.
Say it how you feeling right now. Say it how you say it. Show me how I look in your heart. Better look amazing. Better look amazing. Better look amazing right now. Say it how you feeling right now. Say it how you say it. Part of me I'm trying to live it. Part of me is tired of living. I'm just saying how I feel. Yeah, I be out front feelings. Big money, little money. Whatever make your day sunny. I'ma get it how I want.
Making magic when they need it most.
All right, you do find us over here in the mixed zone. That's because I'm with Mixed Company, and that I'm talking about a man by the name of Alexander Inglot. And since perhaps you don't know who he is, I've made you a name tag. So if you could just kind of put that on. Yep, there will be absolutely no questions as to who you are now, Mr. EPL Commissioner. How you doing, man?
Not too bad, thank you. Just got in yesterday, so enjoying the new layout, the new studio setting. It's we've seen it in mock-ups and graphics and things like that, but it's great to see it in person, alive, being taken advantage of.
Yeah, it really is that. Now, let's start from the very beginning. What year were you born?
1981.
Nice. Okay, that's immediately got you some respect from somebody within this room, guaranteed, even me personally. You are the commissioner of ESL Pro League. Talk to me a little bit about where you come from, your background, and then up to this point.
My career's gone in all kinds of different places. I've got legal background, PR and comms background, spent a few years on the board of tennis, so my background is more traditional sports. But first came across esports, wouldn't say that far back for some of you guys, but 2016, went to ESL 1.
Okay.
And in Cologne, and that was the first time I saw it live and experienced the atmosphere and the passion that is CSGO, and I've kind of been following it ever since. So great that I've had the chance for the last 3 years now, working kind of a little bit more behind the scenes, but yeah, as the commissioner and trying to, bring a bit more structure, a bit more new ideas to the CSGO landscape.
Oh, I was about to say, because you're talking about structure, but have you seen our segments? No, I'm joking with you. Truth be told, I look here and there's a ton of questions that I could ask or kind of go for, but let's start with what is a commissioner and what do you do?
It's a good question. Commissioner is kind of a little bit like a mixture of a strategist and a referee.
Okay.
So I'm kind of sitting in the middle of a scrum or a conversation or a dialogue between, on the one hand, ESL as the tournament organizer of all of these great events, and on the other hand, we've got 15 of the biggest teams, brands, names that we all know and love, and we now are working together in this group that's kind of fairly new in CSGO and trying to work out what we want to do with this scene, what we want to do with our events, what we want to build together to really take CSGO up level after level after level and to really give it the recognition and the growth that it deserves.
Yeah, and it's a massive undertaking. I don't think many people realize esports is no longer you're just in a room by yourself or with IRC and you guys are all making this all happen. Now that the teams are involved heavily, we're talking about in certain facets, how much of a role do the players and the teams have in some of the say around here? You're talking about being in between, so where do they fall?
Yeah, I mean, that's really kind of the heart of the Louvre agreement that kind of sits behind me and the structure. So in early 2020, ESL kind of invited effectively the teams around the negotiating table, around the building table, around the strategy table. And so what the teams now have is a seat at the table to decide about how do we change and develop Pro League? How do we develop and iterate around the circuit events? How do we have a stake in that? How are we now investors in this thing that we're all building together? So on a kind of day-to-day basis, I meet with the teams every few months on an informal basis. Informally, I talk to them pretty much every week. So the teams are right at the heart of it, coming up with ideas, agreeing with some of the things that ESL put forward, that we put forward as the Commissioner's Office. And actually on the players' side, it's also a big component. So we created the Player Council, which is about 12 players and coaches who we kind of have a WhatsApp group, we have regular formal meetings. But we also have, to complement that piece, we've got the town hall, which we do twice a year. And the idea behind that is to try and get as many players. We had one at the beginning of this season, around 60, 70 players on that call. And we try and kind of tell them what we're doing, what we're up to, what
60
are your
or
views.
70 players?
And coaches, yep.
Okay, yeah.
And we kind of go, this is what we've done, this is what we've achieved in the last 12 months. What do you think? Are we heading in the right direction? What else would you like us to focus on? So they definitely have a seat at the table in that sense as well. So we all, they're the guys at the coalface, right? They're the guys who are making this product what we know and love, this event what we follow. So we really want to get their views, sometimes from minor things like snacks and things, but to big ideas like the tournament calendar, tournament breaks, all of these things are up for discussion. So a lot of stakeholders, as you mentioned.
A lot of plates at the table, it seems like.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, let's run it back to the table that is the Louvre Agreement. Okay, what exactly is that? Say I'm just tuning into Counter-Strike for the first time, and yeah, it sounds like a cool place to go when you're in Paris, but what is it in terms of esports?
Yeah, so in terms of esports, the Louvre Agreement was created in 2020, and it really was a kind of trying to recognize the role and the investment that teams have put into building what we've got today.
Okay.
And it really kind of covers broadly 4 things. One, how to get the teams talking to ESL on a day-to-day basis to improve the ecosystem and the ESL component of the ecosystem, the Pro Tour, the Pro League. 2, how do we make sure that these teams are appearing? Because the fans tune in, they want to see that the names they know and love, the players they know and love. Can we find a way to really kind of bring these guys to the attention of the fans, as often as possible? Number 3, we're looking at revenue generation. So how do we make sure that, as I mentioned, the teams have invested? We want to reward that. How do they get a piece of that pie and build something for themselves? Because the more stable they are, the more professional they are, the bigger they are, the more success we can hopefully bring in a better level of CSGO that we can deliver.
Yeah, the Louvre Agreement, like I said, it looks really cool. Just in the names value as an American, I'm like, yeah, that looks sick. I don't know. I should learn more about it. Nonetheless, if we continue down that level of the Louvre Agreement and the things that really kind of revolve around it, you've mentioned the ESL Pro Tour. Obviously, we're at ESL Pro League.
Yep.
So what other involvement do you have in terms of Counter-Strike in the ecosystem we have right now?
So our main focus obviously is on this event. We are very hands-on with the teams and with the ESL on this event, but we also look at the circuit events, Katowice, the IEMs, Cologne. What do we do around that? What's the feedback? How do we improve that? But to your point, we also reach out outside of the Louvre Agreement, outside of ESL Pro Tour. I regularly have calls with the likes of Blast. I talk to Valve from time to time. And we're trying to, I think one of my key jobs I view is to really bring this ecosystem together, because it's been quite fractured in the past. People do their own thing, and there's merit in that, and there's uniqueness to that. But there are a lot of things where if we work together and stay in touch, we can kind of close some of the gaps and level up what the fans can expect, really, and what the players can enjoy.
So, I've got probably about 2 more questions for you. Probably the first one, since you mentioned, their name. When you talked to Valve, did they tell you about Source 2?
I couldn't possibly comment on that, as we all know.
Oh, of course.
But I'm interested to see what happens and when it happens. But stay tuned is all I can say at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of staying tuned, a little bit later today, there's a really exciting process going to happen live in real time. If you're a pro player and you're in this hotel right now, that means you're probably going to the playoffs. Which means what? How do you determine that?
So we've got to go through the draw. I urge everyone after the final match today to stay tuned and catch the draw so that we can decide and set out who's playing who as we go into the business end of the Pro League and the playoffs. So, those draws decide who gets easy routes. I don't know if there are any easy routes, to be fair, but how these teams get it whittled down to the champion.
Yeah, and that'll be going on at the conclusion of the last series of the day. And ultimately, I want to thank you for your time, Mr. Englot.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
I told you this would be fun. I think it was fun. I think we kept it lighthearted and entertaining. And ultimately, that's what we're going to do, because he also told me that his favorite movie, or one of them rather, is The Wolf on Wall Street. So what does that mean? Check this out.
Sipsky?
Oh, no. Thank you. I'm good for now, though. Thanks.
Misters, what can I bring for you on this glorious afternoon? Well, Hector, here's the game plan. You're going to bring us 2 BO3s. You know how I like them, 30 rounds. And then precisely 1 death segment after that, you're going to bring us 2 more. Then 2 more every 5 minutes until one of us can't talk anymore.
Excellent strategy, sir.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good with BO1s for now, though. Thank you.
It's his first day on the caster desk. Give him time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byron. You're able to drink energy drinks during the day and still do your job, still function?
How the fuck else would you do this job? Monster Energy and bananas, my friend.
Right. I gotta say, I'm incredibly excited to be a part of your broadcast. I mean, the fans are absolutely...
Fuck the fans. Your only responsibility is to put viewership on the table. You got a casting partner?
I do. I do have a duo. His name is Moses.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Think about Moses. Name of the game. Move the viewers from other esports into Counter-Strike.
Right, but if you can entertain the fans at the same time, it's advantageous to everyone, correct?
No. Number one rule of Counter-Strike, I don't care if you're Henry G, I don't care if you're Chad Birchall, nobody knows whether a series is going to go 2 maps, 3, overtime, or be fucking forfeited, least of all the casters, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's all a fugazi. You know what a fugazi is?
Yeah, fugazi, it's fake.
Fugazi, it's a woozy, it's a wazi, it's fairy dust. It doesn't exist. It never landed. It's not fucking real, right?
Right.
Stay with me. We don't create shit.
Right.
We don't build anything. So you got a fan who watched one IEM and now Pro League is live and all of a sudden he's all fucking happy and he wants to go outside and socialize. You don't let him do that, do you?
Right.
Because that would make it real.
Okay.
Now, what do? You get another brilliant season, a special season, another segment for him to watch during the break. And he will, every single time, because they're fucking fans. And you just keep doing this again and again and again. Meanwhile, he thinks he's watching CS, which he is on paper, but me and you, the casters?
Right.
We're taking home cold hard cash via content creation, motherfucker.
Right, that's incredible, sir. I can't wait to get started.
Yeah, you should be. There's 2 keys to success in the caster business. First off, you got to stay relaxed. You play pugs?
Do I play pugs? Yes, I do play pugs. I frag out.
How many times a week?
2, 3, 4, maybe 5 times.
Those are rookie numbers. You got to pump those numbers up. See, me personally, I play pugs twice a day.
Wow.
Once in the morning after I work out, and then once again after lunch.
Really?
Why? I want to. That's not why I do it. I do it because I fucking need to. Think about it. You're dealing with numbers all day long. First to 16, overtime score lines, economy management, high frequencies, bang, 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 fucking digits, kick, 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 kick. All very acidic, above the shoulders, mustard shit. The grind can wake some people out.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so you've got to stay focused and stay in the game. Keep up to date with HLTV and Reddit.
Done.
This is not a tip, this is a prescription. Trust me, if you don't, you will fall out of meta, glitch your differential, and tip the fuck over. Or worse yet, and I've seen it happen, implode.
No, I don't want to implode, sir.
No, you don't.
I'm in it for the long run, you know?
Implosions are ugly. Pop off to the gaming PCs, win some ELO anytime you can, and when you get really good at it, you'll be fucking clicking your mouse and thinking about commentary.
Right, yeah.
Second key to success in this racket is this little baby right here. It's called Monster Energy.
Right.
It'll keep you sharp between the ears. It'll also help your voice box talk faster. And guess what? That's good for me. Revolutions, you follow?
Revolutions, yeah, yeah.
Keep the fans in the stream and it goes 24/7, 365, every decade, every goddamn century. That's it. Name of the game. Ooh. Ooh. With a common denominator. Go! Go! CSGO. And the frags come in. We go 3 maps. Triple elimination. It's a 5-week league, no matter where we go.
Honestly,
well done.
Yeah, I didn't expect Hugo to nail Matthew McConaughey that much, but I think he damn sure did.
He had a good time with it.
Amazing. Don't sell yourself short, Trace. You do the confused face as good as anyone.
Yeah, I usually find myself with it.
Yeah, DiCaprio is up there. You know, Christian Bale, DiCaprio, he's going for all the Oscar winners.
Oh, no. Christian Bale, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And you only date hot models too, so.
Yeah, something like that. Speaking of which, I've got a Model-esque matchup on our hands. We're talking about the upper bracket final, fellas.
Yeah, look, this one, both teams are already qualified for the playoffs here. It's ENCE versus FORZE. I think if we look at the runs of these two teams, ENCE have had the easiest run out of any team so far to get themselves in. That's thanks to the rare Atom upset against Liquid to start off the tournament. On the other side, for FORZE, though, they've only played against domestic, and I look at Janko when I say this, they've only played against other CIS opponents to get to this point here as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how they match up against someone a bit more international today.
Ah, yes. International lineups, Janko. You had a point?
Yeah, those are great. A lot of fun to be around them. I think this should be a fun matchup because there's really not much on the line for these teams. I think for ENCE, they were sort of expecting to be in the playoffs. Like, it's a tough group, but I still think they had faith in their abilities.
Sure.
For FORZE, to be in the top 2 after the first 2 days of play, I don't think they had that in store for them. Of course, you're always confident that you can pull off a few upset wins, get into the playoffs, but I think they've exceeded the expectations. So now it's just about playing some counter, having fun in a relaxed environment. There's not much pressure on these teams to
ENCE
perform.
in the first Pro League season of the year. They seem to go quite well, traditionally, right? Last year they were in the grand final, right? This year they're already in the playoffs. So it's interesting to see what type of form they're going to look against maybe a harder opponent. I say maybe. I don't know really what we're going to get today.
I have a little bit of a sneaking suspicion that because of the ENCE teams they've been playing, which was no choice of their own, on their path here, we might be underestimating how good New Look ENCE looks and feels.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But like when they came on the couch and it was like the 3 of them. We had Deja,
Madden,
Madden. And I think the question that really I felt like I learned a lot from, even though they weren't saying much, was when we asked, how does it compare? I think Maui did. How does it compare to the Valda version? Sure. And they all kind of smirked and looked at each other, and it was like a completely different team, at least in their framing. And I think part of that is to do with this aggressive lurking that Nerds has brought to their roster. We now have this New Look ENCE that we don't really know where to put them. I think if they were to come in here and actually body bag FORZE, that would not be a surprise, but it would be very exciting to see ENCE doing something like that.
I feel like both of these teams could honestly just body each other, though.
Yeah.
Shalfie and Zorte are no slouches either.
True.
I think Jerry's making a testament to how good and strong and consistent he is as a leader in the Eastern European space, because he's a guy that feels like he's always had these really underpowered lineups, but then they always kind of have these mystery deep runs at tournaments, like qualifying for the major, even with basically rookies surrounding him. And I think this is just another example of him putting together a lineup that nobody on paper would have had even in the top 4, top 5, and then doing more with it than anybody should have.
And at the the leadership role there, you can expect that your players sign you up to participate in the commentary here, which is exactly what they did when they were here.
Snappy got thrown under the bus, didn't he?
They straight signed the man's name as if it were signing a birth certificate of sorts. Nonetheless, let's talk about vetoes. Let's talk about maps.
Vertigo.
I probably know Overpass if I had to guess.
Well, ENCE are one of these teams that are like, we like 7. They're one of these teams that like the magic number 7. They're a bit more flexible in that regard here. I'm curious to see, because with 2 extra days to prepare for an opponent that you didn't think you'd be playing against, Janko, do you think that changes this, or do you think they both just go confident with how they've been trending?
I think this is what allows you, if you wanted to throw a curveball.
There's
right?
Overpass, there it is.
Of course.
Yep.
So if why are you so against Overpass?
Well, I'm not. I'm just looking at the numbers here.
That's what I mean. Like, ENCE are a 7 map pool team.
The only one we've seen ENCE play, the only Overpass was that game against Rare Atom, was it not? Wait, am I tripping?
Maybe. I don't know. Let's check.
They used to be right.
Just because I think they got absolutely folded in half. Rare Atom.
Yeah, it was 16-3.
16-3.
Yeah.
So if that's anything to go by, they just kept on just mashing heads with Rare Atom. Yeah, Anubis net. Oh, this is a pool.
Okay, so that's an ENCE pick there. But this is because FORZE played Anubis against that of Spirit, and FORZE didn't look very good on that map at all.
Oh, yeah, I remember
and we heard
that
from
one.
Jerry on the couch after. But I bet they've been working on Anubis a lot in their off days, expecting this to be a targeted weakness here. What are we looking at as the third here? Nuke. Okay. So a bit of Overpass Anubis Nuke action. Trace, put that on your post-it.
Yeah, put that on my post-it and smoke it. Hey, Maui, you said that Anubis and T-side starts, are they synonymous or is that ancient?
That was an ancient comment, but I think that FORZE just aptly recognizing that they should be starting on the T side there. I actually think the Anubis pick is pretty cool for ENCE. I think that it's one where I've talked to Snappy kind of in depth about this map, and he really had a strong theory and fundamentals for how it should be played, what he thinks the weak points are, and why you can abuse CT so consistently. So I think that map is going to be one that FORZE is going to get off to a good start, but don't doubt the huge ENCE comeback on map number 2.
To answer your question, Chad, it's in a matchup like this that letting Overpass go through for ENCE makes sense on a number of ways. Like, in a way, you get to test it out a little bit more. But even if your goal is, of course, your main focus is to win, in those 2 days, you can tailor your Overpass to play FORZE, right? Like, you don't need to be a world beater on Overpass. You just need to be good enough today to beat them. And that means adding maybe a couple of strats just for them, a couple of plays on the CT side. So we'll see how that works out.
Yeah, we have to see how it works out. But first, we have to go to a break. I'll take these couple of jokers, or perhaps a couple of jokesters around me, and we'll get this matchup started. We're looking at FORZE, ENCE, we're looking at Overpass, Anubis for sure, Nuke should we need it, and we'll be right back after this.
Making magic when they need it most.
Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts. Who you got your money on? Coming to kill, but you gotta put down a meal just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts.
Fast life, the fast living. They see the ambition, they know I'm past driven. Look, we are not the same, this is not a game. I be swerving through the city in and out of lanes. Yeah, cause if I see it, then I want it, then you better know I got it. Ain't no options, I'm about to do the damn thing. I'm an outlaw, you can never catch me. I'm in first place, you can never. These are the moments, only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. You're your own enemy, your own enemy, your own enemy. When I fall, I keep running. Feel the pain, but I love it, yeah. You know I'm built for it, you ain't gotta ask twice. You ain't by that fast life, 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life, big dog status with your stats like. You ain't by that fast life, just know 100 duffels at the bag price. You ain't by that fast life, 6 speed, yeah, I'm smashing on the gas. It's a fast life. It's a fast life. Keeping it moving, don't switch up my code. Life full of circles, we out the A4. It's a fast life. Look, yeah, I'm about to ride it till the wheels fall off. Yeah, I'm about to run the game, I ain't never dropping off. Let's be talking about a bag, put a duffel on the dash. Yeah, I'm really about to swap. Heavy foot up on the gas with it. Trunk tracks with the cash in it. Passionate, long range when I'm passing it. All drive, I ain't stopping unless I'm crashing it. And even that wouldn't stop me from going after it. These are the moments, only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. You're your own enemy, your own enemy, your own enemy. When I fall, I keep running. Feel the pain, but I love it, yeah. You know I'm built for it, you ain't gotta.
Making magic when they need it most.
We're locked and loaded, maps decided, and ENCE and FORZE battling it out for the top spot. It's going to be an interesting one. It was a bit of a twist of fate. We saw the top dogs, or the expected top dogs of the group, fall a little flat in their openings, and since then, of course, the whole bracket thrown into disarray. Not to discredit ENCE and FORZE. Both of these guys have been looking in top form, and I think it was interesting that, you know, I said on the desk, I can see ENCE walking through this one if everyone's firing on all cylinders, and Maui echoing the same for FORZE. You know, this is not a clear-cut game. Both teams have the capacity to run over the opposition depending on that momentum.
Hi, I'm Chad.
Hi, Chad.
Alex, I need to just make it's clear to the viewers, we are being held up at Blaster Point by ENCE support staff. So if the casting is a little bit biased, it's because we may be getting shot at any moment here. So we apologize, but there's nothing we can do when there are projectiles heading our way. It's Alex and I joined by Matthew McConaughey. fresh off the jet and ready to take us through this next map. Matthew, how's the treasure hunting been going?
It's pretty good. Just cracking over Monster keeps me sharp between the ears, Chad, and we're going to need to be for this BO3. Winners match straight to the quarterfinals. Who doesn't want to skip a few rounds of playoffs?
Okay, well, I've just done my statistical analysis, and I am seeing have funds from only one member events, and no, Snappy joined them. Okay, so it's a 3-2 split of the good luck have funds.
No good lucks, I saw.
No GLs.
Yeah, only have fun. You're about to get slammed.
Yeah, well, Madden might be. Pre-aimed now
Miss
by
Molly,
Zorty.
oh golly.
Miss Team Molly, and they're already out. Madden hiding behind that smoke. And it is Sun Pius to meet Zorty's P250. FORZE get the opener they look for, and now Shalfie does get equalized upon. Those Julies spamming the smoke. Diha double, Wrestle triple, outplayed. Outgamed Wrestle's Glock just finds 3 heads.
And that was part of the you know, what Jerry was hyping up about this kid, right? Like his mechanical ability, which is something that even Maui was saying, like, that's the last thing I'd pick when I see Result. But the more and more matches we watch this guy play on LAN, the better he does look. And, you know, I saw this guy in one of the Prodigy teams in We Play Academy League, and he never really stood out massively. So whatever Jerry's done with this guy, as he, again, builds a young roster of CIS talent, has been incredible.
Not just Jerry as well. I think Result gave us a little insight that his mental game has been helped by the psychologist.
Yeah, that's right.
He gave a lot of brownie points saying he really helped me individually. And so maybe just unlocking and, you know, self-actualizing into the player he's always been capable of being. What do you reckon of this force buy, though, Chadney?
Well, the scout is the most threatening part of all of this here, right? Sampaius needs to puff his chest a little bit and try and get a couple of tags with this to make it a little bit lighter of the load as these upgrades of the AKs, the Galils, the MAC-10s make their way in towards A. Now that is putting them on notice. Okay, there's a scout in play. What utility do we have? What type of execute is applicable against this? And hey, boys, please, nobody else cops 70 damage to that bad boy.
When we were talking to Miles on the cast, they were saying they'd rather be dead than be hit by a scout.
I remember that.
Your entire round. You just don't even feel the freedom to play, and Resource had to swap off his gun, play a MAC-10. So Sampaius, any more tags coming up on this A side? Not today. FORZE are grabbing the bomb, rerouting down lower. Zorty's trying to sell it, but he's not done too much of a job. It's still going to be a 2-2 split for ENCE. Snappy at this B site has a smoke still available, and once that Monster one fades, FORZE are going to be on the clock.
Yeah, well, now this is the pressure decision-making here, because Snappy will drop this, and that is going to buy them all the way down into the final 10 to 15 seconds or so. It's forcing FORZE now to take the bomb up through the short position, and Jerry, well, he's going to see what he can find. 20 seconds, boys. Yeah, and the rotation's coming over now. Here's the hit.
Yeah, ENCE really should be set for success. The flashes, the cleavers, the Deegs do connect with Snappy, but still Diha unable to disrupt the path. They do get the frags necessary, and that bomb does go down with, what, 4 seconds to spare. Wow, it is a horrible sinking feeling, isn't it, on that T-side conversion where you've just spent a little too long and you have that horrible sinking feeling of there's probably the whole team around this corner.
Yeah, did a good job there of trading their way into the site. Hugo, I want to show us, I don't know if you called this earlier in the day, it's before you were called into work. Take a look at the downloaded files on this PC here. And yeah, check out these. You can start. Let's start with start with this one. So
oh, I saw this live. I actually wanted to go back in the demo. I'm glid you did it.
Yeah,
I don't know
I've
how
done this
he nailed
in slow-mo
this on the
here.
ladder.
Right, I've done this in slow-mo for everybody. So it's just coming up.
Oh, it's perfect.
Look at it sailing through the sky. Isn't it beautiful?
We should get this on the stream, actually. Do you want
I played it earlier today,
okay.
but you probably could. And then I also have it from Wonderful's perspective if you wanted to. That should be Nade 3.
This is just even more slow.
Yeah, I went 6% on that one there. I just wanted to really make sure people understood what was happening. Check this out.
Ooh.
Look how close he is to, like, once you see how close he is to having it planted, look at it, Hugo. Look
all the numbers in.
Look.
Got all the numbers in.
Dead.
Oh, that's a value of good communication. You're prioritizing, just getting that nade kill, the backside, rather than going up the bed looking for fights. Yeah,
I like this ball.
Crazy round. We're going B-Rush, boys.
Respect.
It's an old school classic. FORZE out Monster with a pace.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too many troubles for Jerry. He is flashbang for now, and it's going to be Crad farming up the first. Snappy reveals that Galil, but it's gone. Short-lived success for the Dane, as we do see the remaining two hold on to what they can, maybe take a little bit away from FORZE, but a very successful conversion here.
Oh, that's not bad from D-Hard at all, is it? Killing a Zordy, not too shabby. Sharfy going to see what he can find here, but guess what? He's going to get beaten to the punch here by the back 10 of Result. Sampaius with another, so damage And now Sapai should actually try and look for a little bit more here. You don't want to hold on to the scout into the next round of play. The Kevlar, however, that'd be quite nice. So maybe, just maybe, we'll see him get on out of dodge. But at least a bit of damage here for ENCE. And I like the call from FORZE. I also like the stack from ENCE, right? Well, okay, we know there's a scout, we know there's a Galil. We don't want to get tagged. Let's just go fast B and try and remove that as an option. We will have to trade, so everyone make sure you're on high alert. And, well, walk away with 2 alive on an AK and a Galil, respectively. So good stuff. Isn't it weird to see Krad's like evolution?
Yeah.
Because remember back, because we got to speak to him when he was in Dream Eaters with like Kinky and Sviat, and there's a couple more in the mix there. Forrester was in the team then too. One more.
Forrester, Kinky, Krad.
Speedak, that's the guy. And that was in Berlin in Starlight of 2019. Yeah, and feels like a lifetime ago.
Yeah, that was such a long time ago. I think it was even Perfecto playing for Simon Gaming.
He was, yeah.
Or something.
Wow. He was, with Razmik Boss.
Yes, and Kioz, and a couple more in there.
Where are they now? We could do a whole little segment.
Yeah, Torek, the first Azerbaijani player at a major circuit.
That's forward. That is a very forward position from Nerds. You can see Krad got caught off by just how postured he was.
Nerds' jawline's not messing around either, is it?
Nah, it's approaching like the Giga Jad levels.
Chiseled. We even had Simple on the desk yesterday talk about, you know, the World Cup of CS and how the Israeli scene is popping off and how that would be a viable, and we were even saying like you could make a good 5-man roster out of Israeli players, mostly ex-Endpoint players, hilariously, or ENCE players.
No, they are the feeder team for Israeli players, right? It's strange.
And just the Middle East in general. Boros as well going through that team. They've had a wealth of talent.
I guess it makes sense. Go to an English-speaking team to learn your to get your international reps in. There's no way you're going to learn quicker than a couple of guys who are speaking in British accent really fast.
And they've all got some good banter. They pick it up as well. Even Flames, funny guy, having spent some time with the Endpoint boys.
You mean Daniel Jackson?
Daniel Jackson from the west coast of England.
The west coast.
Of course.
Nerds, speak his name. He's actually hidden by that smoke perfectly. They're going to overlook it. He's a little slow on the first, but does deal down onto Jerry as well. A clean lockout for ENCE's first gun round on the defense. I say that as Shalfie and Zorti are still actually investigating the off-angle. Madden, perfect conversion. And yeah, Zorti, he has the bomb on his back, but that's the only thing going for him as he looks to maintain his AWP into the next.
Now, I understand there's a lot of different approaches to a map like Overpass, but I think the one that is the most disruptive is when you have riflers playing in the fashion that Nerds is, right? You think about other individuals like Rain or Fur of the old days, right, where he would be hyper-aggressive. And essentially, once the round gets started, if you get left to your own devices and that AWPer of yours is rotating around the map, you're deathmatching. You pick a position and you get as many kills and be as disruptive from the... You're not overstepping the mark. You're not hunting kills, but you're basically just pivoting and dancing, looking for some frags like this. You can see a minute 40 seconds, so still pretty early in the round, gets that, drops all the way back, and then in the final 40, secures the round with this nice double. And that's what we need to see from Nerds, right? So, and this is the great thing for ENCE in their run here. Let's say they lose to FORZE. We're still only going to... Well, actually, no. Let's say they win against FORZE. They've only played against teams who... Look, the ENCE were favored to beat in the first place. So this is a nice, soft launch pad for ENCE. When they go up against the bigger teams, I think that's when we truly get to see what they're capable of. Yeah. But more convincing here today against the tighter-looking FORZE, that won't hurt either.
And Nerds has played nuts. He's top fragged both their series, plus 17 in the first one. He's had 2 really good, warm-up games, we'll call them, against ATK and Rare Atom. But, you know, the warm-up games is what you need. Fresh to a roster with some Tier 1 teams waiting in the playoffs.
He has a lot of help now, though, Hugo. Check this one out. He is far from alone on this forward setup. They've got a 3-man toilet setup, a trap that's going to be sprung when Sun Pius has pulled the trigger. Barry. Not going to go down. It's Krad that catches him, but the other 2 did connect with their rifles, so man advantage for ENCE. Oh, on retreat, Shalfie. Oh! That's naughty. And the bomb will go down as well.
Felt like a fight that they didn't need to take. I think they knew that they could isolate a duel there, wanted to trade out in the interim. The bomb's getting planted, and now Madden and Snappy are left with nothing left to do but save. So that one is less than ideal, I think would be the best way to frame it. Unfortunate there, but a good round from FORZE. They're going to get 4 on the board quite early here.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot of work. I mean, even after they won their opening 2 games, Jerry is saying how the job isn't done. They're going to go home and, well, not go home, go back to their prac rooms and spend 2 long days working for this matchup. And not only are FORZE, more rife with upsets. I'd say ENCE's run was pretty easy considering the big team from their side of the bracket lost, obviously, to Rare Atom on day one. But FORZE took down Na'Vi, man. That's a legit win. Obviously, CIS matchups can go everywhere, as we always know. But still, FORZE, I think they're here to take some titles.
Mate, if Zorti can continue to be the closer he was in their games.
That's right, on Mirage, right? He definitely was a factor.
Just an incredible close. And this was great from Schalke, by the way. That second duel, you can see Diha, he felt like he had two options in front of him, opted to charge up long instead of defending that bomb site.
It's the Bleached Hair, I'm telling you. Quick build, but not quick enough. A jump spot will spell demise of an ENCE player, but FORZE can't hang here forever.
The immediate question is whether or not those forward positions continue to push the issue, because they could have been in Playground by now. Nertz hasn't. He's quite happy to continue to be in a bit more forward on the party position. And actually, Pius, emboldened by his teammate alongside, he's going looking for a fight, and, well, clips the wings of Jerry on the cross.
Yeah, he's going to have a good idea that he tagged him, but it's not going to know for how much damage for here. So Jerry's still
there.
Oh, that's and we'll go down to Crad here. So they found the thorn in their side of this A defense here, FORZE. They've dislodged it, plucked him out, and now applying a bit of pressure. This is where they can pull the strings across the map. So ENCE, you either gamble a site save again, or you hope that someone can step up with a multi-kill here.
Oh, they still had 3B until Crad got that really deep smoke in on long, and now ENCE knowing they've lost the info, they've rotated a second player up. This is a powerful spot, though, for Snappy. The Orcs making a bit of a comeback in this tournament. We've seen Carrigan all over it. Can Snappy, another Danish in-game leader, put on a show? He falls immediately off the top, and while he won't die, that smoke will keep this B site for ENCE.
Oh!
Stressful.
He jumped on the nade!
Yeah, but still, look at the time. They have to go up short. It is still just a 2-2 split.
Connected A. It's on the Pius.
Oh, okay. My God. But then Crad could have him. He gets one chance. Misses it between the wickets. He's a dead man. And so surely the round will fall apart.
Save, boys. Don't even give this one a crack. 14 seconds. The bomb's going to get punched in just under that 10 mark. A 3-on-5. And that should be it.
Wow, this is
low.
convincing.
Yeah, a great start from FORZE.
Really impressive.
And then the bigger question is, if this continues in this fashion, and let's say FORZE would overpass, I know we're only 6 rounds into the game, it's going to be how much work have FORZE done on their Anubis in those few days? Because against Spirit, they didn't look much chop.
I'm glad we get the Anubis as a guaranteed map within this series, just so we can, take tabs on their progress. D-Hurt spotted out, lingering around. Snappy's caught one in spawn.
Rush, you still here, or are you going home after one series as usual?
This is my second series, and I will be going home after this series.
I just wanted to check.
Yeah, okay.
Just checking, that's all.
What are you up to? You chilling?
What? Yeah,
okay.
I'm casting.
Oh, the next two.
Rush, you got any Counter-Strike plans for the evening? Or?
Might be sticking around for a little bit of CS tonight, Alex, if you're interested.
Yeah, I am in the market.
He's going to do the bracket draw, though.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I'll be playing video games into the early hours.
He's not really. They don't want Rush anywhere near the bracket draw,
phew.
Huh? What's going on?
Hugo, long-time listener, first-time caller, user number BMB9000 on Reddit has made a thread called Valorant to CSGO. They got a question directed at you here, Hugo. It says, hi. The past 2.5 years, I've been pretty much only a Valorant player and ended up hitting the Immortal rank top 1%, comparable to, do you know what SMFC is?
Supreme Master First Class, second highest rank in Counter-Strike matchmaking, Chad.
Bloody hell. One of my friends told me to play CSGO with him, and I'm having a lot of fun, but feel like my mechanics/game sense are struggling to transfer over between the two games despite how similar they are. Any advice in transferring my Valorant skill to this game? Thank you.
Interesting question.
Because you played some Valorant.
I played a little bit, yeah. I've hit some ranks.
What do you think they should do?
Practice. Practice.
Oh, thanks, Hugo.
Practice.
And I was laughing because I don't...
Oh! Wow, second time's the charm. Zorte draws blood straight away. I like the response. Go on, Nertz. He's been in a more forward position than previously. But, I don't know, FORZE are pretty damn rigid on this. The trade, immediate. And that looks dangerous for some
He's
players.
boxed. Stays to surge forward here.
He's dead. He knows he's trapped.
Look how quick they're pushing up here, just trying to take this space. So they know that his connector, he can't be long. They know it was the orb. They've locked him in. Oh, he's actually been able to buy himself a little bit of room here. I'm surprised they haven't just surged forward for this kill.
He loves that molly because now he can focus on lower con as well. But even now, we've got pushes towards B. He gets out towards short, and D-Hurt almost goes one step too far. Would have loved to see him lock down the monster position. Instead, he's going to help out his AWPer. That will give FORZE the room to get grouped on the B side.
This could still fall apart, considering how good it looked a moment ago here. I know that you have this forward position to Diha. If... hold up a second.
Prad's pretty switched on. He's not going to go until his boys have crossed, surely.
And are they just going to go monster? That's the next question.
Yeah, he's going to clear. Diha. Oh, dead. Yeah, he did manage to get himself, like, at least started to engage, but this one already falls by the wayside.
And Krad's already hunting. You see that? He has surged back up towards A to constrict any of the rotations deeper in towards the T territory.
And look at Zorti's posting. Like, he's got his... Anyone tries to stop that plant, Zorti had the angle.
Yeah, that's great. Good counter-strike.
It's done.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, Chad, or answer your friend's question on Reddit, of course, there is going to be a wave of Valorant players coming to Counter-Strike because, you know, this is the better game, firstly. But, you know, we've got those people who got interested by Valorant as an FPS game, and then they see CS, and it's hard to leave CS once you find it. To actually answer the question, this game, far more based in movement. Oh, God, okay.
Knife him. Do it.
Lovely stuff. And, no, this game's far more based in movement. So I think the important factor is it's not just aiming, it's knowing how to move, and it's knowing how and when to counter-strafe and be able to actually avoid shots. You know, you see players doing funny things, especially on pistol rounds, jumping around corners. There's far more movement options in this game than in other FPS titles. So I think that's an underrated aspect of aiming, is moving, being able to dodge, but also put yourself in positions and favorable angles to take fights. On top of that, headshotting is great. Ask Harry Russell, he knows all about it, but you got to learn to spray. You got to have those spray controls for the primary rifles in Counter-Strike. And it's not a Valorant piece.
When I'm getting people attuned to their first attempt at like playing some Counter-Strike, I've got them in aimbots and have gotten through the basics of the AD and the counter-strafing. Yeah. The next thing is like try and get like the first 7 of the spray. I'm not asking, don't sit there and do Recall Master for 30. No one's gonna. It's not game ready with 30 spray. But if you can get yourself a nice precise first 7, you'll find that gunfights get a little bit more easy.
Yeah, more than bursting, because I think in Valorant, like, firstly, the spray is literally RNG after a certain, it's like 7 bullets, it goes RNG, which is hilarious, but, you know, being able to spray more than burst, I think bursting in this game is nowhere near as...
viable?
Yeah, but also like is either tap or like 2-bullet burst or just go commit to sprays, especially on like A4. If you're playing the A4, you should be able to do that spray control is pretty easy, and you're going to get a lot more kills as a result.
I can't believe I still didn't know what the second highest rank in Counter-Strike was. I've only ever been the highest, so...
Yeah, true. No. Top 1%.
Yeah, I don't often look down from my ivory tower.
3K
down your hair, Chatty B. Some Pius is actually considering it.
They took a second timeout, and it looks the same.
It does look different in the sense that Xiaofi's the first to go down.
And Nerds isn't dead yet.
Yeah, that's true too.
Not committed in middle, but he is committed in connector, and he's going to hear this one coming. Molly goes over the top, and Nerds wins his fight. He can escape B, but he wants to send it. Get a little bit more aggressive, take some space. And with this position, he doesn't need to go up the ladder, but he hears those footsteps. Any transition between A and B will be known about. Zorti walking, climbing to his death, and somehow survives.
He only did 14 damage
there.
there.
I mean, he wasn't seeing much. It was like just got him in the kneecap or something.
Premature on that one.
Oh, that's a big shot.
Okay, so the difference is Snappy found the opening, and it forced them into Nerds in connector, and then he's been able to take a lot of room, a lot of space, has all the information, just needs the kills, and can take down Jerry. Zordi, the last man standing, has already been spotted earlier in the round. Where does that go?
Yeah, that's a lineup, so I'm presuming some sort of one way if you jump on the ledge. Yeah, that is cheeky. He's got all the tricks, man. This guy does look like the real deal. I want to ask you guys, do you think this is the ENCE roster now that will be able to compete for titles? Sure, we've seen ENCE make some runs in Pro Leagues gone by, but they've never felt like a title contender with this European roster.
Every component now has had like a convincing individual performance. Like Diha, I think a lot of us remember when him breaking onto our screens. He seems like a very hard worker. Sun Pius felt like a very exciting component to add to the roster. And now, yeah, with Nerds, it does feel like it's Snappy plus 4 talented international players, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Snappy's an in-game leader who can go off as well.
He does, yeah. It's like once every 4 games, we have a Snappy game.
Yeah. And I feel that, right, that we have that with Snappy. I feel that we have that with like a few in-game. Yeah, Carrigan as well. Like there's definitely games where these guys can take over, and that's when they're really feeling it here. I am the jury is still out as far as I'm concerned with ENCE, and it's because I just need to see more, right? It's really hard to judge them off of the matches they've played so far, and the one match that they're playing against a team who's taken down bigger opponents, Spirit and Na'Vi respectively, is already pushing them here. So to make any comment on where ENCE are and what they can do, I couldn't do it yet, Hugo. I need to wait.
Watch Nertz go long. You know, he's constantly mixing it up, and he's loud, heard. Crad, got him, dead to rights.
Watch him win it. Okay. Thank goodness FORZE needed that one.
He's aggressive, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's definitely got the aggressive bone in his body.
I like that he's not backing down from it, but other than that, it's going to start becoming a bit of a liability here, especially being 4 rounds down on the CT side of Overpass. And this is one of those maps where I feel on the CT side you need at least 10.
It puts Sumpires on notice, essentially.
He's still positive, though, in that category. He's 3-2 as far as opening exchanges go.
Which, yeah, I think the difference is it's like it's feast or famine. Wow, great shot from Sumpires. And now, perhaps that will cancel their plans. They were walking long. They know the AWP is occupying that space. A smoke to perhaps set up behind it. Zorti's going to be throwing that one out. And Diha rotating through. In fact, Snappy's joining him.
This smoke is good because they've done this before and faked with it.
But they're ahead of it.
There's a commitment with this play. Is it even coming in? Yeah, it's going to be just so they can cross past toilets. But ENCE are all in the site. Everyone is set up behind the bomb plant. Crad, is he going to come through? He goes over the top. Diha wins his first fight. A nice spray back for 2. But the last player is late. Shalfie needs to hurry up on this short side. Sumpires holding down the line. 20 seconds. And there's only a flash, but it's on Shalfie. That's not much help here. FORZE have got to frag him.
Bomb's long. Still mad and stubborn about short side. He's going to be working on that flank once to get the timing right, but the bomb will likely go down if Sumpires doesn't hit this shot.
Oh, that's crispy.
Shalfie deletes him and a couple of seconds to spare.
Oh, he did! He denied!
If Shalfie wasn't ready for that play,
yeah,
that's an ENCE round right there.
Yikes!
Yeah, I guess you look at it through the lens of the time. You think maybe Sumpires could have played fullback and seen if the bomb plant does go down.
I don't even think that fight for Sumpires is a bad play. Like, he should be hitting that.
It's hard, right?
He just gets pre-fired.
But as they just let that clock simmer down, they have to know it's not B, right? So, oh. That's how I felt at that final moment there. That is how I felt at the final moment there when we kills the guy planting and still dies. That is the worst. I would hate that feeling. It's like, I did the hard part.
Yeah.
Right? I did the bit that
Couldn't survive.
It's not an easy shot either.
I needed a bit more health, a bit more armor.
Damn. Okay, ENCE, well, they've still got to buy at least, but FORZE have, you can't deny, build up an incredible T side, only 9 rounds deep, and we've used 3 timeouts from ENCE in these 9 rounds, 7 of which for FORZE. I mean, their T side's done, and there's the cherry on top, and there's more coming.
Good gracious.
I just realized that they're doing it without really needing Jerry. You know, like he hasn't been hitting too many shots. He's got himself 1 kill so far, and yet it's a 7-2 T side. That is a testament to the talent around him, where you've got Shalfie, Zorti, Crad at 9, Resort on 5. The kill distribution very solid. As we head ourselves into round 10, it's time for ENCE to start pulling up their socks, and Nertz does want to avoid any of those opening engagements. He is going to take a more passive stance now as they lean B early.
Yeah, I'm just curious with it. Ooh, hold up a second. We'll come back to it. This AWP boosted.
Somehow Shalfie's going to be perfectly flashed off the line, gets himself out, and already accelerating up short.
What are they?
Maybe?
Oh, the connector push. Diha this time is not going to be Nertz. He's going to grab the kill and a result, so that's not too bad.
Pre-smoked it.
Yeah, very safe with that one, aren't they? We'll dump this just in case. Let's see if they can convert off the back of this Diha opener now. Bomb still down over towards T-Spawn, so that can be picked up at any moment. There's still over a minute left on the clock at this juncture.
And it's nice how Diha has actually been allowed to get out as well, because they've been just leaving Crad alone in playground and going for B defaults. ENCE get the con kill and they still run away. And there's no punishment here. So a 5-on-4 untraded with the AWP moved back onto the A site. This has all the makings of an ENCE round. Nertz is going to activate, but they're only just getting here. His timing is not as good as he thinks. They found him. Can he escape?
Just about. Oh, he re-aggresses. Catches Crad on the hunt and extends the lead for ENCE for their third. He's just playing this like fullback rifling.
Yeah, he looked at his radar just there and noted that he had teammates top side. This is ridiculous. The way that he is just happy to joust with them in bathrooms, and he sent them away. He's ushered them off, and that is going to be the round right there. So ENCE will get the... Boys, can you just save, please?
They are.
I'm trying to say that this is the ENCE third round. Can you just save? Thank you.
Saving in an offensive set.
Don't make me come over there.
Just rip their headphones off. Oi!
Save those
goddamn guns! Actually, it's pretty valuable save.
Yeah, FORZE provided the luxury off of the scoreline. They can drop over one more rifle as well, so things are actually still looking pretty good. But ENCE with a couple of opening moves, and Nerds, he can't back off there really. He realizes if he runs the whole way after getting spotted in toilet, they're going to chase him and they will kill him before he makes it back. So he makes the heads-up decision to, okay, I'm going to make it look like I'm backing off, but I'm still taking kills.
I don't want to interject here and completely derail where we're at in this game thus far, but we are in another timeout, and my partner just messaged me and she said, I want to buy a knife, bayonet, or classic.
Ooh.
Thoughts I can't decide. Now, I need to ask, is it an M9, right? Are we talking an M9 bayonet? Or are we talking
the other one?
Wait, or is classic? Is it when it says classic? Is classic meant
I think
to
she
be
is like 1.6 classic.
I think she's the classic.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think.
Was she a 1.6er?
No.
Okay, don't get a classic.
But the bayonet, like it's the spin as it comes out of your hand. It just looks too good on the quick.
Tell her
switches.
she can buy my Autotronic if she wants.
Okay.
Autotronic. That's the ugly red one, isn't it?
Ugly. Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
I kind of like it.
Yeah, it's cool. Everyone can have their own taste.
You got my paracord at the moment.
That's also quite pretty.
Which one's that? There's one with a circle.
It's got like the rope for the handle.
Skeleton. Oh yeah, okay, no.
I thought the paracord's pretty good.
That's
pretty
quite
cool.
nice, yeah.
James had me drinking the flip knife Kool-Aid for a while, just because with an AWP it looks very cool.
I keep my flip knife because I opened it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dragon Law or Law flip knife stat track.
Factory new as well, right?
I don't think it. I think it's field tested.
No, you can't really tell.
Let us know what you think in Twitch chat. Help us out.
Yeah, knife decisions to be made and headshots to be felt. Diha loses his head as we look for an 8 for FORZE. It's only Madden here. A good duel against Shalfie, but he's got too much to handle. Jerry quick on the trade, quick on the draw. Snappy smokes himself out, hoping to get something around the edge of it. Very cheeky. It's a suspicious smoke to throw, though. I think FORZE are going to have the opportunity to avoid it. Some Pious and Nerds considering their options, waiting for Snappy to deliver, and he does profit from it. Can they clear out this pit? It's occupied, and it's a lovely headshot from Result. Oh, geez. Snappy's screwed. Oh. Wow, is he playing these angles so well?
They don't exist. These aren't angles, Alex. These are just, he's barely seeing faces, and he's taking them all off. Zorti will close, and FORZE look focused on this T side. 8 rounds, and they put ENCE down to their final buy. If ENCE don't win this rifle round, FORZE are finding a double-digit T side. That would be a statement.
I've been corrected. It was someone in Twitch chat said it was a butterfly that I opened. You said flip knife, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry,
Is it a
guys.
butterfly you got?
Yeah.
Did you get? Was it the law? You
Yeah.
opened the butterfly law. That's a pretty.
I don't
sexy
even know what
knife.
my knife is.
I want to get myself, I had a vanilla butterfly. And I got
they were, Alex, I sold mine back in the day. I sold it for 160 euros. They're thousands now for just vanilla.
Oh, damn it.
It hurts. It hurts.
Resol, he's hurt a lot right now, down to 8 points of health, but Nerds will go down first. Shalfie.
Surely
get another one. Get another one.
He's really squeezing the lemons right now. He's getting everything he can out of this round. He's going to get his team to Group B, and then he'll take the shot when they're ready. This is an excellent play. Very risky, but there's the reward. And now they pop into B. Snappy just jumped out of his skin.
That's 100%. Maybe we get the replay of Snappy when he gets shot in the side of the head there.
What? And Madden's reaction as well. Suddenly he has to do so much. He's done well to get away for a moment. There's Shalfie. This is his round. This is his round. This is his world. D has his next victim, and he makes it look so damn good. That is clean. For the 9th round for FORZE is taken by force, and Shalfie the trigger discipline and restraint to ensure it's a round-winning tap to the side of the skull.
And the hunt's on here as well. It's not just Crad searching. You can also see more FORZE members making their way back through T-spawn and cut off at the pass. Crad's going to spot him and decapitate some Pious there. What a tidy shot. The AWP removed, and maybe this half is just going to go down the drain for ENCE here. This is fantastic Counter-Strike from FORZE.
Yeah, I mean, how much do I attribute this to the fact that ENCE don't play overpass?
Well, this is the thing. They're a 7-map pool team.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
So when I go to the overpass and I change it to like the last 12 months and I add the exception of the roster, unclick Nerds. Okay.
Yeah, look, it's not one of their favorite maps. No one's saying that.
No, in their entire existence with the 4-man roster, they've won it a grand total of 5 times.
Yeah. And this is FORZE's most played at 21 in the last 3 months. They're one of those rosters on the grind right now, right? So they're getting a lot of practice. Something even Swisher just spoke about in the Astralis cast. He's saying, like, yeah, we get a lot of things from Tier 2 teams because not only do you have to innovate to stand out, but you play so much CS online when you're a Tier 2 European team. You're playing these constant cups, these qualifiers, as well as CCT leagues. So FORZE putting in the hours, and right now they're paying off power hours as they look to make this a very quick overpass. Oh. That's a beautiful shot on the jump, and a 4v3 now with the 1 gun gone.
That was a good opener from Madden, but that's all this round will be. There's a couple of deagles and a smoke to get through now. His gun's going to be quite difficult to scoop on up. Now it's just a matter of time, which is the classic overpass situation here. But more than enough utility to head back towards the B bomb site and have a potent execute. Got a couple of smokes, flashbangs, and even a molly for good measure.
And still, Jerry isn't killing, but he's commanding his troops very well.
Yeah. Sometimes all you have to do.
No one's been making crazy individual plays. Even though Krad's been like the A-lurker, he's been so passive and finding all these gaps and killing Nerds on the aggression. And now he's just snuck right past Nerds into connector. This could come back to bite him, though. It's the only way ENCE can win this round. And Nerds has whipped the shot. He'll run away. FORZE are out B.
Oh, and Snappy's a dead man. Oh, nice from Diha. One more to Jerry. They're running light on time. Zorti saves them from a red face, but 10 for FORZE, and the red face has got double digits on the attack.
I want to return to the conversation about ENCE and overpass as well. You heard Yanko on the desk there. He highlighted the fact that, you know, this is something that if you know that if you leave it open that they're going to pick it 100%, then you can prepare specifically for the matchup. Now, it doesn't look like it's helped them so far. Wow.
That was on the jump.
But there's also a lot of other things in the sense of this is the first bunch of officials we get to see ENCE with Nerds.
Yeah.
So what has Snappy wanted to change? How have they wanted? So you know, we're learning about ENCE right now.
And a lot of the time, it seems that D has given up positions for Nerds, at least from the conversations we've had with the team.
Yeah, definitely some of them, right?
Yeah.
So that's something as well. Once you get a bigger sample size of maps, you can go and compare the pair, right?
Yeah.
Where was...
What is this? These guys are playing a different type of Counter-Strike, man. That was a jump peak.
That's what happens at 2 in the morning playing Face It free right there.
I hope he says it was his mouse wheel. Just sorry, mouse wheel.
Seriously, Shalfie, like the frags he's provided in one half of Counter-Strike alone. He is definitely growing in my good books.
Result just cleared above the light, which is a boost we saw towards the end of last year, like 1 or 2 teams use, which is a kind of cool boost. What a weird clear, man. FORZE are nerding it right now, and they should never win that fight. Some Pyres, too many targets, couldn't pick a piece, and now they get picked apart. 5v2, both left at B. This is probably a 12-round half, chaps.
Jesus.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have a 14-1 type comeback that we did on
Only if you
Anubis the
believe in
other
it,
day.
though, Chad.
No, we're not doing that again.
Oh, but ENCE.
But we're not doing it. It's not the same.
No.
It's not the same.
What about when we get to Anubis, though? Then
maybe.
Maybe.
Those T-sides,
yeah.
Well, that's the thing, right? FORZE on Anubis opted to start T-side.
Well, of course. I mean, yeah, I can barely blame them. Like...
But that's what I think is good for them. Yeah, but that's what I think. If they're able to keep this match to, like, just right now, they're dumpstering it. If they're... Look at Jerry now, he's going to activate.
Yeah, go on, lad.
It's all the frags coming on through. So 12 to go. If you hold ENCE, right? If you keep them at, let's say, I don't know, 16-6, right? If you hold them there, they win pistol, get the conversions, whatever, you close. Then you go into Anubis, you start T-side, you start throwing a couple of things ENCE weren't expecting.
They feel helpless.
They weren't fragging a lot, things aren't working, you keep hunting them. There was that jumping from Shalfie. And then they get, I don't know, what, 4 or 5 rounds on the CT half of Anubis, which is very possible that it could unfold that way.
Doable.
And then they go into their second half and it already feels like they're defeated and it's like, what are we playing for? We're already in the playoffs. It's over. Right? Like that is worst case scenario for ENCE here. So a lot of things are going to be tested for them here today.
Had a bit of an AWPA showdown there. It was Zorti firing off a shot, but it's
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Both of these guys have hit that shot now.
They're not missing.
Nice one back. Gets away. No, it's in that underpass, but there's a real easy way into that B bomb site. D is not really going to be able to stop him. Actually, I say that. He does get the opportunity for a moment. The smoke now bloom. And it seems that ENCE have had their fate sealed in this one. Over the top, nice flex. They finish with style and pizzazz.
Just a great understanding of how they wanted to approach this half from FORZE here. 12 on the T side is magnificent, and Sampaius, the last man standing, is now known. They had these 2 days off. It looks like FORZE have used them wisely. This is a great way to set yourself up on your map pick to take things home and put yourself 1-0 up in that column. Hunting for that quarterfinal berth, FORZE would be the most unusual name of the bunch, alongside of Vitality, Heroics in the mix, Cloud9. Those are the teams that FORZE will find themselves standing next to here.
And they'll probably start preparing for this evening. They've got those playoffs but just around the corner. I mean, this is Group D. You know, there's going to be, what, a day for media on tomorrow, and then we're straight in to the nitty-gritty.
And the playoffs. So let's go to a break. We'll come back with the second half of play. Don't go anywhere. This might be a quick one.
One of the greatest stories that's never ever told. Man, I'm different, I've been gifted, but sometimes I be tripping inside of my mental. It happens in an instant. Man, I'm striving for freedom. I get hate from the hecklers, good thing I don't need them. It's just me and the ones that I came with all of my homies around. I promise that I can't miss. Climbing up high, never look down below. Gotta get the prize, telling the knows. The pain temporary, man, I never been scary. Just a little apprehensive, but I've been fine before. Struggle is part of the process, it's hard to digest, but let me digress. And maybe I'll press on to the next journey. I've been yelling for some help, and I know that they heard it. Rock solid all times, and I'm down 10 toes for the ones that deserve it to earn it. Sunshine through the blinds of my life feels straight, but I know I'm for sure not perfect. Patience, hustle, got everything off the muscle. Pain, love, those are the things that I juggle. Hey, go win. Through the pain and the struggle, I survived top 5, now I'm going with the win. Hey, I'm going in. Right here, right now was a whole lot better than the place I've been. Man, I gotta be stronger, wiser, better than I was before. Gotta stay on guard, and I know that's hard, cause I don't know what's in store. Maybe I'll go where to, don't know. But when I'm back against the wall, I'll be good.
Don't be afraid of the dark, be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark, be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you. Not every light is gonna guide you.
Yeah, when I blow up, I'ma soar high like
Making magic when they need it most.
Back from the break and back into the action. ENCE taking on FORZE, the upper bracket final. Winner of this one will find themselves skipping a couple of days of play for the ESL Pro League Season 17 playoffs. Don't have to worry about any games until, I think, Thursday. So that one could be sitting pretty tidy, and especially for FORZE, or FORZE are. depending on how you want to say it, or who you are, or I don't know, a lot of different factors.
I just grew up on the FORZE games. That word ended in an A. I'm calling them FORZE. That's my self-explanation, but you can call them whatever you want. Obviously, preferably with respect.
Yeah.
But you can call them whatever you want.
Yeah. That was with respect.
The hell?
That was a love tap.
Kind regards, signed, sincerely, Zorti.
And what a player as well, because FORZE for the longest time had Z-Power, a talented AWPer on the team, and when he was cut, a lot of people were questioning if they could find an AWPer who could fill the role, who could look as flashy, but that guy did fall off massively on T-sides, and if there's one thing we've just seen, Zorti's just put on a masterclass on T-side overpass with the AWP, finding constant picks, winning the head-to-heads against some Pius, making him look very weak in this match right now. So FORZE are going to keep fragging out, keep re-peeking, and keep finding kills.
Oh, off the flash as well. Another head just rolls, and yeah, ENCE just absent a threat at this point in time.
Yeah, said heads rolling. I think eyes are rolling right now for ENCE. Hey, we left overpass through. We've discussed this situation, and Zorti's found another. Look at the body language there of Madden. Just can't believe it. There's nothing they can get away with here, and it's Snappy with a P250 in a 1-on-5 situation. Won't be long for this world. They're going to run him down. Steps out, and he'll get the frag. So this is going to be a quick first map of play here. I'm going to say that with certainty.
Yeah, makes a change. But it is definitely going to be a quick day in the office for FORZE on our first map.
I like Zorti's posture. You can see he seems quite focused on it. I'm going to try and work on mine here for the remainder of this. Well, what's on Resalt's mouse pad? I want to go have a look.
I didn't see. I saw Simple playing with notes on his mouse pad.
Yeah, we were discussing that yesterday,
I was thinking, how, like, I'm swiping, I'm clearing the dust off my mouse. The atoms, the molecules, I'm wiping them off.
Look at this.
Oi.
That's
Didn't
a
even
nice
look on
little
the
replay.
screen.
That's cool. All right, well, it's an ENCE force buy.
Kind of had to at this point, right? You need to flip the script after the pistol loss. You don't have the room to wait for rifle rounds. That's unreasonable from Snappy. That's just straight up not cool.
What was that?
Couldn't tell you.
BM.
And now they're going to group A. Do FORZE panic? Crad with a re-smoke at the short side, but it's actually quite nice because they probably won't run through it. They've still got that headshot angle. He doesn't need to take those fights with a gun like this. He's going to use that smoke to get close, and this is nice. D has dead man. He doesn't know it yet. Crab will find that equalizer as ENCE regroup down on B.
They're trying to go. Nerds will get the smoke down just in time. It's going to be only Jerry to respond initially, and on the cross, they do find him out. They know he's on towards Graffiti. Getting across, going to be hard though. Now with the bomb to be planted. It's just a pedestrian retake. They don't have a kit, but we need some frags out of these Deagles and Scout. That's one from Pius. He has Snappy partnered up with him, and good damage as well. That MP9 is still connecting. He's getting it done. And it's still Zorti finding multi-kill. Now, one of them can be one shot. It's Shalfie. But a Scout really not the most ideal weapon for the job, and Zorti leaps with a single point of health to spare. He hits his shot, but Zorti does too.
I think it's good that ENCE don't know the difference between that and a round. They don't know it's one health, and I think that's all the better. They're all the better for it. That's a horrible way to lose the round. Oh my God.
At least, look, I don't want to pay any positive. Look, as much as they get the bomb down, and it means it's another competitive round we have coming up here, this is still only going one. What a peak from Zorti.
He had 74 HP. I wonder if he calculated it. Like, well, it's going to be a 73 body shot.
There's always a chance, you know?
That's 73.
All right. Well, yeah, it's hard to even. This is a blowout, guys.
It is.
Yeah.
It's had moments where ENCE could have potentially, I wouldn't say turned the tide, but had a few more rounds. I don't think this has been necessarily the most competitive affair at all. A close round like that could change the course of the early game of this second half, but it is T-side overpass. I would say this is the hardest T-side in the game at the moment.
Yes, and Nerds gave them even a few chances at the start of the map. A few 5-on-4 rounds that FORZE still pulled back and won. And yeah, if Zorti wasn't having enough fun already, it's about to get even more enjoyable. He hit that. Sunpire's tagged by the AWP, and Zorti's going to use the smoke to escape. Feeling no pressure right now.
But you can see with a move like that he's playing the game he wants to play. Because if he was worried about dying there, there's no way he underhands the smoke and then tries to get away, right? He's making these moves where he knows exactly what he wants to do. There's no hesitation, straight into the peak, straight into the fights. And, well, probably straight into the 15th round here. There's no util, sure.
They're faking footsteps at 14-3 and then going back to a triple B. They know ENCE heard that.
Yeah. They think they might only have two to deal with. And Restol's got the first info on the crawl. This setups are just so well oiled out. Yep, Restol, not surprised, he posts another headshot as it's too good. FORZE, this is a flawless defense. There's nothing here for ENCE. 15-3. And I do think, I mean, obviously in a stomp, the KDs are going to be impressive, but you're looking at a 20-kill haul to
Sorty's only died 4 times.
Deaths.
5 KD.
A 5 KD.
And nearly 100 ADR while he does it.
On one side, FORZE are thinking, we waited 3 days for this, and on the other side, ENCE are saying, we waited 3 days for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited for Anubis. I feel like it's probably going to be tighter. I'm worried about what FORZE's T side's going to look there, as in it might be very dominant. But I hope ENCE are going to come in a little bit more prepared. But statistically, it's a map that's not been good for them, so they kind of have to flip the script in that second one. Right now, we're seconds away from it, because FORZE, 4 kills, call it 3, are sending ENCE out of this map with a whimper.
Oh dear. Individually, not even a chance for the ENCE players to really get activated in this one. Just Snappy, a 1-on-5 situation, being game leader. He's going to grab the first.
And that's where it ends, because 16-3, the final scoreline on our first map. Now you throw in the GGs and the well played, because they're feeling very hurt after that one. ENCE need to shake that off, try and get their heads back into the game, but it seems like FORZE have come to play, going to try and reset, and we will too, because when we come back, we're going to be talking all about our second map as we look to secure someone an extra berth in the playoffs.
Je suis à la mer, je suis au boulot. Check. Je vais mettre les choses au clair. Rafale de rime, y'a tout le monde à terre. Comme je charbonne jusqu'à pas d'heure, je me déplace plus si c'est pas pour un gros salaire. Je suis à la mer, je suis au boulot. Remballe ton verre, je bois au goulot. Le chemin est tracé, je roule. J'avance, mais le passé est lourd. La vie n'est qu'ironie, l'amour est tyrannique. Je suis peut-être né anonyme, mais je mourrai iconique. L'industrie est hypocrite, l'adversaire est pathétique. Purée, je suis trop affamé. Si je me dépasse, c'est que pour la famille. Je suis venu que pour remporter la finale. Et pour m'endormir, je cours jusqu'à l'infini. Ils sont pas prêts, je vais les matrixer. Je défonce tout, pourtant j'ai batterie faible. D'où tu me regardes, moi je suis pas quitté. Pour sympathiser, ça sera pas si tôt. Je compte les devises, je compte les papiers. Marche tardive dans le quartier. Désolé bébé, je dois partir, je suis focus. J'ai promis de ne plus m'éparpiller. J'oublie tout ça et je m'envole au loin. Si tu me suis, prends-moi par la main. Je te promets des mélodies dans la tête, des délires au coin du feu. Bien on quitte ce monde de fou. J'oublie tout ça, envole-toi au loin. Je te suis, prends-moi par la main. Je te promets tout, tiendra le coup. Je te connais trop. J'oublie tout ça et je m'envole au loin. Si tu me suis, prends-moi par la main. Je te promets des mélodies dans la tête, des délires au coin du feu. Viens, on quitte ce monde de fou, oh là là. Tout peut basculer du jour au lendemain. J'y crois pas, oh là là. J'étais pas prête, j'étais trop bien là.
Making magic when they need it most.
Well, well, well. That's right. FORZE pick up the first map of the series, and they do it rather convincingly, if you can imagine what it looks like on the top of your screen right now. It didn't shift too much from this. That's right, 16-3 the final score line, and really picking overpass for ENCE. It didn't quite pan out, actually, I think is the proper terminology.
That was a shellacking, Trace. ENCE, leaving overpass in, maybe trying to get some more reps. Some plan for FORZE, but didn't really pan out the way they imagined.
No, I don't think we really saw too much semblance of teamwork for ENCE there. The A defense was fairly split up. They ended up with no flash assists at all for their whole team.
Well,
and wait a second.
You want to get it?
Hello? Yeah, we're going
Hello?
to it now. I don't... What?
Can you hear me?
Oh, no.
Am I on?
Oh, my
no.
gosh.
Who's this?
Oh,
no way.
Am I on?
Yes,
No
you
way.
are on.
Does this thing work?
Oh, wow.
Is this thing on?
Yeah,
We can hear you.
I'll turn you down. You're actually bursting my eardrums. What's up, Kassad? What'd you think of FORZE beating up on ENCE there, buddy?
I think Yanko said it nice. Was a shellacking. I didn't expect this. I was on the side of ENCE, but then again, Spirit as well. It pissed me off throughout the whole event. Every time I go, think they're gonna win, they're gonna lose, and they're losing and winning. I don't know what's happening, but I see all these smiling faces in the studio.
It's all because
you're not here.
Oh, my gosh.
We miss you, Kassad.
Kassad, I need a hot take.
Kassad,
Kassad, can you make a hot take about either ENCE, FORZE, or Spirit? Just one.
One
hot take.
Spirit will never again reach the playoffs of a major.
Oh, that is hot.
Scalding.
That's burning.
Scalding take, Kassad.
I mean, we do miss you. We even have a segment, me and Trace, that's called Analyze This.
Because you can analyze this. How about that? Nonetheless, Kassad, thanks for joining us, man. What's your take on Pro League? How are we doing up here?
No, man, it looks awesome. I think it's a dream come true. That's something that we have been discussing for a few years now. And I can honestly say, guys, I know Yanko for like more than 10 years. I know Trace for the last 3-4 years. And I can say when they're like happy and they're like faking happiness. And they're happy now.
Yeah, we've been there.
He's got a point.
They're happy now.
So how about this? I mean, we do have a whole other map of play coming up. It's going to be Anubis, but I think perhaps for all intents and purposes, is there anything you guys want to get out of the way from what we saw in Overpass?
For Overpass, I think I'm good on it. I'll just do a little quick Anubis spiel, as I said. I think this is going to 3 maps, honestly. I think FORZE looked pretty questionable last time they played Anubis against Spirit. So, yeah, I want to hear what Kassad has to say, though. Like, this is a guest. We got a guest caller, you know? Like,
we do have a guest caller, but at the same time,
hanging up on him?
He can still analyze this, which is what we're going to do right now. That's right, analyze this, Kassad. What do you think about what we're fixing to look at? Which you have no idea, but ultimately we are going to show you in real time. Ain't that right, Yanko?
Absolutely, Trace. You're spot on. As per usual, we heard Maui talk about Overpass. CET side was split up. It wasn't that great, so we'll look at a couple of things that happened on Overpass, which might have been the reason for why things went sideways for ENCE. We can jump straight into the game. Yeah, like we'll start off with the first gun round. So ENCE loses the pistol, right? Happens. How do they open up? You can see Nerds. He's close up. He's playing close to mid. This off-angle position, like Sampayas is pretty far away. He has flashes for him. That's how he's supporting him. So he gets a great kill. That's a lot of information as well for ENCE. They get an opening, right? FORZE is trying to figure things out. I'm fast-forwarding through this. So you see, so they get the entry kill. You can see Nerds in this position. He's more passive now, right? So they're just making FORZE use their utility to clear some of the angles in the bathrooms, Molotovs, all that stuff. And here he's in a good position. We'll get a couple of more kills. That's a pretty clean round for ENCE, right? That's what they want after losing pistol. You don't lose a single player after that. It's looking really good, So we move on to the reset round. We always talk important to win consecutive rounds, right? And you can look at the minimap a little bit focused, right? You can see that there's 3 players from ENCE on A. And again, they're going not a full-on aggressive setup, but they're still going to really fight for this bathrooms control. And you can see the utility for the T's is already spent. There was a Molotov here, you can see it burning right towards mid. So because of that Nerds play, they're using more utility.
Well, okay, so if I have the same inkling, and perhaps this gentleman, Kassad, does. Kassad, what are you making of all this?
Listen, the first situation, Janko was right up until the point where Result was not really clearing that angle on the left behind the smoke. He was a lazy clear that cost him a second kill because he didn't clear it. The Nerds got the way with the double. If that thing was cleared properly, like a experienced player would do, that would be an even trade and an entry to the side for when it comes to FORZE. But in the second situation, they were like super aggressive, and they needed to continue with this. It feels to me that in the first map there was like only Nerds who was aggressive, and then some pass or somewhere between being aggro and being defensive. It's like he couldn't make up his mind if he wanted to go super aggro or super defensive. That was the disconnect between these two players, and it left like a huge gap on the side of fence. And obviously we saw the half 12-3. It was just, terrifying when it comes to ENCE.
We're talking about a map pick here at this point that ENCE, had set their sights on. They said, we're going to come in and play overpass today. Didn't really turn out for him, Janko?
No, not really. And you can see, like, even in the following, they're continuing with this aggression, right? It's a little bit disjointed. And I think that this was the problem. You look, this round would have been difficult to win for FORZE, in the late round because of the lack of utility. So I think ENCE actually overdid it with some of the aggression. You would see it like in following gun rounds as well. It's Nerds again trying some of those off angles, finding less success. Sometimes he's just the entry death, right? So I think for ENCE, maybe this was something that they wanted to practice, or this was the game plan coming into it. They felt that maybe FORZE is lazy in taking map control. They're a bit greedy with their utility. They don't use as much, so they could punish them if they played aggressive. But in the end, they were just giving up advantages and putting themselves in unfavorable situations that FORZE didn't really have to work the whole round. They would get good trades early on and then just play the percentages, play the numbers.
And so, Kassad, if we look past overpass, sort of like ENCE are going to have to. Kassad, what are you thinking when we switch over to, say, Anubis? Where does your hat lie on this one?
I think this map is still like really, up in the air. It's really like, it's heavily T-sided right now. And I still don't understand why teams are picking the CT side to start off with. I assume that FORZE is going to start on the CT side here, which will give ENCE a massive advantage. They just need to, forget about, that's a cliche right now, but they're going to need to forget about the map number one and focus on their own pick and get into that decider, which is Nuke, which is good for both teams. But right now they need this one obstacle, to get it over with. And I'm gonna say they're gonna go into double digits when it comes to the T side. They're not a team that kind of, mentally breaks down after they lose the first map, unlike, Na'Vi, for example, or something like that.
What's the over-under for the rounds?
Give us some numbers.
I would say over 25.5.
All right.
1x bet. So, yeah.
All right. But I will tell you, Chad talked about in the pregame, when you have extra days to prepare, does it affect something? It didn't really work out for ENCE. But Jerry was very aware in the interviews with us that, their Anubis is bad and what they need to work on and these protocols that they need to add. So 2 days isn't a whole lot of time, but we'll see if they maybe clean up some of their game for this time around.
Yeah, sometimes, just kind of rehoning in and refocusing is the game plan. For us, this is the middle game of the day. It is a best of three, and it is an upper bracket final, right? So if the story is told right, we can load the brackets up right now and show you what it looks like on the other side of this, Kassad. I'm sure you know that Team Liquid takes Astralis on for the last spot of life here.
Classic.
Yeah, it's a Liquid Astralis game, man. What are you taking about both teams?
I think Janko said it nicely, like even though it's like 3 years later or whatever, like he was talking about maybe yesterday, I think in one of his games, that he said like there is a core, of 3 players in each team. The core that like the one who won all the majors and the core that won the Grand Slam for Liquid.
The core that lost all the games.
The core that lost all the games. So in theory, it should be like a Sunday night classic for everyone who is watching CS. It cannot fail. It needs to go into 3 maps, and I think it will, over 2.5, And the thing is like, I do believe we're gonna have a great game on our hand tonight.
Which is what we have. We have all the time in the world, but not with you, Kassad. Thank you very much for your appearance.
Yeah, man. Thanks for showing up, and as always, we wish you to find the help that you've been searching for this whole
Wherever
time.
that might be. Good luck to you, Kassad, on your journey. Yeah, he's typing it in the browser right now. For you don't need to go anywhere. I'm talking about all of you watching at home, because we do come back and we do find ourselves on Anubis when we return.
Yeah, when I blow up, I'ma soar high like Peter Pan. In real life, be living out my dreams. If I'm waking up, it's in a foreign land. Whole wrist covered up in ice. Dealership, never asked the price. I hit the molly ball with my dogs. Yeah, I swiped it once without thinking twice, cuz this what I was made for. Man, I know this what I came for. On a big stage, couple thousand people, and they do whatever I say so. Have chicks that color the rainbow. Yeah, chains on me like Django. Be a long way from my tank low, cause my Tesla charge for them bank rolls. And I'm grinding, money on my mind, and I'm headed to the top. I won't stop until I find it. Write my name in diamonds, but all these lights are blinding. I wonder, is it worth it? Feel like I'm losing my mind, yeah, remind me.
Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Cause you rise to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you.
Since I blew up, everybody telling me that I'm the man. Same people gave me the finger, they reaching out for me to give a hand. In a different city and my pills came, cause this tour don't happen, I feel pain. And the girl with me say she down for life, but she don't even know what's my real name. Just try to get what she came for. And ain't nothing I got safe though, cause when the money go wild, everybody get a piece, but it's looking like I ain't on the payroll. Got a big house made out of Play-Doh, and a plastic crown for my halo. But still a long way from my tank low, cause my Tesla charge for them bank rolls. And I'm grinding, money on my mind, and I'm headed to the top. I won't stop until I find it. Write my name in diamonds, but all these lights are blinding. I wonder, is it worth it? Feel like I'm losing my mind, yeah, remind me.
Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you.
Making magic when they need it most.
Welcome back to ENCE FORZE. We're going into map 2. It's Anubis, and joining us for the cast is the king of Anubis, the one man to take down FaZe off of a 14-1 comeback on the T side. Ex-ENCE player, current Vitality man. It's Spinks. How you doing, brother?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic. Getting ready to get into what should be a spicy game. You said you caught the last map. Obviously, it didn't go too well for your boys, but are you feeling confident for their chances on Anubis?
Well, I checked their Anubis stats before this game. It doesn't look so bright.
Yeah.
But maybe they practice a lot with nerds, so.
And you take into account like the overpass, 16-3, and then you have to start CET Anubis.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna feel like you've lost 20 rounds before you've actually won anything. You know, potentially. I mean, let's not speak too soon. Madden's responsible for middle. He's got 3 charging towards him and gets away. But they're coming. They're hot on his heels. They can go anywhere they want with this. Are they going for a temple wrap?
Yeah, they're wrapping B. They've got a crowd outside of Long as well as Jerry ready to drop Dark. This is quite a split for FORZE, even sending Result into Spawn. A aggression will work to find the first kill, but FORZE own the B site.
Yeah, it's going to be like a retake setup. Oh, quick headshot out of Snappy.
No kit.
Yeah, they need to hurry up, clearing that plateau. And it's a good duel down onto another. Zorti gone, Result trapping. At least one. No, Snappy just hitting every head and a clean pistol.
Yeah.
Damn. Who was that? Can you recognize the voice?
I have no idea.
Sweet. Well, I think they would definitely want to try and make sure the mojo is flowing,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Who was the motivator when you were playing with this roster? Who was the one that kind of, when you've had a bad game, is going to try and get the boys up? And
I think Snappy, definitely.
Yeah.
It was...
Did he do like a big speech?
You can say the father of the team, in a way.
Yeah.
He was always like everything for the team.
Aha, we found out who it was. I think it might be Nerds.
Yeah.
You know, he's got big shoes to fill. Stepping into the ranks of ENCE, looking to have a championship contending team.
I saw Snappy started to use the AUG.
Yeah, more and more now.
Had it last map.
I actually hate this gun.
Why?
I don't know, I feel the M4 is better.
Yeah.
And you pay more money.
Spray is hard, man. It's hard. If you're not nailing the early headshot, you're going to have trouble.
Yeah.
Snappy does. He pushes with the AUG, which I don't know if that's the best way to use the gun. It's going to be a 5v2 in an instant.
Yeah, and this was...
It's a hard one to lose.
A tough round to lose, exactly.
A lot of rifles.
But like going for that aggression as well, like it's one thing to get the information, but to lose the double fully bought up CTs against limited utility.
In ENCE, we like to call it a surprise attack.
A surprise attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, FORZE are ready for it at least. You know, this is a conversation, I think. CT Anubis trying to make plays and the dangers that come with that obviously is something I think having this map, we have to talk a lot about that Vitality phase game. Like, how restricting is it to play on CT side? It feels horrible, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's really hard to play CT on this map. Even if you are 5v4, you feel like you need to push. Like, if the team just execute you, it's so hard.
Yeah, like that A site, they can just walk in and take it.
There's just no spots to play. You molly fountain, you molly behind the site, heaven smoke. Where can you even go?
And it's also hard to play the retake compared to other maps.
In your role distribution now, which site do you play on CT side?
I play like the cave on B.
Yeah, okay. So you're like the first to rotate if mid needs help?
I think it depends.
Okay.
Like, we're the second B player. I guess if it's closer to rotate, it will just do it, and you like stay on B and the anchor kinda.
Yeah, because I've been watching mid players. I'm just so interested to see what the best players in the world do to hold mid on CT. Oh, it feels like it's a nightmare on your own. It feels like a two-man job, especially when Ts are coming at you. Krad's putting out the snappy AUG. He's going to give him a taste of his own medicine on the jump shot. Watch that.
I saw him.
It's fine. Should be. Absolutely fine. Well, they've got a couple of rifles to work with. Flash him off for now. Looks like they just want to go for a B pincer, or at least posture for it. They haven't committed with the bomb, but look at this. Look, Krad's just happy to stand and take any jewels they're willing to give him. It's a suspicious smoke. What are you doing with that one?
It's kind of so many stuff you can do on Anubis.
They have a main as well. Jerry's taking dark, and meanwhile they're moving up on middle. FORZE have so much of the map right now, and ENCE are constricted. They've lost their mid control. Sampayas is trying to regain it right now. He has to win this fight, but Shalfie's playing late. He's going to lurk as they go for an exec on A.
Yeah, and that's just Diha. I mean, what's he supposed to do with a Desert Eagle?
Nothing.
Spam so the smoke or jump through the smoke? Ooh. Actually, Shalfie does go down early, so that will enable a quicker rotate through mid. And Madden does deliver one, but the bomb's now down. 3-on-3, only pistols for this retake. A 10-second defuse. It's nothing they can do. Maybe Diha can hit one. That was his chance onto Jerry. Squandered now, and Krad will just put the cherry on top.
Other than this game, though, Spinks, obviously they've added Nerds into the roster and ENCE. We were trying to understand last game and talk about what's the ceiling for this team? Do you think this roster is a roster that can now compete for titles? Because for the longest time, ENCE were just hanging around in the top 10, you know, a couple of grand finals here and there, Pro League, but never really taking titles. Is this the roster?
It's definitely better than Valde, like the roster they had with Valde. I think when me and Hades were there, I think we were pretty close to win titles. We were always like super close, but never make it. This roster, I feel it's like early to say. Like they played good in EPL so far, but still, it's so early in the tournament. It's hard to say.
Yeah. And their matches against Rare Atom and ATK, not exactly proven tier 1 teams, and even against FORZE, they're struggling. So we'll have to give them a little more time. But considering these are the first games for Nerds, he's at least looked good.
Did you see the Team Israel we built over on the World Cup?
I saw something. I also saw Simple said the international team, Israel team, will be a good team.
Yeah, dude. It's and like you guys have got some seriously talented individuals now. Like the Israelis are coming. We've got what? Sphinx, Exertion, Flames, Anarchies, and Nerds. That's a 5-man roster.
I think for us, the Israeli community, we all know how to shoot. The problem for us is we don't have an in-game leader.
Yeah, well, maybe you should step up, boy.
Maybe in the future, but...
oh my god. Yeah, Nerds actually made it a little interesting on that one. 2 of them brought low, but poor Sunpius. Just going to be saving that AUG. And FORZE, I mean, this is a team that have been really impressive. That overpass is one thing, but the fact that they already qualified for the playoffs, you know, not dropping a game. Is this a team you played in scrims before or played much against FORZE?
No, I don't think we played a lot against them.
Okay.
But I didn't watch all the games we played, but the last game against the ENCE on overpass, they are hitting insane shots.
Yeah, and
all
that,
of them.
And that T side, I mean, what did you say actually when you sat down? Like, yeah, starting on the CT side and having a 16-3 is like a sign of you've done something wrong, but also they were doing something right.
Definitely.
He's not going to go down. So Sampaya successfully saves. And we do see another round on the board for FORZE. It's just 3 in a row, 3 on the trot, and it was like such a perfect pistol. They had 5 alive. They won the pistol, and then immediately they started feeling that T-side punishment. Winning that pistol and converting it, Hugo, especially with the, as we know, it would have been a huge advantage for ENCE, given the fact that they did the hard part.
Yeah, I'm worried the FORZE are going to run away with a very dominant T-side here. Like most teams have been doing, there's a reason that ENCE picked the map, but FORZE picked T-sides in a game where even when the maps are starting to, and Counter-Strike is starting to skew as more T-sided as of late due to the economy and just the meta, they're still going for the T-side pick. It's extremely powerful right now.
I think it's the only map teams pick it as a T-side.
Yeah. No one's figured out the defense quite yet. Nerds does check, but Jerry wins that crucial fight. And this isn't even the Jerry of last map. He's already fragging out. He will get traded. Snappy makes that org sing. 4 on 4. They weren't ready to hit B. Jerry was way ahead of the pack there. So FORZE have to still chill and wait for ENCE to give up something, but no moves getting made. They are retaking middle. That allows Sampayas to rotate with his orb. And Snappy's even walking down below.
These mid-round mid-aggresses are really impactful. You can see Snappy at half health as well. It's not a favorable duel for him, but he is stubborn about it.
Oh, it's perfect timing.
Oh my god. Crad will have a look. Oh, he won't. He won't. This is the aggress we were talking about, Madden. He's got them all on a silver platter. And just goes for the first. Isolates a duel. Does go down. Crad, precise. And now the orb from Sampayas can close the round down. Unless Sorty is up to his clutching hijinks. He's certainly considering it.
They don't need to give him anything. He can get the bomb out, but it's a long rotation. It's being cut off by Snappy. So this might just be a prerequisite to a save for Zorti in T-Spawn. ENCE make it work. Snappy making the org look good again. And he might even have the AWP at the end.
Yeah, he's heading towards the right direction. Zorti's not ready for this.
50-50. Ooh. Oh. Where do FORZE find, or where does Jerry find these young CIS players? That's what I want to know, because for years, he's been locked in this organization for 6 years now, and he constantly, every year, he comes around, he makes a roster, he brings it to the top 20, he comes to a couple of lands, and he shakes the boat, and it's with different people every time.
Yes. Well, the region has so many players, like so many talented players.
Yeah, there's no absence of AWPs, is there? You know, you lose exit power and suddenly you've got a Zorti just straight showing up, showing off. That's the simple effect, we call that one.
Well, the region is grinding. You can see on Face It, they just play and play and play. And when you play a lot, you are getting better.
Spink's top tips.
Practice, practice, practice. Well, what have ENCE prepared for this rifle round now? It's an important one to stop FORZE from running away. There's no one in middle, but flashes are going to make it clear what FORZE are up to, and Madden has an eye on the cross. Doesn't need to fight for this, can just spot it and wait for them to go temple. D has moved up with him. It's a double peek into middle. This is quite nice, but FORZE are in no hurry. Bomb regroups back at A. It's an A split with 3 players through middle. Jerry's trying to fake lower out right now and go towards B, keep them trapped in as FORZE Molotov, A connector, and walk the bomb through A main.
Yeah, they're coming. Sampayas has been flashed off. He will have a chance and doesn't miss that one. Lurk smoke. He's going to peek around it, and another body drops. It's a great effort from Sampayas, but now Shalfir continues to be a problem. They're going round the world through spawn. This is a peculiar round now. Nuts. Oh, just walks into Zorti. A magnificent conversion that should lead to a plant. Like, they've got everything on lock. You can't get back in. Madden's at the beach right now, but he's not having a lot of fun.
I think ENCE will save it. They're so far away.
Oh, what a nice mid-round react.
Yeah, just dodging the AWP, right? They see some Pius on Fountain on A, and even though they get the A kills, Diha actually swings mid there and gets picked by Zorti. FORZE just don't want to go anywhere near some Pius. Leave him alone. And send that bomb solo back through T-spawn, but they already had cleared mid. And that's forced ENCE to save. So 4-2 up now for FORZE. One gun round in the middle, but ENCE broke immediately.
It does feel like the best, sorry.
Okay.
It does feel like the best teams right now on T side are the ones that are the best at doing what we just saw there from FORZE, where it's like you just have to do enough on the other side of the map, whether it's like you hear steps, you hear a player throwing mollies dark, just something to make those rotators take a little longer. You know,
these days it's so hard.
It's an art form because you can't die. If you die, you've ruined it.
These days it's so hard, especially when you're City, because you want to help your teammates on the other side, but in the same time, if you die, you open your side. And it's really tricky.
It's like I want information, but safely.
You must even feel that pressure in your position on CT if you're playing Dark Right, because there's constantly going to be AWP scoping outside of A stairs, just waiting for you to peek. You really want to peek. You just really want to get the info. Are they crossing to A? Oh my goodness, but even taking a jiggle or fighting through a smoke, you can just get picked like that.
Yes, it's I would say even it's a bit random. You shoot through the smoke, you kill one. Sometimes they shoot through the smoke, they kill you. And you're just part of CS.
Can't do anything about it. The mid boost is up, but Sunpire's just left with the AWP. Gone back to A. Notice ENCE aren't playing a lot of mid control in this map. They're not looking for fights there. They're not using much util. And FORZE are abusing that right now. They keep getting Shalfie behind the mid doors. And it hasn't really mattered yet, but eventually FORZE can start using him to late lurk and backstab these hits. Sunpire's missed shot, great flash. There's one more player up close. They don't fully clear him, and Diha gets away with murder. 2 in the round, it's still not enough, and there's that mid lurk I'm talking about. He will be backstabbed by a B push, but he's made this site plantable.
Yeah, so Nerds has only got a USP. You've got Madden equipped with more, and I say that as actually upgrades to the AK-47, so nice scavenging work from him, but he's going to want to try and get some info for Madden to close. If he can kill one, amazing. And he actually, Crad. Oh, how quick! So quick. Crad, he is just farming headshots. He's up to 8 so far.
Dude, why is no one talking about Zorti? Like, we see all these, obviously a lot more proven AWPers getting, hyped up, but, it's the next big thing. But from watching the 3 games I've seen from FORZE at this event, this guy is playing better CS than I've ever seen him play. He's, obviously known from times online, playing in small CIS rosters with players who you wouldn't even know the names of, but doing this on LAN against tier 1 players, it's mad impressive. He looks really mechanically skilled.
Yeah, I think he's comfortable as well within the roster, like he's been made to feel, like the superstar he's becoming. I think that's a big part.
Crad is playing really good this series.
Yeah.
I think all of them are just hitting insane shots.
Yeah, Crad had insane ratings coming into Malta before Pro League when they were playing at CCT LAN, and he had a really bad tournament. And FORZE did in general, didn't go as far as they probably would have wanted, but that was, I guess, the warm-up they needed for EPL. And Crad has looked much better here on LAN when it matters. No AWP for Sunpire's, no kit either. And how will they approach middle? Madden's here for a change.
Like, what are you going to do now? What do you do? He's already here. Spinks, come on, you're the smart one.
Like, you can't do much at the city if the team want to fight middle.
Well, that kind of worked.
They don't know. It's a nice save.
They know Madden's mid, though. Or, like, he's the mid player. Ooh, does get one more for his troubles. Traded out.
That's like best case scenario, and even then, will ENCE make more moves? They are. They're pushing down on B. I have liked how proactive this B play is, but Jerry's waiting. Ooh. Jerry's watching. Jerry's missing the timing. Nerds can creep his way outside of A.
Thank you very much.
This is still nice. Nerds isn't jumping the gun to flank the A site. FORZE are waiting for this push. Jerry's holding that B aggro, and while it has happened, he's missed it entirely. Nerds is going to come and clear middle. Jerry's just going to dodge him, though. But this is still a backstab for later in the round.
Yeah, I mean, the info he has right now is like Diha Snappy are just deep playing the site. Nerds has the freedom to kind of look for information, albeit safely.
You just don't want to make the wrong gamble, right? That's why he's not really committing. He's hanging around. If he picks A or he picks B and he's wrong, his teammates are left on an island.
Yeah. He's actually considering B right now, so he is going to be far away. Diha on that fountain pillar. ideally, he can just deny the plant, but will they clear him? Yeah, he's trying to be hidden. Jiggle out, spotted out, needs that. Oh, dear.
It's ugly.
Yeah, especially now. Neither of them particularly close. Nert's trying to stay silent as he walks on into the fight with Jerry. Zorti on the AWP up heaven. Double from Jerry already. That frag into mid. Good. The flash is there, but nothing off the back of it. They're still smoked off. And a clean duel. FORZE is just playing a very solid game of Counter-Strike. That's a rather textbook close.
Yeah, they just took so long that ENCE didn't know if it would still be A after, you know, like Nerds cleared all of middle just when Jerry went around the corner after holding for the B push. And it'd taken so long, it must have felt like, yeah, they're wrapping Temple. They're going for an A split, but
they could be anywhere.
Yeah.
Like in B city spawn.
So FORZE right now playing a pretty pristine game of counter. 3 kills in that round for Jerry as well. Quietest player of last map, not anymore. Wins that crucial fight to Diha here. And FORZE get out with murder. Have you enjoyed the map though, Spinks? Have you liked the addition of Anubis over Dust?
I think, yeah, I like it. I didn't
Overall?
like Dust.
Nice.
But I think this map is really, really new. Like, they will probably update and do some new stuff. But for a new map, I think it's really good.
Because that's one thing I found talking to a lot of players, like a lot of the older players who played, you know, who've been playing Counter-Strike Go at the highest level for years. They don't like the new maps, the Ancients, the Vertigos, the Anubises. But a lot of the newer breed players, the players who came around over the COVID era and around those years, do like the change and do like the fresh maps every now and then. Even Flames was saying the same thing when we had them on the cast as well. So it's it's a different mindset with this generation of CS pros, I think. It's quite cool. You've got to stay on your toes. You can never get comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, it's a set of skills being a Counter-Strike player.
Definitely.
And I think that when you have a new map, you add it to the pool, it's really good test of all of your fundamentals. You know, it's no longer, it's just not like a script you've learned or like a play you've stolen from someone else. It's you versus the environment. And it's you working out what you can get out of your set of skills and your set of tools.
Also these days you can see, I remember when the map came out, everyone in Insta know the window smokes and the mollies everywhere, and it still keep evolving.
And then someone comes up with a counter to those mollies, so then you have to develop a counter to the counter, and we just have...
And then you have a meta.
Evolution.
Everyone's on the same playing field, right? Like, no matter when you started playing, everyone's got nothing.
Yeah, right. Because for example, if you jump into a Dust 2 as a new player, like take that guy Chad brought up on Reddit, say you jump into a Dust 2, these dudes have played it for the last 8 years. They've got everything. They've already learned all the lessons that you're learning the first time you're having a go at walking out of Xbox. Run down suicide and you go, wow, I won't do that again.
Like you don't see new stuff on Dust 2.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, a long time. We've got a spawn smoke being thrown from Madden here in this round.
Ooh.
Lobbing that straight from third spawn as CT is going to land a stairs. It's trying to stop the quick cross.
Well, I mean, you could follow that up with an A main aggression.
Oh, yeah? Like this?
Like this. They're charging A main.
I love this.
Oh, they smoke rugs too.
Chad will be happy.
Yeah, dude, this is straight out of the Snappy playbook. I thought they had a little cheeky one-way there.
Yeah, I think it just Result hasn't crossed into it enough. Dude, this is a crazy setup. They have so much real estate. With Nerds here, D has pushed as well. Resalt's ready for sure. The jump up, that's dangerous. Resalt tries to chase him down. Nerds can run away. They still don't know that D has in this position. And this is going to waste so much time.
Yeah, Jerry's terrified. Like, the late nade, that's cool too.
On the smoke fade, so the timing is almost going to guarantee you damage. FORZE, forget the game plan. They have to retake this space.
He's just called for Zorti to come back as well. He's like, lads, I need a full team here. Look what it's doing. It's making them work so hard for this. And now the dark angle can connect. Sun Pius delivers. And an angle perfectly played as Diha does best. Another Result gone. Whoa! Window wasn't anticipated. And that's Shalfie again working through middle. Should be impossible for them to recover this. And ENCE, I can just see that round giving us as a little bit of hope for CT sides across Anubis.
Yeah, you're going to be stealing that one?
Yeah, definitely you can see this was a really good play from ENCE, and in a couple of days you will see other teams do the same.
100%.
You need to evolve yourself every time.
Oh, they're going to still pull it back, aren't they?
They can't.
A 2v4 now down to even odds. They are split up, of course. Shalfie in middle needs to gung-ho into this site. Sumpires has the AWP up top, and Shalfie doesn't have to cross, but he's going to try anyway. He's going to die to the AWP. Zorti now has to make his work. 1v2.
Oh, Sumpires doesn't get the shot. Zorti hits it anyway!
Oh!
Sumpires, that was his round. 4 kills in the end, but a missed shot. Rings out. ENCE will close with a third. Ooh, man. I mean, and off the back of such a hard-fought advantage, it really did come down to a one-on-one.
Yeah, it come one-on-one. FORZE good plant. Damage the economy.
Yeah. This is all the Sumpires frags we got to see. Lovely finish onto Shalfie, and then Zorti just... Oh,
it was a close one.
Yeah, he turned around.
He missed one shot there, and that almost gave Zorti the room. Thank goodness that other player ran in from Con, drew his aim back. Stressful round for FORZE, but they're fine. They're still sitting pretty with lots of money. And ENCE aren't making many plays out of the gate. Sumpires is feeling confident, going wide, down lower.
Ooh, ouch. Yeah, but those dark nades we've been seeing become very popular, thrown out early. Damage onto Nerds.
I think it was you guys actually, not you guys, sorry, ENCE, these guys, again, who were doing this at Katowice, throwing these constant nade cycles over the wall from B. I can't remember what game it was. Maybe against Complexity?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yep. Krad's got his angles worked out as he holds that B aggression very tight. And taps the header Snappy for a first blood. ENCE, ooh, they're in so much trouble. They're counting on Sumpires, who is feeling himself right now, to defend the B bomb site alone.
Also, AVP on this map, it's really good on city side.
Yeah, we've seen teams go double AWP very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. And double AVP on this map, it's if you see it on the ground, pick it up.
Right.
Sumpires is likely going to get smoked off here. It's actually going in Temple, so he will have an angle for now. Players coming from below, a gamble stack for ENCE, and they're realizing as well, D-His even pushing main, realizing there's nothing here. FORZE blind themselves, but there's no one here to punish, and that smoke, that's the game changer there. They can get a plant. ENCE might have to save unless Sumpires can do something cheeky. Here's the mid split. It's not pretty this time. That might beckon them in.
Might do. Tough site to retake when you're all coming in from various angles at different pacing. Sumpires reveals his AWP, hopes it draws attention away from D-His on his crawl, but they're about to double peek. Just like that. Hard clear. Nice find. D-His on that MP9. Oh. 2 when most would get none. Now Zorti only the 1. This is all onto Krad. He's sharp, but not sharp enough. A recovery, and there you get it. A second AWP added to the mix.
That's amazing from D-His. Getting 2 there with the MP9. He's really good with these different weapons.
Wow.
Yeah, true. I've played some pugs against D-His, and he's pulled out the M249 on me more than once. More than once.
Yeah, he's really good with different weapons.
Can do it all. The Swiss Army tool of ENCE.
Look at this tap.
Yeah.
Slither. Oh.
That's a nice angle from Madden. Like, Crouch, you could barely see him there.
This is his second really well-controlled spray.
And compare Sumpires in this map to the one of Overpass, right? Because even on CT side, he was getting head-to-head fights against Zorti, walking into his angle, and he was missing a lot of shots. So he's definitely looking better here. 13-4, winning rounds for ENCE, finding opening kills towards Dark. It's what ENCE need if they're going to make this map work. What would you call a good CT side right now on Anubis Sphinx?
I actually just thought about it, and I have no idea.
1 round?
Like 14-1, it's still okay.
Yeah,
you can come back.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Is 5 rounds good?
I guess 9-6. It's like fine for both halves in a way.
What are the actual stats like from on HLTV for Anubis? Let's see what the T-win percentage is.
I can check for Pro League. I've been keeping up to date. Oh, look, he's done it again. For just Pro League has been quite interesting.
I think it will be really decided because us and FaZe.
Yeah.
True, actually. Yeah, right now, yeah, 59%. But how much sample size? 15 maps, lowest played map of the event. But even with these numbers, there's a lot more T-sided maps, or even the CT ones are close now. Nuke's T-sided, 52%, same for Ancient. That was a big change. I mean, with Ancient getting wider.
Oh, and caught on the quick switch. Snappy just cycling through his nades at the wrong time.
Now, no kills. He's got to pop off.
Oh, you're right. You're right. He's had a very quiet one here, and so blind. Look at that. What's he supposed to do?
Third flash.
You just keep getting blind and blind.
Yeah, full flash. Now they're going to try and pull it off again. the 3v4 retake, and all from the same direction.
Ents have some cool nades, though. I don't know where that one's landing. Maybe towards B long, just throwing the dark. Oh, the dark smoke. Nice. And a B long. They've got a double retake smoke setup here for Ents. They've still got to find the kills. Krad running from a Molotov, and they're saving.
Yeah. It was cool, though.
Yeah,
we got to see the util.
They show us the lineups.
Yeah, everyone can write that down. That's round 12. Yeah, round 12, Ents FORZE, if you want retake util for B.
But I actually don't understand why they're using all the nades and then decide to save.
Yeah, right?
Like,
normally it's one or the other.
You can just save the nades for the next round.
Maybe they wanted to just practice. Maybe not. Either way, it is only going to be the one AWP saved. And we will see an 8th on the board.
So when you were 14-1 down against FaZe, were you guys actually believing, or at what point does that kick in?
When do you believe?
When
like, on the 14-1, when we made the 3 minutes pause between the half, of course the TeamSpeak wasn't like alive like in a normal game, but I don't think we were also down. Like it wasn't like bad vibes in the TeamSpeak, even though it was 14-1. I was making some jokes about it, like if Liquid can do it, we can do it.
Yeah.
Majisk said if we come back from this, I will pay for a restaurant for everyone and this kind of stuff. So we were laughing about it, but
he didn't.
We just thought like we will grind some rounds for the next map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just grind some rounds. No one wants to lose 16-1, and we started to win and win and win. And I think when it was like 14-10, then like at least for myself, I was like, well, we can do it.
Yeah, we're doing it. This is happening.
Yeah.
Did Magisk buy you dinner?
He said he will do it in the major, hopefully.
Ah, okay, nice. Going to a fancy
I'm waiting
restaurant.
for it, so...
Yeah, you got to remind him.
Yes, of
Snappy versus Krad. This has been a head-to-head that Krad has been winning more often than not. Nerds will have a go.
He's on the board.
Deliver, but immediately it's actually a Jerry double, so that's gone worse. And that's nice. Deha looking for a gap on that.
There's something.
It was Zorti had the bomb, so it has delayed this plant, and D has some. Covered perfectly by Result there.
He wants to go for it, and he should. I mean, they need the rounds. He swapped off the AWP in a 1v2, 15-4. Sunpius has been doing everything for Ents right now. Going to have to smoke that molly. No more for the bomb now. Need to kill quick, and no, he's giving it up. He's out of there.
Well, it's definitely the 9. Now we'll see if they can get the 6. Not going to be easy.
It's a bit weird for the viewers. Like, I think this meta these days, people are saving so much.
Yeah.
And for me as a player, I understand why. But as a viewer, I would wish to see this 1v2, 1v3. Like, I think it's really interesting.
Yeah. It's a really hard question that we haven't even gotten to the bottom of with a lot of thinking. Like, do you have any, or anyone from your team have any idea on like what could change or what should change to make it more exciting? People theorize like money changes, penalties for saving on CT.
Imagine there was a clutch bonus.
Yeah, anything.
Like, if you go for it, if you're alone in a clutch and you go for it, you get some sort of extra injection of cash.
I think the best way to fix it is like economic-wise. Yeah. Like if you save the city, maybe you're not getting this full amount.
Yeah.
Or if you win the round, you win maybe a bit more. I don't know. But it's definitely something with the economic part. And then when you win 1v2, you didn't only win 1v2. You also won a really good economy for your team.
Yeah. It's hard to find that perfect
the risk
balance.
and the reward, yeah. Because I mean, a lot of the time, it's very hard to argue against saving, especially like think about an Inferno, like a number disadvantage A site retake. Just don't bother.
You're never gonna win it.
No.
Like you can be 3v3, but the T's have good nades.
And there's a smoke CT, and you want to go retake B. It's like good luck.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, they've got an interesting assortment of weapons. Some big, some small. Some just above average.
They're doing it again, but they're not actually pushing this time. They're going to take middle while they throw these smokes. It's only one of them, though, so Ruggs isn't. FORZE can just drop off. I like how they're patient, because they've seen that A smoke, that A stair smoke. They know there could be aggressive players, so they wait a second before they drop in. Deha's on A alone. You would love a two-man setup here at this point, but that's a big smoke. It's going to keep A main alive for Ents. Nerds eat a flash. FORZE go through a smoke. Deha needs a kill. He'll get a dink as well. It's not bad, but FORZE is still going to execute.
Yeah, Sunpius is going to be tested here. They have yet to commit. That's
what
they wanted. Yeah, Jerry goes down, but they can go B now.
And really like the B pushing.
Crad, not ready. Oh, how does he get that one?
Nertz is having an off game here.
Yeah, I'm really not having fun with this one. And now, as that smoke does fade, there will be a duel available for Madden. Long range, Shalfie, so quick. It feels like the FORZE individuals are just stronger.
It's like a tier one team.
Yeah, truly.
Sometimes it's 17-4, and it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Another save.
But you can see, like, FORZE won 10 rounds, and he died 4. There's a lot of saving as well, but I wish we would try to go for the entry kills, like, instead of helping in the late round, the clutch situations.
But what is the AWP options, though? We see AWPers go for those B clears late. Like, you can go dark, but that's a scary prospect, usually posted up on you.
You can try to take A lobby.
Yeah.
So you have more space for the teams to, like, your teammates might have easier rotate in a way.
That makes sense.
You can pick cave.
He's actually 5-0 in opening duels right now. So
Yeah.
he's had a couple of dark, but that's just a testament to how good FORZE are at pulling these rounds back, right? And
Yeah, I
grinding
feel
all
like
the 2v4s.
ENCE have been in a really good situation since the start of the round, and then it just collapsed.
They're still making plays, still pushing up
Exactly.
in advantages.
Like yeah.
Even that B main push was being held because FORZE trade D her, and immediately they trade D here, they throw the A nades, but they're already walking back to B, and then Shalfie gets that B push.
Yeah. Madden thought like it's A, or just go behind and you still have a player towards B.
FORZE are playing some great Counter-Strike today. A dominant 16-3 on Overpass. ENCE's map pick here on Anubis is not going too well either.
I don't know if they're going to complain if they get 5. I think they'll look each other in the eye and say, let's go 3.
Well, they picked this, right? So you presume they have a lot to show on the T side. Obviously, at these scorelines, the danger is, like, if you don't win Pistol and you don't win Force Buy, you're going to have very little chances.
Yeah.
But you know what does increase your chance? A P90.
Yeah, I was just about to say. I don't know if it's a easy buy or
salty,
it's a 1 in 12 buy, I think,
or something, but P90.
That's a fast smoke off the rip. Some Pius, there's an opening.
Here we go.
Opening.
You got it, Spinks. You got it. He's got some help. The whole squad here, chip damage as Jerry goes looking, wants to find Snappy, punishing, running. No way. He's actually hunting down some fires, scrapes away. Spotted out, still alive, on the cross, missed his shot, still nuts. Gets it done on the P2. P2? P90.
P90, yeah.
Never say that gun's name, to be honest.
Yeah, no, that was
See it very often.
That was a new one.
Good.
Oh, he's going for it. He's sending it, baby. Get him.
Oh.
Yeah, 2 for Nertz.
You should play more with this gun.
It's insane, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a P90 main.
2v4.
Loads of bullets. Who needs them?
We've seen FORZE make these rounds interesting, and they've got a big gap in middle right now. So, dude, they can walk into A. There's no one even on the site.
He's just going to smoke
so low.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, I'm calling it right now. They're going to win this.
Yeah.
They have double smoke. If they go A, they have a good chance.
Some Pius retakes Heaven on A, so going 1 for 1 here at this health is enough, but they're flanking the B site. It's a quick shot, Zodzi doesn't even react. Jerry has to trade. 30 seconds. Where's the captain of FORZE going to take us?
Into the P90, of course. Not going to be easy for Jerry now, especially with that HP. He's made it loud. Flash, flash, dead to the P90. Okay, well, they got 5 to work with. ENCE wanting to take us the distance. And FORZE looking like a real contender. Both teams in the playoffs, but who's getting the bye will be RB.
success ain't no given. Some days I don't hit, I don't slay. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. They don't want it when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem, man. Perfect, let them watch me. Elevating, got them nauseous. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the housing. Woo! Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Woo! Watch out, set it up. Bet you I shut it down. Watch out, get a win. I don't think they really want to come against the winner. Got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare. I'm a line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins. Yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get it, no call and quits. Yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets. Yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out. Knocked out.
I don't need your drugs in my village. I got royal blood in my system. I come from a line of kings. I'm the chosen one. I'm the chosen one. I'm the chosen one. My stream of consciousness, conscious, I'm always on it. All of my 3 eyes walking wide open, just like a cyclops, you know it. I am what I am, and that's everything you not. So when you bringing Timbs in my temple, you better rip them off. Holy, you step in my presence, it's all ground on me. Made of the lessons I learned and those who came before me. My life a R-rated movie, YouTube PG-13. Smash at the box office, baby, you straight to DVD.
Making magic when they need it most.
Well, take a look at this one. ENCE have got 5 rounds to work with as they swap to the favorable side of Anubis, that is the T side. 10 in the bank for FORZE. A pistol round always has a lot of weight attached to it, but this one in particular could lock out ENCE with a good pistol round. But take a look at this buy. I won't say exactly what you said, Spinks, but you had a reaction when you saw just how many nades they've brought into this T side. That's 3 Molotovs.
What are they doing?
They have only 2 players with armor.
Yeah, what do you reckon? Where are those Molotovs going? It's, oh wow, the whole squad's going A.
I think it's a full A execute, and you might even have nades for the afterplant.
Yeah, well, we talked about how difficult it can be to retake some of these sites. Maybe they're just looking to get that bomb down.
But Jerry have info on B already.
That's great. He just rushed long with no flash. Yeah, took all this space.
It's going to mean that the rotate will be very quick, right? They still don't have answers about canals. The smoke is for Akon. The flashes are going to try and catch Result. But he's got a nice angle and a clean headshot. Shut down, traded, long range from Diha as he converts on the dink. 2 on the way in.
One more molly for the post as well. Look at that plant as well. It's very key. You can get a molly in from main safely onto that bomb. Not that I think FORZE have much hope of retaking this round. They're kitless, and they're only now waiting for those smokes to fade. Madden up close with Julie. Sumpires trying to just take one with him on the site. Grant does get that kill, but Sumpires is dancing behind the site, and that molly is still in play. The later they throw it, the better it is. Over the top, Jerry won't stop. Grant gets it, but there's the bounce on the Molotov, and Snappy safely guarantees this pistol round, I want to say. Oh, that could have been it. That was the only way he could have won that round.
I really like the meta with the dualists.
Yeah, you do?
I think it's make a pistol really interesting.
I bet watching Zywoo as well, the fastest clicker with that gun. Does he have it bound to mouse wheel? How does he do it?
No, he just press mouse 1 so fast. I don't know how he do it. It's so really insane.
During the 3-minute break, we talked about the effect that can have on you, you know, as a player at a halftime, sitting there talking, relaxing. But obviously, one bonus that you guys have in Vitality is you've got one of the greatest coaches of all time behind you. What's that been like for you, Spinks, playing with Zonic as your coach?
I think he's an amazing coach. He's an amazing guy. He's like, it's really nice to be around him in a way. And yeah, of course, he's really smart in the game and everything. And yeah, not a lot of bad stuff to say.
Is he more useful for you, at least, in the tactical side of things and like reminding you of the game plan and helping fixing things in the match, or is he better in a more like hype coach way, you know, bringing energy? Because we see he gets very loud sometimes,
like
very emotional.
The 3-minute break?
Just in general, as a guy behind you during the matches.
Like, if I will make a compare, like, between him and the ENCE coach, Etu, I think Etu is also a really amazing coach. But Zonic is really good at like the motivation.
Yeah.
Like, he just put the fire in you, you know? And he's really good at it. Of course, he's also really good in the game and tell you what to do and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, when he scream behind you and he like show a good job and this kind of stuff, it's really nice.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
Using Jerry essentially as bait. They have Shalfie to clean up the mess with a double spray. And Resol, the long range.
Okay.
That's naughty. Only 2 now for ENCE, otherwise it's another force by loss. Nerds, have you got anything left for us? He's got a lot of bodies. On the side! One down! It was Resol. He nearly had it.
It was 1v4?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
1v4 into a 1v1. He really did nearly have it.
And that's him trying to come back after a very poor first half. A P90 triple kill in the last round. That could have activated him. That could have brought ENCE back. But instead, as you said, Alex, both pistols for ENCE, both force spies for FORZE.
It's so hard. Economy-wise, it's so hard to lose this round.
It's worse than winning losing the pistol. It's just horrible.
Look what they're left with. Couple of HE grenades.
Because also you can see Zoto have AK, so it also like you take the guns from the team you won, so it's really good for the economy.
They came in with 1 M4, they leave with 3 rifles.
And watch Jerry's alligator now. That auto shotgun is probably going to do some damage. Jerry's safe from the nades. They will take aggression on the menu. Look at this. Crad just drive by. Jerry, nice long-range shotgun for $900, but they've got to be careful on the cross, I say, as he gets one for free. Okay, Sun Pius is recovering for ENCE. 21 and 6. I can't quite believe they're here, but it can still go wrong. Nerds will win a one-on-one with Resol.
Now it's really good for ENCE.
Now it goes back, yeah. All you have to do is
but that one is even rarer, right? Like winning the 3rd round after losing the 2nd, that's even rarer, even more difficult.
We had the same game against Liquid on Katowice on the 3rd map, and it's fucking annoying. When you are like keep winning, losing, it's just economy.
With a feeling of relief when you finally get 2 in a row and you know you've put them on full eco, no armor, you get to farm, you get a bit closer. And all the more valuable in Anubis as well. FORZE, a short celebration, but it can't last for long as they are now the ones on the back foot.
Yeah, and you can see that they take the time out now. They get Saw on the mic, and he just reminds them, lads, you've screwed their money. They are unhappy. We saw Krad's reaction as well. He knows that means this is now going to be a competitive Anubis, a highly competitive Anubis. You need 5 CT rounds.
Like if ENCE win this round, it's 11-9, 11-10, really easy.
Yeah.
And they should win this round because look at the guns, look at the nades.
They shouldn't have much to say, really, should they? I mean, it's always threatening, these players and their deagles, and ENCE have certainly had their fair share of oopsies.
There it is. We were talking about it. Yeah. That's the life
of the dark player. And Krad was the one that looked the most frustrated in the previous round. So, yeah, that's going to start adding up.
How do you call it? You call it donut?
I call it dark.
Dark, okay.
Yeah,
there's too many connectors.
Yeah, we call it cave.
I like cave as well.
Cave's good too.
Cave works. Yeah.
I think we just use cave for this part on the map, you know, like the rocky rotation. So they do the molly before the smoke fades, but it still forces out an extinguish. That was the last smoke that FORZE have to work with.
And FORZE realize they're not actually pushing with this util, but can they even get there in time? They've got to walk through the unknown of middle, and that's why Shalfie goes for the long rotation, but it does take some time.
Unless FORZE is doing some insane shots, I don't see them winning this round.
Oh, well, there are nades out. Mac 10 trying to cover. It's a trade instead. 4v3, and they shouldn't be winning this any day. I say. Bomb dropped. They're out long. Shalfie gone, and it's not too difficult for ENCE. They keep it up with 3.
Doesn't have the same punch to it, does it? Not so difficult for ENCE.
Yeah, I'm not going to call it easy. They lost a couple of kills.
Yeah, no, I know. Just not so difficult. Doesn't fit on a t-shirt.
No.
8 though to 11, and as you said, Spinks already, that's going to translate to a 9th. They've got nothing to work with, a single flashbang. I reckon we're going to see bodies out B. Yeah, 1 flash, quick peek. Who's going to get some nice eco frags?
ENCE have thrown a lot of nades off a spawn. Nerds has just done it, but they're actually popping out lower instead.
Interesting. Snappy might be a little mad.
Oh, come too soon or too late or never at all. There's the flash, and they go running in. Snappy has cover, though. Beautiful spray from the Spaniard. 4 kills.
28-8.
Yeah, no, man, he's having a game. He is having a game. And I mean, like, those frags, some of the easier ones he's had, but the 28 is quite a mammoth number.
Now, that is easy for ENCE. Bona fide.
Really good for the economy as well. All 5 alive.
Now, a very important gun round for FORZE. Will they have the orb? Doesn't look like it. I want to see how aggressive FORZE are, because it was to ENCE's detriment more often than not on CT. Some of the B-long pushes gave them a lot of opening kills and a lot of kills in mid-rounds so FORZE could rotate. What kind of moves will FORZE make, if any?
Yeah, I mean, there's not many options in the aggressive department if you're not setting up that orb. I would love to see more of that ENCE A smokes. That was very cool on their defensive side to get a little aggressive move going. Now, Snappy's deliberately gone for a Mac. No, he hasn't.
He saved it.
He saved it.
Yeah.
That's cool. It was an easy round. So easy, in fact, they don't have to do any rebuys. You can see the amount grand total spent is going to help inject some cash into the coffers. But there is only a couple of naked heads. Crad and Zorti specifically going to be vulnerable to the Mac-10.
Kitless.
Kitless. And Jerry with a quick smoke. He really times that a little late. Snappy still doesn't quite deliver. It leads to a nice advantage. Jerry, that's the bomb. So Pius, he's brave, isn't he? The Spaniard immediately levels the odds, and he's very, very comfortable. Wow. No one swings.
I don't like this. They're out long.
Oh. And Crad, oh, yeah, that's gone a little wrong. Took the words right out of my mouth.
Like, Nerds thought it was clear. He could kill him easy, but he didn't even check it.
I guess it was because Sampaius was throwing all that utility. You'd expect to have seen him.
It's because they killed one cave and then the new one site. So they didn't expect like the third guy to be on B.
Ooh, Diha fighting for his life. They can face him together, and they will. Nice, easy shutdown for FORZE. A huge rifle round, and that could have gone very wrong earlier with Sampaius trying to trade onto Jerry. He dies, and Crad and Zorti go on a tear, finding 12 for FORZE, 4 away from a 2-0 and the quarterfinals, meeting some of the best teams in the world. And, you know, on one hand, I want to see that. On the other hand, I want to see as many FORZE games in the playoffs. I want to see them prove themselves. Right now, they're doing so.
They've played a lot of Counter-Strike recently.
Yes. All these tier 2, tier 3 teams.
Yeah.
The amount of maps they have on HLTV is insane.
Yeah, I mean, getting to the playoffs is one thing. Leaving your mark on the playoffs is where we, you know, you can't forget FORZE.
Yeah, I think in my head, some teams are in the playoffs, but I don't expect them to win any games. And there is, you know, single elim teams like Movistar. I feel like I haven't seen enough from them to justify actually getting wins there. But FORZE are a team who could make a run, who could take some scalps.
Madden could take a scalp right here. He's got the advantage in the jump on Shalfie. Shalfie gets the info on his jump down. But now behind them all is Madden. A real power position for him, and he's got him for a free headshot onto Shalfie. Immediate trade, but pushing the smoke. Jerry, oh, he's sticking out, betrayed by the toes. An advantage now for ENCE.
Still one more man to deal with.
Looking for Vessel.
No hurry for Diha. He's on his own, but that's a great shot for Resol. Krad's got a quick flank. He's pulled his knife out. He knows he has timing. They're just going to stick it. They don't want to reroute CT. Krad might have a 1v1 on the site as Snappy goes hunting in spawn. Nerds has no idea how close he's gotten, but he wins it anyway. What a recovery for Nerds after a very slow first half, and he'll finish the job as well. 10 rounds, and that one's going to leave a mark.
You can see his confidence is back when you just take the repick on the last guy.
Yeah, it's a good sign of life, isn't it? I wanted to actually catch. Can you remember what his half-time score was?
The last round, I feel like he got 3.
That's right.
So
he got 3 on the
end
fourth.
6, maybe 5.
So he did get 3 P90 in the last round of the first half. I'm going to go count the rest.
It was 4.
Thank you.
4.
Thank you, Rushley.
Thank you. 4 kills rather, in the half.
And now he finds himself up to a rather healthy haul.
And winning a very big 2-on-2 as well. And again, throwing these nades. The more we see them, though, the more teams we see stop playing that position, playing like reverse pillar, like we saw Crad do. But also, you can hear them coming. So if you're
I play this position, it's annoying. Like
getting dunked.
Forces you to move.
Yeah, it's the most default position for the dark guy, but yeah.
Do you have enough time to move? Like, do you get enough warning hearing the pins?
Like you have enough time to move to not die, but you will still get some damage.
Yeah.
And it's definitely annoying because they can do the nades and at the same time they can peek from the other side, so you don't really know. Maybe they took it, maybe they don't.
We saw some teams do these mollies, like throw mollies into dark to push a player back and then combo the nade. So as soon as you leave, you just get blown up. It's fire or it's shrapnel.
I think the T, there's so many stuff they can do in the dark area. Also phase, they have a smoke from like T-spawn to KV like instantly.
Yeah.
And then they mod inside of Caven. Like where can you be? Because
Yeah.
the smoke came from the other side.
Have you seen the big clan one where it's a smoke like where the nades land on that side and it's a one-way you can peek under it. Peek like on the statue.
So phase have the same, but I don't know if they have the one-way.
Yeah, maybe it's the same smoke.
Well, that's a whole conversation on conditioning, right? Because you can throw a certain smoke and then once you throw the one way and you try and go through it and you know,
can do
teams
so
aren't
many stuff.
expecting it.
11. Okay, Ents. This is going to tie things up if they can close it. And a little bit of chip damage. Oh, maybe a lottle as Diha eats that one. Still, both of these teams are kind of mid-averse. Like, no one is going for opening gambit through mid. I mean, I say that as we did see a lot of from Xiaofi.
This is like the first AWP in mid, though. Some players never really started here looking for picks, so Zorti's trying something. There's a flash play on B. Nertz is in the corner, though. He's heard this come through. He knows what to expect. There's a second player ready. Jerry going to get cleared. Nertz, the shaky spray, and Madden wants to try and get some revenge. Jerry gets caught. He got stuck on the corner there, running backwards. Not everyone's familiar with every angle, every nook and cranny yet. Zorti hasn't budged a second, and he'll hit his shot. A massive 4v3 kill for FORZE.
They should also know it's the B player who came back because he sees it's Madden.
Oh, yeah. So they're going to go back to B. Oh, and D are dead on A. So there's a grounds for a plant.
Krad's got a great spot, though.
Yeah, look at this angle. Like when you're coming around that corner, your back is turned, right? Yeah. Oh, so is his. Oh, all the time in the world. And a double on the menu. Okay, he's actually let it go. Still taking down Sunfires. Whoa, he pushed it.
Dear.
What's going on here?
Oh, dear.
A safe plant. They know where one is. Worried about Result on Dark and a clean headshot. These individuals from FORZE, they're just consistently very sharp.
Yeah, definitely aim-wise, they're definitely on point.
He stops that one from getting very uncomfortable.
Krad would have been mad if he let that one go.
Yeah, dude, the jump through the molly for Zorti, it shows he's feeling good, but that's a bit too much. Lots of flash peak plays for FORZE as well on CT side, something you have to do, right? Having, you know, A main pop flashes, B main pop flashes. They keep doing them. Jerry keeps taking B. So they're playing as active as they can without full sending flanks.
In this map, you have to be active on city side. You just have to. If you just stay on side, you will lose.
There has to be some sort of aggressive prong. Well, for the T side, they are going for something rather simple. There's no smoke, and they're just going, just charging. Jerry was unprepared already. The headshot's out. Need Krad, looking for two. Shut down by Nertz. They've got full control of the site now. Rotation's going to be near impossible. Zorti's pushing middle, but it might just be to save.
The strat just did its Vitality strat.
That's it?
I think at least. Maybe they changed some small stuff. But the idea, it's, yeah, we came up with it.
To catch the CTs just starting to set up their defense. It's super quick. That's fast! Whoa, Result does, he puts it into a 1v2. Maybe Xiaofi, yeah, not ready for Diha.
So what do you guys do when you do that strat? What's the focus?
Like, what do you mean focus? What do
like, what nades, who, you know, what's the routing, what's the goal? Just catching them?
Like, it's just, the thing is, the T are so fast towards B, and the CT sometimes don't expect the T to be so fast. So you just like, it's a kind of a B-pop.
Yeah, just an explosion.
And the CT are most of the time not aware because they don't expect you to be there so quickly.
It's not like a great round at the start of your T side, but you can throw it in the middle when everyone's got used to the pressures.
Sunpius is having a hell of a game though. 31 and 11. That's a lovely nade. And this is a round where FORZE have nothing to play with. So they may as well stack.
May as
However,
well.
D has got A. So ENCE, they were just about to walk into that B site, and I think the realization's setting in. It's about to be confirmed. Snappy, with all the glory, he'll only take one with him, but the Orb has this locked down. That's a bomb. It must run. Go get the plant. Forget about these guys on B.
Yeah, I think it's Nerds' time. Oh, lovely.
They're coming through that.
Yeah, just falling back, taking a head at a time. Good damage. They do dink him. And can't finish it off.
Nice.
Does so with the Glock. Nice.
He's back. 4 kills at half. He's even now.
Yeah, I mean, he got the same amount of kills in that round as he did in the entire first half.
Ouch.
I think he's second in the scoreboard now, no?
Yeah, he's up to...
Beyond the Sampayos, of course.
17.
But, yeah.
Check his ADR.
We were talking in Map Point about, you know, some of the Israeli talent that's come through Endpoint specifically, like Nerds, Flames as well. Currently, they have Heavy God in there. Is that a guy you know? I don't know a lot about it.
I think the entire Israel community, we are all friends.
Yeah.
We meet, and yeah, every one of us.
What's Heavy God like? Is he one for the future?
Yeah, definitely. I said he will be one for the future because he's really good. He had he was in the military, and for us, you have to do military, and it's really hard with esports career. But he was there, and he managed to leave and focus on his game now.
Cool.
So I think the improvement we will see from him will be fast.
Love that.
You can focus on it now.
Exactly.
This is a weird round because the bomb is committed. ENCE don't want to go into the stack, but they have no choice. Good grenade, and Shalfie combos it with a long kill. It's some pious, but don't count him out. Maybe you should. Shalfie ends it with ease, and FORZE find 14 first.
Like every time, it's on the CT side, you've had Shalfie, Result, or Crad just deliver when they're low or doubted or at the numbers disadvantage. They made that look very easy. Nice kills from Shalfie. And yeah, first to 14 found. Let's see if FORZE can build upon it. Yet to see them find a consecutive round here, Hugo. 2 on the defense would be massive.
This sound is huge.
It determines a lot of the rest of this game.
If FORZE win this round, it will be really hard for ENCE to come back.
They need a plant bare minimum because this is every penny spent. Sampayos went for a mid-opener, looking for Zorti perhaps, but no one peeked mid. Shalfie fought his demons enough to go back. Sampayos still 8-0 in opening duels. He has been influential.
Incredible.
That's insane. I think ENCE should get more rounds with this performance from Sampayos.
Yeah, there are so many rounds on CT where he would give them 5v4s and FORZE would still clutch it out, take middle. ENCE know the importance of this one. They need it more than ever, or this will be a 2-0 for FORZE. And straight to a quarterfinal. Snappy taking Dark. The bomb's going in. We have 2 players there.
Yeah, and it's the 2 sharpest on the CT side, Resol and Shalfie. They got their angles all worked out. It doesn't seem to be deterring ENCE. They just want to go for this.
And Krad's getting curious. He just pushed me long. He did get spotted, though, by Nerd, so he's not going to completely send this. 30 seconds smoke. Ouch, you got to go through. Resalt's waiting for this. He knows it's coming, but somehow that blinds him. He has to spray. Snappy gets that kill. Shalfie trades from the top.
What are we doing? Where do we go?
Go!
Oh, God, this is awkward. 3 versus 3, and they're running.
B.
Charging. Zorti will be there. Will he post up on Dark or go deeper into the site? He's got the cross now. And an easy first. Sampayos down. Nerds down to half health. Will get the bomb down. He's being run at. Denied.
Wow.
Zorti pulls the 15th round out of the hat. And now FORZE just going to be within touching distance. ENCE, no money in the bank. Diha does recover.
And smiles on faces. They know what that one means.
Oh, yeah. ENCE quite the opposite. It looks like we could be having a surprise bogey pick in that top quarterfinal.
I think no one expected it.
Yeah, FORZE. I mean, there's a long list of teams in attendance of this pro league.
I remember I was talking with my friends, like with the Israeli guys, Fresh and Flamesy, and we talked about Group D, that it's really interesting group. You have a lot of teams with new players and some teams we didn't see for a while. But none of us expected FORZE to... Like, I think we were even thinking, are they going to qualify?
Right.
And now they have a really good chance to qualify as the top of the group.
It's hard work paying off. They just all seem to be very much on the same page.
Oh, there's no flash.
Yeah, it's just Result chipping away at Diha. Gets away as well as the rotation's coming through. It's all on Zorti. Could this be it? For our series, it's only one in the feed from Madden before he's shut down. Son Pius, though, he's always a threat on that AWP. Oh, they're pushing in. He's going to get caught out. Yeah, nice think to him. One-on-one. Can Snappy save them? No! Oh. He can't. FORZE are off to the quarterfinals of Pro League. That is a top spot for a underdog. FORZE playing a good brand of Counter-Strike here, and it's too much for ENCE.
Yeah, what a legit win. 10 rounds on the T side of Anubis. They close it out on ENCE's pick as well. They came in prepared with a lot of cool ideas, some cool nade setups, but FORZE take down 3 legit teams to go through to the quarterfinals. Na'Vi in their opener, Spirit winning 2 domestic derbies, and then going forth to take in the new form ENCE with Nerds at the helm. What a story for FORZE. There's more to do, boys.
Yeah, holy moly. You know, you got 2 teams who had very different paths to this battle right here. ENCE, Rare Atom, ATK, and then FORZE just turn up the heat. Very impressive stuff and very legit wins.
You want to play them in the playoffs?
FORZE?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Let's go. Let's throw it back to Des, see what these boys have.
We have a lot of things going on here, Hugo. That much I can tell you for sure, but not nearly as much as FORZE, which is why we brought Maui Snape in to kind of bring a head to it.
I think this is just the funniest result ever, Stunna, that we look at this group. You have the world #1 in Simple. You have Liquid, a team that has consistently made it deep at S-tier tournaments.
Okay.
You have ENCE, a team that's rebuilding, but we know the capabilities of Snappy's leadership and what it can accomplish. We have Device's comeback, and then we have FORZE coming out on top of the group.
Well, we have Spirit, the best non-partner team in the world.
Also a statement that's been made by somebody at some point in time.
Somebody somewhere did say that. In fact, they did, but now Spirit no longer with us, and FORZE secure the group. And we should be getting them. Oh yeah, look at that. Welcome back, gentlemen.
Jerry.
Hey, is that thing on? Hey, what's up, man?
Jerry. All right, congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Jerry.
Yes.
If you come here for media day and I'm interviewing you and I'm going to tell you, Jerry, by the time this group is over, you're going to go straight to the quarterfinals, you're going to be the #1 team in this group, what do you reply?
I would reply, thank you my team and my coach for this. That's what I would reply. Because we did it together, right? We had all the clutches. Zorte had insane performance on against Spirit on Mirage, insane clutches. We were really good team on T side against ENCE on Overpass, and a lot of stuff we did together. Like, that's it.
Nice.
What do you think propelled you to have this kind of performance, though? I feel like you guys have been kind of, sort of, I guess, like off our radar for a while, not really chiming in too much on those big S-tier tournaments, and then to come swinging with this kind of performance, taking down ENCE and Na'Vi in your wake. I mean, what went into that?
Can I speak first?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that many teams didn't expect that we're capable of to manage to win such a team like Na'Vi, Spirit on this tournament, because you didn't meet us often on this tournament like that. Just many teams didn't expect that performance from us. That's what I mean.
And I will add some. It's because when you play online and you switch in roster, like we had only 3-man roster after we switched with Kenzie and Zorte. It's a tough period for everyone because you're starting from the beginning, and once you're starting from the beginning, you have 0. You had some previous strats. You have a coach who is always helping you. You have me that is trying to cheer up the guys inside the game, who is trying to be leader, but still, that's okay. It's 0.5. Okay, you start from 0.5. Yeah. So when you play online tournaments and something comes wrong, some of us had big expectations because there before we were trying to beat outsiders for major slot, for legend slot, and after that you're playing online tournaments in CCT, and that's sometimes, not every time, but sometimes it hurts you because you have some expectations. But because we did really hard work, our coach did really hard research against teams we were playing on, and that gave us the result we wanted. So That's just because we were not giving up on that online tournaments.
Can I add, please? So like we was practicing a lot. I see the benefit from it. Just 3-0 in the group, and I happy that many people speak that was fluke wins against Navi and Spirit, and a lot of people said that like after 2 days break we're going to play against ENCE, and if you lost them, it's like it's kind of fluke for the going to playoffs, but it's kind of shaky. But we show a group performance today, and I'm happy with that.
Yeah, heads held high, and we talk about started from the bottom, now you're here, basically, right? Like, truth be told, we do have our Air Force Aim High player of the match, so perhaps you guys will recognize this gentleman when he comes on screen, and it is Krat.
Good.
Makes a lot of sense.
Some call him a genius.
Listen, I want to ask a question. I'm curious.
Oh,
we've been going through a lot of teams so far. I think Astralis maybe has been one of them at times. We had NIP in the last group. That they're maybe more recognizable than you guys in terms of sort of like a lot of players know their names, but they seem to be suffering from a lot of sort of confidence issues. Is that something that this lineup has been through yet, or what would you do if that happens? Is that something you guys ever talk about? Confidence is a problem.
The thing here I should mention is that those teams, they had really big level of playing before. Like NIP, Astralis, they all were known for Astralis, for example. Everyone know what Prime Astralis is. That's the team you are not able to beat on. It's always 16-14 not in your favor. That's the first step, and it's keeping inside your head. For example, Glavy, he's sliding over there. Yeah, that's the guy who was calling a lot with Zonic, but then they switched, then they fell, then they trying to climb up again. But this is more harder than the first time. I think the first climb up is the easiest one because you are not facing these problems. You just climbing up. You have your blood pressure. You have power, and you're climbing. But once you fell, the second time you're climbing, you're facing the same problems, and you know how to fix them exactly. You can't go through them, you can't just walk away. You need to fix them, and to fix them, you need to have a lot of tools inside your head and stuff in the organization, let's say it like that. So if we're talking about NIP, they switched the roster again. They had Hampus. He had some unique in-game, I think, calling style, and once they took up the config, that's the guy who has insane aim, but he's not the guy who can give NIP some mid calls. So that might be another problem because you need to have a lot of mid calls. You need to know how to win 3v3. You need to find the gaps, and I think Config is the guy who can. If he is inside the structure, he could be the guy who is destroying everyone. But you need to create that structure first. So that's what they're missing, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, speaking of fixing problems, I really wanted to know what you guys put into the couple days you had off since playing Anubis against Spirit, because you look like a completely different team here against ENCE. So that's where I feel like you guys had the biggest come up here.
The first funny fact, we didn't practice Anubis at all.
Oh, well then.
So in these 2 days, you mean?
2 days, we expect that ENCE gonna pick Nuke.
Oh.
Yes, instead of Anubis.
So the overpass in the beginning of the series, shot in the dark by ENCE, right?
Yeah. So in those 2 days, one of that it was official game, and we were focusing only on that one because we had 2-2 in our group stage in Swiss, and we needed the last win. So one day was focused only on that game, and the second day we were focusing Nuke because we were expecting ENCE to pick Nuke, and that was the case. When they picked Anubis, we decided that they are kind of afraid of us, I think, in my opinion again, because they have really good Nuke, and we didn't play it for a long time. Maybe they were confident about that, in Nuke, but in my opinion, they didn't confident in Nuke. That's why they picked Anubis, because Spirit, they destroyed us on CD side, but that's the thing, it was CIS Derby. CIS Derbies are always,
different.
Yes, they're different. So judge only by CIS Derby, I think it's not the best way.
Okay. I think a lot of people are surprised by your performance here. Not you guys, because you know that you put in the work. But I think it's a little bit similar to Movistar too. Like when you show up at this stage and you play the tier 1 teams, you play much better. The problem is getting to this stage, qualifying, grinding out through all those online games. So what do you think the reason is that once you guys get to here, you're actually playing on a really high level and playing really good CS, but it's a struggle to do it sometimes in some of these qualifiers.
I would say sometimes it's kind of hard playing online than LAN. For example, we had some matches against Ecstatic, Heat. It's much difficult to play against them compared to, for example, Navi or Spirit. It's just kind of stressful games, but what we did practice on Prax, okay, it's working fine here. But maybe I expect some that we didn't have much individuals against Navi or Spirit, but it went good. I'm happy with that. Nothing to say.
Cool. Yeah, and I will add one more thing, that the online qualifiers are always, if those are best of ones, this is kind of roulette, and those who won the pistol, won the anti-eco, and etc., they have like 6-0 lead. Let's imagine they got 2 pistols, 2 anti-ecos, and there is 10 more rounds to grab. And if you don't get the first buy round as a CT or T, it already seems like a 5-0, and only 10 rounds left. So I think it's kind of roulette. And yeah, as you mentioned, it's really hard to get from online to LAN. It's impossible, actually.
Look, I think we're all big fans of what you guys have done here. It's a very dominant performance, a very good showing. So thank you for joining us up here on what is the final day of this group. And for what I believe is the final segment for you, is there anything you want to tell down the barrel of the camera? Maybe even throw us to break in your own fashion.
I think I actually have another segment coming up, Trey.
Oh, well,
but we could just throw it to break, yeah.
No, we're not going to break, but we are going to Freya. So how does that sound?
Cool.
You want to go there?
That sounds great.
Great. Excellent. Thank you very much again, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, gents. Yeah, conclusion of Group D, but also the conclusion of the Funtathlon here today. And we had to have the orchestrator give his best shot to the course. We've got 5 obstacles. We don't have time to go through them, Alex, but you know what you're prepared for, right?
Yeah, no, I designed the course myself, not necessarily having the highest expectations. I've seen some great competition. I think Freya, you really impressed me. Maui as well. Jackie participated.
I tried.
You did.
I tried.
It was good. But yeah, I'm just going to give it my best shot. I think I'm most nervous about the Girth Nun segment. With my trial run, I was trying to give an example. I think I hit 1, so I'd like to at least see 3.
And you've got a couple of spectators over there. Twists is there. Make sure you don't hit him.
I will avoid the king.
Yeah, definitely so. Production, are we ready to get this started? Yeah, I probably should. I don't have my phone. I'm going to run and get my phone.
Secure the phone.
Second.
Secure the phone. She's gone. She's back?
That's better. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was prepared for. I'm just keeping you on your toes,
nice. Yeah,
Alex.
that's good. Talking of toes, by the way, you have gone for the egg socks.
Yeah, aerodynamic.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. For the chickens. This one's for the chickens.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, are we ready? We have the stopwatch. Ready to go. Yeah, you ready? Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. A nice start there, even skipping the last one, but no feet to lava action just yet. That's 1 down. 2, and a third.
Quick.
Absolutely smooth. Right, over the mountain we go. Quite a dainty ascent, if I don't say so myself, Jackie.
He's just flying through this.
Damn! At the 20-second mark, he is at the Dust 2 double doors. Let's go and see how he's getting on. I need a stray Anders is in front of the TV. Anders, give me your best words into how Alex is doing so far.
His face needs to be a lot closer to the screen, like a lot closer. Like those eyes, like that's not going to be good enough. That's why he's not hitting anything. Like it's way too much gap.
Well, he has hit 2, and the third one, and the final obstacle. Trace is standing by with the golf club. A hole-in-one is what he needs to be getting this one in with a good time. Close, almost, but the time is still looking very good. And there we have it.
Wow.
Damn. Okay.
I don't know if it's just physical prowess or the fact that he knew the course, but you've owned it.
Yeah, you've absolutely owned this one, Alex. Any estimations into what time you think you got? Where do you think you stand on the leaderboard, which is totally the right way round?
Yeah. Okay,
the
one you prepared earlier.
Give that a flip.
Wait, I'll help you.
So we have Maui leading with the 117 with the penalty. Then myself. Then we have Yanko, right? Unless I'm being completely blind. Yes. Yeah. Where do you think you are?
I'm glad you asked. I reckon I'd like to be on the podium. I think
Yeah, somewhere between Maui and Freya. Sounds great.
Ooh. Okay.
Alex, you are easily on the podium. In fact, we have a new record for the Funtathlon.
Wow.
Which is a 1:03, ladies and gentlemen.
That was nuts.
1:03. You made it to the double doors at 20 seconds. That's insane.
Actually, the fastest previous, I think Jackie, you got to the doors super early and then had a bit of a nightmare, right? Was it you?
I think so. I think I did well,
There's
and
a
then
lot
it
of
all
us.
just went down the pan.
Yeah, I think you had like 30 seconds when you got to the tables. I thought that was really fast. So 20, I'm chuffed with that. Chuffed.
You know what that means, Alex? You see these bad boys.
Rigged.
Look at these. You see these?
Wow.
You know what?
A privilege.
You get to take home.
Could you put it on?
Yes. Oh, of course I can. Here, hang on,
I'll
mate.
stand up for the ceremony.
Look.
Maybe play the anthem.
No foul play. That's our winner. That's our champion.
God save the Queen. Dun, 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 dun,
that's the one.
dun, dun, dun,
Congratulations,
dun,
Alex.
dun,
First
dun,
place.
dun, dun, dun,
What a
dun.
champion. What a
God
champion. There he is.
Save the Queen.
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you.
And of course, our second place medal.
Who did it go to?
Is Yanko second place?
No, it's myself.
Was it yourself?
It's myself.
Maui,
It is
come
me.
here.
Congratulations, Maui.
Well, thank you.
Oh,
Thank
there
you. I
you are.
appreciate
Here, let
that. I
me-
thought it had it in the bag, actually.
Place that on you, my friend.
Oh, appreciate
There
that.
you are. There you are. Look at that. You look good in blue.
Oh,
You
yeah.
look good in blue.
It's my new color, huh? Yeah, not bad, eh? Oh, wow. I really thought I had this one until he just destroyed
Thank
that
you,
competition.
Jackie.
There we go.
Thank you.
The third
Barely
place.
making it on, but
Success.
beautiful. Thank you, Jackie.
Look at that.
That's
Yay.
great. I don't know where Alex has gone, but he's already peacing out to go celebrate his win.
He's lost his
That
shoes.
is fine because I believe we're going to go to a break. When we're back, it's Astralis taking on Team Liquid.
Making magic when they need it most.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
You ain't gotta see the worth. Every situation different. Trust if you're feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt, see the glory in the hurt. See the glory in the hurt. Okay, by the still water, I'm playing this so sturdy. I don't need magic to know the he worthy. He coming with the beef with the ones who get jerky. And on the shoe, he in the clutch, Jamal Murray. His plan got a plan, you ain't stressing the thing. You need more than Golden State to put some stress on the king. I don't flex, I just take a step and Elohim do the rest. Please don't think it's sweet, he got a sword, it's for your chest. It's for your soul, you worry about the goal, you can only take it home. Where I'm from, it's not here, so I leave it all alone. Get the lyrics out the spirit, then I put them in a poem. Talk to God, I'm on the phone. He said I need to trust. He be the anchor when the waves is too much. I gotta thank him cause his way is so tough, but his faith is so amazing, so my praise it go nuts, and my praise it go nuts. I can't miss, no Beverly, you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need a roll. P139, that's the word. This provision is precision, you ain't gotta see the worth. Every situation different. Trust if you're feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt, see the glory in the hurt. fast life, the fast living. They see the ambition, they know I'm past driven. Look, we are not the same, this is not a game. I've been swerving through the city in and out of lanes. Yeah, cause if I see it, then I want it, then you better know I got it. Ain't no options, I'm about to do the damn thing. I'm an outlaw, you can never catch me. I'm in first place, you can never. These are the moments, only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. You're your own enemy, your own enemy, your own enemy. When I fall, I keep running. Feel the pain, but I love it. You know I'm built for it, you ain't gotta ask twice. You ain't by that fast life, 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life, big dog status with your stats like. You ain't by that fast life, just know 100 duffels at the bag price. You ain't by that fast life, 6 speed, yeah, I'm smashing on the gas, gas, gas. It's a fast life. It's a fast life. Keeping it moving.
Making magic when they need it most.
The final matchup of Group D and one last chance to be qualifying for the ESL Pro League Season 17 playoffs. Sure, the days of the Danes' reign are long gone, and sure, the Grand Slam winning Team Liquid, that's just a distant memory now. But when we talk about epic eras of Counter-Strike, Harry, time and time again, these two names, they come up. And now we get to see these cores going head-to-head for the first time in a damn long time. I'm so ready for this.
Yeah, it's kind of sick, you know. This is the first time that we've had these squads match up with like the three-man cores of old from when like the Liquid Astralis rivalry really existed. This is like pre-pandemic sort of timeline, right? We did have a matchup between Liquid and Astralis back at Antwerp, but that was with no device, right? So it wasn't like the full cores of both of these squads facing off, which is sick. Twist just nailed me across the room, so that was
that guy doesn't miss. In game, out of the game, he doesn't miss.
Harry, I hear you have some musical hands, I believe. So do you want to give us a little clap and see what they do?
Yeah, let's make it a bit more serious, right? Let's change the tone a little bit, shall we? And start looking to Astralis. That was a great
headshot.
Nailed that. All right.
I mean, we're trying to get a bit of a more serious tone shift, I guess, because this is serious business with Astralis taking on Team
Sit over
Liquid.
here. I'll sit over there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so we'll see if he'll
then
keep
you're
shooting.
getting shot at? All right, let's try.
I'm not letting you get bullied.
Okay, Astralis, give us the down low on what the roster has done so far, Harry, in terms of their run through here at EPL Season 17.
Yeah, you know, Astralis at EPL, it's been an interesting one to take a look at. You know, they come into this, they have the wins over ATK. The most impressive one's got to be Spirit. Honestly, I wasn't looking forward to seeing this Astralis squad. If I'm being very real, I kind of thought they might be a bit of a lame duck team, but they've surprised me here. I think the addition of Buzz, he's looked good, and it's been really sick getting to see like Device taking to the stages again and giving some world-class performances while he does it.
Yeah, it hasn't been pretty for Astralis, but they're here now. Like this is all. They still have a chance to make the playoffs, and that's all they wanted. And listen, Harry, like, you know, don't hold anything against Twists. He was the member of that Team Liquid squad that faced Astralis so many times.
Yeah.
Actually, from the start of 2018 until the end of 2019, Astralis and Liquid played each other in 20 series, whether it was best of 3 or best of 5.
Damn.
How many do you think Astralis won?
It's going to be a high number. It's going to be something like 18.
It's 19.
Oh,
That's insane.
Wow. Team Liquid beat them once, and that was in the quarterfinal at ESL Pro League Finals Season 9, I believe it was, in Montpellier when we were there. And that was one of the tournaments that Liquid ended up winning that won them the Grand Slam.
Yeah.
So you're asking me, so now you're thinking, wait, so Liquid won a Grand Slam, but only beat Astralis once? Like, how did they win all these tournaments? Well, infamously at the time, Astralis skipped Sydney to focus on other tournaments. They skipped DreamHack Masters Dallas too, which were the 2 Liquid won. And then in Cologne, the big one, Vitality knocked out Astralis in the semifinals, so Liquid played them in the grand final.
Speaking of the return of the King, obviously Device back on our screens once again. Jackie, how close is he to reclaiming that crown of, you know, before he went on that hiatus?
I think he's like genuinely getting there. For his first land back, the fact that we've already seen some of the highlight reels, especially on Inferno, man, this guy is just the king of picking up clutches that you suspect he'll never win. He just does. The mechanics are there. He looks damn good on and off the server, and that's what I'm there for. That's why I'm a fan.
Yeah, I think, you know, a lot of people, the idea of bringing Device back almost felt like a pipe dream for the longest time. But now that he is back in the Astralis ranks, you know, that kind of becomes the reason to get excited for Astralis again, that you have this three-man core. Then you've got Blamef in there as this super, you know, reliable player, someone who will put up big numbers consistently. And then you have Buzz as like the young gun, right? And he has given us some great games here at the Pro League so far.
You know,
as well.
who Device sort of found in Face It, you know, like just playing. And he's saying like you haven't seen almost anything of what this guy can actually do, and he's had, you know, a good game earlier today in a sense. And I think also, I agree, a lot of people are excited for Device being back, but not you, Harry. You're still not excited for Astralis.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm well excited. This is such a cool matchup because, you know, it's also about like kind of reigniting the rivalry maybe, and how different the stakes are this time.
Well, I mean, this man, very different entering the server. Buzz, do you feel like he has delivered at this tournament what you hoped maybe we should be seeing from him, or is there still room?
I didn't really know where to put Buzz on the expectations list. You know, Astralis have gone through a couple of different players now trying to make this squad work, but I think, you know, there's something about Buzz. He's given us some good games. I think he fits in with the culture of this team. Whenever you see him hanging out with them, seems like they're all getting on. It kind of feels like he's been here longer than he has when I see these guys hanging out backstage, and he's given us some very good games to go alongside.
He has, and the skill is there, but obviously we don't know the inner workings of the team, how his communication is like, how much he contributes and whatnot. But for me, Buzz is not going to make or break this team. And honestly, neither is Device, neither is Blame. I think it's going to be Glaive. Because Glaive at the time, one of the main reasons why Astralis was so good was Glaive, both his individual skill and his calling, right? But it's a completely different brand of Counter-Strike that's being played now compared to 5 years ago. And yes, 2018 was 5 years ago, Harry.
It's crazy, isn't it?
It's crazy, right? So it's a lot more reliant on individuals or people like, you know, having responsibility in game and also fragging better, including the in-game leader, right? So it's up to Glaive to essentially prove that he still has it in this sort of a different environment and can make it work and can lead this different Astralis again to contender status.
Well, the Danes, obviously, they had a bit of a slow start to the tournament here, but Liquid arguably even more so. We saw them losing out quite epically to Rare Adam to begin off, but then yesterday, Harry, claim revenge versus them.
Yeah, the revenge arc versus Rare Atom for Liquid. You know, it's not the most tried and tested rivalry, I guess you'll say. It's one that only developed here on the opening of Group D. When they caught that early L, a lot of people thought maybe this could have been lights out for Liquid. You even had, you know, Yakindar saying that he felt like they wasted time in practice, that you know, they weren't coming into this with a good confidence because they were playing at 130 ping overseas, and that got in their heads. But, you know, then they get to match up against Rare Atom again, and it's a whole different game. It is a whole different Liquid. They came into that looking refreshed. Yakindar was popping off throughout the entire series. We had, you know, Captain Nitro with some valiant rounds thrown in there. NAF back to you know, I say back to consistency. It was one game, so that's not a good sentence. But, you know, back to giving us the numbers that we're used to getting out of him. NAF is a very reliable piece of the puzzle for Liquid, or at least he often is. But he had a very slow start here in Pro League. The entire team did. And yesterday we kind of saw what felt like, you know, the turnaround, the chance for Liquid to build themselves back up and save a bit of face here by still making a playoff run happen from the last chance bracket.
I love that you bring up Yukinda specifically as well, because yesterday, that Mirage map, one of the best we have ever seen him putting up on LAN in terms of his performance. It's great to see a kind of rebound resilience coming out of the LAN.
It almost feels fitting as well with Liquid having such a fall from grace to start the event and then having to go from absolutely nothing to climb back up the ranks, right? It seems like the sort of environment they thrive in, and from day one when it was sad faces to now where you see them looking more like themselves, it bodes well.
Yeah, I mean, even if you look at this graphic that we have on screen, right, this is from Katowice compared to the ratings of Pro League, and I think, you know, the kind of notable one there is Elige. She's had a couple of troublesome games, if we're going to be honest. And I look at Elige as, you know, Mr. Liquid in a lot of ways. He's been within this squad for over half a decade. It's crazy how long he's been here. I think it is like the longest standing member of a roster. He's been in Liquid for so long with good reason. Usually you can rely on him. He's one of the stars of this squad, but he's been a little weak throughout the Pro League. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on him in this matchup. I want to kind of see Elige looking fresh.
Well, you mentioned the Yukinda quote earlier on. Obviously, that was given. Oh, great headshot
Oh,
on the B stream. So let's recap exactly what he said and also get some thoughts from Naf and OC as well.
Well, I personally think that we completely wasted our time of preparing for this tournament because there was obviously people want to be home and it's really hard for US and like NA overall people to be around Europe all the time in tournaments, but when you're going back home, obviously you have to practice either in NA schedule and against NA teams, or you have to play with like 130 ping and wake up at 8 a.m. to practice for European pings. We tried both ways.
I don't know if it was like a complete waste of time because I think we still added a few things that we were missing, and it was a lot more like theory, and the scrims obviously weren't as productive with the high ping, and or if we were playing NA teams.
Sofas with OC and Naf when we were kind of chatting about that. It's always fun to hear Yukinda, you know, coming up with these bold statements, but it was also nice to hear from OC. It wasn't actually, you know, about maybe putting up the high numbers. It was a strategical element as well. He felt like they got some practice in that.
Yeah, and you have to make do with what you've got, right? Like it sucks. And one thing that OC also mentioned that, you know, doesn't really hit you was when they were at home was when Fury and Complexity were here playing. So you also lose two of the teams that are actually probably the only good practice that you... I'll be right back. No, I'm just kidding. I won't break any players' arms.
I've kind of screwed us here because they asked for the
Oh.
bowl. Actually, the player manager asked for the bowl of bullets, and I gave it to them.
Wow.
So
it's all
actually,
your
I
fault.
screwed us all. So you can thank me later, lads.
Yeah.
Yeah, Harry, go ahead.
Yeah, so, you know, we had Liquid just come off this success story back at Katowice, right? They made this big run happen through the quarterfinals into the semis, falling in the semifinals, sure, but on their way, they bested Vitality. And we have footage from that game going on in the background right now. This was an incredible, quarterfinal back at Katowice.
The comeback that literally was never meant to happen.
Yeah, they went on a
happened
record-breaking comeback versus this Vitality squad, and one of the reasons I think that's worth mentioning is, you know, within that team is 3 players from the Astralis squad that kind of gate-kept Liquid's success for years, right? And they were able to rise up there, go on a record-breaking comeback all the way from what, it was like 13-2 down. They turn it around. Unbelievable scenes across that series. And you know, that was them kind of beating one half of the team that for so long, you know, kept them on the back foot, kept them, chasing the dream of lifting trophies for the longest while. And now they have the chance to beat the other half of that team, the other half of Astralis.
I'm going to just take
cover
here. Yanko's done a really good job.
To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed in like my boy Trace. Like, I don't know if he's already back in his room, but he wouldn't let this fly so easily. You know, maybe he's organizing the troops back in the green room.
We need Ollie to come back in
arming
with his,
them and everything. So
with his security stats. We do see the map picks and bans flying in. Nuke, Mirage. Any surprises so far?
give me an Inferno Decider.
I'd like that.
Is
That
all
would
I'm
be
saying.
poetic.
That would be poetic.
Give us the best decider on the
Astralis
final game.
Picking Nuke, it's like, do you know, like, how demoralizing, there it is. How demoralizing was it for that Team Liquid squad that every series, you know what they're going to pick. Like, you know they're picking Nuke, and you can't beat them. Like, there's no secrets, there's nothing. Astralis isn't hiding it, they're not mind gaming you. We're going to pick Nuke, we're going to beat you for the 11th time. I don't know how many times they beat them. It's probably like 10, 11 times in there in a row that they beat them on the map. So, yeah, we'll see. I don't think, to be honest, like, they're going to have flashbacks, and, you know, if Liquid is down 6-0, they're going to be, it's IEM Katowice 2018 all over again. I don't think that's going to happen, but maybe it will for Astralis. Maybe they will have like the positive reinforcements of, hey, just like back in the day, we got these devices running around with the op, multi-kill after multi-kill. You know, Baz is like, oh, so this is how it felt for you guys. This is so nice.
Oh,
dude, that was a real one.
I mean, the new conversation is just an interesting one when we're bringing it into present day, because obviously Liquid, they were bold at the beginning of the season. They were saying, hell yeah, we got that 7-map pool. We're going to let you pick Nuke against us. And they felt some nasty surprises on that one. Are we sort of away from that period now for Liquid?
I mean, I still don't really rate Liquid's nuke super highly. So I think, you know, it's one of these ones, and this was actually a conversation we were even having the other day. We said, you know, Liquid might say they have a 7-map pool, but when you actually look down the list, it's like, well, what map do you look at Liquid and say, like, yep, comfortably, that's theirs, this is safe. You know, they kind of are almost like a jack of all trades, but a master of nothing. And I think versus a squad like Astralis, that could prove to be problematic.
I'm loving some of these head-to-head stats that are coming up as well. I know, Harry, you kind of orchestrated some of these.
But something that needs to be taken into account, Harry, for these is it's just past 3 months. What did Liquid play in the last 3 months?
Katowice.
I am Katowice, and what did Astralis play? Some Mickey Mouse Cups online, you know. And even with that, you saw Glaive has a lower rating than Nitro, who people were like very much like to call out, and and Valorant, it came back and all that stuff. So that's why I told you, like, Glaive is the guy. Bro, trust me, if you bring Twist here, if he wasn't too scared to come on, he would tell. For me, it was when we played Astralis, dude, I didn't worry about Device. Device is gonna find his kills, you know, that's it, or Dupree or Magisk, you know. It was Glaive and Xyp9x. Every time, it's like it's Glaive who, when you're playing nuke and you're going outside and you throw the smoke wall that always finds a kill through the smoke. That's always in the right place at the right time. It's always Xyp9x somehow that has like a really good hold on ramp, or is in a 1v2 where that he should never win, that he wins, right? Those guys swing games and win those swing rounds, and it can be just one kill, you know. So Blame is gonna have 20+ kills on every map, you know, but it's like the 5 kills that Glaive or Xyp9x can get, which is going to make
the swing moments that change everything.
Exactly,
Gentlemen,
and
we
that's
are
something
ready
they've been missing.
to be diving into this one, but not before we head to a quick break. It's going to be Nuke, Mirage, and Inferno if it is so needed, and I damn hope we get to that third and final decider, but we're going to head to a quick break before we jump into the action.
Making magic when they need it most.
I'm in the zone. Can you imagine having a piece of the magic? I'll throw you a bone. Let it be known. I can't miss when I'm on one. They came with their guns, but I bombed them. Thought they was too slick, but the truth is that I robbed them. I'm in the zone. Can you imagine having a piece of the magic? I'll throw you a bone. Let it be known. I can't miss when I'm on one. They came with their guns, but I bombed them. Thought they was too slick, but the truth is that I robbed them. I'm in the zone.
Making magic when they need it most.
Well, here we are. It's a big matchup. Astralis taking on Liquid. There was a point in time all these years ago when you saw these squads, when you saw these orgs, these cores, it meant that this was going to be a grand final that would break the hearts of North Americans everywhere. But now the stakes are different, right? There's still the threat of elimination on the line, and it's still one of these all or nothing moments, but this time it's down in the last chance bracket where the winner goes on to those playoffs and the loser is done.
It's amazing because back in Katowice, Harry, into those quarterfinals, we had Liquid versus an old Astralis core, right? The coach of Zonic, 2 Danes and Dupree and Magisk, and now they face the other side. We were saying back there in Kato in the playoffs, man, 11 out of 13 finals, Astralis destroyed this team, they shredded them. Liquid won that match there with a ground-breaking comeback, and now again they come into the rest of Astralis in another matchup for playoffs as the favorites. This is bound to be a banger. Take it away, Jackie.
I think it just speaks to the beauty, the health, and the real impact that Counter-Strike has, having all of these players, both of these orgs, a potential free mapper going on in front of us in LAN, and Nitro looking to see if he can do some damage early on as well, as Astralis already making moves outside. They've got in through Secret.
This is the Rare Atom pistol, double Secret, double Heaven Wrap. This is what Rare Atom did the other day on this map. It's insane. Will Astralis come up the vent the same way the Rare Atom did, or are they going to converge at ramp and crush this B side together?
Liquid took away lobby, so they know that nothing's going down there. But yeah, I mean, you know, with this pistol, you have a lot of options right now if you're Astralis. Don't have to dedicate anywhere, but it seems like B will be the object of their desire. Yakindar swinging them. Spots 2 over in secret, but it's Zip doubling up. Naf and Yakindar both out of the round. Jiggling in the vents is Nitro. Blame F seen his feet, though. And he's going to move in. Look to hold on to this vent rotate. Liquid, it's down to 2 men coming in from the ramp side to try and win this round. They turn around and find Device, sure. But is that going to be enough to draw them in? You can see that it's taken a long time to pull Nitro round. He gets here and dies immediately. They just waited so long for the captain to arrive, and he dies at the first hurdle. Astralis find the pistol.
We've got a game on our hands, boys. We certainly do. And I think, you know, favorites, underdogs, doesn't matter. None of this is really a factor in a game like this. A game with so much history between the core individuals on both rosters. And I think those years of playoff runs and finals and Danish dominance are going to be flowing through the heads. But you've got to shut it all out, get rid of the noise, and think only about the frags. Pistol for Astralis, Liquid force up quick.
Oh, mate, the auto shot as well. Whenever Liege buys this bad boy, I'm always just ready for him to absolutely maul everyone. You would love to see it.
It's about to happen.
Yeah, this is going to be the best chance to go on a tear with the auto shotgun you're going to get. They're coming out the hut. Where are you? On the hut, there's one, but he drops off. Tries to fall into the door, gives them an opening, and there's Buzz with another kill to extend this one for Astralis. They don't know about the man still at door, but Yakindar's kind of missed this timing to pounce. He's playing it late, trying to keep them guessing. Swings out, and now with Buzz out of the round, it gives way to a 3-on-3. Device is once again going for one of these lurks, this time in towards heaven. They're not ready for it with Yakindar dead back in the lobby, and Device about to knock out the heaven man. This should be a done deal. It's only Naf left. And in the 1v2, Astralis don't need to give him fights here. That was a bit of an overextension from Zip, but he doesn't get punished for it. And Device was there to mop up the final man.
You know, we were talking coming into this group about the match of the week, trying to theorize, figure out what it could be. Some said Liquid Na'Vi, some said Liquid Astralis, if Astralis could find double upsets and go all the way to that upper final bracket. We had neither of those, with Liquid losing their opener, with Na'Vi being upset by FORZE, and of course Astralis, who have been fighting from the very beginning in the last chance stage. And who would have thought that we'd have both these teams playing for that final playoff spot? It really is poetic. One lives, one dies here at Pro League. And of course, for those wondering what's going on with our playoffs, we are going to be having a live draw of the bracket later on this evening. So bring your friends, bring your family, and you'll find out who your favorite team is playing in those playoffs. But first, we've got to find our last roster. Astralis making quick work of this anti-eco, getting rid of the pistols. There's a couple of casualties, but no more should be accosted. And then Liquid come in with a very important buy round on Astralis' map pick.
Oh, I'm just excited for this first rifle round, man. Like this is just a matchup with so much history behind it, and it's, you know, the first example we have of the cause of these squads meeting since all the way back in 2019, as we were saying on the desk earlier. It's one where, you know, there's a lot between these squads, man. There really is. For the longest time, Astralis were the ones, you know, locking Liquid out of grand finals.
Can he make them die with the bomb? That's the hope. Although running after
it's
it,
you ain't ever making anyone die with the bomb.
True.
You know, so on top of that, I think the reason why it gets more exciting is obviously, even though we have the cause here, some things are different, right? For Astralis, they've kind of gone through a period of having to rebuild, having to grow again, with Blame F and now Buzz joining the three kind of staple Astralis players. And then on top of that, I think the more interesting one is Liquid, right? Because this is a Liquid where Nitro is no longer AWPing. In the time where this rivalry was hot, right, Liquid had a sort of AWPer in Nitro, in that he would do it, but, you know, he wasn't a pure-blood AWPer through and through, not in the same way that OC is. And on top of that, you have the little splice of Yakindar in here now for Liquid.
Yeah. And it's really cool even just to talk about OC because, you know, when we think AWPers, we don't often think North America. It's not a scene that has produced really any AWPers in the last few years. Like, you think back to people like JDM and Skadoodle in the North American region. That's a long time ago, right? Look at the other competitive NA teams right now, if you want to talk about them. A team like EG, well, they've got, like they had Cirque for the longest time, an international pickup, right? Okay, now they've got Wiz. And even for complexity, they had to bring in Hauser because Junior wasn't enough. So having a NA AWPer is such a change of identity for Liquid and for the scene as a whole. He will find the opener. Yakinda looking through the smoke, and Astralis walking that bomb outside. That's a fantastic grenade. But Astralis are looking for picks in the yard.
This is the start the Team Liquid want as well. Find the opening frag, get the chip damage out, get the feelers into it and ease into this round. You finally got guns. You need to put them to good use.
Oh!
Yakindar! Oh my god. His senses were tingling. Just bams him straight through the smoke. That is gross.
And there's more where that came from. Liquid are winning every single fight in every single position. 2v5 Astralis, they can swing those doors open. Glaive could stick it, but he can get run down by Naf. He picks the one safe spot. He'll get the plant. He'll set Device up for what would be an ultimately legendary 1v5. How good are his odds, Harry?
Oh, they're astonishingly low, Hugo. Oh my god, hang on, he might try it now. They've tapped the bomb, they're on it, they're sticking it, and so he won't go any further. Device, it's just the one collateral, actually, as he has to hold on to that AWP.
That's not what we want.
Team Liquid, they get that first round on the board now.
Oh, what a tease, what a tease. Pulls up with a collat and doesn't go for the 1v5. Cadian would have.
You know, I think there's a lot of teams where, you know, you might have a history versus a squad, but because times change, because years have gone by, the meta's changed, I don't think it would be worth mentioning. But I genuinely feel like, you know, this was like the quintessential matchup of the Astralis era, was this kind of Astralis Liquid head-to-head. And I think, you know, we know that NA teams sometimes struggle with mentality as well. So I think if there ever was a time for that to creep into your thoughts, for Astralis, guys like Glaive, who have had a quiet tournament, right? That was something Yanko was saying on the desk. He might look to have a bit of a second wind in this matchup.
Yeah, it's been getting better and better, definitely, with more time in the game, more time back on the server here on LAN. Blame, by the way, he ran outdoor with a set piece for Astralis. They got him to CT vent before he died, but nothing from it.
I think already it's speaking to the fact that we are seeing that mixture of the old school and the new, embodied by the players, the plays, everything about it, right? And it's so nice that CS is still in this position where even this long on, it still feels like things are so fresh that if you came into it, you'd be like, oh, this historic game that's happening right in front of me. Wow, I'm really invested.
Yeah. Everyone knows the cause for concern for Astralis. Pushed up is Yakinda. He waited at red for so long. They were holding for him.
You know, he didn't notice the AWP scoped in on top and went searching for that second kill on Buzz, but might have been a way he could have easily got out with two there. Yeah. Device was scoped up looking over at Garage. Instead, it's just the one and done, but the advantage still lies with Team Liquid here.
Device has to make this all work, right? He didn't go for the 1v3 after finding that collapse, but there's 20 seconds and he's not really getting offered picks here. They're going to contact outdoor. Elige can drop off hut roof and no one can punish him. Main player's ready to swing as well. Nitro will do so. 1-for-1 is fantastic with a clock this low and they get evaporated on the bomb site. Liquid holds strong. They don't panic with their advantage and Astralis walk into their crosshairs now. Full broke. Pistols and armor for the Danes as Liquid recover strong. I think even more so with this map pool being exactly what we want, I think, right? Liquid obviously self-claiming 7 maps in the pool, but Nuke is a new addition this year. They didn't play it since 2020. Coming into this year with Yakinda as a focus. We've seen a couple of games from them on it, differing results. They beat Rare Atom. but, you know, legendary nuke team on the other side as Astralis, one of the many ex-best in the world, racked up a 30 map streak on nuke at one point, like many rosters do. So while Liquid may be fresher to this map, Astralis have that history there. And Glaive's got that depth. You know he wants to bring it out. Right now, just pistols getting picked apart.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's going to be cool no matter how you slice it. You know, one of the things that kind of excites me for Liquid is this would be like them overcoming their demons from the past in the space of 2 events back to back, right? That legendary comeback versus Vitality and 3 players, or, you know, 2 players and a coach from the old Astralis team, and now chance to do it versus the guys that you missed that first time around. OC plucks device from the outside. And this one for Astralis is going to struggle to get going now. They've got one man with the bomb out behind Red, second moving in to join him. Zip will connect that one dig onto Yakindar. But really, they're just trying to do damage here, trying to carve a bit of a path outside. Zip sees the AWP, but can't quite get a beat on it. The bomb makes it across. Blame carries it down to lower, and he hit that. A lot of damage off the Deagle. But OC still in the round. It's left to Blame F. Gonna move in, try plant, but Naf's already out from the ramp side. Good rotates from Naf right now. He's been constantly harassing these B plays down at lower. And that's Liquid onto a tie game at 3-all.
Everyone's trying so hard, which almost a stupid statement, but when every eco round is going down to the last 10 seconds as the T's try and desperately take as many as they can with them, it just shows like every little bit is going to count. Every util, a bit of util that's wasted is going to have consequences. Every frag with the Deagle, and so you don't waste these rounds. If you're on pistols, you need to make the most of them. Poise yourself for later. Oh, are these nades going to land on the silo? Have they got the perfect counter to a Liege? Or are these backside nades? I think they're going to nail him. Sooner the better, Astralis. Get him while you got him. Bye-bye. Oh, he jumped.
Backside.
Yeah, close though.
Thank goodness.
Oh. Molly saved.
Dude, I mean, it's really tapping into my nostalgia right now. Like watching a Liege nearly get nade stacked on top silo on an A-site defense by Astralis is, oh, I feel like I've stepped into a time machine here. All right, outside, Yakindar going to go take up this part of the map. Astralis have been slow to move. They waited for that triple nade stack, but it didn't find them anything. And so now they throw in the outside smokes. Look to make it across. The bulk of the players here, 4 in the round, moving up outside with Blame F left back in the lobby. Don't know how that just happened. Yakindar dead through the smoke. Nitro trying to pressure the lobby with a Liege, does fall. They at least get the trade, and Liege is fast to wrap the top of silo. Gets the info that no one's outside. At this point, they know it's lower. Naf has been the hero down on this lower side of the map, but this time he's been swung, dealt with out decon by Glaive. OC, there's one frag from the AWP, but pressured. They're up close to him, and Buzz runs him down. It's all left to a Liege in the clutch.
And the meta screams save. But will a Liege be tempted by the prospect? He's hanging around. If Astralis give him anything, there's reason to have a go. Got some money in the bank, but without easy opportunities, you know Astralis have picked post plants appropriate, and they will find their 4th round. That was all on Nafra. He had to get in a little bit quicker. He moved as fast as he could have, given the info Liquid had, but you know, he didn't want to jump through the window. He wanted to get all the way to the back of the site so he could actually anchor B and take players down with him. And Astralis don't let him do that. That single door open kill was massive. And Liege going to grab that orb. The bomb blows it his way. He picks it up. But Astralis back on the board after a bit of a silent streak.
The smallest of intricacies being the difference maker into quite a few of these rounds as well. This was that device shot that was quite confusing.
Yakindar was going up on top of Blue.
He does that a lot. He's been going for a lot of info plays above Blue and jumping over smoke walls. And it's a good position because right now, like on T-side nuke, you're throwing, if you're good, you're throwing different walls every round. You're not letting the CTs know what you're doing with the walls, and you're also just keeping them fresh. So that's the one way to really counter them, but Device has done his homework. Nitro Curiosity. And Blame won't even hang around for the kill. He hears the ramp flash.
They're
His
getting
aggression.
fully aggroed
They're coming, all of them.
Oh, they might decide against it. Yeah, they don't like how that first look went down. Nitro tag, Naf still floating around here. This is pretty ballsy from Naf. He will start to back out and take a more standard position over towards ramp eventually. I'm glad he has. That could have been a way in for Astralis, as they do still sit back in the lobby waiting.
They all drop off hut roof, but then they climb back up. They're trying to even use the smallest of sound cues to set Astralis off. They're going to get a reboost on rafters, but Astralis again going for these very late smokes sub-minute.
Yeah, Kendar trying to get the info around them. Oh, good timing on the swing, and Buzz caught jumping up. That's a freebie. The spam even connects with Naf in time with that nade. And so they've cut through these first two Astralis players that have tried to show their hand here. Glaive's looking for that kill to tip the scales to give Astralis a way in, but that's the bomb spotted over in the door now. Good info for Liquid to work with, and no opener for Astralis. The door has been closed on them in this round. Glaive will burn out Nitro, but with only 15 seconds left, they cannot attempt this one, and they know it. Just going to look to get that AWP, get the hell out of there. And so Team Liquid immediately reply. No good deed going unpunished for long.
Very impressive how they stop a lobby default that well. Liquid at no point looked threatened in that round, despite Astralis going for 3 different openers, the AWP on ramp, Glaive fighting out door, and a hut swing for Blame. So Astralis try a lot of different things, mostly dry, mostly contact, and Liquid win all their fights. Very important round. I want to see some top hits for Astralis. I want to see if they have them in the pocket, because that's, you know, Liquid right now have had top stacked in almost every round. But that's the true test of teams right now. Can you break open setups with your top hits? How good are your flashbangs? We'll have to see if Astralis get put to the test. Glaive has a spawn with a Mach 10, so maybe it's cooling. But we'll have to see. Instant smokes this time.
Yeah, these last few rounds have been a little slower, right? More so waiting to see what Liquid bring to Astralis this round. They try to go a little bit faster. Elige gets himself a freebie. Must feel kind of therapeutic. Smoke shot in Glaive out of a round to open it, but Buzz just deletes Snapfly. He's dead, he's out of the round. The lower sight falls to Astralis control, and they look to take it. OC scoped up at the ramp, but he's got a lot of responsibilities down at lower, and he's also got to bear the ramp flank in mind. They're asking OC right now to do a hell of a lot. We do have a secret push out of Team Liquid. They're trying to make OC's life a little bit easier, and the timing on that backstab is big. Device tries to reply, but Elige gets the better of him, and it's just left to Buzz in the clutch.
Buzz now. So much to do. Spots the first as the Elige dives towards the vent. Just mere damage, nothing more than that. And a 5th round grabbed by Team Liquid as the Elige shuts it down. Oh, this game's already looking just... I don't know, man.
Yeah.
There's not really a word to describe it, right?
Like, honestly, I think it's very relieving right now that Elige is looking this good to open up, because out of everyone for Liquid, he's been the one kind of posting some pretty middling numbers throughout this event. He's like the guy who's also dropped off since his Katowice performance, was instrumental in that whole feat. It's kind of him and Nitro who helped kickstart the whole comeback versus Vitality. And so having him in good form felt like a requirement in this series. He started off 9-3. He's been a big-time player in how these rounds have shaken up to open up Nuke.
That shot to Device last round, I mean, he was... the double flank was nice from Liquid, very proactive move. They don't look like they're playing scared against Astralis right now, and at least it's a very hard shot against the AWP on a headshot angle. You know, you mentioned Nitro as well. I think that's probably one of the more interesting factors, obviously having coming back from Valorant for Liquid, and looking as good as he had. I mean, back at the end of last year, he had a career-high performance to close out 2022, and I think that's crazy if you consider just the context of how hard CS is right now at the top level. And this guy was never regarded as some like big number player, often filling roles, be it a captain or AWPer. And yeah, Nitro looks really, really good. He's had some great games at Kato as well. So that's the firepower that Liquid need if they were to win this matchup. Astralis doing as they do on the ecos, getting every morsel out of it. And they are making it interesting. 2 Deegs placed by Blame. Liquid are going to try and fight them outside, but that's exactly what Big Blame wants.
OC with a reply, Naf dead, but OC holds on. They put a stop to the Deegs, but yeah, Astralis will take that level of damage all damn day. That was a pretty sick round as well, because even though, you know, it's the cause of these teams where the story really centers around, it's this idea that for Liquid, they have OC in the rankings now, right? And they never had this Deddy AWPer. Well, now they have OC. He was the guy who at the end of this round helped mops it up. And who's he helping deal with? Who's he helping shut down? Buzz and Blame F, who were just harassing with the pistols outside. The 2 new Astralis boys, I guess, compared to like the history of the org I'm talking here.
This is a round where Astralis had the money for an AWP, but they choose not to buy it. So let's see what they decide to do. They want to play the trade game here. We've got, again, players set up for an outside wall. But the question for me is, do they go behind it or do they go back to a top hit? Here come the smokes. Yukinda used his spawn to get to Secret. And this is a powerful position, one that he can either be patient for and wait for Astralis to likely not clear him, or he can call for a flash and make the play happen. They're going to come to him, but that's a great flash.
All blind, Yukinda still gets one. He couldn't see a thing. Glaive trades him out, and we fall into this 4-on-4. Naf's trying to rein it in over towards ramp, while Elige has already dropped on down. Might have this one onto Glaive, and he will. Collects that one for free. Naf now is about to get pressured next.
3 players remain. The Danes need to do something dastardly in Nitro. He's teetering on a knife's edge, debating whether or not he wants to re-instigate this fight. Molotov dashed in towards Squeak as well. Pressure on, time ticking. Astralis realizing that their chances in this round could be evaporating quite quickly. And Naf, with the flank, strikes onto Blame F. That man's gone, and it's just Device and Zip left with 30 seconds.
Ooh, that's a big move from Device. Drops down the vent, and Zip's found another kill to make life miserable for Team Liquid in the meantime. They've got him boxed in at the door, but that plant's coming in down lower, and now Liquid have got to scramble. They've got to get a move on here. Zip holding. Trying to cut off the rotates, bit of damage onto Nitro, and he'll just molly the vent. Slows down this rotate from the captain. He drops the vent, but takes some damage in the process. Device, to say he needs to buy time here is an understatement. This guy is all alone. Zip is far away right now, and so Device has got to keep up the fight. Damage done, but he can't hold on. Overran eventually, and there's Nitro to close. Team Liquid clamped down upon that 3v2.
He even wins that fight, Nitro, at the end against Zip, who is holding him down in the vent the entire time. He read that rotation perfectly. Rushed through the vent molly to get down. I was hoping Zip would throw the molly down the vent, because that would have meant there's no way Nitro could survive the flames. Very nice try for Astralis. If Device converts that kill, he has room to hide out, but he had to reposition, which puts him in the prying eyes of Team Liquid, and that retake comes through very cleanly. A bomb plant that will keep Astralis above water, but right now Liquid, they're the ones sailing, and smoothly at that.
Fast to outside, they're already on red. Yukinda doesn't know,
dear.
And he gets caught trying to jump back behind Credit.
I like that pace change for Astralis. They've only gone outside with walls of smoke. They just completely throw themselves 4 players deep on this push, and they're going to catch more from it as well. Team Liquid were not expecting that change.
Ratastic angle from Blame F at the top of the ladder. Able to just exert a little bit of pressure over the lobby, and Elige wins that!
Not meant to.
There's not a world where that was meant to be an Elige fight, and maybe that keeps Team Liquid in this. They're still a man down. They've still lost outside, right? This is serious real estate that Astralis have. This is not going to be an easy round for Team Liquid, and there's the reply from Device. Movement boy on the ladder, and now it's Nitro, dead in at the vent. Astralis, they come out with the right hook. They might lose Blame F, in a weird and wonderful way on top of the T roof, but boy, do they get their revenge, and they even remove that AWP to close the round.
That's Astralis wondering why they're respecting their opponent. That cool, right? Just popping a flash and running it down red outside, and look at what they do with that. Some just mind-melting shots landing sure, but Astralis, they keep it very simple, stupid, and it works wonders.
That's the most ridiculous thing about all of this so far as well, right? You talk about pressure, you think that sometimes you can take it, turn into a diamond, sometimes it gets a bit much. The shots that we're seeing players hit right now would literally leave you with like brain meltosis. I don't know how we can even process it, because they just keep going in for these bold plays. Again, Shakindar trying to slay. 3 versus 1 as it's all on NAF with mere seconds into the round being shaved off the clock.
Dude, I actually look at these last 2 rounds as kind of problematic because it feels like Astralis can, you know, they've kind of like channeled in. That was like a very brawly couple of rounds, right? And they're the ones dictating the pace and how this is flowing, and Liquid are kind of meeting them there in the middle. But I think, you know, where Liquid can win this out is in the long game, is in these longer rounds. I actually think, you know, when it comes to calling on this map, Nitros look good as of late. I think Liquid have very good rotations. I think they have good timings on what areas of the map are taken when a team's progressing slowly. But if Astralis are down to go for this brawly style, Liquid, who have been kind of withholding nades at the start of rounds, right, used to these slower creeps outside, this is something that might shock them a little bit. So close to the end of the first half as well. This is a way back in for Astralis, starting to open up. Still a world where they can win this out on the T side.
And that's why Counter-Strike is a beautiful game, because you know, no matter who you are as CT or T, no matter what map you're playing on, you can create a pace of a game that must be matched by your opponent, right? If you are Liquid here and you say, believe you can win these brawly rounds, you can initiate them, you can instigate them, you can take lobby, you can go for aggressive setups and lots of pop flashes. That's not what Liquid have been doing, but Astralis play a lot of default rounds. Liquid pick them apart one by one as individuals, and then Astralis decide, okay, let's completely flip the script. Let's change the pace of this game. Let's play in your face. And of course, that's something that's going to happen in every match anyway. Yeah. Constant pace changes, because it dictates how you use your utility on the defense, right? Do you burn your mollies quickly, or do you hold on for retakes?
That round there was, or you know, I guess the last 2 rounds are the ones that have come closest to encapsulating the relationship that these 2 teams used to have back in like 2018, right? You know, that was like just a flat disrespect round, a little sprinkling of util out of Astralis, one where they're not afraid, you know, they've got full faith in the util that they're throwing down, that it's going to create these favorable fights. And they can just run it, yeah. Yakindar flashing.
It's not going to hit.
In, but BlameF dodges it. Naf is lucky to be alive, and he knows it. Just going to get out of there with the M4. Reposition, maybe. Nah, he wants to re-aggress. This is kind of ballsy. Everyone's trying to crunch the lobby here, but BlameF is 1 step ahead. Device in at the back is going to start to get pressured now. BlameF recognizes this and tries to drop in to lend a helping hand. That's armed, and that's given a gun over. Yakindar's grabbed the M4, and Nitro's looking for the AK. It is up there, but he ran right by it.
Going to go back for more. Nothing to lose here. Finds on the body. And Astralis at least put a lot of distance between the bomb and this aggression. They know the bulk of Liquid were there, so they take the bomb down lower. They're still being very careful, clearing their corners. No rush on this one, just to avoid the rifles. Glaive is going to give an option for them to get out. If he wins this Heaven fight, they will come up vent.
See if he wins it, though. Yakindar waiting for him, actually edging out himself. He's seen the shadow now, so he knows he's coming, but he's thrown straight past him, clipping the ear, slaying the man, as Glaive instead will take them all down. And it's just Nitro in a 1v3, back a B, just saving the AK.
And I tell you what, man, like, there's definitely something to be said about this, you know. When we were on the desk opening this up, Yanko was saying, like, Glaive's the guy he wants to keep an eye on, right? Glaive's someone who, in a map, he'll get, like, the kind of, like, 4 kills that can swing around. Same can be said for Zip, right? And so I really like the way that Yanko spoke about it. He said that, like, when you look at Astralis, you know, Device is going to do his thing. Device is going to get his kills. He's going to find ways to be influential. And he even said the same thing about BlameF. But the question mark, I guess, was for Glaive, who's had a pretty poor performance here throughout the Pro League so far, in spite of, you know, the victories for Astralis. And in this matchup versus Liquid, in this head-to-head, Glaive's coming alive. He's up top of the board alongside Zip.
And now we even up. Little techie on the side of Astralis, but 7-7 last round of the half, and Liquid ecoed for it to get a full buy here in round number 15. And to be honest, I wouldn't say, luckily we're in a time as CS where comebacks are very prevalent, and the game's getting pretty T-sided anyway. This is pretty par for the course. Even if Astralis win out the half, it's not going to be much of a detriment to Liquid to pull this one back. Their map pick is Mirage. We go to Inferno if we get lucky. And I feel like that's what we all want here, a legendary map for a legendary matchup.
Now, whilst we've got a bit of a technical issue, I've been told it is a keyboard problem. Obviously, we've got some shining lights in this game, right? Now, did you guys know that the ogre-faced spider has eyes that gather light more efficiently than both owls and cats? But as a trade-off to that, their eyes will burn out at sunrise and grow back during sunset.
Ouch.
Yeah.
I didn't know there were ogre-faced spiders.
No, right?
Beetles.
They're pretty weird. They look like massive stick insects, but they're spiders.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
There you go, spider facts with Jack.
They look horrible.
Oh, they do look.
Have you looked them up?
I can't even hold my phone right now, man.
That's what's hatching in your shed right now.
Ah, true.
Really trying not to think about that. When I go back home, that's when I'll deal with it.
Just burn it all down, start again. It'll be fine.
I want to talk about Buzz a little bit as well, because I feel like this has been a player.
Give me some Buzz.
He didn't even come from the Astralis Academy. I think that's kind of an interesting talking point. Obviously, a lot of teams moving players up from their academy rosters and giving chances to young players. That's not something we necessarily had for Astralis. They found this guy from Masonic, and he's actually put up some really good numbers. I think he was under a bit of criticism, or I guess Astralis as an org and as a team have always been under criticism in the last few years, and for many times good reasons. But this guy has actually really come into his own as a player, despite his lack of experience on LAN, coming in and fragging out against tier 1 teams, and I think that's really cool. We've seen some unbelievably good games from him. And so I think even if Astralis don't win this series and they leave Pro League disappointed, which they certainly should be, if this roster doesn't go through to playoffs, even forgetting the context of what games they have to play, I think this guy has a very bright future, no matter where it is. So it's a little Buzz shout out. He's had some fantastic games, especially against Spirit earlier on today. Astralis needed that one.
Pretty damn sick with a pistol, by the way. That is like the one big thing for Buzz that I always look at. If that man's in like a 1vx and he has a pistol, it's a P250 or Deagle, there's like a 60% chance he wins it.
Yeah, wasn't that his first map on Astralis, I want to say, like acing on Overpass against Vitality? I think he aced his first round, I want to say, with Astralis, so it's kind of crazy. It's always cool to see a player get put into a team and they flex on their first round. Obviously, keyboard issue here for, I think it's Device on Astralis, so we better get that sorted.
So they're trying to pitch him a new keyboard.
Yeah, so I don't know about this one. I like mine. Got to find one that's comfy. All these little things, they matter. They mean a hell of a lot of difference. You play 10,000 hours, 15,000 hours with a certain amount of gear or a setup. You need that consistency. Turn your head. Can you read the notes, Harry?
No. How on earth would I be? Yeah.
Zoomify.
I managed to, I'm not going to say who or what I read, but I managed to sneak a look at some notes in one of these groups. I was allowed, one of the managers of one of the teams let me have a peek at some notes. And because I always wonder, what are on these pieces of paper? And I won't say too much, but I'll say it was quite interesting to see the preparation. It was... a lot of it's in code, and I say code, I don't mean that. I mean, teams every roster will have call-outs, right, for specific positions or for strategies that are unique to their team, right? So, for example, you'll say, let's do this Spirit this round. Yeah. You all know what that means, even if it's, something that it doesn't even need to matter, the name of the thing. But it's just something you identify with the Spirit. And that's basically what was in the notes. It was things like, on this round, this opponent does this thing. Watch out for this. Twice a half, they're going to do this. or another other notes were like about how let's do this strategy. This is what everyone's role is in this strategy, and so some players would have different pieces of paper dependent on their role or the position or their job in that strat. So really breaking down the minutia of what your opponent does, but also what you want to do, so you don't forget everything you've prepared. Remember, there are 7 maps in the pool, and a lot of teams are leaning to play all of them, or at least 6. You have to play 6 at this level and have an insta-ban. Liquid are one of those rosters opting to play all 7 maps right now. And right now, they're competitive against Astralis on Nuke. For Astralis, they don't play Anubis there. At least they haven't shown it. But you damn well know they're practicing it and ready to pull it out at the right time. The question is, boys, when is the right time? You may never know. Not this matchup.
There's like 4 or 5 different keyboards that are floating around at this point, by the way. Like everyone is strapped.
Keyboard roulette. Yeah. Now there's none for device.
I saw they had tape out, so like maybe he doesn't want it to move, because that's actually a big thing. Like having your keyboard, like do you rest it on your monitor stand? Does it move around on the desk? Is the bottom sticky? So like gluing it to the desk, that's a move.
Does your keyboard hang low? Does it wiggle to and fro?
We obviously have a lot of players now in the player lounge, which I'm sure you've seen on the shots. Twister's over there. Frozen I can spot.
Oh, I know Twister's over there.
Oh yeah, he's taking some pot shots your way. Yeah. And that's really cool, obviously, because we're having some of the teams that are in the playoffs, all of the teams, fly back here today for Pro League. We had some people get in. We had Spinks on the last map, the last cast, and of course we will be doing, as I said, the draws later on. So hopefully we can get lots of pros in this room and share some microphones out.
Yeah, you know, Russell just has some like repressed rage, I think, because his hair's turning ginger, so he's taking it out on me.
He's taking it out on you.
You know,
is it turning, or did he do it purposely, Harry?
I'm just gonna say it's turning.
Okay, yeah.
No one chooses.
What did you give him?
It just starts happening.
What did you give him? He caught something from you, Harry.
Yeah, I think they call it gingivitis. It's actually a dental thing. If you didn't know.
I think the colloquial term gum disease.
Yeah, sprints in their teeth.
Yeah, there you go.
Of course, those are like the Source 2 notes on the wall on Nuke there. Shall we bring them up, see how Source 2's coming along? Because this looks like it's going to take a hot minute, right? Like, Device don't even have a keyboard right now. We've kept this like pretty formal thus far. So let's just kind of chill out and relax a little here. So, do not erase, and then it's erased. That's a good meme.
Oh, they got him.
Valve put that in there. Smart.
Clever.
You know, that's like visual comedy, the hardest type. But they've nailed it with that one there.
Harry, you look pretty funny to me, bro.
Thank you.
Whoa, hang on. OC is actually almost doing the JDM there, by the way. That's close enough to be a lounging, in my mind.
Did they find an identical keyboard? It does look identical.
It looks very similar.
Did someone volunteer their keyboard? So Device
I volunteer as tribute.
Has what he needs. He's going to check that there's nothing wrong with it.
That was quite an aggressive placement.
Well, it's not his.
Yeah, I know, bud. But maybe this is why Device is losing these keyboards. Like, it's lit up.
It's on.
It's a good sign. Does it wiggle?
Oh, he's got to find the balance.
Oh,
this is the most important part.
Now it's shaking around.
Oh, no, he's found his comfort place.
Light wiggle. Actually, it looks pretty stable.
He's giving it a little type. He's giving it a little type, like testing it out. The quick red fox jumped over the little post or whatever the test typing line is. And he's nailed it. He's knocked it out of the park. He's happy with this. Device is finally happy again. He's got a keyboard. He's picking up his headphones, ready to put them in his ears. Earphones. Not headphones, they're the other thing.
Headphones go over the earphones.
Yeah.
Socks, then shoes, not the other way around.
But never before pants.
That's true. Looks weird otherwise. And I think we're all good to go very soon, folks. So thank you for sitting by with us. We've been raring to go and get back into this matchup. Liquid have been sitting stoic and silent.
What's kind of hilarious is we're coming back in around 15.
Yeah, so we're about to hit an even longer break. So don't worry. We'll give you a breather. Just one more round of play to tease your fancy. Of course. Round 15, 7-7, taking stock. Liquid started strong, found 7 out of 8 rounds in a row, and Astralis had a little burst of energy at the back of it with a quick outside pop, an A pop, and then an anti-eco, leading us to this point now, which is a hyper-important gun round. Lige is playing a great game. Glaive is top fragging alongside Zip for the Astralis side. And all looks par for the course. Do you boys have any predictions? I've reached that point. I'm asking you what you think is going to happen with as little information as me. Harry will say Liquid, so I'll throw that out there.
Yeah.
Jackie, do you believe in the Danes?
You know what, Hugo? Yeah, I do.
I love that. We split it in two.
Oh, we're in. We're back.
Oh, look at all those.
All right.
Chickens.
They've been going mad with the sprays during this timeout. Pretty sure that crown one is expensive, if I remember right. So that's pretty sick that they've even wasted some money heading into round 15 here. Device, brand new keyboard.
I almost just want device cam for this round. Like, see how are his counter strafes? Every step he takes, every move he makes. I'll be watching you.
Wow. Well, the new replacement keyboard hit all the right notes for Device. Let's find out. Naf bests him in that initial head-to-head. Drops on down and gets out of ramp. Astralis start to move in. And Lige pressuring through the lobby, and Glaive dead in the hut.
And these were
Team
the rounds.
Liquid hoping they can win out this half in the 5v3.
This is how Liquid went on their streak. It was these kind of rounds. It was slow defaults for Astralis where they're getting picked apart, wings clipped. It's the quicker exec rounds that Astralis did better in. So now they've got to dig themselves out of a mighty deep hole.
A big old hole indeed. And they do not have any climbing gear. Lige, though, oh my god, this man is just waiting for both. Trigger discipline of a king as he dethrones them. And it ends as an 8-7 half. We'll be back to continue this one after the break.
Track now, they won't lend a hand. Now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up. Yeah, you know, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Hey, on the roll, here we go. Yeah, at the top of the class on a roll. Hey, and it's time to run it up. Yeah, you know, yeah, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor. Yeah, on the roll, here we go. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, hey, on a roll, here we go, yeah, at the top of the class on a roll, hey, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know, yeah, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, yeah, on a roll, here we go. On a roll, here we go.
Je suis à la mer, je suis au boulot. Check. Je vais mettre les choses au clair. Rafale de rime, y'a tout le monde à terre. Comme je charbonne jusqu'à pas d'heure, je me déplace plus si c'est pas pour un gros salaire. Je suis à la mer, je suis au boulot. Remballe ton verre, je bois au goulot. Le chemin est tracé, je roule. J'avance mais le passé est lourd. La vie n'est qu'ironie, l'amour est tyrannique. Je suis peut-être né anonyme mais je mourrai iconique. L'industrie est hypocrite, l'adversaire est pathétique. Purée, je suis trop affamé. Si je me dépasse, c'est que pour la famille. Je suis venu que pour remporter la finale. Et pour m'endormir, je cours jusqu'à l'infini. Ils sont pas prêts, je vais les matrixer. Je défonce tout, pourtant j'ai batterie faible. Tout tu me regardes, moi je sais pas qui t'es. Pour sympathiser, ça sera pas de sitôt. Je compte les devises, je compte les papiers. Marche tardive dans le quartier. Désolé bébé, je dois partir, je suis focus. J'ai promis de ne plus m'éparpiller. J'oublie tout ça et je m'envole au loin. Si tu me suis, prends-moi par la main. Je te promets des mélodies dans la tête, des délires au coin du feu. Bien on quitte ce monde de fou. J'oublie tout ça, envole-toi au loin. Je te suis, prends-moi par la main. Je te promets tout, tiendra le coup. Je te connais trop. J'oublie tout ça et je m'envole au loin. Si tu me suis, prends-moi par la main. Je te promets des mélodies dans la tête, des délires au coin du feu. Viens, on quitte ce monde de fou. Oh là là, tout peut basculer du jour au lendemain. J'y crois pas, oh là là. J'étais pas prête, j'étais trop bien là. Y'a tout à refaire. La vie d'un m'a traumatisé mais je cours après. Y'a toute la terre qui m'en veut, y'a tout à refaire. Tu me connais, hop, tu te passeras de commentaires. J'ai plus confiance en vos chiffres, je compte plus que sur ma volonté. À un moment faut se lancer, obsédé par mes lacunes. J'en oublie mon potentiel. Je suis pas seul mais solidaire. Ils disent que je suis tête en l'air, c'est parce que je vise pas dans le ciel. J'oublie tout ça et je m'envole au loin. Si tu me suis, prends-moi par la main. Je te promets des mélodies dans la tête, des délires au coin du feu. Viens, on quitte ce monde de fou. Oublie tout ça, envole-toi au loin. Je te suis, prends-moi par la main. Je te promets tout, tiendra le coup. Je te connais trop. J'oublie tout ça et je m'envole au loin. Si tu me suis, prends-moi par la main. Je te promets des mélodies dans la tête, des délires au coin du feu. Viens, on quitte ce monde de fou.
Get about my way, it's here on lock, it's here on lock. We roll with the winners, and if you a winner, then you with the squad, yeah, yeah. We coming to get it, we coming to get it, you ready or not? Let's go. You don't have days like this, nah. You don't have days like this. Only your face like this, yeah. You don't ever play like this. Tell them please, man, hella freeze on the day I miss. My handle game certified, you would never know when the thing might switch. Don't watch the ball, honestly, that's how you fall. What you say, we finna lose? Listen, dude, man, not to y'all. Who tryna brawl? You kinda small. On the court, yo, I'm a dog. Beating y'all by 50 now, it's no problem to pile it on. How can I lose when I be crossing them out of their shoes? When I'm in the lane, yo, me and the pirates the same. Cause you know I'm dropping them jewels. Hopping the cruise when I was in school. Probably wasn't a popular dude, but ever since I got the offer to go with my Abba, I'm proud to say I got the juice. Battery charged. Swan so revved up. We're not kidding, man. Anybody wanna get it, tell them we next up. Gold medal on lock. Until then, yeah, I'ma settle on top. So don't believe me, just turn on your TV and tell them to watch. They play me cause my game's crazy, but I came ready with the juice. My game too cold, your game too slow. You hype trains, don't know what to do. New levels, new devils. That means it's time to grind. So what you saying? Hand to the plow. New heights to climb. If this my moment, my time to shine. This little light of mine, I'ma go so hard that I might be blind. We've been working in the off season, getting started when are y'all leaving. Yo, this finna be a harsh beating. You win for a long evening. Most of y'all could get caught cheating on the real, still wouldn't call it even. If we seen them in the streets, they don't really want beef like all vegans. Lord Jesus, you don't know what you up against. Bruh, when? Man, this finna be a breeze like a gust of wind. Trash Trash talk, I'm under skin. Pass y'all, then rub it in. Y'all better hurry. This Stephen Curry versus Shep and Birdie in above the rim. Ragdoll, y'all bad dog. Can't help, I let her win. Highlight real be something like this. Go metal on lock. I'ma set her on top. If they still don't believe me, then turn to your TV and tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Get about my way. Get about my way. It's here on lock. It's here on lock. We roll with the winners, and if you a winner, then you with the squad. Yeah, yeah. We coming to get it. We coming to get it. You ready or not? Tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Get about my way. Get about my way. It's here on lock. It's here on lock. We roll with the winners, and if you a winner, then you with the squad. Yeah, yeah. We coming to get it. We coming to get it. You ready or not?
Welcome back, everybody. As you can probably tell, we have a small technical issue going on in this first map. We are at the halfway point, basically split down the middle between Liquid and Astralis. Device originally had a couple of issues with his keyboard, some keys getting stuck. Now we're on to a different issue, which is going to need an SSD swap out. But I do believe I'm actually in the heart of the action at the moment because Twists, I kind of played myself when player management came and asked me, oh, where is the fishbowl of bullets? How many have you got through, man?
I went through a lot.
The bowl's empty, dude.
Running pretty low.
So are you gonna?
I still got like 7 though.
Are you gonna collect all these bullets that are literally everywhere all over the studio?
If I have to, I would. You know, if someone told me, yeah, I have to go do it, then that's the punishment I have to pay, and it's fine. Then I just do it again tomorrow.
How many headshots have you netted in so far? I counted 2 on myself when we were in the pre-match segment. 1 on Yanko as well. That was a great shot.
I got 3 on Yanko, I think. I got 2 or 3. Yeah.
He won't ever let us live that down.
Pretty upset about that, no?
Yeah, he did, because he moved the whiteboard, as you can tell. That's why you started going for my head and for Harry's head. Thank you for that, man.
I still got the angle on Yanko, though. I went to the left. I hit him in the ear. And I think that was the end of the... He went home, I think.
Back to the action at hand. Obviously, your former team, Liquid, going up against Astralis. Who's going to win this series? Who's going through to the playoffs?
I have to support Liquid. That's why I'm sitting here. I'm sitting here with my ex-manager, best manager, so... Chilling, supporting the boys.
Your boys, I absolutely love it. Let's throw on back over to the commentator to see if the action is ready to ensue.
Well, we've probably got no good news, right? We've probably got nothing. There's a crowd of people on the desk right now. Everyone's standing behind Device. So he's back in the game, apparently. He's launched the game, a complete SSD swap, reinstall everything, get the configs going, fix the settings. We've all been there. We've all set up CS before. And so Device is no newbie to this situation. Hopefully we can get back on with the game in just a few minutes. It's 8-7 down the half, boys. Liquid lead.
Yeah, they narrowly hold this lead, right? It got all tied up at 7-all, but then that last round to close this out actually felt quite good for Liquid. They got to come through with the aggression. Right now, they're all just kind of big chilling. Everyone's having a kind of mini JDM. At least doing like the most stressed lounging I've ever seen.
Nav's doing what I do with my chair, which is, you bounce it.
Yeah.
Stay mobile.
I like OC's demeanor. Let's bring him up. Like this is good. This is the full relaxed, like leaning back, bit of a bob to it every now and again.
It's a good
There you go, Elise. There you go. He actually looks relaxed now. I'm so glad. His arms were so tense.
The vibes are good for Liquid, I think. There was a lot of plain faces.
I mean, dude, this is like, we've been selling this a lot based on the history that these teams have, that the cores have. I think this is like a cool opportunity for Liquid to show how the times have changed and to try and demonstrate, that this rivalry isn't something that we need to consider anymore, right? In their minds, they probably think that they've eclipsed this Astralis squad now. So it has a bit of a chance for revenge for years gone by. And on top of that, this would be the first time in recorded history
ever
that Team Liquid would have bested Astralis on Nuke. And, that links back in to the rivalry that these teams had, right? Nuke was a huge part of that. It was the map for Astralis. I mean, really, it was like one of 2 of the maps, but Nuke was like the mainstay. This is something that gets talked about a lot in that, normally if you're the best team in the world, you're the best on Nuke. And Astralis certainly were. And Liquid went about learning that the hard way, taking L after L every time they would play. offered in grand finals up against this Astralis squad.
Yeah, I mean, no one could beat them. There was 13 nuke maps. Astralis won every single one over the course of 2018, 2019, and yeah, all those finals we talked about. 11 times in finals, 13 times in playoffs, and I think 18 out of 20 or 19 out of 20 did Enco say on the desk?
19 out of 20
in general in the series. So that was unbelievable to imagine. The only time Liquid would get event wins is when Astralis were like, yeah, actually, I'm going to skip this one.
And, you know, that's why this matchup is so sick. It's because, you know, there's all this history, but then because of, you know, the pandemic where, like, that split play, and so we had, like, everything separated into regions for a while during, like, the pandemic online era, you know, that was really the death of this rivalry. You know, then Astralis went on to make changes. We had Device leave the team. We had Magisk and Dupree go and join Vitality. So, like, piece by piece, what felt like any chance of Liquid, you know, even on the other side, like, Liquid lost Nitro when he moved to Valorant. Any hope of, like, rekindling that rivalry felt dead. But then, like, this is our first chance getting to see it since 2019. So it's literally been years. Right, I think these delays are a little bit pervasive. They're just going to hang around. They're still trying to get this sorted. The crowd is ever growing around Astralis. The bullets are still flying at Liquid, even when the game isn't live. So how's that fair? But we actually have a little Taskmaster video that I think these players were involved in.
The describer must communicate the objects set out in front of them. The artist must paint what is described. Best painting wins. You have 7 minutes. Time starts now.
7 minutes, okay, describe fast.
Okay. It's like an old phone box, you know, where you put the phone on top of, with the where you can spin the numbers, kind of.
Yes. Yeah. What color? What color?
Red.
This is impossible, honestly. I have no clue how to do this. Do you know there's like paint here? It's not even like pencils or anything. It's like actual acrylic paint.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. How many numbers are there? 1 to 9?
Yeah, exactly. 1 to 9 and a 0.
And a 0.
And there's a hashtag as well.
Hashtag?
Yeah.
Brother. What color is the wheel itself? White?
Like chrome, but I don't know how you're gonna paint that.
What color is chrome?
Yeah, I don't know. Silver maybe. I don't know. Like
okay, I got it. Oh my god, this is terrible. Wait, I'm like, okay, how many now? Fuck, oh my god, it's terrible. Okay, I'm coloring it now. Bro, this is terrible, honestly. If you would see my drawing, it's actually like garbage, man.
Yeah, it's pretty hard as well, I think.
No. I'm gonna clutch it out, trust me.
Okay.
I need like 3 minutes. 60 seconds? Bro, you're joking. I'm doing the black shit. I'm doing the pineapple. Pineapple, what color is pineapple?
Like orange.
Orange.
Yeah, that's it.
Wait, orange golf ball, 1 second.
And your time is up. Brushes down, please.
This is terrible. I expected that I had more time than it actually felt like.
No, I'm not sure what universe he's living in, but I don't think pineapples are orange.
No, that's like a brown.
Yeah,
like a dark brown.
Never seen
Yellow.
one. Never seen a full orange pineapple.
Even not in Malta.
No, maybe it was a Maltese variation,
Yeah.
but no, I didn't. I wasn't sure about that one. Oh, we've armed Liquid now as well.
Oh, this is a fair fight, at least.
At least,
I
yeah.
like
well,
that.
because Twist has been hitting
All
like
about competitive
straight
integrity.
headshots.
Yeah, apparently he got 3 on you, Yanko. Can you confirm or deny that?
He got a couple, yes, because he was also switching positions, of course, relocating as any true sniper would from the long range. He tried to put the shield up. It didn't really work out.
Nitro looking down the barrel as well. That's exactly what you should do with any weapon.
Very good
when you're
gun
armed.
safety.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Exactly.
Has
Don't look at
anyone
the barrel.
updated us, like, as in what the actual issue is? Like,
So the issue is, it was, first of all, a keyboard issue.
Yes. So it's not
Keys
keyboard
didn't
related
work.
anymore.
It's not anymore. It's an SSD issue, and now his config isn't loading. So there's.
So it's
it
gone.
might be a little bit.
It's always the
Yeah.
way.
It was hardware first, which is easily solved, and somehow in changing the hardware, a software issue came game up.
Don't like that. Well, we were talking about the realities that pineapples are orange, so
Yes.
let's continue on the vein of, alternative universes, I guess. And bring up a historical question. What would have happened if Olafmeister didn't get injured? Where would we be in the Counter-Strike universe if back in 2016 the hand injury didn't happen? Yanko, you're up first.
I think this is a really cool one when we were coming up with things for this, like, what if? Because you have to look at it in the grand scheme of things. 2015, Fnatic, best team in the world, Olaf, best player in the world, #1 rank. So you're coming into 2016, this little Brazilian team called Luminosity, is starting to get some waves, starting to get some momentum. Actually, the first time they played Fnatic, they lost 16-0 to them on Dust 2, and it's from that point on they started permabanning it. So, they had FNX, Taco, Zeus as the coach. They're coming into 2016, they're gaining some steam. A couple of close losses to Fnatic 2 in Minsk at the Star Ladder tournament. Then they lost, I think, to Navi in the IM Katowice at the time, so they're coming into Columbus.
Right.
Obviously, and now we all know that they won that major, they won the second major of the year, but they never really beat Fnatic, up until that point. So it was only after the major that we've learned that Fnatic, Olaf is dealing with this injury and he's not playing up to his full potential. And to be honest, he never did after that point. There's even from that time, there's a cool news post on HLTV where there's a graphic of his stats up until the injury and after it, and you can see there's a very clear difference in his individual performance.
Gentlemen, I'm going to put a pin in this conversation because we are pivoting back to our actual reality we are living in, which is the match going live. So, gentlemen,
perfect. Amazing. Let's go. Lads.
Hello.
Over to you.
Let's get it going.
Yay. We actually get to see it. We actually get to see the game. All right, let's go. Astralis versus Liquid, y'all know what's up. It was an 8-7 half, with Liquid winning round 15 to just tip the scales in their favor.
Twist is walking around collecting all the darts right now and filling his little jug. So I'm sure Liquid will be under fire soon enough, but not when it's live, only by Astralis' hands. Pistol round out, and we've got double dualies. Bit of util for Liquid. No nade for the door, though. So let's see where they're running.
It almost feels weird to have CS back after such a long break. Ooh, leg breaking. Should be occurring with the dualies, but no. OC hits the head.
Oh, good dink for Elige, and he's going to finish the job. Zip now dead as well. Blame F getting pressured, and Yakindar's going to get rid of him. Buzz all alone, can't find a thing, and so it's Team Liquid to hit the ground running to open up this second half. Off the back of the little hiatus now, they're in with a 9th and a pistol under their belts. It's the start they wanted.
We don't have okay, we do have a force for Astralis to take a second, but getting the scout out, pistols, etc. This is one of the best maps to force on second round CT. Those close positions you can play, the options to rotate, to stack are very much there. He's going to take his gun outside. Got a lot of AKs here in round 2 for Liquid. They are running amok out all the way down to Secret. Pot shots for Device, not connecting, and so Liquid will have that B site in time. Oh, they...
Oh my. Okay. Not what they wanted. That smoke might send them away, and in doing so, they run the risk of going into this gnarly outside setup. Astralis right now are really hoping that Glaive can just deter them from lower. Astralis are all kind of in position to deal with players trying to leave Secret. But they're not going to get given that wish by the looks of things. Glaive will be the one to get tested down towards this B site. The nade is really good. That is a lot of damage done. 4 players tagged from that 1 HE. And it softens them all up so much more. Nitro leading. Bomb on his back as well. Holes in the door to make crossing that much scarier, but Nitro is going to be the one to get the better of Glaive, cracking open the B play and making this happen. Astralis, as mentioned, were more so set up to deal with players leaving Secret than actually committing to the lower play. And so I think this is probably just the 4v5 save now. Kind of a cool idea, honestly. You know, I wonder who comes up with that one, who calls that in the moment, because it is reminiscent of how, you know, Blame F used to play his force buy rounds, kind of centering a play around 4 players playing in tandem, maybe having one man who's a little more freed up, and then just committing to the save if you don't get the fights that you want.
Yeah, you get to play this round basically twice over as a result, right? And the value is if they run into your stack, oh, they get chewed up. So Astralis get to play this round twice over, but Liquid, they're the real winners. 5 alive, they take their rifles out with a 10-round lead in a map they have never beaten Astralis on across years of history between these cores. The cores, of course, I'm talking about are Naf, Nitro, and Alige versus the likes of Device, Sip, and Glaive. And a couple of new pieces put in place in either team. Couldn't be an NA roster without a European superstar. Ikinda right now second on the server. Ooh. Team Dink, he does get shot by his teammate while they're trying to shoot the windows out on A. Not ideal. It's going to make these pistols a little more punchy as well, so Ikinda's got to watch out. Miss smoke. Dear oh dear.
They can make up for this on the fly. There's still more smokes where that comes from, and I'll start to get across now, down secret. No tag from Device's scout, and with all this space taken, the stage is set for Liquid to launch this B play now.
Encroaching their way in. Taking their time to clear the angles as well. Don't want to walk into a nasty surprise from a pistol that's going to slap you upside the head.
Nav's going to walk out upper. And actually, you might find this completely free because it is. This ramp stack's still in play. It's going to give Astralis a quick rotate to lower, but Nav can try and find some space on top site. They just plant. They have the room. And so Astralis, almost no way to win this round now. They're going to try hunt for the lobby lurker. Here he is. Nav waiting at the back. Buzz spotted over, and it's no armor, so it's an easy kill for Nav. Astralis don't want to feed that Mac 10. They might save the armor again. It's honestly not a bad play. Glaive can go hunting, look for a kill. But everyone else keeping their armor for the gun round. Astralis playing the long game here. They know it needs to be the case if they want to win Nuke. The mutual respect between these rosters right now is something to watch. 11-7, and this is where the game must get going for Astralis.
Yeah, they kind of need to hit the ground running, right? It's always the case with the CT side when the scoreline's like this. If you fall down, if you go silent in this first rifle round, you're so close to having the game just fall away from you on kind of economy alone, really. You know, that would be Liquid 12-7 up, another eco for Astralis. Suddenly they're only a handful of rounds away from doing it. So Astralis, they've got to come in piping hot here. Blame F holding on to the top of Silo, won't get pressured just yet. Astralis pretty respectful to open this one up.
And Device is in the star position as well. Heaven with an AWP, but that may be difficult if Liquid actually run this AX sec that they're looking to do. The flash is actually a problem. Naf blinds himself, and so he can't commit. Astralis stall it with a util. But Device is basically able to help everywhere in the map in this round. His repositions are integral to the success of Astralis in this gun round. Liquid throw outside smokes, but this is a ruse.
Oh, and it did start to pull Device away.
Oh, he
has repositioned, but up into the heavens here. And I'm inclined to agree with you, Hugo. I want to just keep a microscope on Device in this round, because you'll be able to tell how it's going to shape up on whether or not he's in the right place.
He has dropped in. He knows what's going on.
They've called it. They've got the read on this one. Device scoped up at the door, but dead first. OC gets the better of him. The AWPers clash, but it's rifle v AWP, and OC comes out ahead. Glaive holds the line with a lot of damage, softening them up for Buzz, giving Astralis a fighting chance. Ikinda locked in a fight outside with Blame F, and the bomb in A on the back of Captain Nitro.
Oh, he's going to go down the vent. Are they going to try an MB? If they do, Zip is already here. He's anchoring the site. Liquid will never expect this move. the patience on this play, and they go running in. Zip has won the round.
No time for Yakindar. It's 8 for Astralis. I mean, that is a moment there. They decide so much, right? You're not imagining that they're going to have a man still down on B. They've seen you at A. They've seen you with the bomb. They've seen Yakindar outside. You know, everything is pointing towards the A play, and that last-second decision from Nitro to drop on down, for Yakindar to try and cross it secret, it betrays Team Liquid, giving Astralis a way back in. And Yanko, he was highlighting, you know, Zip and Glaive as the guys to keep an eye on, as a kind of spirit level to judge how successful Astralis can be. And right now, they are both performing. The two of them get the swing kills in that round. Yeah. It was Glaive's, you know, 2.5 on the upper site, and Zip's killing blow onto Nitro that make that round happen.
That's an experienced play there, without a doubt. I mean, slowing down in the 2v2 and not just panic rotating A. Liquid get in their own head, and they completely misplay that one. And we said Astralis need to come in strong into the CT side. That is a start. Device on the rifle, pushing ramp. Ready to activate at a moment's notice. Zip is not really helping him in this position though, so it's all on Device to try and find an opening kill, and they're going to meet him in the lobby, a little crunch together.
The draw going down, but it's Nitro that takes a big old bite. Naf to assist on the Device as well, as he crumbles out of the round, and it falls onto a duo of Zip and Blamer. 50 seconds on the clock here for Astralis. They clamor themselves towards a 9th, denied by the molly for the push, trapped in trophy.
Naf crossing out, could get timinged. If he falls, maybe Astralis give this a look in, but another molly should seal the fate on the round. That's two of them that force Astralis out of that gunfight, and so they will just have to respect it and save in the 2v4. I think even the fact that they were so determined to give Lobby a look in, you know, kind of shows you where their mind's at. A lot of teams would have been trying to save in the 2v4 from the offset.
I mean, that's just a desperate call to make anyway off the start of the round, right? Astralis don't have the AWP and they don't have as much util because of the casualties, so they try and play a proactive round, but Liquid are, you know, they're probably a bit annoyed. They just lost that 2v2, so they just call something really safe into a gun round just to hold off and feel out the map. And Astralis go walking right into their crosshairs. So nice, safe lobby hold from Nitro, doubled up. Liquid take a 4-round lead, and they absolutely put Astralis' money in the dirt while they do. But even then, that's just an ugly lobby take from Buzz and Glaive, both looking the same way. Not as well planned as you would have thought. And Liquid keep running rifles. No AWPs needed at this point. Astralis are going to have to earn that demand. And so we're 4-1 in the half for Liquid.
Yeah, dire straits now on the other side, man. This is kind of a weird spot to be in. I'm assuming it's just going to be the partial investment round where they have some rounds left to play with. They can't afford that. Glaive's even got a bit of extra cash on the Astralis side, so that AWP can make an appearance in this follow-up round. That'll be Astralis back to full strength in the next one. Here, the goal, just to try and keep the damage high, force reinvestment out of Liquid. They're coming at them fast this time. Yakindar running it outside all the way down Secret, not being quiet on the approach, and with smokes down, it will keep someone down here on this lower side of the map. Yakindar really needed that fight there, and it will come his way. Locks it in. Finds the 5v4 and removes one of the two guns from this round. It's irretrievable as well down at that B site. Another kill for Team Liquid. They're all coming up in favor of the Liquid squad right now. They've dealt with both the rifles. The pistols starting to get thinned out. And so 13 looks good. Looks as good as done right about now.
Couldn't have been unluckier really for Zip as well. The second he re-aggresses to the corner angle, Yakindar is ready to re-peek it, and obviously peeking with so much confidence. That's how you have to. You have to clear corners like you know opponents are there, and then sometimes they are. And so the timing of that engagement on the pre-aim corner is perfect for Yakindar. And it's a mindset shift for Liquid. They're flexing now, sending their rifle immediately down secret with no resistance. A second timeout even called for Liquid. And they're winning. They're just making sure they do not choke. Yeah, I said it. But right now, I just see nothing in Astralis that's giving me any hope.
Well, you know, I'll say this, right? You know, they call this timeout here. I think it's also because they know that the game can be won on the basis of this round, right? If they come out swinging, they find 14 up against a full strength Astralis, then it should be as good as done, right? Or at least it's going to put them right there on the finish line. But they know that Astralis is going to have all the bells and whistles here, and I think most notably it's going to be that device AWP that they might look to try and cook up a solution for right about now. Blame F. Looked like he was going to take a bit of a pathing outside, instead just lobs that nade in. He's got support from Zip. Device has been entrusted with the ramp hold on that AWP. Now this does mean he's a little less mobile than normal. You can still look to strike that conversation up. In a world where these outside smokes come in, Device can drop down lower, Zip can move from outside and take up ramp. So there are ways to get Device mobile again. But it's how they want to use him here. Right now, he's just scoped up, holding down the ramp angle.
Yeah, you don't feel like you want to force opening kills here if you're Astralis, but that is also, you know, just a sign of the times, perhaps. A little bit of fear. Smokes go down outside. Blame's going to counter Molly, but the smokes will last longer. Liquid can afford to wait at the end.
The fact that Device hasn't moved, hasn't like elected to try and drop, try to get any info. You haven't had any sort of rotate out of someone like Buzz through the vent. All this is screaming that Astralis are calling the bluff on the secret play. They keep everyone on upper. They think they've got the read here, and they've read it right. Moving in is Liquid into the stack. And there's the reply from Nafly.
Go on,
Just Device, 1v2. Up in heaven looking for a way back in. OC and Naf, the guys to beat. Does catch Naf out in the open. Dropping into the site now. It's OC left on the other side. And he hits that timing, threads that needle, and finds 14 for Team Liquid.
What a beautiful play for OC to hear that drop and know he has a window to completely change position, to go into an angle Device just cleared, and he walks out the hut, perfect timing. The young AWPer will take his preferred weapon off of the body of Device, and that's Liquid on 14. Harry, you said Liquid can win this game off this gun round, and that's exactly what they've done. A third timeout called for Astralis, but they have no money. They must force.
History unfolding before everyone's eyes here. God damn, some of the plays we've seen should be idolized as well. It's just insane. The cerebral plays, the aim behind it as well, and the fact they've kept their energy up for so long, right? There was a big divot in the series in the mid portion. The fact they just go straight back in, happy, laughing in the break, and then go straight back to playing CS at the best of their ability, it's wild. Now you look at the money for Astralis, barely anything they'd really want to work with. Meanwhile, OC, he dons the big gun. He's already had so much confidence.
And so much impact as well, been beating Device in head-to-heads on this T side a couple of times now. And now we've got that orb, so let's see if we can find a pick. It won't be on Blame. Blame's playing this one way, very common. Glaive Nearwell invented this move, but Blame will be the one to survive. He will jump out of danger. Device back garage, spotting top silo, but Liquid are in no hurry. They've ascertained that it is guns out for Astralis, and OC again, another head-to-head one against the world's ex-best.
Yeah, with Device now gone, outside is corrupted. Liquid own this part of the map, and so Astralis try to respond by taking lobby. They even preemptively rotate Buzz down lower. Right now, you know, they know the outside's been taken, but there's a lot of avenues from this outside control. There's a lot of ways that Liquid can look to use this, and Astralis have no idea what ground's been taken. You know, last round, they had that read. They had the confidence that it was going to be the A play. They didn't shuffle anyone down lower. They're even silent boosting up here to clear the heaven from an alternate angle. Ooh. It's so filthy. If anyone was up there. Now, the Shadow's been spotted. That's info. Zip just saw them. He sees that they're up in the heavens, and he will best Yakindar. Wasn't ready for Elige, who was put up there by the boost. And so Heavens get knocked out. Naf with the spam back to reply, keeps Liquid in this round. One man up the vent in Buzz with the backstab. Got to try and find a good timing on this. They don't know about him yet. He's got the element of surprise, but Nitro turns and deals with him. And Zip doesn't want to be saving the MP9, and so they won't ever give him the chance. Nafly goes hunting to close that out. Map point for Liquid and a chance for revenge years on from this rivalry versus Astralis. Years down the line, a whole pandemic behind them. They're looking to get their first win. The Liquid Core's first win versus this Astralis squad on Nuke.
Yeah, 13 straight, as we said, and smiles on the faces of current and ex-Liquid members as they know that this feels inevitable. 15-8, a comeback that I do not believe in, and I don't know if Astralis do either. A lights-out T-side, one gun round won by Astralis. It was off the back of Zip making that gamble read on B and winning out a 2v2. Device on a shotty down below. And Liquid resetting in T-spawn to throw the wall. Bring on the wall.
Smokes go in, but it doesn't look like they want to use them here. Similar to how some of these rounds have gone, it's just going to be one guy, in this case two guys, progressing with them outside. Elige crossing, does so quietly. Now the spacing between him and Yekindar means that if Elige keeps going, he is untradeable here. He leaves the comforting realms of Yekindar's outside control, and he's left to fend for himself down at lower. Device is on this angle, waiting. It's the perfect spot for the auto shotty, but he just started to have second thoughts, and right as he leaves, that's when Elige moves in. Suddenly there's a path opened up. We're into this 3-on-3. Zip is fighting for his life down at lower, while OC tries to slide in through ramp. BlameF has tagged him up, brought him down low, and will land the finishing blow to find OC. It's Nitro and it's Naf, 2 versus 3 for the game. Naf wins that fight on a BlameF, and now Nitro tucks himself in. New boy Buzz alongside Zip, trying to keep the dream alive for Astralis, trying to keep the Danes in Nuke, and they will deal with Nitro. Naf in this one, all alone, out from ramp. That shot sails on past. Chance to get them off the bomb. Buzz gets off it, locks in the kill, but it's going to be so close. He doesn't have a kit.
I don't think so.
He's on it. He's trying his damnedest, but I don't know if he's got this one. It's so close. Liquid do it. Locking in Nuke. Besting Astralis for the first time as these cores go head-to-head again. And now they're a map up in this series with it all to play for, heading to their map next. We're looking forward to Mirage.
Yeah, a map as well that Astralis, you know, they're not known for their Mirage, are they? Picked it up, started playing it once Blame joined this team, but it's a very dangerous one. It's up in the air, and it's poised for Liquid to playoffs. Join us after the break.
survive top 5, now I'm going with the win. Hey, I'm going in. Right here, right now was a whole lot better than the place I've been. Man, I gotta be stronger, wiser, better than I was before. Gotta stay on guard, and I know that's hard, cause I don't know what's in store. Maybe I'll go where to, don't know. But when I'm back against the wall, I'll be good. Now with my back against the wall, see I never fall. One of the greatest stories that's never ever told. Man, I'm different, I've been gifted, but sometimes I be tripping inside of my mental. It happens in an instant. Man, I'm striving for freedom. I get hate from the hecklers, good thing I don't need them. It's just me and the ones that I came with all of my homies around. I promise that I can't miss. Climbing up high, never look down below. Gotta get the prize, telling the knows. The pain temporary, man, I never been scary. Just a little apprehensive, but I've been fine before. Struggle is part of the process, it's hard to digest, but let me digress. And maybe y'all press on to the next journey. I've been yelling for some help, and I know that they heard it. Rock solid all times, and I'm down 10 toes for the ones that deserve it to earn it. Sunshine through the blinds of my life feels straight, but I know I'm for sure not perfect. Patience, hustle, got everything off the muscle. Pain, love, those are the things that I juggle. Hey, go win. Through the pain and the struggle, I survived top 5, now I'm going with the win. Hey, I'm going in. Right here, right now was a whole lot better than the place I've been. Man, I gotta be stronger, wiser, better than I was before. Gotta stay on guard, and I know that's hard, cause I don't know what's in store. Maybe I'll go where to, don't know. But when I'm back against the wall, I'll be good.
Mind gobbling on these nuts. What the fuck is that? I'm out.
All this potential. That's the fucking line.
Oh, hey, man. Oh. No, yep.
Even his own lawyer didn't want to associate with such a criminal, mostly because he was a UK CS fanboy.
Another sleepless night? Well, I've got the perfect solution. Resident Sleeper.
OC,
Yes.
my friend, you have to paint something, and we need to start with pineapple.
Pineapple?
Yeah.
Okay, we gotta get some yellow in here then. This is one fucked up looking pineapple.
Yeah, that's good. But you can do it as quick as possible, because then we can make the other two things as well. One of them is like a huge, fucking huge banana. Yeah.
All right, I got the golf ball on top.
Nice. Okay, then we have a extremely huge banana, but it's not even yellow. It's green. It's like in the jungle. You know, in the jungle.
Yeah.
The bananas are not yellow. They are also green.
Okay.
3 minutes 30 seconds.
I
Okay.
gotta rush.
You do the banana fast, because the last thing will be a little more tough.
Okay, this looks like a jalapeno, but we can work with this. Okay, I'm ready for the last one.
Okay, then we have an old cell phone. Do you remember those old
Like a
cell phones?
Nokia.
Huh?
Like a Nokia. You know what a Nokia is?
No. It's the really old cell phones, the ones that you only seen in movies. It's like
Like a BlackBerry? No, wait, no, that's.
It's not a mobile phone. It's
like
a home phone.
Yeah, like a home phone. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And it's red.
Red.
And it's staying on the floor, but there's no phone on it. So I have to start with number 5.
Oh shoot.
In the top.
Okay.
20
seconds left.
And then to the right, you have number 4.
Number 4.
Number 3. And number 2. Number 1.
3.
Then you have the hashtag. 10 seconds.
1. Hashtag.
Star.
Oh fuck.
Star. And then you have 0.
Brushes down, OC. Brushes down.
Okay.
I try my best. I try my best.
That was tough.
Making magic when they need it most.
Well, success for OC not only in artistic ability, but also inside the server on their opponent's map pick, simultaneously not only clawing Liquid ever closer to the spot of the EPL Season 17 playoffs, but also rewriting history, because Janko, that is a tasty treat for that Liquid core, managing to take down Glaive, Zip, and Device on Nuke, finally.
Yeah, for the first time ever. I mean, they had no success against them back in the day, so this must feel good, at least for the three of the guys. Right, and yeah, if someone told you back then that Liquid was finally going to do it and they will do it on the T side, only giving away one round, you people would have called you crazy, but different times.
Yeah, oh, how the times have changed. Now it's Astralis, the ones that might have a new boogeyman if they can't, take their own map pick. They put their heads together, they knew who their opponent was likely going to be, and still couldn't come up with anything other than Nuke.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, Harry. You were saying you felt like Liquid's Nuke wasn't too hot. Was it the case of Astralis just being really way worse on this map?
No, I mean, like, here's the thing: is I think that like Nitro cools well on the map, right? Like, I like how Liquid rotate. I think normally they're kind of ahead of the curve in like rotations and things like that, but for some reason, I don't know what it is. It's just like whenever they actually get on, they might feel like they have a good game plan, but the results just haven't really been there. In this matchup, though, they just look like hands down the better team. I think they had some great reads on the situation. There were a number of rounds where, they would like T-side in particular, where like they would just manipulate some of the standard rotates, right? I think that's what like their kind of precedent of like throwing these outside smokes and having your Kindar sometimes lurking with them, sometimes sending everyone down, like things like this, just to kind of test, like the protocols of Astralis and really have them like second guessing every move they were making. There was a moment early in that second half where Glaive like read what Liquid was trying to do. They faked the outside smokes, but Astralis didn't rotate anyone down. They kept with like a full A stack. They kept everyone there. And when I saw that round, I was like, ooh, like he still got it. He can still read them. And then it didn't matter. Liquid still like blew them out the water into a stacked A site. So the individuals really came through for Liquid today, and I think it's worth mentioning because, as kind of stated, to open this up, right, we had guys like Elige, a little quiet, Naf even posting some bad numbers. That's not an everyday thing for Nafly, and those were the two top performers in this map. So, the stars in the right place, some good cooling with Nitro in there.
Yeah.
It was like the perfect kind of hellscape for a Liquid win.
Just to back that up, because I've got Elige's numbers in front of me, 1.4 rating and 100% KAST. Like, just not a single death without someone getting the trade. If not, he's finding the kill.
I feel like I owe you an apology, Harry. I said in the pre-game, it's about Glaive, it's about Zipex.
And they actually
played
well,
and
man. Oh.
And they played really well, and then it's actually Device and Blame that don't put up the numbers that you sort of expect them to see. And I think for Astralis, like, they played well, especially in the first half, but if you're gonna go back and question one thing, it's probably in the reset round, like the lobby crunch, early on. It's, that's probably getting a little bit ahead of yourself, because Liquid, if you watch them play Nuke, they usually play pretty slow on T side, like default smoke. So that's hard. It's hard to do that against them. They're prepared for it. They have people in place to punish that play. So I think it's that. And the round you referenced was Blaine had them in the back from Garage, right? But I think the problem is he left two guys super low and didn't just, couldn't get the kills. And that's when Naf stepped up and got like a couple of great kills. So they were just winning some of the fights as well for Liquid.
Dude, I mean, I even like the kind of head-to-head that was developing between like OC and Device towards the end of that, right? Because like, we've seen the likes of, Nitro, Elige, and Naf versus these guys before, but like OC was one of the kind of new additions. Don't get me wrong, he didn't pop off, but it felt like he wasn't required to. He was like a standard, I want to say 12-9, if I'm remembering right. I don't have it up on here. I don't know why.
We'll go with it.
Yeah, he was 12-9. It was like just a very unproblematic game from him, and he was besting Device towards outside in a lot of those fights, which was kind of cool to see because OC is someone who's had doubts cast on him before, right? Coming into like Katowice, he actually gave us a good performance throughout the playoffs, and so it felt like maybe that was going to be like the kind of like mental turning point for him. And so here, where he goes up against Device, someone who's like a real tried and tested, you know, Mr. Consistent throughout the Astralis era and prior to that, you know, for him to be beating him in outside fights and being someone who could, you know, create that space and make Device look problematic was sick for OC, I thought.
If we're going to go retro once again and roll back the years, obviously Mirage wouldn't typically be a match
We
that
would have never
see
seen it,
in the
yeah.
pool, but we are here today, ladies and gentlemen. Is it still going to be a Liquid 2-0, however, because there is Liquid's pick?
It does feel like it, you know, even if you go back to yesterday and the Rare Adam game, it seemed like Liquid is like very focused, you know, and they're playing really well. The calling, the execution, everything is really good. So unless Astralis steps up a little bit more and challenges them, it feels like it's going to be a 2-0 for Liquid.
Well, a step up they will have to do indeed. And Mirage, the last chance saloon for Astralis to push us to a third and final decider. We're going to go into a quick break, but then we're back with all the action and potentially the final map of EPL Season 17 in Group D.
Making magic when they need it most.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat a submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance, they coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk like the show, they all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and they're keeping it rolling, they already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play it safe. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog. Just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving. What we doing? 'Cause it can get dangerous. 'Cause it can get dangerous. 'Cause it can get dangerous. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. My heart on my sleeve. Shield my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no given. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. They don't wanna when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect. Let them watch me elevating. Got them nauseous. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house. And woo. Watch how I get ahead. Watch how I get ahead. Watch how I get ahead. Woo. Watch how I set it up, bet you I shut it down, watch how I get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner, got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare to my line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out.
Making magic when they need it most.
Team Liquid a map up right now. They just steal Nuke away from Astralis, breaking a huge kind of beef between the two that has persisted on this map for years now. And now we head to Mirage, one where if this was the historic matchups that we've been referencing, would have never made an appearance. This is the new look. Astralis not afraid to leave the Mirage open, and Liquid take it gleefully. This has been a good map for them.
Yeah, and even in the years gone by when Astralis didn't play this map, we did occasionally get Mirage slipping through the veto, and here and there when Liquid would get the chance to pick it, they'd take it. And despite the dominant history of Astralis' favor, Liquid won it a few times. It was back and forth, but at least now in the current day, it's an Astralis that are willing to play this map. However, will that willingness punish them as Liquid ready to frag out, looking very focused, looking very good individually last map. OC besting Device in head-to-heads. This is not going to be an easy game for Astralis to pull back to a third, Yanko.
Absolutely not. And I think for Liquid, it's just they're not giving you any gifts, right? They're playing very, very clean CS. They're not making too many mistakes, and they're punishing you for yours, right? And it's been 3 dominant maps lately for them.
The only Danish gift is Poison, and Astralis have drunk from the chalice. Liquid, meanwhile, ready to rush that B site, and there's plenty of players here.
Yeah, Zip with the first. Ulberette is here to back him up as well. Tucked in at the short side. Zip will fall after one. Rotate's starting to move around from Astralis. There's Blame F. Stoolies roaring to life, but it's just the one kill. Everyone's here. It is a brawl for this B site control. And a tag to Device brings him down to just 1 HP.
Wow.
He'll swing out wide and knock OC out of the round for a bit of revenge. Astralis grab the pistol, and they're looking to get off to a good start on Mirage.
Team Ace as well. Everyone chiming in. And yeah, Astralis, I mean, initially Astralis was playing Mirage. It's some point during 2018 when I feel like they started, there was obviously one of the updates where the map pool was changed, and they just felt like, I think it was when Cash was brought out for something else, and then they switched to Mirage. I can't exactly remember, but important to win the pistol round. Liquid decides to go for an eco, just one flash. They might get some. Blame is going to see some action here.
Oh, he sees nothing for a second, then burns them to nothing. In response, Glaive is there on Cat to mop up the glory.
And again, Harry, we were half right for that previous map. We got Glaive and Zipix, didn't really get Blame and Device. And on this map, Blame is absolutely crucial for Astralis, especially when they switch over to the T side, right, on those lurks. He can really have tremendous impact and can turn rounds in favor of Astralis. Obviously on the CT side too, being active, being in the thick of it. So he's been super consistent over the past year, beginning of this year too. So you don't really expect him to have 2 bad maps in a row.
Yeah, we had that I think it was the Astralis Spirit game, the head-to-head between Chopper and Blame F. I think it was. That was super. That was super sick to get to watch. And I think we could have something similar here between Yakindar and Blame F, right? Wouldn't surprise me if they start locking horns in this mid-fight a little bit. Yakindar naded to open up this round down to half health, so that's going to kind of stem his aggression, but Elige taking space mid-blanketed in util, but Team Liquid own it now.
Yeah, but at what cost? Astralis absolutely bludgeoned them with that smoke spam from Device and multiple HE grenades. Some things never change. They're going to leave middle on both sides. Liquid keep Yakinder at top mid, and Astralis regroup to take B apps. If only Elige had a molly. He's got Glaive trapped.
I don't think he knows about Glaive. No. So that's a good positional advantage for Astralis, or maybe he does. That was the Stewie flash. I think that's meant for that player that's rolled up because he's very difficult to flash because of the off angle. But yeah, Astralis, they had, both Glaive and Zipix were going towards Cat, so they wanted to have that mid fight. Then they went back to try to take B apps control. Ooh. That's an easy kill for Glaive.
Yeah, that's a freebie. He loves that sort of fight, just sneaking into the MP9. Nitro's trying to go for a sneaky play of his own. It's the IGLs looking to get activated in this one. Nitro's got a lot of space here, and that might influence where this is looking to end up for Team Liquid. Oh, he takes a couple of steps. Yeah. And Buzz turns. deals with him in the round. Astralis lean heavy over towards A as a result of all the ground that Nitro had. The B play is now coming in, but Glaive finds another with this hero MP9.
Wow.
And he drops the bomb one more time. That's
Wait for
3
it.
or in the round, looking for magic number 4. The time has run out, and he's going to knock your Kindar out now too. Beautiful. 7-1 for Glaive to open up, and even the kill after time. Liquid are in a bit of a weird spot now.
With a split that awful for Liquid, and Glaive makes the B anchor roll look like the star roll right there. He really popped off. Aggressive start, hit every shot he had to, killed Yakinda after the clock, and took his AK. So couldn't really be better for Glaive.
That's 5K plus for Glaive in that round. You know, don't underestimate the economy too. Like, they needed this sort of a start, and again, the bombardment on mid every round, Liquid is taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Device threw an instant nade and then spammed with it.
And even that last round could have gotten weird. Like, if Nitro, you know, Buzz is only watching the smoke, but no one was holding anything for him on A. Like, they were playing super passive. Then they rotate the fourth player towards A in a 5v3. So Glaive is on his own. I mean, if he somehow dies there, and without getting a kill or buying a good amount of time, that's a 3v4 for Liquid in B with the bomb down. Like, that's a completely different round. So, great moment for Glaive to step it up. 7-1, man.
Yeah, it's a really good start from him. I know, it's something about the matchup, I reckon, dude. He's just like swelling with confidence right now. He's looking very good to open this up. Naf, he's found a similar gap to the one that Nitro found, only this time Device turns around and checks it. Zip has pushed through the apartments and is now behind them. So that's fun for Team Liquid. They're screwed, they know it. OC's got 5 HP, and Device will swing out to deal with him. This was the round that they were waiting for. Might have to come with some concessions, though, and that's all because of that Yakindar death after time in round 3. He's going to find himself on a Galil.
Astralis, whatever they did or said, was said to them coming into this map, has at least reset them very nicely. Don't look like they're crumbling under the pressure yet. 4-0 lead of Liquid. Buy up an AWP. Device will meet them there. He's taking his to default on A. This is quite a start for Device.
It's a good read from Astralis.
Yeah, 2 players ready on ramp. Drops on the right side, could be dangerous. Device, ooh, misses his shot, but Buzz is there to mow them down. 2 kills off the A1S, and they dropped in and faced together as well. It's a great grenade. Further damage onto Liquid. OC needs to get this A pick if Liquid were ever going to win this round. But Device waits for more.
Dude, I love how proactive Zip's been already. Like, even in this round with the MP9, he's just taken everything away in middle. So much from this position.
Yoink.
He'll be able to hear the footsteps if they try to head back as well. That's a bit of an extension from Device. Didn't realize he was visible to OC. And that's given way to the 3-on-3. Glaive will also miss this timing on the first player making it into B. But this can almost give you a false sense of security if you're Liquid.
The thing for Astralis is they saw the bomb on OC, right? And Zipex heard Yakindar, but nothing more. So he knows the timing isn't there. The bomb is still towards A, which is crucial for Astralis. Right now they have to just worry about Yakindar's timing and Zipex.
Here's it. Okay, Yakindar dead. Man advantage goes the way of Astralis. It does shut down the flank, but now they've just got to win it on the trade game, the 3v2. Naf over in Palace trying to get out. Blame F tucked in underneath. Man facing from the stairs. Glaive lights up Naf, brings him down low and even smokes him off, trying to lock him out of the round. As he crosses atop the Palace, Blame F should have this. They don't check for him, and so he collects both his free kills and gets out with the AWP.
I really thought Yakinda was going to go around the world and try and go underpass and actually split that A site late. That would have been the one way he could have made that position worthwhile.
I think maybe he realized it's going to be tight on time, right? Like, if he doesn't know where they are, he has to walk through some of that. But the reason why I said this was a good setup, or a good read rather, is, you know, obviously Liquid was trying to go for a quick default fake into an A execute. And whenever there's an execute coming in, you either want to be in front of it, or you just play full retake. You don't want to be in like default box or triple or shadow, because that's where you're gonna get mollied, that's where you're gonna get blind, right? And you could see in the setup in which they were in, everything's going above them. The flashes are falling behind them, you know, so that's why it works in that situation, even with Device missing the shot. You know, like, yes, Buzz probably saved them a little bit there. You don't, you know, you expect for the Opera to hit that first guy. And then they would have just mopped up right then and there.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Buzz, because like, dude, he got like the hardest way to get peaked, like the left and right side swing. You know, he had a player dropping and peaked from the left, and like you say, yeah, Device missed, and Buzz still found both the kills. It was an impressive sequence from him, but the read was there from Astralis. So
they're not looking scared, are they?
Yeah.
Instant B-Apps boost for Zip, and he's sending with it after the Molotov. Again, he's going to be on a great flank timing. Sure, Liquid are trying to split A together, but if Zip wanted to, he could walk the entire way behind. He's going to hold off for the moment. But that's for later, and it just gives Astralis so much more info, knowledge that this B hit isn't coming in.
And I like seeing this a couple of times already early from Astralis. You know, like people always complain playing B-Apps and Mirage, but you know, they don't take as much space anymore, right? And you can see Astralis is making their lives a lot easier with that move.
It's nice because like Liquid don't even fully realize yet just how you know lost Apartments has been at the start of a lot of these rounds. This one's just going to be a mow down, as you say. That forward info over at B is allowed. Oh, hello. Couple of kills out of Elige, but his journey comes to an end. And yeah, man, like it's going to get to this point where, you know, even if you become cognizant and you go, yeah, we should maybe try and deal with some of this Apartments aggression, well, just as easily Zip can decide to not get aggressive, and then you're kind of wasting time and resources over towards B.
And you're giving away information and sound cues. Like that's something that's often overlooked when you talk about these things. It's how quickly he will have information, or Astralis will, that they want to go B. Even if he dies pretty fast, that's still they need to run a certain amount so the rotation can come in, and in the meantime your teammate can focus more on middle. Another nade.
Dude, they've just been eating them over in mid. Feels like every round, whoever's trying to take this mid fight is brought down to half from the util. Oh, Device, he just saw a little pixel there, teased. Another nade comes out, bringing another man down to half. Molly gonna force a swing out of Nitro. Didn't have the ability to put that out.
He actually had a smoke. He did have a smoke. He didn't throw it. Yeah, just swang with it, right? And it's going to give Device the opener. Astralis even have under. They are all over the place right now. Got a reboost at B for Device. Checking out Apartments with the AWP. Blame not been spotted. This is a good position for Naf, though. He's going to see feet first, and so he takes them, trims the toenails as Liquid take two. Nice trade back for Device. He's staying very mobile on this AWP. The bomb is forgotten at top mid. Liquid need to go back.
They've grabbed it. They want to try and split this A site with Yakindar all the way up through the connector. Glaive has the shadows to help him out here as he fights for ramp, but a second man moving in. OC with the bomb. They would love a flash here just to make Glaive's life miserable. Oh, Yakindar's dead over at the stairs, and Glaive found another before all was said and done. The bomb even got left in at ramp by Naf as he swings. And so that round goes the way of Astralis. They continue this flawless CT side, 7-0. And this is with a couple of frontrunners really stepping up. Device at 9-1, Zip 5-1 as well. Might not have as many frags, but the info, like we've been saying, the pushes he's been getting away with, been instrumental to this scoreline.
And Device has 114 ADR. So much of this is off of like their nades at top mid and the spam through the smoke. Worth noting, Blame is at 140. That's 140 somehow. I guess he's also been dunking some nades con side, but that is mad. Device again in the right place at the right time. Liquid lining up a BX-Sec, but they're not going to flash this angle. They will have to just assume the first death as Device is waiting. He won't miss these, but there's more to be found. He will miss these.
He does miss these. It sails on past. He's tagged up as well.
Oh, no.
So blind.
I'm sorry.
And the B-hold crumbles. AWP in the hands of Nitro. Really getting a blast from the past there as he gets to don the AWP in the post plant. Astralis relegated to the save, and that's just how the cookie crumbles on that one.
That one's my bad.
It's not actually, it's Devices, and not for missing the shot, but for going B in the first place. I don't know if it's because, you know, Astralis is winning 7-0, so they maybe overestimated Liquid's economy, but they should have known it's a half buy, right? So one of the easier things to do in a half buy is do this sort of a B pop, right? Because you can close the range, you know, it's shorter ranges, you can get these tech lines to jump out and maybe take some space. And you know, the op doesn't really want to be in a situation where there's a lot of utility involved. You want the rifle there with the utility, someone who can mow down the pistols before they jump down. And sure, if he hits the first... But actually, that's the thing. Even if he hits the first shot, the round doesn't...
He's still probably...
It's not too,
like,
it's not too different, right? Like, I mean, the Cat player was blind. He couldn't really support him. So that was just a little bit of a, you know, not even want to say a mistake, but just unlucky. Unfortunate.
Just unlucky.
Because the previous round he had amazing, so he got kills on mid, then on B, then went back to A and closed out the round.
Yeah.
That's like a classic device round.
All right, mid take here for Astralis, rolling back the years. No top mid smoke, and so OC has free dominion over this angle. He will take Buzz's head off, a Buzz cut. As Liquid sit 5-on-4 up, they're going to use Util to take this place. Underpass guaranteed as well, but Glaive again, deep B. And no need to move past this position. Liquid will group up again for this A attack, but Device, crouched in, committed, needs this one.
OC's moved around with this AWP. Device will deal with Nitro. More players at ramp. But they found a way into the 4v4. Yakinda, there's a man over the top of this smoke. Blame F. Here's this comp fight that we teased. We're not going to get it just yet. But it's so close to appearing. Blame F and Yakinda are destined to meet each other here. At some point in this game, missed jump into the window for Yakinda. Sails him down the river on that one. And now Elige, that second man in to the connector, is being held. It's being considered. There's even a man in or near window that could have looked to swing. Glaive's pushed all the way through B.
Oh.
OC does see him, but Glaive, man, he's like, yeah, you saw me. I'm in the apartment. You can't come B. He's running all the way back. Team Liquid, they think they might be able to beat him on the timings, but Glaive is already here, posted up in the apartments. The Molly holds him back. Good util to deny this ground to the man at the helm of Astralis. Elige taps the head off, but the bomb gets away from them.
4,
it's so
3,
close
he's
that
not
he
got
doesn't
it.
have time. The round is robbed. Glaive has stolen it away as Astralis get up onto 8.
Ouch.
He does it again, man, and I don't know, I think it's a good time for Liquid to take another timeout to talk it through a little bit, right? Because it was also Zipex who killed Yakinda from jungle, right? So he's the B Cat player, and obviously he's not supposed to be in jungle, so they could probably deduct from that they had deep B control again, especially seeing Glaive on the exit, so you need to be a little bit more aggressive in your default. Like, look at Elige, he needs to take that kitchen area probably earlier, maybe send 2 players there, change your default a little bit.
Oh, he did. He baited out the shot, and there's a player top mid to punish Device. He was left on his own. No assistance from the team. Nitro will kill an aggressing ramp player. He's 0-6 right now in opening duels, so that was a big fight to win for Nitro. He won't last long, though. 4-on-2. Liquid already fast. This B site. Blame has crept in, and they have no idea. This is not a B player. He'll take his kill, but that will send the bomb back out.
This is a little weird, though, because everyone's kind of all spread out across the map. Blame F could have a chance at a 1v1 over towards short, but he's still bogged down on the idea that someone is in this apartment. He just got swung from short. He's seen Yakinda.
I'm surprised he even took that kill, because surely he knows if, you know, I know they're fragging everyone everywhere. I guess he doesn't know the bomb is definitely coming B, but if he holds that shot, the bomb is coming B. And he can try and punish when the bomb gets there. Sure, the kill's nice, but it's just a guaranteed save at that point.
I think it's hard for him to win the round regardless. You know, like Liquid is probably going to first secure the side, but it's very important he saves here because Buzz needs a drop, and if Blame doesn't save, his money won't be great either.
And Liquid don't need to throw away all these kills. They don't really have the room to do so, the scoreline nor the money. So I think a stalemate is in order and take 2 rounds.
And I think Astralis needs a timeout, or maybe not a timeout, but they need to chill, right? Like, I mean, I understand their game plan is get in their face, be aggressive, but it's every single round, constant aggression. You know, you can see how it can also backfire when your opponents are expecting it. I mean, they're just holding and you're giving them the kills. So it worked out great for you. You got up to 8-1, now 8-2. All right, but now it's time to change it up. They've figured it out, they've adjusted, and maybe just take it a little bit more easy, a little bit more slow, and you can re-aggress, but now maybe in the mid round, you know, just open up a bit more default.
Yeah, especially seeing as, you know, if that last round taught you anything, it's that Team Liquid are just going to be holding now, right? Like, they are more than willing to let you make that opening move. They'll respond to it. This round, Liquid, they weren't going to go for a ramp. They kind of tried to establish this default early, but they've moved away from it. Instead, leaning into top mid and the apartments. Astralis did aggro ramp last round, or at least attempted to, and it didn't really work out. It was kind of a mixed bag of results. They had the trade potential, but they don't this time. So Buzz might just maintain this kind of jiggle angle at ramp, meaning Astralis won't have the info that ramp's clear. Liquid are still just trying to feel this one out. Now launching some util over in the mid, assisting them in taking this space. Feeling like we've got a B split on our hands. Everyone moving down the catwalk. They've got the smokes in to allow for the safe cross. They've got Nitro up in the apartments, lobbing util over to assist. And now they make it around the turning point at the short side. OC with the opener, and Naf follows up. It's a 4v3 as they gain control of the site.
I love that execute as well. They have the mid-side smoke, which just ruins the backside or the bench position. And those are such powerful ones to hold a short split. So Astralis are forced to fight at ranges, and Liquid know exactly what angles are available to them. They trade out their kills, and they force another save of Astralis.
I think what's unfortunate for Astralis in that round is Zipek still has a smoke, but he's on balcony. He can't, you know, if he smokes, uses the smoke from there, he reveals his position, so he's a little bit stuck. And OC was holding that line in the B split towards balcony, towards Van, and just gets the kill on him, so he was really removed from this setup completely. So yeah, I think if he was able to smoke something, if he could smoke B and then play close to the smoke, he has an advantage for both of those fights, you know. And here Glaive he's gonna get traded for sure.
Is this Liquid priming for the 8 to 7 half? Warming back into it with a third round. 3 out of the last 4. It's going to be an eco around these saved weapons for Astralis.
These are tricky rounds, man. Like, you know, there's an AWP, there's 2 guns. Like, you have to treat it pretty much as a gun round, right? Doesn't matter that there's 2 USPs. If you die easily to an AWP at the beginning, or maybe even, you know, give up 2 entries, it's very difficult to win the round. And again, aggression from Astralis.
Yeah, they're making moves. They have that flash ready, but they don't use it. They just walk the angle, and now they will go for a pop, but it feels almost too late. The bomb was spotted, and so Nitro's gone even further back. He hears a flash, and he knows what likely is coming with this play. He saw a second rifle as well, so the game plan for Liquid just to avoid these guns. Device, he is AWPing Cat right now. That might be the secret item here for Astralis that could hold down this B site, but what are Liquid going to throw at it? Full mid util, only to fake to set Yakinder up, and if he can split short quickly, Device, he'll get cut into 2. No matter which way he looks, he'll die to the other side.
Yeah, I do like this decision to try and split through mid, right? Only setting one man into probe, and that shot sails past Yakinder. That's the round right there. You know, feels like a good time to call that split through mid, like you say, right? They saw the 2 guns pushing ramp. I think Naf even actually heard them, you know, moving up to go and secure that second gun. And so they had a pretty good idea of what was on A, what that means could be over towards B and Device's AWP. And that's where, you know, splitting it, knowing that Astralis don't really have like a bona fide way of like harassing you in mid or shutting down something like the short split with util. You know, it leaves a lot open for one man with an AWP to try and cover.
Yeah. Even if Device hits that shot, to be honest, they're going to trade him almost certainly. Maybe he could flick back at a second, but winning around from that position, seemingly undoable.
Yeah, he could make it interesting. If he gets the kill, I think he would have time to jump.
Yeah, to actually like reposition.
And maybe get to him. But at that point, OC is holding him from B app, so I don't think Astralis could win the round, but just save another gun on the player, save the AWP, because now they don't have enough cash for the AWP. And this is a great recovery from Liquid. You know, they were losing rounds convincingly, but you could tell they never really panicked. You know, they just kept doing their thing, started punishing the aggression from Astralis better. And now they're in a position, you know, to make this even 8-7, which would be great. So for Astralis, it's, I think if you can get to 10-5, you're pretty happy, all things considered.
Yeah, I think, you know, Astralis in that last round, I think they really wanted the A play, right? You know, with Device over on short, he would have been able to help out. And so I think that's where, like, Liquid hitting B was kind of the perfect counterplay. And as you say, now it's robbed them of the AWP here. So, you know, you're missing a key piece of the puzzle. Device going to be down on a rifle instead. They do at least have a good bounty of util, and swapping it around to make sure Zip is stocked. Pretty paramount, right? What with him being left responsible for this B side of the map. So they've given Zip his util. They've lobbed out some of their own into top mid. This has normally been free damage for Astralis. This time Liquid get out without a scrape on them. Yakindar's even crossed into the left, and I don't know if they believe he's here. Flash to set him up for the peak. Now they know he gets a tag on a glaive, but it's a stalemate in mid.
It's a bit of an interesting situation where neither team has mid control, and you can see Astralis wants that information, so they're grouping with all 5 players towards mid, basically to fight them if they're there, or just have information. Rotate is a good app smoke as well while they're doing this. Ooh. And they see only one guy, so you know they know what's up now, that there's just one player trying to draw attention to himself, and they're about to hit the bomb site.
Liquid run out ramp with the smoke that Zip is playing behind and inside. 3 players of Astralis connect bound, and the spam from Catwalk, it's going to drop the bomb. That's a big opener. It's going to really stall things out for Liquid. They've got to get that place here and now. Scared of CT, no reason to be. They might even take it in the post plant now. Astralis 5-on-4 kits, flashes, and number advantage. They need this.
It's a weird retake though. They have nothing. They almost all have to come through connector.
I like that Yakindar made it look like he ran away as well. He hid in the cubby at top mid. He's got full plan to recommit to the mid take, but he's got to move quickly here. He's losing teammates in the site. Yakindar's got 2 on his plate right here, and he'll hold out for a 3rd as well. Yakindar lays waste to Astralis, and with that flank through mid, that marvelous 3K, the control of the AK, he safeguarded Team Liquid. They were losing numbers, they were losing players, and so someone had to try and be the hero. Yakindar is that guy.
That was very scary, right? There was a smoke on the bomb. It wasn't actually planted for Yakindar, even if that was the game plan, right? They had to change the plant spot, and he almost waits too long on the kills, but picks up 3 very quickly for Team Liquid. Great flank for Yakindar. In a man-down round, Liquid make it work.
Dude, this is wild, though, considering this was 8-1, right? Like, Yankee, you were kind of already getting nervous once Liquid found that second. You were saying, like, you know, Astralis, they've got to stay on top of this. You kind of don't want what was a great half and had, like, a potential to be, you know, let's say a 13-2 scoreline. Now it's getting away from you, and suddenly Liquid can almost break even at the end of this first half now.
For me, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's all good. I was just saying, like, this is probably what they should have done 2 or 3 rounds ago. Just take it easy at the start, and then in the mid-round get information, and they were doing everything great. Just Yakinдар made a great play. You know, I think someone was even holding for him, but he found great timing, snuck behind, and saved the round for Team Liquid. Now they have an op
on
Device.
Yeah, back to the ramp.
And again, Liquid wants to go away, so replay?
Is there a flash this time? Yes, there is. Device holds on, takes the shot buzz, couldn't get 2 this time, and Device bullied in the process. Forced to run, Naf, fire either side, he 1Gs in the Molotov. Yakindar takes out Device, but somehow, some way, Astralis is still up a man. Do they dig that hole any deeper? Glaive looks like he wants to play the fade on the smoke. OC lobbing in, smoke molly to jungle. Glaive does get spotted. Yakindar's going to have to make this move, but he's got the bomb. It's a risky one. Jumps across. They're grouping CT with a assault of utility. They run through. The bomb's not even planted. It may never be, as Liquid have to fight for survival. Blame will get that trade, and poised for a clutch is OC. He knows Glaive was here close. He's going to clear the corner. How deep does he go? It looks clear already, but he's hitting an arm, and he takes a leg. OC in the 1v1 up against Big Blame. Has not had many impact rounds this match, and Blame needs to close this round for Astralis, or the comeback, the 5th round in a row. It will be here for Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, he's found 2 so far on his way through this clutch. BlameF the man to beat, and he is just immovable. He's not taking a step, not feeling the pressure, calling the bluff, tucked in at Ticket. And so much time has elapsed now that OC really doesn't suspect him to still be floating around on the left-hand side of CT. Picks up the ball. There's the swing, and BlameF steals the round away.
No audio, just did it. Just had the feeling, felt it. You know what? I'm going to jump up. And right as OC pulls that planter out, that's a big round for Blame. Because I was actually going to say, coming into this round, where has been number 12 for the world last year, Yanko? Where has been Blame in this series? Because yes, we talked about Glaive and Zip needing to step up. They did last map. Glaive's had some fantastic rounds here on Mirage as well. Device on and off, some missed shots, some multi-kills. But I haven't really seen Blame.
Yeah, it's true. And I think, unfortunate for Nav, he missed the molly for Shadow. So, he wanted to beat the CT's molly so he could punish Device. But it was his own on balcony. He took way too much damage and just died. That round was way more important for Astralis to win than Liquid, right? Like, their money would have been in the bin. It would have probably meant 8-7 for Team Liquid. Now they have the op yet again. Another fighting chance to make it 10-5. I think that would be great for them, considering how the game turned after that initial lead. And we'll see Blame will do, he needs to do his work on the T side, right? Like, that's where Astralis needs a little bit of his individual prowess, right? On the CT side, they can rely on some of the other guys. You can see their game plan as well with the aggression. But on the T side, I think they will need him to win some rounds for them, basically, with a couple of multi-kills.
Well, that's not a good smoke, is it? It's the con one, or unless it's on purpose for Likinder to lurk. Actually, I think it might be. Likinder's lurked all the way through into the jungle side. There's that deep B again, and it's just done so much work for Astralis. Peeking into the orb is a bridge too far. Elige trying to rush this site. Jumping out of the windows is still Glaive to clear, and they haven't done it. Lazy checks for Liquid, leave them lacking. 1v3 for OC.
Drops in, but with 2 players here, 1 man already in the site. OC's got his back turn to BlameF, and that's a big mistake to make. 10 on the board for Astralis. They lock in double digits from 8-1 up. It looked like Liquid were blazing a trail to recover this. Astralis take the last 2, and they end this with smiles on their faces, moving in to that second half of play.
On the court, yo, I'm a dog. Beating y'all by 50 now, it's no problem to pile it on. How can I lose when I be crossing them out of their shoes? When I'm in the lane, yo, me and the pirates the same. Cause you know I'm dropping them jewels. Popping the cruise when I was in school. Probably wasn't a popular dude, but ever since I got the offer to go with my Abba, I'm proud to say I got the juice. Battery charge. Swan so revved up. We are not kid, man. Anybody wanna get it, tell them we next up. Gold medal on lock. Until then, yeah, I'ma settle on top. So don't believe me, just turn on your TV and tell them to watch. They play me cause my game's crazy, but I came ready with the juice. My game too cold, your game too slow. You high trains, don't know what to do. New levels, new devils. That means it's time to grind. So what you saying? Hand to the plow. New heights to climb. If this my moment, my time to shine. This little light of mine, I'ma go so hard that I might be blind. We've been working in the off season, getting started when y'all leaving. Yo, this finna be a harsh beating. You in for a long evening. Most of y'all could get caught cheating on the real, still wouldn't call it even. If we seen them in the streets, they don't really want beef like all vegans. Lord Jesus, you don't know what you up against, bro. It's been
making magic when they need it most.
Astralis lead the charge. They're out for blood here on Liquid's map pick of Mirage. A 10-5 first half sees Astralis with a good CT side under their belt. Now, if they can find success to kickstart this second half, if they can win the pistol, they are sprinting towards the finish line with a third map of Inferno locked, loaded and ready to go. We just got to figure out if we get there.
Imagine Liquid Astralis Inferno decider.
Oh. It is a very nostalgia matchup, isn't it?
It's scary. I feel like Astralis have a really good shot there as well if we go the distance.
And you can see initially, right, it's a mid push from Liquid, but Astralis is going A. They'll get the bomb down. They'll have a 5v5 retake here, Harry.
Yeah, it's going to be a brawly round, going to be a brawly retake, and Astralis is taking space away. They recognize that Liquid, they've got their pieces elsewhere, so they're trying to flex a bit of this control. 3 players ready to swing off the flash in CT. One man blinded, Naf was playing anti. But they need a kill to tip the scales. Instead, it's a nade out of Zip to claim the first life.
They've got it.
Did manage to pick that up. Yakinda still fighting, man. Astralis have just got so many bodies here. The backstab from OC forces them forward, but they win the CT fights. Nitro turns. The kit is lost in spawn, though. And so Liquid, try as they might, they won't win this round. They get all 5 kills. They're the last man standing, but Astralis are the ones to win the pistol.
Great post-spawn as well. They just bought enough util, exactly enough, right? A 1 con smoke to get them out safely, and then that flash that absolutely wrecks Liquid. And they are just fighting for survival, fighting their way out of the cage in CT spawn. And that kick got dropped. I thought it almost rolled out the map. It obviously didn't matter by the end. Liquid lost every life here, but those nades, perfect for Astralis. 11-5. Poised for a third mapper unless Liquid do something unbelievable.
They fully forced into this round here. Trying to give us a reason to get excited about it. Tag done onto Blame F in the bottom of mid. They spot him crossing. Astralis are going fast into the triple B lean, but OC's core unprepared on short. Glaive wraps the back of the site. Liquid know about this. Nitro collects his freebie. Naf chimes in through the smoke, and Nitro still fighting. They've got him boxed into a corner. Knife was pulled. Here's Elige to save the day. And a 1v3 for Blame F, now required, now demanded, and Elige won't let it happen.
How do they win that round? They entry onto the one gun, the FAMAS, tucked in at Catwalk, fully blinded, and Nitro only gets 1 kill from the boost. Somehow, Elige comes in swinging, and Liquid win a 4 spy with a triple B setup. Those are pinpoint shots on the MAC-10 as well.
It's just a strong, it's a good read from Liquid. They open 3B, right? And Elige is there as the 4th guy on the rotation, so Astralis is just not quick enough on the entries, and yeah, only 1 AK in this round. It's on Glaive.
Oh. Flame dead, Glaive dead, and the AK away from Astralis as quick as it's been mentioned. It's gone. Elige backed up by Nitro. They've done Astralis in this one. It's just Zip with the 4-sport Deagle. They're challenging him all the way into the top of mid. Yekindar can't go around without being involved. And so there's Liquid finding the conversion, now breaking the money. A chance to close this gap up.
And, you know, a lot of people will look at that second round and be like, what is Astralis doing? Why are they playing so fast? You know, and sure, the problem with those rounds is where they don't work out, it looks pretty bad, right? But I mean, there's a risk in playing slow too and spreading out and doing default. You could get, you know, headshotted by a scout or tagged or one digged. Or maybe you're playing it careful and they're just saving nades and then they stack later on and you run into that or get blocked off by a late smoke, right? It could have been something they saw in preparation, like Liquid never opens 3B when they force buy, you know?
Yeah.
So this is a pretty safe call and now they did it and you look silly.
No, I mean, that's like my favorite way of playing the anti-ecos is to go for like a decisive move like that. I feel like most of the times when you see it get out of hand, it's because you're like overthinking against the pistols, you're giving them too much respect and too much room. Astralis tried to not let that happen. And as you say, sure, it looks silly after the fact, but here we are, Liquid. 3 away from Astralis, just a 3-round gap now. This is down from what could have been, right? You come into this second half of your Astralis, you get the pistol, you go up 11-5. That was supposed to be, if they found the conversions, where they sit 13-5 up, laughing all the way to the bank.
And that's the bigger problem for Astralis, is the bank of Team Liquid. You can see across the board, except for OC, everyone has 6,000 or more. So for Astralis, it's going to be multiple gun rounds against really strong buys to get some easier rounds in.
And even Nitro's still playing the Mac-10 at triple, worth noting. He's trapped. How does he get out of this one? Oh, ugly. Elige fully blind runs into the wall, and Yekindar gets beaten up as well as Nitro. So they could have taken a lot of losses in this rifle round. And Astralis get their kill, and they regroup for a hit. Buzz is still lurking at ramp, it's worth noting. Are they going to try and retake mid-late? It's almost in like a blame role right now on a very late lurk as the rest of Astralis group for a B play. Liquid can't afford to gamble. It's what they're already doing, but how far will they push the boat out? OC flashes him out of top middle. Naf can start to flank. He will soon know the object of Astralis, and they're going to wait for Buzz to get some space on A.
They should, but it's also a tough rotate for them to get back to A. I mean, should go underpass, but there's players would hear them.
Oh. That might even be bad info for
now
Liquid.
It's looking really bad.
Yeah. Oh, dear.
Oh, as they try to walk back, Naf is on this already now. They should have the foresight to check mid, and they will. Naf is caught moving in rotation, 30 seconds, and that is such a huge kill for Astralis to have picked up. This throws the setup for Liquid into a bit of doubt.
Glaive's going to fake A, and then they're going to go B anyway.
Smoke rains in, and at this point, yeah, if you're Liquid, you would not be blamed at all for thinking this is the A play. Astralis have sold it. Yekindar gets the info on the jump, so they will start to move players around now. Very little time left. They've got to get in with the bomb, and OC will not let them pass.
So convoluted, man. They can't make up their mind. They go for the one-man lurk, then the two-man lurk, but they had no time for Glaive to even make that move happen, right? Liquid were already just sat back. Even Elige just shocked.
It's got to be said, like, I think Yekindar just, you know, set everything up with that jump here, like the perfect moment, because you saw what happened, you know, like Liquid was starting to believe themselves, it could be the A play, and then it left you in this spot, right? If that was like a little different, if Yekindar was left there alone and like OC is fixated on the A play and the second man is up and left altogether and is no longer over towards B, and they get in and they get past Yekindar with the bomb planted, with Glaive flanking through market, that's a lost round, guaranteed.
I mean, it was a good decision, a good read from Liquid to stay. You know, the Glaive's thinking is, well, they saw us running back, we killed them, okay, we could go back to B or could go A. Once I throw the utility, that will draw one more guy. That's it. He doesn't expect B to be empty, just not for two guys to be there in the AWP. Unfortunately, you know, OC didn't move at all. I mean, would you really expect him to not move at all after getting that kill? So just outplayed. OC is just thinking on that next level. He's playing 4D chat.
He has played a great series here as well. So no better time for it. with a very difficult AWPer to defeat on the other side, especially in those head-to-heads. It's going to be out-ramped with a flash. OC recovers and hits his. Nitro blinded, just desperately spraying the smoke. Buzz has been seen in Palace as well. Nitro in hot water right now, just trying to live. Astralis living on a prayer. They've got one more flash to get them out. It's stuck in the Palace. And they already don't like what they see.
Yeah, I think it's super cool that OC's been looking this good. You know, I looked at Katowice as like a potential turning point event for him, because one of the things you often hear from Liquid is like, oh, OC's great, like he really has a good read on the game, he knows what he's doing, but he lacks the experience. And sometimes he'll be like doubting himself, right? Like doubting his read on a situation, and that's not what you want from your AWPer. Then he has a good performance in Katowice. Liquid make this run happen all the way to the semis, and it's like that needs to be your confidence building moment. And I feel like we've seen a better looking OC here. Maybe bar the opener, but all of Liquid looked bad in the opening game.
It was jet lag. So good.
Oh, that's a freebie. Yekindar ready for it. And now Zip just wants to get the hell out of there. Device is trying to find this timing out through the ramp, but not going to happen. Nitro holds on from lower, and Liquid have closed this gap up. Now at 10 to 11, with money running out for Astralis. They're even hunting Zip at the close. It's a flawless round, 5 alive. You touched upon the money, Yanko, a couple of rounds ago, saying it was problematic when they had 6 grand. Now we've got, you know, Yekindar and Nitro both approaching 12K. There is some serious money on this Liquid CT side, and so for Astralis, if they do want to get us to a third, this is going to be a grind of a match.
Yeah, I mean, that's the 3rd round on this half for Liquid with 5 alive, so they really are building bank and pulling this back from what was 11 to 5.
This is their game to lose now. They're in control, they have the momentum, they have the good reads. They're doing to Astralis what Astralis did to them at the start of the game.
Oh, that was quick. Did that molly even land? It didn't. It bounced back onto the site. Naf is blind. He's hitting shots, so it's still 3 on B, and the pistol is enough for Naf as the A1S lets him down. Blame can't find a thing. Tapped by P250. Can you feel the changing of the tide?
You also see the difference, right? Against a half by... There's an AWP on B, but it's on Cat, and there's 2 more guys on B with the rifles, and it's a clean round for Team Liquid. I feel like Astralis, if they don't steal a round somehow, you know, if they don't win a 1v3 or pull out a 2v4 or don't win a half by, they're not going to win 5 full gun rounds versus Liquid. I think Liquid is just that much better than them at the moment.
6 rounds in a row. We need a mid-take. Astralis will provide with a run boost and a flash. Yekindar still keen to force that kill.
Feels like they're trying to put a bit of onus on Blame F in this round, right? Getting involved. You said, come the T side, he's someone that needs to try and deliver, right? Normally over here in mid, this can be like his playground at times. So they put him in his spot, they put him in his comfort zone, and they're trying to get him to go to work.
We'll see, though. 2 rounds ago, you know, they did an A hit where he was the first guy going out, just dies to the op, and that's it. Which could be a good way to sell a round. You know, if Blame is there, then there's no lurker, and then you have someone else on the lurk. But we see now Team Liquid is going to go for that re-aggress on mid, information gathering.
And OC knows he's got him pinned as well. Gets shot at from elsewhere. Can't catch the escaping Blame. Glaive will actually walk all the way to connector for this A split. Glaive resetting. Glaive, you take that, honestly, a 4v4 now. Yes, you lose all mid, but the pop through the smoke denied by Nitro. There's no one even here close to trade. Trapped in Palace is Buzz dead, and the AWP behind the ramp smoke as Nitro waits patiently. It pays off. 3 kills from the captain after what was a very quiet T side. Nitro has been a bit of a rock on this CT side, even though he's not been going crazy. He's just been living, hiding towards triple with that MAC-10 for like 3 rounds in a row. Killed Device lurking out ramp the prior round, and now shuts down the push from Astralis.
It's just really good team CS from Liquid, right? So they're going for the mid play. They get the information, they get the trade, and that's when they blocked ramp with the smoke. You know, and Astralis has to move because they know Liquid has all the info. They don't want 5 players waiting for them there, and Nitro has a strong hold.
Oh, what a transfer. Vertical. Liquid are looking like a different team entirely right now.
Yeah, BlameF going to do what he often does here, just trying to make it expensive. Floating around with the Deagle, but look at the confidence, bro. Like, Yekindar running all the way through spawn, Hudson.
And this is really difficult. When a team is in the zone like this, it's very hard to win rounds. You know, it doesn't matter who's playing against who. So you can either try to group up a little bit more and sort of brute force your way into a bomb site, like give your players a chance, whether it's a 2v3 or a, even 2v4, 3v4, just hope someone makes a play in the post plant. Or you slow it down a little bit more and do something like a double fake, right? Like you use their confidence against them where you're making them rotate around the map and then you're finding gaps. But that's hard to do when you don't have a lot of confidence yourself, when you're losing, for your players to get into those positions, to be aggressive, right? To utilize timings. So they're in a bit of a predicament here, Harry.
Yeah, they keep trying to go back to this mid control, but I think Liquid have had a lot of good solutions to this. In Astralis' defense, this is like the most they've kind of all-inned it with a lot of resources here. It's not just left to like BlameF and one other guy to try and get stuck in. They've got 3 in mid. Well, now they only have 2 with Device falling over on short. It does actually fall back to the usual suspects trying to hold on to middle.
Oh, dude!
Yekindar and Glaive. Taste of his own medicine, spoke spammed, and Buzz with a reply brings us back to the 3v4 at least. Something for Astralis, something to make Team Liquid feel the pressure a little more, but they'll just keep this 3-1 split between A and B. And right now, with where that bomb's moving, it looks like they're going to meet on the stacked A site.
What a game for Yekindar to just go unhinged in. He's been destroying mid all half. And this round through the smoke as well, even removed Device. Blame, we need him now more than ever. Contact out ramp, crossfire established, the lead's position known about, but do they really want to molly it? It's going to get spotted from default. Oh, it's good damage. Nitro dead, throwing util. Elige still just trying to survive, and that molly does spread. So will the one on Elige. He smokes it and escapes. Zip will spam him through the smoke. Astralis love it, but it's only 10 seconds. Can he really get this cross? Given a fight, wasted time, 8 on the clock. Zip will have to plug the numbers, and Yekindar's jumping him down. Miss jump, miss nade. Zip, he has a chance. He's got to isolate this fight. The AWP locks it down. A missed shot over the top, and Zip's in the 1v1 now. Clutch monster, ready to swing. He will not do it. OC holds the line. The anti-clutch kid is back, and Liquid keep the streak alive.
That was it, Harry. That was the one.
That had to be that moment
climbing
that you're talking
out,
about.
Clawing back, winning a 3v4, Zipex with a 1v2. You're getting flashbacks. You're seeing it.
Yeah, it's all, you're sat there. You've seen him do it before. You're believing.
That's why you love OC. He's in the, he wasn't around back then. He doesn't know about all that. He hasn't seen all that. He's unfazed.
The heartbreak, though.
That's closest you'll see Zipex get to punching something, I feel like.
The air. Oh dear.
That was tough. Astralis really needed that.
Yeah, this is 9 rounds in a row for Liquid, folks. This is the... of all the teams you'd expect to choke a lead in this series, it would not be Astralis, but that's where we find ourselves. Device with a much-needed opener. And now they really got to take this round. They might have it on a plate.
That's free. OC out on an island trying to go for a real... rogue play out through mid all alone. Maybe comes with the territory with all the confidence that's built up, but it is another kill fed to Astralis. Yekindar. There is a man in window with him on the other side of this smoke. Nade comes out, teases Yekindar, and Glaive leaves window. And now back into the window. Glaive's really trying to keep him guessing. Yekindar doesn't know where to look. He's never been fought like this before. Eventually gets out. Nav scoped up over at short, but this is hard. That's a quick flick on a Device. Is there any more in the chamber from this AWP? He's scoped up. He's hungry. He's begging them to keep fighting him here. Nitro getting pressured. Drops the ball and follows up with another. The captain is now leading by example. The bomb away from Astralis. They've got the kill to reclaim it, but Yekindar holds from the con side. Naf scoped up with the AWP, and that nade rains in, doing a bit of chip damage onto Buzz. Yekindar trying to make his life easier. Pinned in at the stairs. Naf's off the AWP. Another nade rains in over the top, and Buzz even lower now, down to the 1v1. Nafly at 100 HP, and just Buzz left to beat. Liquid arrive at match and series point, 5 kills away from carving a path into the playoffs.
A 5v3, Harry. That was a 5v3.
No, I know.
Untraded as well, right? They had everything. They had all the room. They scared Yakinder out of window. And Nitro does this. That's a bomb chasing Spawn. And then Glaive with his back turned. It took Zip having to jump up again to stop him. And Buzz did all he could. They 3-2-1 the swing on Triple and CT. They trade out. And Buzz tries to reposition to catch Naf off guard. He's not quick enough. 15 rounds. Folks, this is 10 in a row, and 11 will mean playoffs, as you said, not just playoffs for Liquid, but elimination in Group D of ESL Pro League for Astralis. It was never going to be easy. It's a stacked group, top to bottom, rife with upsets, and CIS teams finding success, but this way, in the final match for Liquid to beat their demons, to defeat Astralis' win streak on Nuke against them that spanned over years of play, and now to 2-0 them, what a statement.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid are one of these teams, as you say, I think demons is the right word, right? Some squads do just have a kind of clear set of problems that have followed them around over the years. For Liquid, it's been a mixture of this Astralis squad and choking, and they overcame those demons back at Kato. Now they're looking to do it here in the Pro League as well. Elige and Yakinder open up this round. Astralis, it's down to 3. They've lost Glaive and Zip. They do find the double. Device provides. Gives something for Astralis to hold on to, but it's quickly brought back to even odds. Plant coming in now. OC doesn't try his hand at the spam. Doesn't play the card of this AWP yet. Still has the element of surprise. Device taking away control of the Spawn on a tear in this round. 3 kills deep as he gives that peek to OC, and he'll find a 4th, keeping this alive for Astralis.
Device got pissed, it feels like. You know, like he was keep going, he was pushing. I think he's probably a little bit unhappy with his own performance. You know, I think he's going to be hard on himself for some of the shots, or even that previous round, you know, that they just lost. He was like, I've had enough. I'm taking matters into my own hands, Harry.
He did exactly that.
The money for Liquid is slowly depleting, you know, if you take a look at it. So Astralis, if they can win this one, they're within striking distance.
Oh, dear.
Never mind.
He's really come alive in these last few CT rounds, though. I mean, if you put Astralis in overtime, it's a different ball game. We're not there yet. They need 3 straight from a 4-on-5. They need this kill. OC stuck out under, and Glaive will not give him the time.
Spider sense.
Yeah. There's a double under, man. And that molly is a problem.
That's gonna...
You can smoke it. You can fight for it, but just a wild swing for Blame, and digging deeper than ever. Astralis.
Again? Again from Device! 2 in the round. This time, not a big enough multi-kill, and it's left onto Buzz. 1v3, the last hope for Astralis. Liquid, the tides washing over them as they take this 2-0. Team Liquid knock out Astralis, and they move through to the playoffs. One hell of a run here. They break a nuke streak that was years in the making versus this court. And on top of that, now across Katowice and here in the Pro League, they knock out the teams that caused them so many problems in the past. One half of Astralis in Vitality back at Katowice, and the remaining Astralis men here.
Yeah, it really is a change of time for Liquid. It's a good time as well after a team that started very, very poor in this group, losing to Rarat and the Chinese roster that surprised everyone in Group D, but Liquid at least hold it together when it matters. They fight through that lower bracket, and they will be in the playoffs.
Truly the turning of the tides for Liquid throughout the duration of Group D. They make it through to the playoffs of EPL Season 17 at the expense of Astralis. Man, Elige looking hot to trot throughout the entire duration of that series. Yakinder showing up when he was needed on that ground of Mirage. Jackie, beautiful stuff from Liquid to secure that spot in the playoffs.
Massively so, right? I mean, it just speaks volumes about how far this rivalry has gone historically, but also just to have it back now and live in the flesh especially, right? We're on LAN 2023. We get to see these players clashing and in an elimination game as well. It's just wild that this is the timeline we live in, and I'm just happy we are.
bonkers as well that they get 10 in a row, Janko, to actually close out the tail end of that. Almost had the 11th, didn't quite write, you know, that sweet story that would have the headlines. But the fact that they managed to show that mental resilience, the fortitude to kind of bounce back isn't classically what we would expect from Liquid, but that is hella good signs going into playoffs.
Yeah, and I think more importantly than the teams they beat and the revenge tour and all of that stuff is how they played, and they played extremely well, you know, across the board. Individually they played well, there was some good calling, there was great team play. Must mean that, you know, communication was pretty good on the team as well. So I think this is the most polished they've looked in a while, which is funny considering, you know, some of the statements coming from their camp leading up to this tournament. And yeah, I'm excited to see them in the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm actually really hoping that we get Yakinda rather up on this very desk, which I think we are if our wonderful stage manager is leading them on. Because I do want to pick his brain about the fact that, yeah, Jackie, you said, you know, practice he felt was a total waste of time basically the whole month after
He was just baiting.
He wanted the headlines.
He's like the mini Kerrigan in that sense. He's just making you, oh yeah, they haven't practiced well, you know, everything's fine. Instead, the practice was amazing.
Gentlemen, congratulations, man. That was looking confident. You make it through to the playoffs. Tell me what you're thinking right now.
Feeling good. That feels really good. I think that overall we played really well. Being able to beat them on Nuke is going to be huge coming into the playoffs as well. I mean, if we end up getting G2, I mean, they're going to pick Nuke anyway. But, you know, for any team that isn't that confident on Nuke, I think they're going to think twice. So I think overall it was a really positive series for us.
I totally agree. For me personally, and I think personally for like the whole team, it was really important for us to bounce back from the start of this tournament. Obviously, we had like the things I said about the preparation time before this tournament. It was problematic, but I'm super happy that everybody, especially after Spirit game, everybody just started to understand and like get back into the rhythm and feel the game more and actually go for picks, go for great individual level plays, and not be afraid of enemies. And that's a really positive sign before playoffs.
I love that you bring up kind of the Nuke side of the story as well, because I feel like at the beginning of the season, everybody was taking the mick a little bit out of that statement, you guys saying you wanted to come in with that 7-map pool. But I feel like you guys are proving that you do have, you know, legs that you can stand on it.
All right, I'll just say, we were never doing a 7-map pool, ever. We trolled from the very beginning, and we just ran with it. Merrick's just said it in an interview one time, and we were just like, okay, I guess we're going to say we're doing a 7-map pool every time. The goal was just so people hear that interview and they don't want to like pick that other map if they like play both. But
the mind games.
Yeah,
Damn.
It was a mind games for the interviews.
It's actually interesting.
We haven't played Vertigo in months.
It's
actually interesting how it worked. With we left Vertigo against some certain teams and they didn't pick it. So
yeah.
It worked out really good, and Vertigo is obviously a really bad map, so I'm glad we're not playing it. And Nuke is so much
fun.
Terrible map.
Amen.
Take it out. Give us Tuscan.
But for what you said about preparation, we just said, you know, these last couple of games, you guys look the best probably in a long time. I mean, you know, individually people are playing well, the calling has been good, team play seems to be on a really high level, you know, the communication seems to be flowing. Are you happy with the way you played? You know, you've had some really good games lately.
Yeah.
I personally think by seeing the game against Rare Adam, for example, and seeing the level of our game against Spirit, especially Mirage, when we had that 10-2 lead and 10-5 half, if I'm not mistaken, on Mirage, I think now against Astralis and the game against Rare Adam again, those were much level higher. I don't personally think, or actually maybe we play the same like we used to play before, but I personally think we still have a lot growth in our way, and obviously you always improve on yourself, improve as a team, and improve as individuals. So long path ahead still.
Let's check in with our Air Force Aim High. I feel like there's a lot of individuals that could be crowned the champion MVP of this series, but I wouldn't be too surprised to see either one of you. It's Yakinda. GG, man. Is this the cherry on top of a great series for you?
Nice.
Thank you. I'm happy that I'm slowly but surely getting my form back, even though like I started Katowice and the Blast not in a really good shape.
Was it correct in saying that yesterday, that series versus Rare Atom, the Mirage you played, was that your best performance ever on LAN? Did I see that somewhere? Did you know that? I think you got like a 2.3 rating or something, so I mean, it's pretty damn good.
I'm not sure actually. I didn't see that stat, and I don't necessarily know. Maybe that is.
We can go check it. I mean, it was good either way.
I was pushing underpass like 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, we just wanted to kind of, show our individual skill more and not just give them so much respect. Because like the first time we played them, we weren't really feeling the game. We weren't really like doing anything individually. Like even though we know that we can do those things and just dominate the game. So that's kind of like our approach going to the Rare Atom game yesterday.
Any questions, Jackie? Any thoughts?
I think it's just carrying on from that. It was interesting. So I spoke to Kaze. He was basically saying he never expected to get to play their style on LAN against Tier 1 competition. So he was kind of confused about the fact it almost felt like they could. But like you're saying, right, obviously, as soon as you get that rematch, it's so much easier to know what you need to counter. And you guys really did just wipe the floor with them.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really have like a ton of demos to like go off of. Like, of course, like we had the games from like their RMRs, but it's just like a different game when you're watching those demos. It's a different meta, and you don't necessarily get as much as you would out of watching games when they start playing here. So the second time around when we played them, there was a lot more reads. We were really prepared if they were going to be picking Inferno, and I think that's just the main thing that like the Asian teams need to work on is just like having their game not be so readable, just having like a lot more like things off of different utility sets and mixing it up a lot more because they're really strong. Like they have good tactics, good team play. It just needs to be way more expanded, and they can be a really big threat.
Yukenda, we did see you actually take to the stage, the easel in the Taskmaster video. I believe you did some painting for us.
I
Do you remember
didn't
that?
hear anything, sorry.
The painting that you
The
did
painting.
with,
Oh, right.
Yeah.
What
How
about
do you
it?
feel you fared in that? Were you proud of your masterpiece?
I thought I did it actually pretty good because like I wasted a lot of. I said the word again. Wasted. A lot of people don't like that word, and I said it in an interview before. But the thing about this, I actually wasted a lot of time. I thought I had longer time than I actually had, and when the halftime was already done, I only drew the box. And I was like, okay, I need to speed run, and then I'm happy with how it worked out. And
it's pretty beautiful.
Yeah,
I don't know. I kind of like that.
That's pretty good.
That's
pretty
actually
close.
that's
Yeah,
not
you're
bad.
right.
I want to
Yeah.
see. Are there like the other ones or no?
There are, but we're going to put a pin in that for a second because we're going to check in with the final video in the installment, and then we're going to rate the paintings afterwards.
Whoa. I think something fell down. We have a pineapple.
Pineapple?
It's laying down on the table, like,
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
So it's not standing up.
Okay, so I gotta like pour my colors in here. Hold on.
Yeah, and then we have a mobile phone, No, not mobile phone. It's like, the old telephone thing.
Alrighty.
The one where you have to...
Like, wait, the one you have to put your finger in and rotate it?
Yeah.
Okay,
exactly.
I got you. All right, hold on. I need...
And instead of the phone laying on top, it's a banana. It's a green banana.
Holy cow, hold on. Okay, 1 second.
Just communicate with me. Like,
Okay, hold on. I'm trying
wait, I can actually... Wait.
I'm trying to draw the pineapple. 1 second.
Wait.
1 second. I need another brush. Kind of.
Here you go, mate.
Oh my goodness. How's it going, sir? Isn't it so
easy?
Yeah, no, kind of. Yeah, I guess it's easy. Yeah. All right.
At least I can watch.
I don't know. I'm trying to make the pineapple look a little more pineapple-y.
That's good.
All right, so I think that's good. Okay.
It's better than me, at least.
Hold on. I'll draw the.
Wait,
I'll draw the
banana.
green banana maybe.
Yeah,
as well.
like
We'll
this?
just- okay, I'll just draw
Or like this. Oh, no, like this.
I got the angle wrong completely, but we could just.
It
I
doesn't.
think-
It doesn't matter.
I think we got the painting. I think that looks phenomenal.
That's great.
I think this is a. I think
we're done.
We're done. This is a perfect drawing. All right.
Great work.
Thank you, guys. Leonardo DiCaprio at its finest. I mean, Leonardo da Vinci, not DiCaprio.
I mean, he's not wrong, and he didn't technically cheat, but that's a sad picture. That is a sad picture.
When he's got it like that, where's the phone? He completely missed one. The pineapple's
I mean,
yellow,
Zip took it
the banana's
off,
green.
which you're allowed to do. It's not technically against the rules. So does he get extra points for that?
Well, so that's the thing, right? Is because, like, honestly, when I was there judging it in my mind, I was like, this was by far the smartest.
Yeah.
This was, like, really ingenuitive.
Don't try hard.
No.
Try smart.
Work smarter, not harder.
Not harder. Yeah. Goddamn.
I mean, I'll tell you guys, we needed to get a headshot, right? That was what they told us, and everything you need to do that is in this room, right? So Maui, what he did was he just had a guy take a photo of him. That's a headshot.
Oh.
Henry was building a full PC because you have like the components, everything's there to plug it in. I found the laptop in a bag, so it's like, yeah, I knew I was doing it wrong, but I couldn't think of it at the time. So I guess Keith and Zippix, man.
They're big brain.
So this was yours, and was it Buzz that did it with you, Yakinda?
Yeah.
The orange pineapple. Like, why did he think it was orange?
I tried to make it brownish, but when it dried out, it kind of looks orange.
I mean, he told you to do it orange as
This
well.
is the best
Yeah, this
picture,
is
though.
totally not your fault.
He told me that there's a golf ball on top of the pineapple. I don't see any golf balls.
There was a golf ball.
Yeah?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, well done. Honestly, this one, I mean, the fact that you've coloured in the phone as well, this one is lacking.
They're all the right colors as well.
That was Glaive and OC. Yes, yeah.
Who was drawing?
Glaive was really,
OC was drawing?
Yeah, Glaive was really fascinated with the size of the banana. He was really like perplexed.
It did blow him away. I like legit though. I do think you could see that in some sort of museum in London. Like Yakinda's is actually like real art.
Edgy
You've
East
done
London
well.
Gallery.
I've seen a banana on a wall in a museum before, so
That was
anything's
all
possible.
Yakinda. He invented it.
Should we rate these out of 10? Do you want to do that, gentlemen?
Yeah, go on.
I mean, best,
Well,
let's save best till last. What are we doing? The
For this
smart
one,
attempt.
I'd say smartest attempt, weakest attempt for the art.
Yes. Props to Zip, not to Keith.
It was when Zip was like, look, we get rid of everything, you don't have to draw anything. And Keith went, no, don't cheat that much.
5 out of 10.
Yeah, 5 out of 10 seems fair.
I feel like this one is could have been executed better.
It's just the phone that really makes me go, what?
Yeah, and the banana was over the phone, I guess.
Yeah.
Or maybe for them it was different.
And there was no actual phone on the
This
top.
is the best painting.
Yeah. Banana phone, man. You got it. I mean, are we giving that less than 5 or more than 5? Less than 5. Okay, let's give that a 3, just a nice round number.
A 10 out of 10?
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. Well
10
done,
out of 10,
Yakinda.
man.
Thank
MVP
you.
in every way.
Do you want to keep your painting?
Feels
Or
good.
should we hang it up in the gallery?
Can I have it?
Yeah, you can have it.
Can
you
you sign that for us?
I can sign
Is
it.
it going to be in like a
hell
stream
yeah.
background or
You
something?
can send it to a fan, maybe some art fan or someone, or a museum. Is there
Literally,
is
put
there
that in a
museum?
gallery.
Art has a lot of fans, so yeah. Send it to him. I'm his #1 fan.
Beautiful stuff. Should we end on a question from the bowl? I mean, I think we're pretty open to what we can
question
we can
from
do.
the bowl.
Should we have a question from the bowl?
Is there fresh ones in there?
There are. It's freshies. I put some freshies in there. That's not a freshie.
Well, that was actually for them last time.
Let's take some of these.
As a
out.
child, what job did you want as an adult? I think that's a good one.
Yeah, for the both of you.
Mine is not safe for work.
What? That just makes me more
Yeah,
intrigued.
that's so open-ended. What does that mean?
You say that.
No, it's like. No, I'm not gonna say that on camera. Like, I'm not sure if it's allowed to say on camera.
What, do you want to be a porn star?
Oh yeah. Okay, if it's allowed, then yeah, porn star.
Oh, Yakinda, the sexiest man in CS. There he is.
All
I
right, man.
almost succeeded at it.
If you were a bit earlier, you could have played for Team U porn. So you know,
Oh yeah,
combine
right.
both things. Yeah. John.
That's amazing.
I wanted to join the military, do something in that field. I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I felt like none of the normal office jobs sounded fun, so I was just gonna do something in that. But thankfully I'm here.
Two different people here.
Yeah.
It's like,
One
remember
of these
that
things is not like the
Hook
other.
clip where he was like saying to Nico that you don't play the same way that
Yeah,
you don't play
with
the
the
same
shadow,
game.
yeah. That was so
Here it's the
funny.
same. We don't live the same life.
Jackie, do you want to do the honors of another question?
Oh, go on. I'll grab
I think
one.
we've
I'll
got
go a little
time. I
bit
think
deeper
we're pretty open. with
what do we got
time.
here? We've had this one before, but
Oh yeah, keep going through them. Keep going through them. I think people are re-putting them in the bowl.
I know,
even though I
it's-
take them out
it's
the bowl. I forget to put them in the
ridiculous.
bin.
Oh, I put it
This
back
is
in
me
the
issue.
bowl. It's
Oh,
my bad.
yeah. Yank
all
it,
right.
man.
Have we
Try and
had this
tidy up.
one? Do you prefer day or night? Is that a new?
Yes, that is
That's
a new
your
one.
All right,
Yeah.
Freya, what do you prefer, daytime or nighttime?
Nighttime. I think, are we all going to be nighttime here? I mean, you have a sort of normal schedule, right?
Me?
Sort of.
Me? Really?
Yeah, the most
I
normal
don't
out
know.
of all of us, maybe.
Well, I guess nowadays daytime.
Yeah.
In the
So
past,
you're an adult.
nighttime.
I like a good night as well. I'm all about the night. You boys in nighttime, daytime?
He's daytime for sure. You're gonna say daytime, right?
No way. What?
You're all about the sunlight and like melatonin and everything.
All about the sunlight? What are you talking about? I go to bed at 4 or 5 a.m. regularly. I hate getting up early.
I hate getting up early as well, but I don't know. I'm coming from Latvia, which is a really nighty country most of the year, so it's kind of depressing, honestly. I like Malta, for example, more just because of the sun.
It's the sun, right? If I lived somewhere sunny, then I think I'd be a day person. But the UK don't have too much sun, yeah. We like the rain and the wind there. Not so great. I think we've got time for one more. I mean, you guys can pick one now. Sorry, I should have guests first, obviously. I'm not a very good host.
What is a shower thought you recently had?
Ooh. You know, I've had one of these actually. Isn't it weird that we say people are skinnier when in reality, if you were skinnier, you would have more skin? Right? Like that's.
I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not
in
wrong.
a way.
It's a good shower thought.
Mine was I need more shower gel. That's what
A logical one.
In the shower.
Did you get more shower gel?
Not
Yeah,
yet.
okay. Wow, that would be your shower
my
thought
God.
again, another day. Well, I mean, unless you guys have any shower thoughts, I don't really think in the shower. I think I'd take that time to empty my head and not think, really. I don't know.
I haven't been thinking at all in the shower. I've just been go,
No
go.
thoughts,
I
yeah.
just got to get done ASAP and get to the prac room.
When I'm in the shower, I usually think about CS. So I'm usually there for like 15 minutes,
Shower
20
strap.
minutes, thinking about defaults and like how can we split Mirage Cat better and different things like that. So if I would share my shower thoughts now specifically, then that would be bad for my teams.
Is that when you added the mid-side smoke?
On Mirage?
Yeah, in the shower. That's what we're missing.
Yeah,
Just need that one smoke.
Well, gentlemen, we won't keep you any longer. Thank you so much for rating
Thanks,
the
guys.
paintings.
Congrats.
Thank you for painting. Thank you for answering questions.
Oh wait,
yeah,
I have
there
one
we
more
go.
question.
Oh, go.
Because you're like fourth and you've been in Group D and now you played the playoffs. Do you actually like it that you'll play the games each day, or would you have preferred if you were just straight into quarters and had 2 extra days off?
I think this helped because we didn't
Been
start
playing
off
good?
really good at all.
I mean, help for us, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like it was really nice, like the last Pro League too, because it was honestly a very similar situation where we did have a boot camp before, but it was not a good boot camp. Like we kind of got owned. And then having the matches helps a lot where you get to focus on fixing your mistakes a lot quicker. And it was the same thing here. So I think it would have been a lot worse, actually.
Yeah, the only thing I didn't understand is that why did Astralis play 2 games today and we played only against them?
One team has, the team that comes from the lower bracket from the start.
Yeah.
That's
It's
kind of, you know.
Bigger penalty, I guess.
But wait, but we came from the lower bracket from
You
the
came from
start.
the
We lost
mid-bracket.
We lost to Ray or Adam instantly.
But then you won, didn't you?
Yeah.
And they didn't. They
you
just
won
lost.
in between. You beat
Yeah.
80K.
Oh, and they lost?
You
They
went
lost-
from upper to mid to
Oh,
lower.
You went win,
why.
loss, win, and they went loss, loss. Win, win.
Your Kindar's been catching more strays
They're
than
Yeah,
an
you
Uptown.
can
Like, this is rough.
go give some
Yeah.
interest,
They're like
man.
over there.
You have
Give 'em
permission
really
to do
good.
anything.
Yeah, they're shooting me like crazy. Is that Russ?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's been doing it this whole series.
Even
so
in the
go,
tech pause.
Go grab a gun and shoot him, please, for us.
Thank you guys. Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
Thank
guys.
you. We'll
Thanks,
see
guys.
you
Always.
on Wednesday, Tuesday.
Maybe even. We'll see now, won't we, Freya?
We will. We will see very shortly. I do believe we can play some highlights, though, because we have had a hell of a lot of them over the past 4 weeks. Man, it's crazy that we have had 4 weeks of Counter-Strike, and then we've got one more week, and that is going to be crowning
Friends,
Season 17 champion.
colleagues, and loved ones, thank you for joining us today. We're gathered here to celebrate the life and mourn the passing of G2's nuke streak. We'll never forget the sacrifices and effort made by this
So many
squad.
amazing
They gave us
moments
the
that we
best
had,
6 months
Yanko.
and 16 maps of their lives. And for that, we will be eternally grateful.
Hey, nice to...
We commit to them now to the ground, but their legacy shall always live on. Now, in this heavy-hearted time, I ask you all to join me, if you don't mind, in one moment of silence. Please bow your heads.
Beautiful. It is 144 karat gold, I believe. That's what I've been told.
The moment with the favourite is toppled.
Good game, bro. That was a great game. Great game.
Champion. A hard fought all the way from the Hawthorne takes the crown.
He's that guy.
He is that guy.
So graphically and everything texturally.
I think someone here might have signed an NDA or something. Can't.
I mean, we had 3 days off.
I mean, how do you like the Dick's Burger chain in Seattle, Kerrigan? Maybe we can ask that question. Okay, just a signature burger chain.
And no hope. Matchup dancing with him, knows him all will be there.
He has no time, right?
I think it's on the cusp.
Oh my God, they're cheering! Fnatic just cheered. They must know.
I think he's got it, boys.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
I think he's got it.
Oh, it's time, feeling fine, simple on your screen, acting mean with a blade, it be clean, but rare atom, up and atom, back in the building, they ready to cause everyone feeling illin'. Harry, this is gonna be mean, keep it clean. Hugo, we strapped in for the whole scene.
Nice. I'm confused because he is safe.
Last second retake attempt then. That's what it's got to be. It's got to be the last
to
second.
Hear him run away. They're going.
Here we go, yeah. They're trying to come in.
They're going to go for
Molly
the stick.
at the door.
No
and
way.
the bomb's planted for heaven. This is crazy. They're on it.
Wow.
They've rocked around. Glorious little moment there for Rare Atom. You never see Counter-Strike played like that. That is cool as hell.
They just went for the...
Now, nice element. Oh, but Patsy covers. Why is Spirit the best team in the game? Why and how are they doing this? Nitro, hold on. No, Nitro, he might, he does, he has. Nitro clutches up. A miraculous clutch.
Well, there's a smoke up. Simple sword and foot, that's enough to get a quick shot onto Zorte, and he'll continue to hunt then. These pistols continue to dance around. Xiaofi carrying the bomb. Oh, that's a nasty one off the ground. And he spotted the shoulder. Simple with the 4K. Oh boy. The knife is out. Oh, do it, please. The AK-47, he could even go further than his split spin drop. He's in a 1v2. Techno with 4 HP. Oh, he spotted him. He's seen enough of him, but he doesn't quite have the angle. This is getting so awkward now. And Fate makes his way to the site, and he's picked the wrong position.
And it's coming to an end. He does eventually find Vinny, but what can you actually do? 1v3. Op is waiting. Nice shot. That's a head taken off of Bolts. 30 seconds on the clock, JT. The clock is an issue. It's an opponent, and he's got another. Now 15 seconds left. Reloading inside the bomb site. There's the move. No! He's done it! The captain steps up one more time, and double OT.
Bang! And now he can run away.
Is gone.
And then he can take the next angle.
Fullback angle, and maybe even one more for good measure, as he's just making it look too easy. Wonderful.
Yanko, would you believe that's not all observers observe in that fashion?
I was shocked when I talked to...
Whoa!
These guys couldn't hit the broadside of a barn.
I have one question. Which weapon has better skins?
Ooh.
Oh, I mean, we're both such avid skin collectors, so
I'll go with my option personally.
I think I'd go with my option.
I think the Howl, of course. Everyone loves the Howl.
That's great, and I'll name an M4A1 skin.
Give it a Prince Ring, Alex.
I'm more of a Prince Ring player myself.
Pretty much locked in at this point for Astralis, so the Kakanito will give it a shot in the 1 versus 4. Chilling out here on the Astralis side. No reason to try and fight this on your own, so they could go for it. Kakanito, oh, what a headshot! And now the pressure is on! He just deletes BlameF, quad kill, and an absolute...
Go!
Oh,
wow.
Across the marble with Grace there.
Speed. She's actually bringing a lot of speed into the mix here. Go on, Freya. Go on, Freya. You got 4 more. One more target.
What an eruption this is from over the top.
She's good. She's quick. 1.
Bang. Oh, bang.
2 to go. Take your time. Looking good. Looking very.
Stop the clock!
Stop the clock!
hell of a lot of highlights going down over the past month of Counter-Strike action, the last being my most favorite, clearly. But we've got to discover what action we've got in store for us with the playoffs bracket, and that's exactly what we are going to be dictating right now. I've got Matt from League Ops here, and of course, Alex, Commissioner of EPL as well. The bracket looks a bit scary, but it's pretty simple when we get into things, right?
Right.
Yeah? Confident.
See the confidence exuding out of these two gentlemen right here. Now, look, we will need the assistance of both of you to get through this bracket draw here. One, to make sure we're doing it correctly, and well, one, to keep everything above board. So with the two of you here, we're ready and raring to go. Now, on the whiteboard, I love feeling like a school teacher. We've got our eliminated teams. Freya, we've said goodbye to a lot of names.
Unfortunately.
Here,
they tried,
fires, complexities, bigs, whatever. We don't care. We care about the playoffs. This is the teams we're looking at. Now, I put them in order of how they qualified, right? So Group A, Group A, Group A, Group A, as we make our way down the list here. So these are teams who qualified first in their group, second in their group, third, and, well, of course, fourth in their group here. Now, we need to work out where everything's going to sit and everything's going to lie, and you have a nice little list there to help us out.
I do. We've got 4 key bullet points. We're going to start off with the first one, which is the group winners, obviously, on the right side of the whiteboard. They're going to be seeded into the round of 8 based off the ESL ranking. So they'll come 1 through to 4 in terms of how high they place in the rankings.
Now, as per our rankings, we have Heroic, they come in at number 2 in the ESL World Rankings. Vitality come in at number 7, and Cloud9 in 14. FORZE at 32. Fun fact, G2 are number 1. Liquid number 3, Outsiders 4, and Na'Vi 5. Okay, so this is their order, so by a seeding, and then the way we all know a bracket works, everybody, all right, you've got 1 and 4, and you've got bloody 2 and 3. So I'm looking at Matt a lot here. I need more than nods, Matt. Give me a yes. There we go. So in the quarterfinals, now they won't be playing each other, but they're going to be in the same side of the bracket. Will be Heroic versus, or not versus FORZE, Heroic and FORZE, and Cloud9 and Vitality. They could meet each other in the semi-finals, right? But they will have different opponents here. Everyone correct? Everyone happy? Everyone following along?
Correct.
All right,
Excellent
so we're nailing this so far. That's the first step, done and dusted. Now the second step?
Second step is where it gets really fun because, you know, it's a fishbowl, not filled with bullets this time around.
Or fish.
No. Yeah, true. Actually, we've never had fish. Maybe we should get some for the playoffs. It's filled with 2 team names, and this is what we're going to be randomly drawing because the runners-up will be randomly placed in the opposite half of the round of 12 bracket to their group winner, so they won't necessarily be facing up against people that were in their group until later on in the tournament. That could be potentially Outsiders, FaZe, MOUZ, or ENCE. So, gentlemen, I guess we do need to draw some balls.
Okay. So many to choose from here.
So, Matt, where, whoever Alex picks, where will this be going?
They'll be going into round of 12.
On which side?
The opposite side.
The opposite side.
So let's see.
Yeah.
First
name
is Outsiders. Okay.
Outsiders.
So here's the deal. Cloud9, they're going to be in the lower side of things right here. Outsiders need to be on the opposite side of that, so we can leave them at the top here.
Exactly.
Simple.
They're perfect right there.
Okay.
Excellent stuff.
So tidy. That's great business.
Just to make sure we weren't fudging anything.
A second ball. FaZe Clan.
It is indeed.
And they need to go on the opposite side to Vitality. So
That's the order of those.
is that how this is looking, Matt? Are you happy with this?
That works.
Correct.
Okay, look how happy he is with this.
And we do need to bring in the other 2 balls
Please.
now, just to make sure.
Replacing the
looking
balls
good.
with the other balls. Okay, what's the third step, Freya?
Well, we're not done with the second step yet. We're still going.
Oh.
This is still the
I
runners-up.
thought this for... Okay,
No, we have to decide who's at the top.
Yes.
Oh
Yeah.
dear.
Top
Okay.
or bottom.
MOUZ.
Mouse.
Okay. So MOUZ, they're in the group with that of Heroic, putting
Which
them there.
does leave ENCE with Vitality. Let's just
Should
check
do.
the ball to make sure that ENCE is in there.
All above board. ENCE.
Excellent stuff.
Okay.
So that is how the bracket is setting up at the moment. The third step of this process is third places will be placed into the same half but different quarter of the round of 16 bracket as the winner of their
hell.
group. So, for example, Na'Vi FORZE can't be seen with each other.
Okay, all right. So do you
Is that
guys
correct,
want to
Matt?
walk me through this? You want to help me out here a little bit, gentlemen? Do I need to get out the simulator bracket? I feel like I need to get out the
I think we need the simulations
Let's use the
here.
digital here, guys. I know that we're trying to get things done in the bloody whiteboard here, but let's come out with the simulated bracket right here. So let me just have a scroll. This is where things are going to
It's
take.
on the screen, chat.
Oh, it is
It's
on the screen.
screen.
This is where my
Did you
eyes are
bring my
getting worse,
glasses?
Fred. I
Yeah.
got to go for a bit of a walk
Yeah.
right here.
You know what? You got handhelds. That's the whole point.
Okay, here we go. Na'Vi, 00 Nation. Well, the whole bracket's already done. The bracket's done.
Yeah, well,
on
it's
the screen.
determined by
All right.
these
Well, look,
guys.
I don't even need my whiteboard. You don't even need it. We got
like a
Na'Vi,
physical
00
prop.
Nation at the top. There's the matchup right there. That's the first one going on. So Yanko, yell 'em at me, Matt. I can't bloody see. Furia Fnatic.
All
That's
right.
the second matchup going on.
Furia Fnatic.
Thank you, Yanko. Thank you. What's
Pain
next?
Liquid. Pain Liquid is the third one.
Thanks, Yanko.
Pain Liquid is a second or third, sorry.
G2 versus Movistar.
Okay, and run me
G2
through this,
Movistar.
Janko. The winner of G2 Movi plays who?
ENCE.
Okay, the winner of Pain Liquid plays who?
Mouse.
All right, that looks pretty good. Looks like we've done all right here, Janko. The winner of Furia versus Fnatic plays who?
FaZe.
All right, perfect. And Na'Vi 00 Nation?
Outsiders.
Seems like we did a pretty decent job here.
Just to reiterate the fourth rule in this equation, obviously, because we do find the last chance winners, they'll be placed into the quarter of the round of 16 bracket. There is no other team from their group, which totally makes sense in terms of the team's placements that we've got in those first initial opening matchups. That is very exciting. Chad.
Yes.
Just initial thoughts. What is the spiciest round of 16
I'm tidying my
matchup that you're
whiteboard
seeing?
here. Personally, I think that the one that gives me the most interest is going to be Furia versus Fnatic. I think that's probably the closest of all the affairs. I really like the counter-shot that we saw Pain playing throughout the group stage, so them versus Liquid could be quite interesting here. I'm still trying to digest as we get deeper in this tournament, because I just see Heroic and FaZe on the same side, looking pretty scary, but G2's down here, so it's going to be an interesting run. We have a lot of games of Counter-Strike coming up next week.
Hell yeah, we do. Love that. Is that all good from your
Above
side, Matt?
board?
Above board.
Matt, was this
Matt's
easier
approval.
easier than you thought it was going to be?
A little nervous, but yeah, very
Mate,
easy.
last year they had to stand. You get to sit this year.
I got off real easy.
Yeah, we made it easier this time round. Okay, cool. It all worked out.
I mean, I think we're good. So
That was
thank you,
so
Chad,
easy.
for joining us. Thank you, guys,
We
also
should
for
do this
making
more
sure
often.
everything
Thank
is
you, Chad.
official.
That's a great whiteboard.
It really is.
Thank you.
That's very nice.
I brought this one from home.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, wheel it down the hill.
Yeah.
In the studio. It looks beautiful.
From Henry's home.
Yeah. Henry.
Because we were moving him.
And the table tennis table.
That was week one.
I wouldn't even doubt it.
Where's Harry roaming around? I thought he was going to look and see if he could find some
He's
players
here.
and ask him about their matches, because there's some players around, Harry.
There are.
I think he's giving up, Chad. It's like,
Wait, he
last
lost
day
energy.
No, but he's here, but he's not really trying. Like, now that you called
Harry,
him
find
out,
someone.
Yeah,
Go
Harry
talk to
Twist is
someone
over
from
there.
I'll find someone. You know what? I'll go to Twist. He was shooting me a lot earlier, so he's a good guy to talk to.
He owes you one.
All right. Nothing's off limits. I'm right here, man. All right, Twist. How you feeling about your matchup, buddy?
They don't have a matchup yet.
Well, yeah.
either
But like, who
Fury
you
or
will be
Fnatic.
playing? Fury or Fnatic?
Fury Fnatic.
It doesn't matter to me.
Doesn't matter to you?
No, I think the brackets were pretty fair. Everything looked fair.
I like that. Who do you think you'll be facing out of the two that you've got? Fury or Fnatic? Come on, bit of a prediction.
I feel like they're in very similar situations as a team, so I think the matchup's really 50-50.
All right, that's
Keep on
Russell.
going,
That's
Harry.
Twist.
Find another one.
I'll keep
Give
going.
it another
I'm still
crack.
going, and I'm getting shot the whole time.
Harry, ask him why he's so laid back when you're in his face. He wasn't shooting at you
Yeah,
right
that's a
then.
good point, actually. I should have done that, Yanko. Right, Nico, I'll come over to you. Right.
They got Movi, Harry, in case you needed to know.
Movistar Riders.
Movistar, how you feeling about him, Nico?
Feeling good. It's probably one of the best opponents we could have gotten in the bracket. So yeah, feeling confident, feeling ready, looking forward to the game.
All right, that's a pretty convincing answer out of Nico. I'll leave you guys to it. Seems like you're filming a whole thing, and we've just interrupted it.
Are you a volcano, Harry?
Are you nervous from being on camera, Harry?
I am, man. I'm not used to this, walking around and stuff. This isn't me. This isn't normally my job. But yeah, you happy with this, Chad, or do you want more?
No, we want a
I think you did a
volcano
great
to
job.
end it out.
You did a great job, Harry. Give yourself a round of applause.
Thank you.
A round of
Yeah.
applause.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I think that is everything. Chad, unless you have any final thoughts, I think we can bid our viewers farewell and see them on Tuesday.
Yeah, well, that's the end of the group stage. It's kind of come to a quick close.
One more week, man. One more week, and then we will be crowning a champion here at ESL Pro League Season 17. We're going to see you bright and early on Tuesday.
You ready for the ultimate esports experience?
go. The frags go in. We go 3 maps. Triple elimination.
Doing it again. We're doing it on extra slow-mo.
Players.
This guy can actually do, and he's had, a good game earlier today.
I can't hear. Hang on, mate.
Maybe.
Yeah. The issue is, it was, first of all, a keyboard issue.
Yes.
Man, seeing in the kitchen bringing that magic.
Sipsky?
Oh, no. Thank you. I'm good for now, though. Thanks.
Misters, what can I bring for you on this floor this afternoon?
Well, Hector, here's the game plan. You're going to bring us 2 BO3s. You know how I like them, 30 rounds. And then precisely 1 death segment after that, you're going to bring us 2 more. Then 2 more every 5 minutes until one of us can't talk anymore.
Excellent strategy, sir.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good with BO1s for now, though. Thank you.
It's his first day on the caster desk. Give him time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byron. You're able to drink energy drinks during the day and still do your job, still function?
How the fuck else would you do this job? Monster Energy and bananas, my friend.
Right. I gotta say, I'm incredibly excited to be a part of your broadcast. I mean, the fans are absolutely...
Fuck the fans. Your only responsibility is to put viewership on the table. You got a casting partner?
I do. I do have a duo. His name is Moses.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Think about Moses. Name of the game. Move the viewers from other esports into Counter-Strike.
Right, but if you can entertain the fans at the same time, it's advantageous to everyone, correct?
No. Number 1 rule of Counter-Strike, I don't care if you're Henry G, I don't care if you're Chad Birchall, nobody knows whether a series is going to go 2 maps, 3, overtime will be fucking forfeited, least of all the casters, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's all a fugazi. You know what a fugazi is?
Yeah, fugazi, it's fake.
Fugazi, it's a woozy, it's a wazi, it's fairy dust. It doesn't exist. It never landed. It's not fucking real, right?
Right.
Stay with me. We don't create shit.
Right.
We don't build anything. So you got a fan who watched one IEM and now Pro League is live and all of a sudden he's all fucking happy and he wants to go outside and socialize. You don't let him do that, do you?
Right.
Because that would make it real.
Okay.
Now, what do? You get another brilliant season, a special season, another segment for him to watch during the break. And he will, every single time, because they're fucking fans. And you just keep doing this again and again and again. Meanwhile, he thinks he's watching CS, which he is on paper, but me and you, the casters?
Right.
We're taking home cold hard cash via content creation, motherfucker.
Right, that's incredible, sir. I can't wait to get started.
Yeah, you should be. There's 2 keys to success in the caster business. First off, you got to stay relaxed. You play pugs?
Do I play pugs? Yes, I do play pugs. I frag out.
How many times a week?
2, 3, 4, maybe 5 times.
Those are rookie numbers. You got to pump those numbers up. See, me personally, I play pugs twice a day. Wow. Once in the morning after I work out, and then once again after lunch.
Really?
Why? I want to. That's not why I do it. I do it because I fucking need to. Think about it. You're dealing with numbers all day long. First to 16, overtime score lines, economy management, high frequencies, bang, 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 fucking digits, kick, 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 kick. All very acidic, above the shoulders, mustard shit. The grind can wake some people out.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so you've got to stay focused and stay in the game. Keep up to date with HLTV and Reddit.
Done.
This is not a tip, this is a prescription. Trust me, if you don't, you will fall out of meta, glitch your differential, and tip the fuck over, or worse yet, and I've seen it happen, implode.
No, I don't want to implode, sir.
No, you don't.
I'm in it for the long run, you know?
Implosions are ugly. Pop off to the gaming PCs, win some ELO anytime you can, and when you get really good at it, you'll be fucking clicking your mouse and thinking about commentary.
Right, yeah.
Second key to success in this racket is this little baby right here. It's called Monster Energy.
Right.
It'll keep you sharp between the ears. It'll also help your voice box talk faster. And guess what? That's good for me. Revolutions, you follow?
Revolutions, yeah, it's, yeah.
Keep the fans in the stream and it goes 24/7, 365, every decade, every goddamn century. That's it. Name of the game. Ooh. Ooh. With a common denominator. Cow! Cow! CSGO. And the frags come in. We go 3 maps. Triple elimination. It's a 5-week league, no matter where we go.
Making magic when they need it most. He can still sing it. He can sing it. Oh no, Mouse, they've done it. Absolutely rocked. Full-time steal.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate,